This young man named El Pa is an adventurer with extraordinary combat skills and superior strategic vision. But once impulsively he led his team to fight the three-headed dragon.
Because of his foolishness, he caused all his dear teammates to sacrifice themselves. Overcome with despair,
He used his last strength to merge eternally with it. But forget about luck. The young man hadn't even had a chance to use his move before the dragon shot him away like a salt cellar. Fortunately, heaven showed mercy and allowed the young man to reincarnate into the past, becoming the last remaining adventurer on Earth. This time, he is determined to seek revenge and save the world from D. Will he be able to fulfill his wish or not? What challenges will he face along the way? Let's get into the main story to follow along. On the volcanic wasteland, flying creatures are chaos. From afar on the cliff, a group of people are watching the surroundings. It's coming now. The monsters are flying fast towards us, their faces twisted with madness. The silhouette of a giant flying past them, revealing a three-headed dragon-shaped monster. A female voice echoes, suggesting the centaur's stronghold has fallen. She turns toward the man standing with his back to her. We have lost all our support. The Cygnus Knight Alliance, the Resistance, the Crusader Hunters, and all the adventurers along with Hero Luce, the heroes regarded by the people as their last hope. Alexis calmly utters the final words. Everyone is dead. He silently gazes into the distance, the only survivor. When he turned around to hear her say it, the last adventurer. Epime, they are about to leave. Let's go. Suddenly someone screamed. A giant shadow loomed over them with a mouth like a huge bloody basin, ready to swallow all the tiny people. The final adventure. After a while, the entire area was engulfed in a sea of flames. His face covered in blood. He kneels on the ground surrounded by the bodies of his comrades as a monster opens its mouth wide to devour him. He looked up and asked, "Am I about to die?" Before the monster could swallow him, the three-headed dragon flew over its head. One of the three dragon heads has been cut off. He watches as that head gradually regrows. It's regrowing the head I just cut off, so it was all for nothing. The dragon charges at the monster. His eyes fade, then close tightly. It's the end for me. You're still kneeling there. The world is doomed, along with all the adventures. He punched the ground hard, creating a crater. If you grind your teeth and your eyes are bloodshot, is this how it ends? Remembering the scene of your teammates dying, all you can do is sit helplessly and watch. Philip, he was pierced through the body by a tail and died. Jen, before he died, you were still holding his hand. Alexis, you died to save him. Everyone has sacrificed everything. He screams in agony, unwilling to accept it. He struggles to stand, panting heavily, glaring at the dragon. It can't end like this. He gathers a source of energy, which gradually takes the shape of a bow, and no matter what, I will. Suddenly, he shrinks back, spits blood spilling onto the ground. The energy from the dragon's mouth converges and erupts, a devastating blast of energy shooting toward him. You foolish and pitiful thing. Why did everything turn out like this? If only I were stronger. If only I had one more chance. A loud curse echoes out. Wake up, you idiot. A cold wave hits you, and you open your eyes wide just as you wake up. Not understanding what is happening. The cursing keeps going. Do you think you can fake being sick and get away with it? You should realize that you are a slave. What are you suddenly thinking about? Are you still alive? Am I still alive? His pupils dilated. Wait a minute. I've searched everywhere. This place was just brought in. They're perfect for exploring the dungeon. He gently moved his chained hands. Another voice sounded from this place. Oh my God. Thank you. This looks like a market. You won't find this price anywhere else. This guy looks decent. How much is he worth now? You're very observant. I just realized. This is a slave market? He gasped for breath. No way. The slave market was abolished a long time ago, but I can't be mistaken about this place. You're just a slave who loves life too much, huh? What a piece of work. Looking at the unpleasant face of the man in front of him, he remembered that this merchant was the one in charge of him 6 years ago, when he was still a slave. No mistake. So while he was lost in thought, the merchant didn't hear his reply and grew angry. I have gone back to the past. The merchant's fist is coming at you. What the hell are you looking at, you dog? The punch is coming straight at his face. Today I have returned to the starting point of everything. He purses his lips and squats on the ground. Am I dreaming? But the feeling is so real, I can't believe it. But this is the only explanation. At this moment, a group of people arrives. All of them are slaves used as bait, so feel free to choose anyone. They just arrived here with very good figures. The guest seems very satisfied. In that case, I'll take both. No need to hesitate. This is my second chance. He picks up an item from the ground, looks at it, and then assesses it. A rocket staff isn't bad. Carrying it on my shoulder suits my current skill level, but it's still not enough. An adventurer needs more than 2 weapons, or coming back here would be pointless. While walking, he came across a severed leg and took off its shoe. Sometimes people hide valuable items in their shoes. I found another item, a ring. The ring emits a blue light. This is the Mind-Heart Ring. Suddenly sensing something approaching, he glances back to see a horde of monsters heading toward him. They look at him fiercely. He raises his weapon. Do they smell blood? They move to surround him, attacking anyone who gets close. One monster licks its long tongue around his spear and tries to break it in half. He was stunned behind him as another monster opened its sharp-toothed mouth, ready to eat him. Missile! A powerful flame appears. He wields his staff to keep fighting, glancing back to consider testing the power of this ring. With each missile that appears, he reaches out his hand wearing the ring. The green energy source in the ring is released. He spins the ring into a circle, and the arrow follows the movement of his hand, piercing through the bodies of the monsters. The arrow disappears, and as the monsters fall, he realizes he can't hold this position for long. The monsters stare at him, but he doesn't mind raising his staff in front of him. His eyes widen as he swiftly dodges the 2 monsters attacking him. The 2 monsters rammed into the stone wall, unable to use their rockets. I wonder if they got any damage. Could it be recharging? He stepped back, avoiding the monster's swipe, pressed his foot firmly on the ground, and then struck the monster's face with a powerful blow. There's no other choice. He keeps hitting the monster's face and kicking it. How much longer until the monster is knocked back and the staff's energy is restored as its whole body is engulfed in flames? Seeing the approaching monster, all right, he confidently fires a missile arrow, wearing the ring that controls the arrow. Once again, the arrow moves and pierces through the monsters. The monster pierced by the arrow finally died, and he quietly stood among the sea of corpses when suddenly someone spoke. You're not an ordinary slave, are you? He glanced and thought she was still alive. A girl covered in blood. She gritted her teeth and demanded answers about his deadly skills and magic. Who are you really? I just looked at her like that, thinking she's lucky, but honestly, she's more like unlucky as hell. She saw that he didn't answer and got annoyed. Why does he look at the staff and the ring-shaped mark on his wrist? The staff and the thing on his wrist. You're just a slave. How could you awaken those things? It's not just me here. There are others' corpses, too. Wait a minute. Could this be your plan? He looked down at her coldly, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. There is no sound in the forest, only the cold wind howling. His cold voice echoes. Are you finished talking? She asked in fear. What? He casually replied. Sorry, I think you misunderstood. Even if I set the trap, the outcome will be no different because I will kill all of you. She struggled internally, feeling a bit frightened. What did you say? She looks very fierce on the outside, but her fear cannot be hidden. Hearing his cold words, I feel disgusted. He brought the staff in front of her to release energy, just like those in the city who use slaves as bait. What? The crowd is noisy. Look over there. Are they joking? Someone is coming. No way. The person approaching is Ipai. Ignoring the chaos around him, he keeps walking straight without looking back. A slave used as bait still managed to return. He is lost in his thoughts. The dice has already been rolled. I must act quickly to prevent the same outcome from happening again. Standing in front of a large building, he makes a decision. First, I need to be free. In front of the large building, people come and go. A surviving slave returns. In the office, someone is sitting at the desk, attentively listening to the person in front of him report. Yes, Lord Abbas, the subordinate reported that Elpa returned unharmed. Abbas didn't care much. So what? It's not the first time a bait has come back safely, but all the adventurers with him have been killed. Eyes, smoking his cigarette, was startled when he heard this. What? Did he come back here alone? He just has a strange feeling about this. That's really odd. More importantly, he didn't run away, but willingly returned here. Those who become slaves due to debt will be bait for a lifetime, even if they are still alive. This one is different. That means he realizes he won't easily escape our control. Because the price of escaping is death. The man clasped his hands in front of him and spoke in a low voice. This is the principle of the GV Merchant Association, so why do you have to report this nonsense to me? He also honestly replied. Because there's another important matter. That slave has unlocked the first circle. He was startled. What? Can a demon slave do something like that? He frowns in thought. He might harbor resentment towards the Merchant Guild if something is wrong. He continued speaking, and Epit added that he wanted to make a slight modification to the contract. He asked confusedly, modify? He wants to register as an adventurer. In just one day, he was repeatedly surprised by a slave. Even a mere slave dares to do that. He forgot his place. He placed his hand on his chest and continued. Sir Khan specifically instructed you to handle this matter. The man hurriedly kicked the table and stood up. sweat pouring down his face as a high-ranking Gaffa Merchant Guild official showed concern for a humble slave. No, it can't be true. Is it because of that? The door closed, and the cigarette on the table burned out. He stands by the window, lost in thought, a cigarette in hand, dreaming of becoming an adventurer. Under Queen Shichnas's rule, a slave had no status at all. The sight of people kneeling before money is truly frightening. He thought it was just something people said to get by. Humans are always slaves to Mayo. If they cannot repay the loan, they will have to compensate with their labor. On the day my father, the only family I had, fainted from illness with a blank expression and his neck chained, I too will become one of them. The black moss, a medicinal herb I bought on credit from the Gaffer Traders Guild, which had set a price many times higher. Its current price has reached 1 million meso. You stand before the court, looking up at those above, the high and mighty. You are accused of failing to pay the 1 million meso by the deadline. You are terrified. The one above shows no mercy and issues the verdict. You are forced to perform work equivalent to that amount for the Merchant Guild. My whole body felt frozen, that judgment like chains binding me, so I was exploited for 6 long years under the association. When I sit across from you knowing the time has come, it's time for revenge. My name is El Pa, right? RCAN's left hand, one of the association's executives, caught a big fish. He takes a sip of tea. That's right. I heard you want to modify the contract. I have received a report about you, so I'll be brief. He places the cup of tea on the table and says seriously, I will change your contract to that of a rank E adventurer. Outwardly, he smiles and says thank you. Inside, I was pleased that everything was going as I wanted. Oh, he's accepting my request too easily. Just as I thought, he's acting cautiously. I have an additional request, but the guy narrows his eyes and waits, and I confidently smile and say, I want rank E. You already have a plan in mind. I have no intention of playing by your rules. The guy didn't expect you to be so straightforward. What rank E? Your adventure guild hasn't even ranked you yet. I have calmly replied that over the past 3 years, I have explored hundreds of great gates as a bait slave. Even so, you're just bait. You've never caught a monster. Since when did hunting monsters become a trait of an adventurer? He couldn't believe it. What? He remembers that he once stepped on a dragon's head just to reach the sky. The reason his first adventure could earn him a reputation was survival. The trait of an adventurer is to survive and return. He thought that the information from the returner could play a bigger role than personal achievements, and his mouth moved in agreement with your words. That's true. He put his hand into his chest. Claiming he survived as bait slave for 3 years is indeed an achievement not everyone can accomplish. But that's all it is. You all only go to low-level dungeons. Do you think your pathetic survival chances are more effective than the high-level gates? He lit a cigarette. So you look down on us, the ones who would offer a risky deal to someone destined to die, without even needing to pay us. He's just an idiot inside his heart. Does he think he's so great? Someone like this would be dead after just 3 steps, even though he remains silent, sitting there unaware of what the other is thinking. He lowered his head, feeling something was off. What is it? What is this disgusting feeling that's taking hold of me? The big guy continued. There is only one main gate with only 5 people allowed in, and it bears 12 marks. He looked up. Like recalling something, the man says, That's right. The bones of at least 12 groups have been buried there. He glared at the guy, who ignored him and said, Prove it if you're as good as you claim. The chicken grinned crazily, eyes blazing red, and handed him a document. If you can do it, I will go along with your wishes. In the forest, he meets his companions. So you're a rookie joining us. One of the guys was the first to come talk to you. Nice to meet you. My name is Boss. I take the hit for the whole team. I've heard Lord Abbas speak of you. So, you're a bait slave. He just pointed behind him. I don't care about things like that. So don't worry too much. My teammates are the same. They waved goodbye to him. He looked confused. I hope we can work together happily. Someone spoke up. I heard you can use fire magic. He replied honestly. That's right, Tom cheerfully said, slapping the boss on the shoulder. So, what does that mean? Has the magic system you can use already been decided? The boss also added, I hear that a mage cannot use elements other than their innate element. He chuckled, implying that any items unrelated to their element are useless, as if to say, Do you know that? Tom said, It sounds complicated, the boss continued. Enough talk you probably already know. For this mission, the goal is not to hunt monsters. Tom also agreed yes. The boss started to lay out the plan. The goal was to recover the items from the 12 groups that had been destroyed earlier. Leave them behind, and then we just need to return the items we obtained to the guild. I heard they pay 3,000 mies per item. Tom sighed. That's too much. If you can't bring anything back, you won't get a single coin.
The items for the first circle adventurers are worth over 7,000 me, but they are even less than half that price.
I couldn't help but remind you, stop complaining. They were arguing as they went along. When did I ever complain? You're just complaining, huh? Come on, is everyone ready? Let's make some money? This area is...
gloomy with thick fog.
Tom irritably said, it's morning, but the atmosphere still feels so gloomy. Zip orders everyone to pay attention. A long battle might happen in this forest. So first, we need to build the base. Looking up at the giant tree, how is it up there? There are many branches. Hiding and moving to other trees will be much easier. Not bad, then let's choose this tree. Tossing a bag of nails and a rope to the ground, Tom pats Baomi on the shoulder. You rest now. Building the base is my job, and that fool's. After some time, they finished their rest on the large tree trunk. The base was built. Now we will split into 2 groups and patrol around. Assign Tom and MX to lead the 3 of you in Group 1. We will go east and west to scout, then come back. If anything happens, send a signal and set a fire at the base immediately. Do you understand? Everyone agreed. Okay, you and the boss go together. The boss said, why haven't we encountered a monster, let alone find any objects? We might arrive too early. Tomorrow we need to go deeper inside. He listens calmly. By the way, how is your first mission as an adventurer going? I just spoke up then, feeling a bit worried, and the boss responded. That's right. You know, I've been an adventurer for a long time, but every time I step through the Great Gate, I feel nervous. Although I seem that way, I am actually a cowardly cat, but despite that, I am very brave because I have good people by my side. Praising myself might seem strange, but they are truly good people. His sturdy back radiates warmth. I feel very sorry to hear about your situation. Just imagining the lure slave must have been difficult enough. Regarding that, El Pa, if you agree, he smiled brightly and turned around, saying, come join our group. The boss was surprised to see him standing still without saying a word. He awkwardly said, I was just joking, don't take it too seriously. Tonight everyone will gather at our base to light a fire and eat together. So, you didn't get anything either? The boss replied, do you think we'll find them that easily? He chewed the meat and said, don't talk about work while we're eating. We can discuss it tomorrow. Bao Myung is drinking water. Now the forest is whispering. At the resting spot, someone with a torch approaches him. Bong Mi and the others stand watching him. Are you asleep? Seeing that he didn't reply, someone asked, Captain, what are you doing? This morning they still seemed friendly, but now they look like terrifying demons with twisted, frightening faces. This guy's lost in his dreams. How is he going to answer you? Oh my God, why does it have to be so careful? Did you forget we put something in his food? He swallowed the whole thing. Luckily, he didn't die. By the way, a missile staff is at least 10,000 meters long. Tom raises his sword with one hand to hold the sleeping person firmly. So let's get to work. When the dagger pierced the sleeping bag, he suddenly realized something. Seeing his expression, someone asked, what's wrong? There's no one under the blanket, just a tree trunk there. I don't see him anywhere. They lifted up. What? No way, the boss shouted angrily. Find him, he can't run far. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, causing a big shockwave, and they managed to dodge just in time. The base was on fire, and they shouted about the flames. At this moment, he is standing in a hidden corner observing the situation, where those people are in chaos. What is happening? Why is there a fire all of a sudden? Hurry up and get the food and items out. Why is Zep cursing, damn it, because of that Iopa Me guy? He cluelessly points in one direction. The leader turned back and shouted, What now? A giant slimy monster is staring at them with wide eyes. He looks terrified and trembling. Maybe it's Ipa, that bastard. It opens its slimy mouth wide. Is he using us as bait? They quickly escaped from there. That monster tore down that tree. You're sitting in the tree watching everything, looking serious, really pathetic. They shouldn't be so kind if they wanted to deceive me. If even the 12 groups from Shichmon, including veteran hunters, failed, why would they welcome a bait like me? It's obvious there's some kind of scheme behind this. So this is the boss monster of this area? Seeing those people run away in panic from that monster, I sensed it was something from the debris. But it was bigger than I thought. The boss ran over, pale-faced. Damn it, this works too well for me. I'll ask the leader. Do you know what that monster is? The boss replied, if I'm not mistaken, that's the Golden Slim. The crazy monster is attacking. It's not something you see often in Maple W. It's a rare boss monster that only appears from the Crimson Gate. The thing that spews acid is a nightmare for melee fighters like us. The entire area they run through is corroded by acid. And the most dangerous part is that he glares with wide eyes. Someone screams, dodges, a spark shoots out, pushing Mac away. The two of them gasp for breath, terrified. What is that thing? Just looking at the acid pit makes me scared, and it can also attack from a distance. Mac Guang Mat Von Veo Tuan Tin, that is a skill that allows shooting acid from the body. This is going too far. Be careful. It's coming. Leader, how do we deal with that? Is there any way? Let's get out of here first. The entire arrow takes a minute to recharge. A red sphere is in the middle of the creature's body. We will recover and look for an opportunity later. We need to attack its core inside its head to have a chance. Tom forced a laugh. Ha, so its power-up is still cooling down? Tom rushes away. We still have enough time. He attacks the monster. Leave it to me. The boss wants to stop him. Wait, we must attack together. But it's too late. Tom was cut in half by the acid. The boss couldn't believe anything. Seeing the monster still standing tall, he trembled and said, "There should be more than 10 seconds left for the cooldown." The monster continues to spew acid, burning the boss to ashes, leaving only bones. He stands behind a tree, watching the creature. It's all over now. He coldly watched as the boss confirmed that what he said was correct. However, a Slim uses an item and becomes stronger. I guess its cooldown time also decreases. The abnormal size of that thing and its nearly non-existent cooldown time makes sense now. I understand why all the previous groups failed. It surpasses its own level, watching the monster go further along the path, eroded into a trench by acid. It's no longer a monster that a level 1 adventurer can handle. There are definitely no items left in this dungeon. It seems the mission has failed. Remember the challenge to prove yourself. He smiles as the monster continues to move. It squints and a spark shoots toward it, hitting it square in the face. Its slime splatters everywhere, corroding everything. It screams in pain. He stands on a tree branch watching it. Could it be because of its magic resistance? I'm sure I aimed directly at its core, and it wasn't bad. Seeing its sizzling wound, he had a plan. If that's the case, 4 more shots wouldn't be enough. He needed to hit it at least 5 more times. Just pulling out the sword isn't that important. He smiled and said, "I will prove it to you." The monster spewed multiple acid attacks at him, one of which hit him directly. He quickly dodged away. The monster keeps attacking, and he keeps dodging. He grits his teeth as his ring emits a blue energy. The energy of the ring envelops the sword formation. He swings the rope tightly, binding the sword array straight down to the ground. I have to hit the exact spot without missing even a little. An ordinary wizard wouldn't even dare to think of shooting acid. But you dodge. But I am not a top-tier wizard. One of the titles I held in my previous life was the #1 spiritual control master. He uses his staff to shoot a missile arrow straight at the monster's face. Before it can recover, the monster still tries to attack. 4 more shots. He got up, ran away, took a run and climbed up a tree, then jumped away to avoid the attack. Missile. He continued to channel energy and fired 1 more shot, 3 more times. He skillfully dodges the next attacks. He fires another shot, 2. Keep firing another missile. The monster dodges the missile again. He jumps onto a tree trunk, dodging it. Considering its size, it's quite fast. He puts on the control device for the missile, but it's useless. The missile arrow fires at the monster's face, causing its face to explode, and a red orb gradually emerges. He descends from above, making a final leap straight into its weak spot. The monster doesn't just wait passively. It extends its giant arm to try and catch him. As its hand neared to grab him, he glanced at the glowing ring on his finger, channeling energy with the sword team, then swung it away, pinning it to the ground, gripping the rope tightly before leaping away to avoid the monster's hand. He pressed his feet firmly into the ground, stopped himself, and gathered energy in his staff. Missile! The missile arrow is launched. The monster covers its face with its hand. He smiles and shoots the arrow off course directly at its stomach. Caught off guard, it couldn't dodge in time and was hit. The monster's red orb started to shrink, its whole body as if about to explode, its eyes, nose, and mouth bulging before it burst, and its slime spilled out. He jumps away to avoid its slime, holding a staff in one hand and a sword tied with a rope in the other. Throws the sword far away, then wraps the rope around a branch and leaps onto it. The acid slime flows like water. He turns around, quite pleased with the result. The slime spreads and kills the surrounding plants and trees as it flows. Soon, nothing remains, and he jumps down. He looks around, raises his eyes, and gestures with his hand towards the red gem. The red gem floats up. That red gem is protected by a green energy source, hovering above his hand. The red gem sparkles brightly, emitting a fierce red light that forms a barrier. "I'm back. You're not much of a talker, huh? But you came back alone? I didn't see you bring any of the mission items back either." He calmly explained, "The people you put in my team are all amateurs. They even tried to steal my stuff. While I was hiding, they accidentally triggered the boss monster, so it seems they all died." He frowned and said, "The monster I mentioned is the Golden Slim." He was startled and asked, "What?" "If you run into it, then it must be inside there," he replied. "That's right. Everything has melted away." He bites his cigarette, a grim expression on his face, thinking about the guild's rental equipment being destroyed. The fee is real. He looked at him, and the problem was that this guy still survived and came back. There are some rules that everyone knows about the Great Gate. First, the number of participants is limited, and inside the tree trunk there is a red gem with a number of years.
Only those marked on the gate column can enter, and then the gate will be disabled until everyone inside is eliminated.
Colorful gates represent their difficulty level. Second, entry is restricted based on the gate's difficulty and the circle level. The difficulty level of the gate is indicated by colors from the red gate to the death gate, and those with a higher circle level than the gate's difficulty cannot enter. Third, there is only one chance to assault the gate. This is an extremely big obstacle, and if anyone survives and makes it out, that gate will be destroyed and cannot be entered again. So, if an adventurer enters the Great Gate and survives, there will never be another chance. He pondered. So the Great Gate was already a failed mission. Honestly, a gold slim is too difficult to exchange for the first circle. Then he spoke. I understand, so you are the only one lucky enough to survive, and as you said, all items melted away. I don't understand why you can't retrieve them, but regardless of the reason, the truth is, you failed. He listened silently as he finished speaking. Hold on, I haven't finished explaining yet. The man looked at him with confusion. What? He pulled a strand of wire from his side. The slim gold one. He widened his eyes. No. 2 blue rings appeared on his hand and he smiled. I ate it. The man was panicked. So you absorbed the mana stone dropped from the gold slime's second circle? I believe this is enough to prove my strength, and now I will take my promised E rank. D rank? You look stunned. What? The madman crazily moved closer to his face. I will give you a D rank, but if you cooperate with me, I will treat you like a C rank. He signed the document. Looking at Pao Mi, he thought that assigning a mission to a C-ranked adventurer who hasn't even reached the 3rd circle was already considered very generous. The adventurer rank depends heavily on the circle of veteran hunters at levels A and B, novice hunters at levels C and D, and apprentice hunters at levels E and F. The circle symbolizes power and the clear distinction between ranks. But this guy is not ordinary at all. Just having mana stones doesn't mean you can level up your circle. Was it really because of survival instinct before? He burst out laughing. He really has it. Survival instinct is not a great talent. Someone who just recently reached the 1st circle has already achieved the 2nd circle. I've never seen anyone do it this fast before. He smiles with satisfaction. I need him. At this moment, I don't know what he's thinking with that shady expression. Just sighing and thinking he's being treated with special speed, it seems he's getting impatient. Well, there's nothing left anyway. The first 100 people, the initial assault at the 100-person gate. Red level door. The major event watched by all the taverns and merchant alliances at Port El took place around this time. I put down my pen, and there were no mistakes at all. I'm in a hurry, too. If that's the case, I should also remind you of my plan. Abbas, I have a request. The guy casually replied. What is it? Just speak freely. He raised his hand without any shame. Lend me some money. The man's smile stiffened. I muttered to myself, this bastard. A purple barrier appeared along with the lure. Some say that the Great Gate ushered in an era for adventurers. But the narrator hesitated before adding that it was all a trap set by dark mages. Many adventurers have died at the Great Gate, killing the potential of the future season, and the final day will come. All the hidden monsters have flooded through the Great Gates, and we have failed. In exactly 3 years, the fate Maple W faces will no longer be far away. At a glass door of some building, a man with one eye is smoking a cigarette while gazing at the scene outside. There are many people passing by below. They seem very busy. El Pa reached into her bag, thinking there's not much time left, but she still has a chance. Next to him, the sounds of laughter from a few people could be heard, but that couldn't distract him from his thoughts. The 100-person gate they found this time is a red level. Only those with up to 2 circles can participate. He couldn't help but think of the emblem of that guild, which made him more contemplative. Usually, the Gafor Merchant Guild only selects high-level explorers. The reason they invested in someone like me at level 2 is because the Gafor Merchant Guild is targeting the Grand Gate. El Pa walked along the path, muttering sarcastic remarks. Even though I earned some money, running out of cash to buy things is really stupid. Items suitable for my level are too expensive. He slowly walks toward the spot he chose as his target if he plans to buy something useful with this money. Above, there is a yellow signboard, and this is the first place El Pa visits today in the lit slave market. The signboard was so faded that not a single letter could be seen. He stood there, staring intently at it for a moment. Welcome. I'm glad you chose Lai's slave market. You must be an adventurer. Let me guide you. There are quite a few adventurers around offering to buy the people in the iron cages. The merchant immediately added a few more words. The adventurer here is looking for a companion to lure into the darkness or a warrior to fight alongside him. His words sound convincing, but they are just a pretense. El Pa shook his head coldly and replied, I know who I need to find to lead the way. Hearing his response, the merchant froze for a moment, his face showing surprise and confusion, as if he didn't quite understand. A moment later, in a tunnel, the merchant leading Elpa ahead spoke to explain, "This is the punishment area. We use it to punish troublemakers like the person you're looking for over here." Then, his steps briefly paused. The merchant reached toward the cage, seeming a bit hesitant as he spoke. "Inside here, there is someone, and it seems like this person is chained up." The merchant looked nervous and swallowed hard. He quickly turned to Pa suspiciously and asked, "Are you sure you want to take this person?" This guy didn't even let the merchant finish speaking before interrupting confidently. I saw Pa step closer to the iron cage and look inside, firmly saying, "He's the person I'm looking for." As Elpa finished speaking, Debo shot a sharp look at him. "Let's pause for a moment and go back to the past together." Before I returned, an incident occurred that accelerated the death of a person and the end of Maple War. The legendary teacher, Aaron, the silhouette of a person with white hair carrying a large axe on her shoulder, and more importantly, that girl has been killed. Back to reality, inside the iron cage, Dio is struggling to break free from the chains. Elpa watches him intently, silently pondering, the first and also the last disciple of Aaron, the one who triggered the beginning of the end. Looking at the still bloodied person inside the cage, he appears pitiful now. But he gazes at him with unwavering focus. The assassin from the Dambo group, this is the dude who has been cautious and suspicious all along, speaks up. "Are you here to find me?" He looked at Elpa with a highly alert, cold gaze and added, "I don't know you. Go away." The merchant, upon hearing this, quickly turned around in fear and tremblingly said to him, "Sorry, sir, his mental state is a bit..." Seeing Debo gnashing his teeth and looking as dangerous as a wild wolf, Epa. Even if his behavior was different before I returned, now he's just a slave. Treating adventurers this way, even if he's a slave, is very rude. Even the merchant was so frightened that he said, "There aren't many other crazy dogs like him." While the merchant looked like he was suffering from a headache, he smirked, not just about his nature but also about his skills. Remembering the past, the two of them turned their backs to each other, creating a contrasting image alongside Elpa's thoughts and mine. He is one of the few people who gained attention after that final day. We are often compared to each other. We come from the same area, awakened at the same time, and have similar skills. The torch flame flickered brightly, and a quiet space made his thoughts more mystical. But the most similar thing was, as soon as Debo was released, Elpa immediately asked, "How much are you worth?" He still maintained that condescending attitude and replied, "Do you think you, like a wealthy young master, can pay as much as I demand?" He sneered and then challenged him with a daring look. 1,000,000 coins, how about that? Do you think that's okay, young master? Seeing Diobo's provocative face, he remained calm and continued to speak to himself, knowing that both he and the boy desperately needed money. The image of Denev sinking to the bottom of the sea only emphasizes Debo's tragic fate in his mind. That guy has a sister suffering from a blood disorder. He saw Pa remain silent for a long time, then gritted his teeth in annoyance and said, "If you have no money, get out now, and if you want to act superior..." Without waiting for him to finish, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of papers. Immediately, Debo's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the stack of money in his hand, causing him to tremble in horror and scream out loud. 1,000,000 coins, Debo exclaimed in shock and suspicion. "Is that real money? This isn't fake stuff, right?" The merchant, sharing his fear, said in shock, "Are you serious?" After the shock passes, Debo can only ponder and think. Seeing that he seemed to be pondering, Elpa spoke up. "Just listen to me. The contract terms are 1 year with a 70-30 profit split, and I will have priority in choosing the items dropped from the Great Gate." The merchant, upon hearing his conditions, couldn't help but be shocked and lost in thought. Is he trying to sign the contract as a group member instead of a slave? Elpa took out a piece of paper and said, "This is the contract. Take a look." And before he could finish speaking, Debo quickly snatched the paper, hurriedly shouted, "You won't regret this," then boldly bit his finger until it bled and immediately stamped the paper. Seeing Debo's decisive action, he couldn't help but wonder if he accepted without hesitation, because his sister's life depended on this. Whatever his reason for accepting, Elpa smiled happily because he had done what he needed to do. He stepped forward confidently and said that since the contract was signed, we would head straight to the main gate, and he eagerly grabbed the contract and shouted, "Leave it to me." Depa's eyes turn cold as he frowns and looks at him. "You need to prove your worth. Let's go." He quickly smiled excitedly and replied, "I will work harder than anyone you've ever seen before." Time passes quickly like a dog running in the field, in a place full of green leafy trees. Epa walked ahead, with Debo hesitating behind. carrying a large spear and nervously calling out to the boss,
saying, "I appreciate you buying me a new weapon, but I usually use a longsword, so we should go back and change it."
He glanced slightly behind and said, "From now on, you will use the spear when working with me. If you don't like it, we can cancel the contract." Hearing that, Diobo clicked his tongue and then asked, "Is this the main gate you plan to use for the test?" Ipa pointed to a tree with a distinctive mark that stood out from the others and said, "The red mark with a cut. 8 people are allowed through. It seems like this is the right place." Diobo, after hearing those words, looked around and asked where the rest of the group was.
"If our boss has a fat wallet, I'm sure we would have a great team members."
Then he started rambling. "That's right. There should be someone to treat injuries too, right? Fighting is fighting, but when there's someone to heal," Dido suddenly feels confused when he sees you silently looking at him and asks, "What is that? Why are you staring at me like that?" He blinked quickly, as if something just occurred to him. His voice trembling. Could it be the boss? While Debo was extremely scared and worried, El Pa replied, "There's no need to worry about the team members. We already have enough people." After hearing his words, he seemed to be relieved and let out a breath. Just as I thought, completely stunned. At that moment, he slowly raised his arm, and Ipa's slender finger pointed directly at Debo, confidently saying, this seemed to surprise him at that time, pointing at himself and spraying stiff glue. A moment of silence followed here, then Diobo suddenly erupted and shouted loudly, "What? No, wait." Ipa didn't care about his words and kicked him coldly, saying, "Don't waste time, get in quickly." The sudden kick made him scream in fear. At this moment, in a distant desert, a red object had fallen, and that object was Daibo tumbling head over heels into the sky. After his spirit returned to his body, he was extremely angry and shouted at Ipa, "Are you crazy? How can 2 people go through the main gate with 8 others? You're completely out of your mind. Is this some kind of joke?" Dio was so angry he almost vomited blood and yelled at Pa furiously, saying I had to use a weapon. As he was scolding passionately, he suddenly noticed his friend's grim face and lowered his voice, which I don't usually do. At that moment, loud sounds erupted behind the 2 of them. At that moment, a pack of wooden monsters quickly charged toward the 2 of them. Dio, seeing them, immediately shouted in panic, "They're the legless monsters." At this moment, he firmly grasped his spear and silently calculated that his distraction was caused by his own scream. They are known for their tough shells, making it difficult for swords and spears to pierce through, especially in such numbers. At that moment, he stepped forward silently, pulling the bow back and telling them to move aside. As Apa approached the monsters, he anxiously shouted, "Wait!" He said only 2 words, then shot a flame that stuck to the monster's body, injuring it. At this moment, Du is extremely surprised, his mouth agape, as a fire pierces through the tree trunk, and one by one, the monsters are killed by Ipa's missile arrows. With just one move, he could kill each one, and the last one also burned to death without exception. You're standing with your back to Debo while Koa speaks up. You just entered the gate and already behaved like that. It's really disappointing. In front of that scene of smoke and fire, El Pa warned them not to make such mistakes again. And of course, a standard phrase immediately came to his mind, "Demishit trees." Who is this monster? On a tall building at night, with the moon full and bright, but its light cannot reach into that dark building. A sudden voice rang out from inside. "The merchants have fallen into the trap." Baidu is kneeling there on one knee, looking very respectful as she speaks. "Although we are still arranging the timing for the plan, we have already chosen the person to send. May we proceed with the plan?" He, with white hair, hidden in the darkness, responded yes. Upon hearing the command, she immediately bowed her head. Then Bu turned around and walked away, her footsteps gradually fading from his ears. After Yo no longer heard Bu's footsteps, he raised his glass of wine and declared that everything would be done according to that person's wishes. The dark red wine was directed toward the full moon. Let the clouds be free. The legless monsters are lying on the ground with burn marks from fire magic. Du holds a bag and steps forward to report. There are a total of 27 stones. I've collected enough monocrystals. Ipa didn't even look and just turned away, saying, "Let's go." He quickly obeyed and responded from behind. "Understood." 2 figures walk across the scorching desert as the sun blazes down, with Du behind them, watching with a look in his eyes that's different from before. I thought he was just a crazy lunatic, but he's still someone you can't provoke. Is that spiritual control? I've never heard anyone use a missile like that before. At that moment, Debo seemed to remember something, and his face lit up with a bigger smile. If I go with someone as talented as this, will I make a lot of money? Great, because with a 73% chance, I will save on medical and living expenses when we are together. Suddenly, Pa seemed to have found something and interrupted his thoughts. I found it. Hearing that, he eagerly looked up. There are also monsters over here, but it seems they are sleeping. Do stood near a large rock to scout. Another group of limbless creatures, about 8 or 9 of them. Hearing that number, he immediately said, "Indeed, a perfect number."
What?
A perfect number? Just as he turned to look at Pa's waist, he also realized that he had been watching him the whole time. This made Dio a little scared. After a moment, out of nowhere, someone threw a small stone at the monsters. They are still staring in shock when someone above grabs a spear, ready to strike down here. One strike will kill one of them. The monsters, seeing this, couldn't help but be stunned and open their eyes in surprise. He cast a sharp glance at them, looking fierce on the outside but feeling a bit panicked inside.
Damn it, do I have to fight these bastards alone? I've never used this weapon before, so it's a bit uncomfortable.
Seeing the monsters getting closer, he was annoyed and thought to himself that even a powerful strike wouldn't be enough. And feeling unsatisfied, Bo immediately shouted in anger, "This crazy bastard!" El Pa stood there watching his actions and moves, quietly calculating. He says he only uses a sword, and it's clear from his awkward movements, but his eyes are always watching and pondering. Soon he will realize that the spear is what will make him the strongest. Remembering distant memories, El Pa is very confident in what he is doing, with no doubt about his talent, because he is the only one hero Arin chose to use the spear, and he is her student. Returning to the present, the sturdy and agile roots of the monsters are attacking. In response, it was a merciless slash from Debo, while he seemed to sense something surprising deep inside himself. The Spearmaster Debo now seems to understand something and firmly grips the spear to strike at the monsters. It has a long reach and incredible power, and more importantly, it feels more comfortable than using a sword. After I relaxed, this feeling became much lighter. Just as I thought about swinging it even softer, he suddenly raised the spear high. A strike that looked fierce but was actually very gentle caused the monster to die with its eyes still open. One after another, the strikes were delivered, and each monster was slain. Pa stood there with his arms crossed, observing everything and silently evaluating. He's quick with the spear, hasn't awakened any circles yet, but he's already this skilled. While Diobo is in the heat of battle, something suddenly happens. Seeing this tremor, he was a bit surprised, and he said, "An earthquake?" The huge boulder suddenly split in half and shattered completely, with small pieces of rock rushing toward the tiny Diobo. Seeing the terrifying scene before him, he froze in place. Then suddenly a strange object plunged straight down, causing Dio to fall to the ground. He looked at the moving figure in front of him, unable to hide his fear. What is that? An enormous tree is in front of me. It seems to be the ruler here because it's so huge. As soon as he saw it go, he screamed in horror. A giant amputated leg. It kept attacking him non-stop. Luckily, Aopao managed to jump in and pull him away. Then he immediately threw the bow aside with force. The magic staff in his hand quickly ignited with flames. Aopao stared intently at the giant monster, its size unrelated to its danger. Then he quickly said a few more words and launched a missile arrow at the creature. If there's anything, it would be easier to attack. Debo is struggling on the ground but still can't contain the rising excitement. That's right, magic works. Something very strange has happened. That giant monster took its branches to block the fire attack, which surprised me a bit. Did it manage to block it? Ipa was analyzing its movements while firing more missile arrows. Its reaction was faster than I expected. What about this? He immediately shot an arrow afterward. Activate the spiritual air attack. The missile is circling around the giant monster, and just when it looks like it will hit him, he thinks it's only one shot. Life is not a dream. That arrow from Aopa was easily shattered by the monster. His eyes widened in surprise. Did it also block that attack? Du also couldn't help but panic, running and shouting loudly. Magic isn't working either. Why are you just standing there? If you don't want to die, run. Even so, El Pa kept watching the monster and silently speculating. It's not that the attack was ineffective. If it hadn't been blocked again, things would have been different. At that moment, he realized something that confirmed the problem was with those branches. When the monster attacked, the two of them had already dodged faster. The branches are becoming more and more agile. As he turns his face, a look of fear immediately appears. One of Aopa's fingers releases a stream of blue energy that shoots forward, instantly striking the monster's branch. Then he stood on a rock and moved it to dodge. After escaping the giant monster's trap, Debo shouted in admiration, "You're amazing, boss." I couldn't help but cough and say, "I thought I was about to die, thank you." Before he could finish his sentence, Ipa suddenly called out for Do. In front of him now was a group of small monsters, and he quickly organized, "You handle those little ones, I'll deal with that monster." At this moment, he finally looked up and was terrified. Since when? He hadn't had time to react yet when he rushed towards the giant creature, leaving the others behind to call out, "What? Wait a minute, how are you so fast?" Pa's face is now very serious as he rushes forward with his fire staff, launching another missile. Du watches his movements and silently makes a judgment. No, we can't defeat it without a plan. We have to run. Pa's battle is now filled with smoke and fire, and it seems he was right, feeling extremely excited. Did you think so? Just as I thought, the giant monster seems a bit stunned. A yellow magic spell has pierced through its body. Du looks at the scene before him in amazement. Did he really pierce through it? His unwavering eyes and Pa's magic staff shot out another arrow as he was calculating, while its branches moved much faster than he had expected. Another explosion rang out, and it seemed to be wounded. Seeing the current situation, Pa continued to calculate, so he couldn't use spiritual communication to dodge and attack through the gaps at the same time. After breaking free from the surrounding branches, each missile pierced through them and headed toward the monster. At this moment, he also made an additional declaration. Now that I am in the second circle, I can summon magic twice. Immediately after, the missile hit the monster, causing it to roar in pain. Debo, while fighting off some monsters, still kept an eye on Pa's battle and made an unbelievable comment. Seeing the arrow just pierce through the monster, he immediately understood his trick of hiding one missile behind another. No matter how fast it is, it can't block 2 consecutive attacks like that. Watching one person fight a monster on the other side, Debo suddenly had a thought. Seeing it helpless against those attacks, this human is a monster even more terrifying than I thought. Suddenly, he saw something extremely terrifying and turned pale. And in his mind, there was a voice crying out, "Oh my God." It turns out he saw a bunch of little monsters rushing towards Palmi's waist. Debo shouted in great worry, "No!" His face showed clear horror as he shouted behind him, "Watch out behind you!" He couldn't help but curse himself. Damn it, there are too many, I missed a few. And of course, a missile from Pa pierced through the giant monster and its offspring. He glanced at him slightly and asked confusedly, "Dude, they're so small you couldn't handle them either." The eyes of that monster widened in surprise, then an explosion erupted. The giant was charging at him, but it wouldn't be that easy. Pa swiftly dodged, constantly calculating that even a 1-second gap could be dangerous, then leapt up as a branch brushed past his face. Diobo immediately grabbed his shoulder and pushed him back before jumping up to cut the branches apart. His feet lightly touched the ground. Pa glances at Dio, who looks annoyed, and says, "I just saved your life, so take back the accusations you threw at me earlier." He chuckled softly at that. Then Pa planted his staff into the ground, and the magic circles revealed his missile arrows. "All right, let's go then." Debo, clearly annoyed, glances behind him and says, "I just saved your life, so take back the accusations you made earlier." Pa places his magic staff on the ground, and the magic circles reveal his missile arrows. His face darkens slightly as he says, "All right, you finally seem useful. Then let's go." The missiles sped towards like lightning, explosions ringing out as the monster's yellow eyes grew terrified and let out a deafening scream, while the missiles showed no sign of stopping. Meanwhile, Debo was fighting with all his might, each slash of his sword killing another monster. Every missile that pierces through a spot makes the monster roar in pain. Suddenly, Pa sees something that surprises him. It turns out that the giant monster has split into 2 branches to attack, causing me to slow down for a moment of reflection. Attacking from both sides, Pa quickly channels his power into his staff and calls out, "Then I will handle the right side." He immediately raised his spear and shouted, "Then I will handle the left side." A horizontal slash from Debo's blade. Next to him, a missile launched from Pa's position, and the relentless attacks forced him to accelerate. Adopting a new speed, Du leapt in a long arc with swift agility, slicing through the branches above, and suddenly something attacked his stomach amid the fierce battle. A mouthful of fresh blood splatters from Debo's mouth as the giant monster rejoices. He is about to fall. The rock that the two of them were standing on earlier is flying over, and based on its trajectory, it managed to catch him. But things didn't go as smoothly as hoped. The monster attacked again, causing the rock to break and Debo to fall. Pa had to focus on fighting the monster while keeping an eye on him, which made him somewhat distracted and a bit exhausted, thinking this was getting troublesome. Then he moved the other rocks. Du seems to have regained consciousness and is standing firmly on a large rock, now preparing for battle. Behind him, a monster was chasing him, making him anxious. Seeing he couldn't escape, Bo shouted out, "Damn it, I can't run faster." The monster then struck him with a powerful blow. Luckily, he managed to escape in time. Pa's missile is still fully engaged, wrapping around this giant black creature. He sees his figure appear behind the monster and says, "Let's end this, babe." He immediately swung his sword fiercely toward the monster, aiming for its yellow eye. Being hit with such pain made it recoil in agony. Because of that, Debo accidentally let go of his wounded bedstick. Immediately after, he fell to the ground.
Probably because he had been fighting for a long time, Debo was able to land safely. He didn't want to lose the chance, so he quickly charged at the monster again and shouted, "Not yet, you plague!"
Ipa's hand clenched tightly, and a blue energy source appeared. The spear also glowed as if it sensed something. He quickly swung his hand and the spear flew into the air, landing right into Diobo's hands as he prepared for a new attack. He tightly grips his weapon and speaks, opening his eyes wide to watch. Customer. His eyes now turned serious, his mouth already stained with blood as he gritted his teeth and said, "Time for a snack." Immediately after, a bloody scene unfolds from Debo's position, with every slash causing the monster to tear and bleed. Suddenly, the monster spun around, causing him to lose his footing and fall down. Dio quickly rolled a few times before regaining his balance, as the giant mouth of the monster aimed downward, ready to swallow him. Immediately behind Diobo, missile trails appear, targeting the giant monster's mouth, which swallows the missiles, causing it to explode. The entire body of the monster is now engulfed in flames. Dio looks at the scene before him and sighs heavily. Dio Palmi stepped from behind and said, "Well done." He steps over and glances at the hand resting on his hip. His face is now covered in blood. Doob looks at him, hesitating for a moment before speaking. He does the same. That giant monster is blazing fiercely in front of the two of them. In the evening, in some town, inside a house still lit up, Din happily speaks up at the large dining table. "It's already late. Let's finish eating and go to bed." She clasped her hands together as if giving thanks to God, and then expressed gratitude for the food. Just as we were about to eat, there was a knock at the door outside. Din quickly went over and opened it with a smile, asking who it was. She was so surprised that her eyes widened before she could finish her sentence. It turns out Diobo has returned. Din, upon seeing him, called out in surprise. He saw her trembling with emotion and immediately said, "I am back." Overwhelmed with emotion, she burst into tears and immediately threw herself into his arms, choking back her words, happy that he's home. It's the same time, but in a different place. Ipa, carrying the staff, walks into a small house. He enters with a look after the recent battle. In such a dark and foggy space, only a faint light can be followed to see the room. The most noticeable thing is the small photo on the table. At this moment, a thin arm is on the bed, and Palmi's eyes look at that person with a strange expression. He quickly spins the magic staff in his hand. A fire quickly broke out in that small house, and the person responsible for the fire walked away silently. Abbott looked at the pile of documents on the table and scratched his head. There's a problem here. The general is attacking the gate with 100 people approaching. But who should be recruited into the team? Lord Ron will handle this, and if I disappoint him, I'll be in trouble. This special situation makes things a bit awkward. This raid is a major event, and all 10 merchant guilds will be watching it closely, especially since there's a high chance that a legendary item will be found in that great hall to extinguish the cigarette. But given the current situation, it's not looking good because there are quite a few people with exceptional skills and strength. Abbas immediately thought of the 3 women, the Natasa sisters from the Goldrich Trading Alliance, whose overwhelming skills far exceeded what one could imagine of a Second Circle adventurer. Compared to them, calling the Second Circle explorers in the Gafor Trade Association failures isn't too far off. Frankly, all members deployed by other trade groups outside the Goldrich Trade Alliance are quite formidable. Moreover, Gafor traders are known for their bad reputation, so I don't feel too good about this. But suddenly, there was a knock at the door that interrupted his thoughts. Ice looked up and asked what? "You dare to barge in without knocking?" As soon as I made eye contact, a look of surprise flashed across his face as he stood up and shouted, Sir Ran, has Ron come to ask about the progress of forming the team?" He stammered in response. "Sorry about that." "Still," Ran interrupted, "I think the progress is pretty slow. This way of working isn't really like you. So what about the guy you mentioned to me before?" He explained the reason about Pam, but I still have some reservations because the leadership team was completely wiped out and there are no witnesses to confirm what happened. He is talented, but this matter is too important. Khan listened, but still wanted to recruit the person his subordinate had spoken highly of. So why not confirm and try it out? Just do it once, in one place. That's enough. Oh, right. Maybe you should form a team with all the candidates. This time, there will be no lack of witnesses. So, to form a team, Abbas organized a separate competition to select the best candidates, and also to give Elpam a reason and witnesses to convincingly prove their strength if they join. A few days later, all the contestants gathered at a point and entered a different space. Debo was excited, saying, "Oh, it looks like this time many people are coming with us. Is that right? Someone came to ask if your team, Elpa, is the 5th team, right?" "That is Iburu's team." He gruffly said, "2 former slaves, you don't care, and just observe around. It seems they don't welcome us very much. They probably think slaves are just obstacles. which is normal for experienced people to think. Looking at the symbols on each person's hand, Bao Mi guesses they have about 1 or 2 circles, quite different from Trap's group. They are real beasts and don't need bait to be drawn out. After a while, Abbas arrived and asked, "Are you all here?" He seems quite surprised. He personally came here. He announced the rules. I'll keep it brief. The challenge begins now. I will give an opportunity to those who want to prove their abilities. Iburu doesn't understand. An opportunity, he continued. That's right. An opportunity to attack the 100-man gate. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. The 100-person gate? Abbas continued. You will have this privilege. Bao Mu sensed the intention. Is he planning to play this game? The countdown hits 40 seconds. Do your best. After the time runs out, it opens up into another space, and the group doesn't hesitate to step inside. It looks like we're in a dense forest, so Iburu points out the attack plan and waits until the boss fight to regroup. Does everyone agree? Dulan nodded from behind to signal. Then split up, signal when you're ready, and come back here. The whole group disperses in different directions to start their actions. Now, only Debo and Pao Mi remain. Dulan leads a group, emphasizing urgency that makes everyone tense up. We don't have much time, so kill whatever you see. Yes, Mr. Dolan. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from afar, and a one-eyed mushroom monster crawled out of the bushes. Huh. Just one? Dulan muttered as he struck. Truly a waste of time. He used a lightning spark, thinking to himself, this is so boring. I might as well break through the magic barrier and move on. What? Is it still alive? Don Lan was stunned. Could it be that its shell is so hard that even my magic can't penetrate? Something's wrong. Quickly order the team to retreat when Dolan sees the situation is unstable. At the same time, the bushes around start to shake. He shouted a warning, "Watch out, everyone!" And immediately a swarm of mushroom monsters surrounded the team. Damn it, we're surrounded. In this urgent situation, everyone used their full strength without holding back. After a while, we managed to defeat the monsters, but everyone was exhausted. It's over, someone panicked. Lord Dolan, the monsters are unusually strong. What should we do now? He also finds it hard to figure things out. I think winning by numbers is no longer enough. If this continues, we'll exhaust ourselves, so we can only come up with a temporary solution. At this point, even if it's a bit risky, we will split from the other groups and go fight the boss ourselves. That's the plan for most of the team here. As expected, Pa's guess was right. Du was panting heavily, which also makes sense. But forget about that for now. Why are you just talking and not helping me? He's indifferent because there are only 3 of them here. With that many, you should handle it yourself. He paused to catch his breath and continued. Anyway, what he's saying is that we don't have time to waste. Yeah, let's keep going to hunt bosses and wipe out all the monsters. They started to have different goals. The idiot is clueless. Huh. Just now you said you would fight the boss, but your true goal is definitely bigger. That's what others think. We will eliminate all the small monsters here. Beating the boss isn't the only important factor. Your skills in fighting small monsters also count for points. Additionally, there will be many competitors fighting the boss, making the battle very dangerous. You don't know what they'll do to fight us. They might not succeed, but no one can predict the future. Listening to those reasons, Debo could only swallow his frustration and stay silent, unable to argue. He thought he was so wise. Abong Mi said, I smell danger from this gate. Returning to Dolan's group after they split up, someone pointed to a corner and said, Look quickly, a large gate for escape. Dulan said, I didn't find it early, but never mind. Mark it on the way. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a teammate burst out laughing. Ha ha, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Hey, be quiet. Dulan warned him, but the other person laughed even louder. Dulan grew angry and threatened. Aren't you listening to me? At this rate, what if the monsters start gathering something? His face turned back, with a smile that seemed controlled by someone else. It looked terrifying and insane, and many others showed similar symptoms. Don Lan immediately realizes the situation. He raises his hand to block the air from entering his mouth and nose. Poisoned, this is bad. I have to get out of here quickly. Then he abandoned his comrades and ran straight toward the main gate to escape. But as he got closer, a giant mushroom-shaped monster didn't want him to escape. It releases more poison gas into the air. He gasps, I really must get out of here quickly. But it was too late. His mouth was stretched wide to his ears. And then he let out a crazed smile by the river while Do and Paomi were sailing, and Debo was rowing the boat while feeling jealous. This guy hasn't fought even once today. Since when did I? Suddenly I noticed something in the sky. Both of them looked up. Ah, boss, that's the signal flare. The two of them cheerfully head towards the signal flare. I know we were ordered to fire the signal if we found the boss, but their actual execution is quite surprising. Bao Mai carefully observes the number of people. One is missing, and Dolan is not among them.
Iburu looks worried because everyone else is present, so I will start explaining.
Jeeber asks if Dolan's wizard group still hasn't arrived. He doesn't care. Doesn't matter. No need to wait anymore. We've found the boss. So he must have witnessed what Dolan's group just saw, and that giant mushroom monster is the boss. But at the same time, we also saw Dolan's team completely wiped out by the boss of this place, Poisonous Mushroom Land. Hearing that name, Jebo couldn't help but feel terrified and surprised. What? Poisonous Land Mushroom. Everyone is panicking too. We're in trouble.
Our team can't face a boss like that.
If the mad poisonous mushroom really is the boss, then we have to give up on hunting it.
We need to find a way out first.
But there are still naive people out there. Doesn't Bo know anything?
Is the crazy poisonous mushroom boss that dangerous? Bayomi didn't hear and is still thinking about how to deal with it.
So it turns out it's a boss. Facing that kind of boss at this level is just terrible. There is a murmuring voice beside you. Hello? Can you hear what I'm saying? It's spreading spores, so it'll be very hard to get close. So that means we can't defeat it with numbers. If we want to take it down, we have to use long-range attacks. But superficial attacks won't do anything, because it's very tough and agile. Du beside me is still chattering. You deliberately ignored me, didn't you? Iburu crossed his arms, worried that the boss is blocking the main exit.
Without fighting it, we can't get out. Unlike that attitude, Debo is innocent and confident, huffing that you're afraid. This boss is nothing, just one unstoppable missile from our leader, but before they could finish, Bao Mi silenced him, making him shut up in frustration for the second time. This damn bastard, Bao Mi, go up and get straight to the point. We'll die if we rush in without a plan. My missile didn't even scratch its armor. This also surprised your teammates, huh? Why? Even the regular monsters in this dungeon are very tough, so the boss must be the same. Iburu, even though he hated it, couldn't deny it. Why are you saying something so obvious? Someone nearby reminds Iburu, this is not the time to worry about this. We need to come up with a plan. 50,000 mesos. What? Iburu doesn't understand. So Palmi is asking for 50,000 mesos per person. With 30 people here, that's 15 million mesos. You want to exchange money so that Debo and I can serve as bait for them. Just pay that amount and we'll be the decoys for each person. Both sides were stunned and couldn't react immediately, but later the boy started squirming and refused. Damn it, what the hell is he talking about? Iburu also doesn't want to give money to someone he hates. Don't be stupid. You might still be used to your usual slave tactics, but don't think every time will be the same. This isn't a pig that's easily fooled. Even if we agree with you, if you fail and anger that monster, all of us will die. He keeps rubbing salt into your dark past. Slaves only block the way at high-level gates, then just go straight to the toilet. Wait, what about you and the guy next to you? How can it look even more naive than us? What can a two-circle adventurer and a slave possibly do? We haven't even provoked the monster yet, but he's already made himself angry enough to go berserk. Their way of talking is starting to get on my nerves. So far, I haven't used that taunting tone to lure him in. I won't let anger cloud my judgment like going to the bathroom. Bao Mai calmly asked back, so what do you want to do? Do you have a better plan? You were just shouting and insulting others, but he's the one who's clueless about how to handle it, only knows how to rush in. Huh? Well, Bao Mi hit him where it hurts. You're not right. If you had a way to deal with the boss, you wouldn't have shot the flare. And let me clarify one thing. Our team consists of one person with 2 circles and one person with 1 circle. As soon as I finished speaking, a new circle appeared in Dio's hand, surprising even him from when. Then he laughed triumphantly. What? I'm like this. Ha ha, I am truly a genius. So that's why from the very beginning, until now, Bao Mi didn't make a move and just let Bo eliminate all the monsters. You keep pushing. Isn't your team only 1 or 2 people with 2 circles? This caused him to go speechless. Unlike Ibaru's hesitant attitude, Jeb wanted to negotiate immediately. Wait a minute, if you're really going to be bait for us, I'm willing to pay. But we didn't bring that much money. Bao Mi agrees to owe the debt, no problem. Once we escape, we'll settle the bill. If we can't escape, we'll just become sacrifices. However, he made a condition that everyone here had to agree, urging them to decide to go. Suddenly, from the bushes, the crazy mushroom monster that was tearing apart the unlucky victims lunged out, and a missile aimed straight at it, hitting the monster right in the head. Pa and Dio covered their mouths and noses, preparing to face it. Pa warned, "Hey, wait until the boss notices us before moving, but your teammates are still suspicious. Do we really have to do this?" As soon as they finished speaking, the monster had already detected the 2 of them and charged forward. "It's coming!" And the 2 immediately ran, its speed not lagging behind, making Du terrified. How is it moving so fast?
The two of them have already lured the monster far away from the gate. Taking advantage of that moment, the others quickly ran to escape the space. Everyone had to activate these gates before the bait died. Commander Jaber. They quickly activated all the gates. Everyone hurriedly ran to escape. Hurry up towards the bait. The monster is still right behind them, and the little monsters are also ready to attack, cursing in frustration. Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully? And then I raise my flaming axe and say, die. A single strike tore apart all the small monsters, but the giant behind him opened its mouth to swallow him whole. The missile arrows pierced through it, knocking it back, and the support team kept firing without stopping. But the boss was quick. Despite many arrows shot, it dodged nimbly and swiftly, catching up to him. It was about to catch up when the two of them ran straight to the crack in the forest, leaping onto the monster, determined not to let it go. It swung its hand a few times, but that damn creature blocked it. With full confidence, Bo shouted loudly. Right after him, Pa was just waiting to fire a deadly arrow at it, and suddenly, a huge explosion erupted. Both of them just managed to jump into the river to avoid its toxic fumes. Du was angrily curse. That damn poisonous mushroom almost got me killed. His whole body grew exhausted and collapsed by the riverbank, with slime continuously oozing out around him. Debo, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Why is it so strong?" Pa said while wiping water off himself. You didn't hear. It's the boss here. If you want to kill it, you need to be better prepared. These words left Debo stunned. He blurted out, so you're saying we might actually kill that thing? Did I hear that wrong? El Pa still appears completely calm. You heard right. Debo couldn't hold back and shouted, Are you kidding me? He warned his teammate. What's wrong with you? Weren't we here to hunt the boss from the beginning? Debo angrily replied, I didn't know the boss was that poisonous mushroom. Don't you know what a retreat strategy is? Once a big gate has been used, it can't be used again. El Pa nonchalantly replied, I know seeing that poisonous mushroom still makes you scared. Shouldn't we escape now that we've completed the bait mission? If even a missile can't kill it, there's no other way. He also said he would die if he tried to fight that thing. El Pa kept trying to persuade him. The situation has changed now that all the enemies are gone. This is like a free meal, and we even get extra rewards. Isn't that great? What's wrong? Are you planning to break the contract? His question left Daibo speechless. He denied everything outright. I didn't mean to, but you have to give me a bonus. El Pa agreed without hesitation. Of course. Debo started asking about the combat strategy. Boss, at least tell me if both melee and ranged attacks are ineffective. How are we supposed to kill that thing? I have no intention of sacrificing my life for an impossible fight. He kept wondering, is there any way to kill that thing? A blazing red portal appeared dazzlingly, and a group of desperate people rushed out from the red gate, making those outside very suspicious. They've gone outside already? Still 40 people, it's happening so fast. Ice asked the newcomer who ran out. Jeber, what's the situation inside the gate? It seems like a few people are still missing. Jeber helplessly reports to him. We failed. Delan's team has been wiped out. El Pa was still inside. Thanks to El Pa and that guy as bait, we managed to escape. The boss of this gate is completely beyond our strength alone. Abus was very surprised to hear that. He scoffed and asked, So you guys, besides running away with your tail between your legs, can't do anything else? Jebo hurriedly explained. The boss is a notorious, deadly, poisonous mushroom. We give up. After assessing the situation, Abus's steps shifted, and he turned around to order the group to retreat. Jebo was stunned to hear that. Abis, wait a moment. El Pa's team hasn't gone out yet. Seeing that the gate is still functioning, they are probably still alive. He coldly said, You won't survive, it's only a matter of time. Didn't you also say that the boss is a crazy, poisonous mushroom? If you want to wait, go ahead, I don't have time, I muttered to myself, cursing them inside. They are useless, just unlucky. Defeating the crazy poison mushroom with 1 or 2 circles is impossible. That's for sure, but average adventurers are too useless for me. What I want are those who can overcome such things, those who can turn the impossible into possible. Inside the gate, El Pa is executing his battle plan. Let's begin the hunt. He pulls out his giant missile launcher and stands tall on the mountain peak. A flash of light erupts as the arrow shoots out of the bow at incredible speed, piercing through the silent air. El Pa understands that this boss is faster and tougher than the ones we've faced before. It also knows how to use poison, making the fight much more difficult. In a situation like that, it's best to keep your distance and attack with an overwhelming ranged strike. But with the current missile, such power can't be achieved. However, using spiritual control to spin the arrow at high speed greatly increases its piercing power. This is something only I can do in Maple W. It's what I discovered after thinking of a rotating bullet technique. A skill that turns the impossible into the possible. The arrow is about to hit the crazy mushroom's head, but it has already detected the terrifying mouth and roars in fury. Each giant of Ipa charges with terrifying force, but only grazes its target's belly. The crazy mushroom screams in pain, its massive body staggering, but before it can counterattack, the power from the arrow still persists. The surging force keeps pushing it backward. Ipa narrows his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield. He quickly realizes that a part of the monster's body has been pierced, revealing a gap still smoldering with a hint of ember. The crazy mushroom is only wounded on the arm, but the injury isn't fatal yet. I wanted to pierce through its head containing the core in one attack, but I guess I missed. This is getting serious now. The crazy mushroom is completely angered by him, and poison gas is emanating from its body. It moves at incredible speed toward El Pa, who is a little far away. Once again, his arrow misses its target. El Pa thought to himself that using Taluan during movement would be a bit difficult. The main issue is that he needs to finish the cooldown just before the boss manages to climb up here. The boss keeps rushing toward him, leaving behind the missile arrows that can't hit it. It opens its terrifying mouth filled with sharp, jagged teeth. El Pa orders Debo, who is lurking nearby. Do it! He received the command to tighten the rope. Debo pinched his nose and kept pulling on the prepared trap. The rope gradually tightened, causing the boss to trip and fall flat on its face. That fall was so powerful it kicked up a cloud of dirt, and it slowly got back on its feet in the muddy swamp. Ayopa, like a god standing atop a mountain, looked down at its pitiful state. You filthy, stupid mushroom. This is your last warning. A sword swung straight into its central brain. Du and I teamed up to attack that crazy mushroom. He firmly grasped the hilt of the sword in his hand. Seeing the boss covered in wounds, he felt extremely triumphant. Finally, I can breathe again. The air is so fresh, let's just fool around a bit. Du is holding his sword, ready for close combat with the boss. El Pa silently thinks that should be enough, right? The main goal of this mission is to lure the monster into the swamp area. The most basic principle of hunting is to neutralize the prey's strength. This will ensure the strongest weapon of the prey is neutralized. Below, Dio keeps provoking it. What's going on? Are you annoyed because all the pores on your face are clogged? Immediately, Diobo swung his sword at the poisonous mushroom, the blade tearing through the air with blazing flames, as if trying to burn away that disgusting thing. Sorry to say, he poured all his strength into this strike, the dagger's tip piercing its body and causing the poison inside to ooze out. Dolan kept attacking nonstop, each cold, sharp slash cutting through the crazy mushroom's body. The crazy mushroom was knocked down. The reason for luring the monster here was not only to block its holes, but also because getting close to such agile monsters is the worst place. At that moment, Taluan struck a fatal blow to Pau's waist. The spear shot like a lightning bolt straight into the boss's body, piercing through its tough outer shell and continuously drilling deeper inside. A massive explosion erupts in the swamp, throwing up mud and thick dust. To pierce through the dense smoke, his voice filled with suspicion. Is it dead yet? But as the smoke clears, he realizes, damn it, it's too tough. Ipa hurriedly shouted, aiming at the core near its head. Without hesitation, Debo immediately swung his sword attached to the rope, throwing it straight at the boss. I understand. The dagger slices through the air, landing precisely in the middle of the monster's head, but at that very moment its giant arm quickly reached up and grabbed the sword tightly. Doe stared in shock at the scene before him, gently pulling the rope to jerk him forward. But at that moment, El Pa acted quickly, raising his hand to focus his power and commanding a giant branch to fly straight toward the boss. Dio quickly grabbed the piece of wood, using the branch's force to turn the tide. The boss was pushed back and lost its balance at the crucial moment. Dio seizes the opportunity, twisting his body to deliver a kick that hits the boss's head, causing it to wobble and shake as if about to collapse. Seizing the opportunity, he retracted his spear, landing gracefully on the giant tree, his sharp eyes fixed on the monster as the swamp trembled at this coordinated attack. The boss slowly advances again. Ipa acts once more, his hand swinging out, the power from above shining down, making the boss also stay alert. Just as it was confused, Diobo swung his sword to deliver a deadly blow, but the boss was no fool and quickly realized. The clawed hand swung out, reaching in one direction. Diobo seized the moment and slashed off its arm. His eyes flashed with unwavering determination as an arrow shot through, severing its head. The boss screams in agony as its heavy head falls into the swamp, and its body becomes motionless without its head. Du breathes a sigh of relief and gives a thumbs up to his teammate. Palmi's face also shows relaxation and satisfaction, but his eyes are wide with disbelief. Even without a head, that mushroom is still preparing to attack right behind him. His teammate was suddenly punched aside, his whole body sinking into the muddy water. The boss arrogantly stands below, challenging him as Elpa raises his spear again. I wonder how this is possible. I'm sure I shot its head off. Taluan Thuong fires again, and thick smoke rises from the swamp below. The boss still stands tall, counterattacking with poison towards Elpa. He was trying to deal with it while wondering what he had missed. Its headless body suddenly leapt up. With the speed of its wind, the crazy mushroom crawls quickly along the cliff face. Before long, it has almost reached where Ipa is standing. He thought he only had one more missile left and couldn't afford to waste it on a second shot. Seeing its fierce vitality, Debo clenched his teeth and cursed. "Damn it!" He surged out of the swamp, shouting angrily, "You're making me mad!" The dagger was thrown again, chasing after the parasite-like creature. Just as the crazy mushroom was about to reach the finish line, Dio's blade pierced it firmly into the cliff. Its limbs were cut off and dragged back into the swamp. Debo thought he had defeated it and proudly took this, but he was stunned and exclaimed when he saw that although only half of its body remained, the boss was still moving forward. "What?" His scream echoed through the mountains and forests. "The boss is dangerous." Ipa fired a missile at it, but it dodged. Only now does its real head emerge from the cut below the neck, its eyes blazing red as it stares at him. At its bloodshot eyes, Ipa calmly asked, "Is this your real head? Do you mean the signal flare? Was that just a warning earlier?" Now he swings the spear, and Taluan thrusts it straight into the boss's real head. It was only then that it truly fell back into the swamp. Taluan Thuong pierced deep into its head, continuing to directly pass through the boss's body. Ipa stands proudly on the mountain peak, looking down at the exploding mad mushroom. Debo also gazes in awe at the spectacular scene before him, exclaiming that it's finally over. All done, Ipa also pulled him back to the mountaintop. Safely landing on the ground, he sighed and said to him, "I thought I was going to die." The two of them silently looked at the swamp below, covered in purple toxic smoke. Du asks again to be sure, "Is everything really over now?" He replies, "Yes." He encouraged his teammates, "You did very well. Let's go, we'll get the mana stones once the poison clears." But he kept a wary eye on one side. This boss really is tough to deal with. Its upper body shot up above their heads, a bright red glow inside its hollowed-out body, with toxic smoke billowing out in torrents. Dom was overtaken by purple smoke and suddenly let out a very strange laugh. Outside, Abbas returned to the office. Ran laughed loudly and asked, "So you just left like that?" "Your hot temper is still the same," he replied. "I really apologize. We should have let the Exna's night squad handle it. I told you not to bother me again." "Go ahead." The person outside pays no attention to those words, and the door remains open. "I'm coming in," Abis said angrily. "What? Which bastard dares to do that?" But the person who entered made him freeze. Elpa announced, "I am back." Ran saw him and chuckled happily, then looked at Pa with a very interesting glare. Ran teasingly asked the other person, "Hey, Abis, what's going on with you? Is someone digging up the dead?" He introduces himself. "Very pleased to meet you. My name is Orkwan. You must be Elpa. Your survival skills are just as the rumors say." "You are the person we need in Gafo," he responds modestly. "You flatter me. Your attitude makes Jiak Khan very happy." Good. I like your polite manner. I just have one question for you. Can you perform that ability again at the 100-person gate? That's a tough one. That indifferent attitude upset Jiak Khan. Abbas shouted, "Do you talk to him like that? Do you think I gave you the title of adventurer so you could choose missions? Don't forget you still owe a lot." Ran asked him curiously, "So it's not impossible, right?" "I don't like beating around the bush." "I'll change the question." He directly asked him at the bar, "What do you want?" "What, 5 million meso per person? Since we have to pay up, that's 10 million meo, which is too much." Seeing your dark expression, he could only awkwardly say, "Sorry, but isn't that being too greedy?" "Those guys will definitely refuse. This is our first big mission after a long time," Ipao replied indifferently. "That's not my concern. They will be the ones to decide." Who admits his awkwardness and acts indifferent after causing such chaos. If this fails, App B will put us on the blacklist. A person behind them steps in and says, "You look calm, unlike us who seem about to die." Debo, hearing Ibaru's words, angrily slammed the table. "What? Is this how you thank someone for saving your life? I never liked you from the start. Forget about rank for now. Check your positions, and let's have a fight." They all suddenly bowed their heads and sincerely apologized to both of you. Iburu admitted his mistake for doubting your skills, as it was a risk for a mercenary. "I feel extremely ashamed. I truly want to apologize to both of you." He hands Debo a bag of money. "This is the amount promised to 30 people, totaling 15 million. Mesodio was stunned and replied, "Huh? Thank you, we don't need it." El Pa calmly said,
What we agreed on is 1 million Mayo. I only do the work I get paid for, so you can skip the thank you.
I'm saying this so you don't misunderstand. Seeing how distant you are, both Ibaru and Jaber are stunned, Dio muttered as he checked his bag. Just a false alarm.
Now I guess I'll just sit here and count my money. El Pa started to pay attention to the guy.
The pirate over there. You say your name is Ibaru? What about you? Can you do the job? Abbas in Realm's room hurriedly exclaimed, "No way, 10 million meso. That money should be saved for paying the older adventurers in their third or fourth round." Although he may be the best among the candidates, accepting his terms would set a bad precedent. He might just be testing the waters, so it's best to call him back to discuss the salary again.
Ran coldly asked again, "Do you really think that?"
Well, if he demands twice the amount, it's not unreasonable. These words make Abbas exclaim, "What?" Ran held out a piece of paper in front of Abbas. "Read it." He hesitated before accepting this, which states that this time only El Pa's group will be sent to represent the Gaforo Merchant Guild. He couldn't help but wonder what two people could do. As he read the contents inside, he found it increasingly hard to believe.
"Is this real?" Ran said casually.
"If this isn't real, it would be dangerous for me. I paid a huge sum to get this information." Abbas was panic-stricken, thinking if this was true, Demon King.
Don't be mistaken, the war has already begun. Outside remains peaceful. Blue skies regardless of what happens in the world.
Adventurer groups have set up tents right beneath the gate, gathering around makeshift campfires. A whisper of gossip reaches my ears. I can't believe they actually accepted those terms. That's Debo El Pa's voice stopping me. "Don't get too carried away. Stay focused." "Don't worry, I'm now an experienced adventurer." The badge on Elpa's chest glows brightly. All of them looked at them warily, each with a not very friendly expression. Du also noticed the atmosphere here was truly tense. "Oh wow, we have some new faces." One of the adventurers approached to greet them. "Are you from the Gafor Traders Guild?" "Nice to meet you." E-rank member of the Genis Sudan Traders Guild. He politely responded to the C-rank adventurer. Sulin was surprised and asked, "What? Class C? I thought only the first and second tiers were allowed in due to restrictions. How can he be a C rank when he's not even fully grown yet?" "Step aside for a bit today," Kiri orders Sudan arrogantly. "I have something to discuss with that guy." He snorted and asked, "Are they going with those people?" El Pa also coldly observes the opponents. I went back to the past in his room and asked why I had to do it. He replied that I just needed to follow what was asked. "Why ask so many questions? Our Gafor Merchant Guild will cooperate with the Cygnus Knight Order in this Grand Gate. They follow Queen Cygnus's teachings, and the strongest group is the Cygnus Knights. The ones called Symbols of Strength are beginning to take an interest in this gate." Abbas continued explaining, "The number of people allowed through the gate has been set by other merchant guilds, so we decided to cooperate with them. Even though they are just apprentice knights, their chances of success are higher, although they might have other motives for joining this great gate. Their proposal to us isn't bad, so both sides will cooperate together." He sighed and replied, "I see. If it's just cooperation, then there's nothing difficult about it." Abbas still warned him not to think it would be easy, that they had something going on, and I felt something was off. Returning to the present, the girl introduced herself as Kiri, the leader of the Cygnus Knight Squad. "I hope you don't think we're on the same level just because we've exchanged a few words. I don't want any more trouble, so just follow orders and do as you're told." Debo felt very uncomfortable hearing Kiri say that. What's her attitude like? She frowned and looked at him before asking, "Are you two the only ones sent from the Gafor Traders Guild?" He replied, "Seems like it." Did Kiri suddenly look so downhearted? Has Gafor given up? Different groups are approaching one after another, starting with Knocker's Merchant Guild. Next is the group from the Mia Merchant Guild, Chaos's team. Debo tenses up when he sees them. The elite members from the merchant guilds arrived, and suddenly the atmosphere shifted. Another team also appeared just in time, the Goldrick Merchant Guild. The three Natasha sisters, their badges shining brightly on their chests, sneered as Kiri glared at them disdainfully. Long Ko said, "Everyone is here, welcome. We are the ones chosen to guard this raid. Long and I are here to support while you exit the main gate. Although I am sure everyone has heard from your guild, I will explain once more to remind you. The legendary item. Even if you manage to take them, your steps out of this gate won't belong to you. The rights to the items will belong to your trade guilds. Everyone will be paid according to the agreed terms. Perhaps you should be glad that at least you can keep the monostones." He continued to warn that if they were caught hiding something, they would face our B-rank adventurer team. On his muscular arm, thick circles symbolizing strength are wrapped around. Debo carefully counts 5 circles. Are they all like that? Longko announced that the announcement is over and everyone can enter now.
Kiri volunteered to go first. Follow me. I will lead, and we will definitely succeed. Seeing her so fierce, Debo was very surprised. What's wrong with her?
Do I really have to work with someone like that? Pa continued to ponder silently, and in the end, all my previous efforts were for this great gate.
This is the main gate I wasn't able to experience in my previous life, but I have to do it because everything begins here.
You should also go through the gate. Why are you rushing and complaining while following?
Even if I cry later, I won't back down.
The dazzling red door reappears, leading them into a new space.
Triota Lord descends onto the vast
reed field. You lead the way and command everyone to follow. Du looks at the grass taller than his head and exclaims, "Why is the grass so tall?" Kiri reminds him, "Do you think we came here for sightseeing?"
Don't fall behind. That attitude annoys him.
Boss, are we just going to let them treat us like this?
Damn it.
Ipa suddenly knelt down, listening to the sounds beneath the ground. Doji suspiciously asked, "What are you doing?" The distant ground trembles with a deafening sound as Du cautiously gazes toward the smoke at the end of the meadow.
I think I hear something.
A lot of wild boars are rushing toward the crowd.
"Dewey bang pigs," someone shouted in panic.
"There must be over 1,000 of them here." Kiri hurriedly reminded everyone,
"What are you all doing? Scatter now."
"There are still other groups that haven't come in yet. It's an unwritten rule not to bring danger to the main gate."
Everyone got panicked because of the pigs. The El Nido Merchant Alliance is heading this way. No, we're going this way. They split into 2 directions before the wild boars charged straight at us.
The pigs kept chasing them, seeing them as a juicy target. Kiri ordered her subordinates. "Good. We'll lure them to a place with many obstacles and then take them down." But he warns, "Miss, there's a problem. The Gafor Merchant Alliance members have disappeared."
Kiri shouted.
"What?"
Despite their chaotic surroundings, Debo is just enjoying himself.
"That's impressive. I thought we could relax now. But how did you guess that the Hio Dui Bang would charge like that?" He replied, "Based on my experience, there are many herds of beasts passing through plains like this. Dui Bang boars, with an average length of 2 meters, are ferocious creatures. They usually operate in groups of hundreds or even thousands. Although they are very tough to chew, they are not impossible to hunt. For other Merchant Alliance members as well, they might try to avoid fighting because they don't want to waste energy too early in this great gate since no one knows what monsters we will encounter inside. It can't end with just a few Dewey Bang pigs." Before I returned, the raid into the sleeping forest near the 100-person gate had failed. All the explorers are dead. Seeing Ipao Mimi lost in thought, Do asked, "What are you pondering about?" His step accidentally caught on a pre-placed rope, his eyes flashing with surprise. Luckily, Ipa was quick to save him before the trapdoor fell on him.
"What is that?" Looking at the trap in front, El Pa simply said,
"Trap!" he asked in disbelief. Who would create something like this?
By accident, the second trap was triggered. A giant spear made of sharp wood suddenly attacked a rogue, but he swung his sword up, and with a flash of light, the trap was cut in half. He coldly said, "Kids these days, another member report. I'm done here. This is probably the last one."
Crocus reminds his fellow engineers, "Stay alert." Babeo carefully observes everything inside the forest. Although we set some traps, they are still dangerous enough to kill people. Moreover, they imitate human hunting methods, and just by looking at them, you can tell they are not ordinary monsters. If these monsters are that intelligent, then they must be elves. They are much harder to deal with. They are on par with boss monsters in the dungeon, Lutumakas. With this, we can imagine what's about to happen. The difficulty of this gate is definitely very high. Everyone will die in ignorance if there aren't adventurers like me here. Crocus has decided we should take advantage of this situation. "Follow me," he ordered these people. Don't miss anything. As he turned around and before he could finish speaking, he saw a person's head fall to the ground. Behind them, countless others were also attacked by poison darts, causing them to lose their heads like flies. Even Crocus could only manage to exclaim before he was gone, "Who could it be? His headless body falling heavily to the ground?" A mysterious man says, "Just shut your mouth and act like you're so great." Elsewhere, someone finally realizes the conspiracy behind this door, using a pig to distract those entering the main gate. I don't know whose idea it was, but it benefits us. This is a great opportunity for me to get started, and William is sitting bored behind the bushes. He exclaimed, "Damn it, this is really troublesome. But it's probably unavoidable since we're running out of time. Let's begin." The other members of the guild stand still, their hands struggling to move, but powerless. Willem warned them that they wouldn't be able to move. "This is magic, at least for the next 30 minutes. That girl asked with difficulty, "Why are you doing this?" The man, appearing intrigued, exclaimed, "Look at that! Even after being cursed by me, she can still talk?" just as expected from NASA. He decisively stabbed her in the stomach, sending her to the afterlife. "Since you seem to pose a threat, I will eliminate you immediately." The others in the Three Sisters Guild gritted their teeth and trembled with fear. William looked at this corpse and wondered, "Why did I do this?" That's a hard question to answer. His eyes flash with danger as a surge of magic spearheads toward the remaining two women. "I'll put it this way so you'll understand better." He laughed eerily. Everything was because of the Dark Mage, and in the victim's eyes, a blazing red missile reflected, as the two survivors had been shattered into pieces. The entire space is shrouded in a vague bloodbath. William appears worried, unable to let go. "I just wanted to be a little lazy." Going back to the past Yak, William's master once summoned him. William immediately obeyed and knelt to report. "Yes, I am here." Yok's ominous voice echoes through the palace. "We have waited silently for a long time, just for this moment to hide from us and build strength all this time. Finally, the time has come to reap the rewards of our efforts." Loyal William expressed, "I will not let you down." IV handed him a feather with a hidden weapon attached. "Take it away. This is a gift from that person. I won't accept failure. Once I get that, I can't slack off anymore." William begins to leave in search of a new prey. There's no other choice. I have to be serious now. As night falls at the camp inside the gate monsters gather to carry out their duties. Each one has a patrol route to protect their camp from intruders. Elpa and Debo are hiding somewhere to observe. "What the hell are those monsters?" He turned to ask him. "Are they all bosses?" "I already explained to you before. There's only one boss among them. The problem isn't just the number of them, but each small monster is hard to deal with because they are very strong and have a lot of health. Watching how they loot items from dead adventurers, facing them will be even more troublesome, because some of them might use items to activate their skills." Debo was terrified after hearing that. "What is that?" "It's a group of adventurers. You want just the two of us to kill them?" Elpa replied casually. "That's right, you're quick to grasp the issue. Du can't hold back and is trembling." "What are you talking about? I mean, we can't do it with just the two of us." "Now go back and join Aunt Kiri's group or whatever Kiri's called," he asked Debo again, pressing him. "Didn't you want to split their group before?" Dib is extremely regretful about this foolish decision. "At that time, I didn't know about the existence of those monsters." "Oh, I told you so." "It's just me and you. I won't fight." The other monsters are patrolling the forest, so they stay silent. A cautious monster observes its surroundings, suddenly sensing danger behind it, and immediately turns to look. Du swings its sword to strike, but it is quickly dodged. He shouted in tension, "Do you really mean to do this on purpose? I don't want to face this alone." The monster throws a powerful punch at Debo. He dodges the attack, forcefully drives the blade into the ground, then uses the momentum to flip backwards. Debo grips the sword's handle and swiftly drops to the ground, followed by a chase scene where he dodges monsters and fights off attackers. But you can't outrun the sun. Dib was still punched by the monster. He angrily swung his sword and hit it. "Shut up, you idiot." The next strike lands on Daibo, who has gained the upper hand in this fierce battle. The giant monster falls heavily to the ground, and the warrior raises his sword, channeling all his strength into the blade. He leaps high and strikes down onto the monster's back. But the sword missed and hit the ground, and the monster quickly dodged. It swung its fist in retaliation against the one who tried to ambush it. A punch comes flying. Du is knocked back. He grits his teeth and fights back. Honestly, is this never going to end? The monster snarled and swung its fist again. Luckily, Diobo managed to dodge to the side just in time, and his steps gradually shifted direction. But that path was no different from heading straight into danger. His head is tightly gripped by the monster, and Daibo's entire body is slammed down to the ground. The torment isn't over yet as the monster still holds his head and lifts him up. To escape danger, Diobo forcefully struck its chin with the dagger. Because of the pain, it had to let go. Seizing the opportunity, Diobo stepped back from the melee area and, not allowing himself to rest, he gathered his strength and launched himself forward like a gust of wind. Facing Debo's attack, the monster roared and clenched its fist toward him. The entire forest suddenly erupted in chaos. The monster has returned peacefully to its Mother Earth. It turns out Ipa arrived just in time to save Du, but he still grumbled, "I didn't expect you to rush out and help me." He replied, "Looks like you don't really need my help after all. Thanks to that, you're more confident now." Du is still furious. "What confidence are you talking about?" "Now I just have more doubts about life. If this place is full of monsters like this, then What kind of girl is this?" Up ahead, there are corpses. Aren't they all from the Crimson Nask nights? What's going on? One of them still alive let out a faint cry. "Go tell him. Boss, there's still one person alive over there." Ipa approached and asked, What happened? Did all of you get defeated by the goblins? Pin, a knight of the Cygnus Order, gritted his teeth and said, "It's a trap." Abyss, who was peacefully in the room, was also stunned by this information. He exclaimed, "I can't believe it." Bin continued recounting that the trap involved attackers targeting adventurers inside the gate because no one knew what was inside, making it the perfect place for crimes. Because if they escape, the gate will disappear along with the evidence. But in this case, it's no different from a competition where no one wins. The members inside must conquer the gate with high difficulty despite being exhausted, and even after succeeding in bringing back the item, they cannot escape suspicion from outside. Abyss secretly wondered if it was to eliminate the key members of other merchant groups. Not convincing, even if it might be true, but that would risk them starting a war with the remaining groups if caught. Such a dangerous gamble, the merchant groups definitely wouldn't consider it. There might be an orchestrator behind this. Inside the guild, Debo also finds it hard to believe. "No way, boss. El Pa was talking about Kiri. I didn't see that woman anywhere." He regrets punching the ground. "Damn it, it's my fault. Why did I let the enemy hide within our group? Why did Lady Kiri do that?" LP wondered aloud. "I don't understand, but that woman is a member of the Cygnus Knights." He recounted absent-mindedly, and I also found it hard to believe, but now I understand the reason behind her order at the main gate. Before this ended, Lady Kiri herself said, "Lady Kiri, she is a disciple of the Dark Mage." Hearing this name, Do was very shocked. The Dark Mage? The Dark Mage is one of the supreme beings. The Dark Mage threatened Manhwa 800 years ago along with his countless subordinates. 6 heroes rose up to resist, and the war situation changed as the Dark Mage and the heroes were sealed together. The Allied forces launched a counterattack against the panicked followers, leading to the complete disappearance of the Dark Mage's disciples. Any citizen of Maple World War will remember that event. Still, it's hard to believe this truth. The followers of the Dark Mage are impossible. El Pa reminds him that this is not the time to hunt monsters. We need to find that woman first. Are you coming with us? You'd better brace yourself for a fight when we find Kiri. Python's eyes flash with determination. That is exactly what I want. In the silent night, the sound of footsteps echoing loudly. Kiri quickly moved forward, her eyes flashing when she saw William. The butler greets you proactively. "I've been waiting for you." Next to him, his accomplices had gathered in full force. He spoke. "Miss Kiri, it seems you've already fought with the Dewey Bang pigs. Separating yourselves made executing the plan much easier, and now we are at the final stage." "That's right. What do you think of the gift we gave you?" Kiri pointed her sword at them and asked who they were. Dio Bo's side is talking, asking how he's feeling. "If it's too painful, we can slow down since the boss has already gone ahead." "Thank you, but I'm fine. Go and comfort him. Don't worry, my boss is good at finding things, so we will see her again soon." His face showed a cunning smile, and he replied, "I understand now. The dangerous aura is gradually spreading." "That's great." Contrary to the peaceful sunset, Kiri charges fiercely at the Dark Mage's henchmen, and the clash of swords creates chaos. William stood to the side, nodding in approval, and said, "That's impressive. Is this what the captain of the Cygnus Knights usually does? But let's see how long she can hold out." Kiri doesn't back down. She casts a spell called Sunrise, but her opponent dismisses it, shouting, "Stop pretending!" A skillful sword strike knocked away that arrogant woman. Before she fell, she only managed a doubtful sigh about life. The Fa Duong sword burst into flames and burned her body into pieces. Kiri, exhausted, let out a sigh and coldly threatened the henchman. "If you don't want to die here, tell me your purpose now." One of the opponents orders his henchmen. "Such noise. What are you all doing?" "Kill her." The henchmen rush in to attack her all at once. They shouted in unison, "Die!" Something brushed past in the reed field, and all those henchmen were struck by a mysterious power, leaving them bloodied and disoriented. The leader gawked in disbelief. Kiri narrowly escaped danger and frowned as he looked at the other person. "You!" Debo's figure appeared boldly and majestically, returning to when Diobo was encouraging Pin. "Don't worry. My boss is good at finding things. We will meet her again soon." "I understand." Pin acted immediately after saying that. "That's great." He grins as he tightly grips his opponent's neck and says smugly, "Say hello to her for me." But this kid isn't a match for someone with real combat experience like him. He was slammed aside by Debo. Aopa looked at him coldly as he cried out in pain. "Oh my God, my hand, my hand." Do still not understand what's happening. "Boss, what's going on?" He only told him, "You have disappointed me so much." "Is this what you do after I gave you a chance?" Pin looked at him with fear in his eyes. "Sorry, but before El Pa ended him, he only said one thing. I never trusted you from the beginning." Back in the present, William slowly approached and said, "Strange, an uninvited guest." The subordinates reported to him, "Sir William, it must be a member of the Gafor merchant group, which means he is still alive." William interrupted him. "I know. That cowardly bastard wouldn't even dare to commit suicide, and now he can't even handle this simple task. I already gave him a chance to make up for his mistake for losing Lady Kiri.
It's too troublesome. Since you two look pretty strong, our best warriors all charged in."
Seeing Debo ready to fight, Kiri nervously warns him to watch out for those bastards, but he responds, "I know." Debo's face shows confidence as he answers, "The perverts, right?" Kiri helplessly frowns. "What are you doing?" William orders his men to handle this quickly and efficiently. "Do?" asked Kiri. "You probably managed to take down one of them. I will fight the remaining ones. You have to tell him not to underestimate them." A single powerful slash makes the entire group wary, while Long is struggling and collapses to one side. Du boasts proudly, "Impressive." Before he could finish speaking, the opponent counterattacked and pierced through. Du quickly dodged to the side just before the arrow shot forward. Seeing him dodge this attack, she felt very annoyed. Accompanying her was a sneaky assassin sneaking up from behind, truly cowardly. Debo's eyes froze as the pain spread through him. His back had been slashed. Seeing Debo's bloodied back, the enemy looked regretful. Was that all he did? Just graze him? He swings his sword again. "I will send you to heaven soon." Jumping to attack, I lift him high, the tip of the sword locking onto the target below. Kiri quickly stopped him and shouted, "Idiot, what are you doing?" While Debo was already behind him, unnoticed. His eyes reflected a blazing red light as a sword strike cut him down for good. Another attacker rushing forward. "Is there anything else? I'm just going along with the game." Daibo's figure skillfully dodged each sharp attack, swinging his sword to send the next enemy flying to the side. Debo's foot stomps down hard, causing a slight tremor on the ground. The other guy struggles to hold on. What kind of power is this? Another accomplice was knocked away, hitting him hard in the back. William sighed in disappointment, saying, "Really disappointing." Kiri also fought fiercely, dismissively asking William, "Do you call these your elite warriors?" Zero was too ashamed to speak. "You guys, I can't let this farce go on any longer. Stop it now, we've wasted enough time on you." Seeing him pull out a spear like Ipaz, Debo was stunned to realize. A missile? When the missile was launched, Debo couldn't dodge in time, and it was even faster than the boss's missile. An enormous explosion erupted. William arrogantly asked him, "Do you let your guard down because you know this move? But my missile is on a completely different level, so even if you know, you still won't be able to dodge it. It's all over now, so let's keep conquering the Great Gate." But suddenly he fell silent, unable to say another word. As the flames die out, Apaw's proud figure becomes clearly visible. Debo is also beside him, completely unharmed. Ipaw's eyes flashed with sharpness. The man stammered, "Who are you?" Ipaw points to the distance and says, "I have the honor to inform you that more guests are coming to visit you." The giant Dewey Bang boars charge out from the reeds right beside them. They gawked in shock as the guest you mentioned arrived, and countless wild boars suddenly appeared. The Dewey Bang pig opens its jagged mouth and charges, but its massive body collapses in front of William. The man angrily says, "You're in big trouble, throwing something like that at us and running away." He ordered Jero, who quickly replied, "I am sorry, Mr. William. The area around him is also littered with the corpses of Dewey Bang pigs. I just finished dealing with this area," William ordered in a low voice. "We don't have time to gather. We need to chase after him immediately." The entire group of subordinates shouted in unison. He thought to himself, if they leave through the main gate, "Oh my God, this situation is starting to give me a headache. He's really annoying, but there's something about him." A messenger told him, "Sir William, I see footprints here." William coldly told Jero, "If you happen to see the man in the cloak, hold him back. I will deal with him myself." "Do we really have to do this?" "I know I shouldn't say it given my position, but that guy doesn't look like an ordinary person." He coldly asked again, "Do you know who the person you're worried about is?" "You do, don't you? No one can be stronger than me at this gate." Ipaw's group has moved into a lush green forest. Du smiled and asked, "Do you see their faces at the end? I wonder how they can survive being tormented by those pigs everywhere." But Ipaw was not as happy as he seemed. "They won't die that easily." "Forget about that. You should be more careful with your steps. There could be traps here." Dio is feeling curious. "I'm already on high alert, boss." "But why didn't you finish them off right then? You only aimed when they were vulnerable," and Elpa's voice echoed. "Because he's stronger than me." This answer surprised Diobo very much. What the heck? He silently thought that the scene just now replayed in his mind with each missile. His opponent's missile was much faster and more powerful than his, and as soon as he fired his own to counter, his missile was torn apart by the enemy's missile. His eyes at that moment were full of disbelief. My arrow almost never veers off course. It doesn't compare to his arrow at all. Du forced a smile and said, "Oh, come on. How could he be stronger than you? Stop joking." Ipa still being honest.
Why would I have to do that? It's just joking.
Do gradually became panicked. So, we are really just running away. He gently rolled up his sleeve. The circle appeared on his arm. It seems the circle has expanded to its limit. Depending on how much it has expanded, even using the same magic will result in differences in speed and power. Because I am at the peak of the second circle, we need to be as strong as or even stronger than him. However, his power exceeds my understanding, especially seeing how he can still enter the Great Gate. I'm pretty sure he's also got 2 circles, no doubt about it. Somehow he's managed to boost his skills. To be fair, he is currently the strongest adventurer at the gate. Du feels it's hard to believe. Impossible, even. This news makes him worried. So what should we do now?
Should we try the previous tactic with you, Tin? Elpa replied. No, it's not that simple. Other elves are different from those simple pig monsters. They can recognize us as enemies and use that to fight back. Kiri interrupted him.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Do you really understand our current situation?
The important thing now is that a follower of the Dark Wizard is hiding inside Night Exnas. This is crucial information that will determine the fate of the Mall world. We need to get out of here quickly. You should give up on conquering this great gate.
Elpa's words make her scowl. It's pointless. Do still doesn't understand. Huh?
Kiri glares angrily at him, just as expected.
We know you were once a slave. Are you really planning to continue chasing that meager reward?
He calmly questioned her. What happens after warning the people outside? Do you really think that's the best way to deal with them?
I advise you not to underestimate them. These cultists have hidden underground for hundreds of years to develop their roots. Exposing them is like cutting off each branch. We need to dig deeper.
Once they decide to hide, no one can find them. They will become parasitic creatures that erode the world from places no one can see. This truth makes Kiri feel furious. She shouted in his face, "That's not acceptable, and this won't do either. So what do you actually want us to do? If you don't want to help, then don't bother spouting such nonsense. Right now, we're being chased. We have to get out of here before it's too late. We need to find them as quickly as possible. Who is the real hunter?" The forest is filled with a peaceful aura, but that scene doesn't last long as the sound of hurried footsteps echoes. Suddenly, his accomplices are searching for your figures, he orders.
We have to find them as quickly as possible. If they manage to escape through the main gate, our necks will be on the line.
He proactively greets Sue, "Hello." He staggered and fell to the ground, crouching to avoid Debo's dagger as his henchmen surrounded him. "Fools! You're only bringing death upon yourselves again. This time I will definitely kill you." As he finished speaking, the rope wrapped around the giant log also snapped. It was a trap set by Debo's group, and it heavily struck one of them. Chinri was the one who cut the rope. "Do not give them a chance to counterattack." He swings his blade up.
"Do you think you're so relaxed that you have time to look away?"
Before his sword could strike down, Suden charged in. "You're dead!" DB tilted his head to the side, the sword barely missing by a hair. He was stunned, mouth agape. "What?" Du didn't give him a chance to speak further and delivered an uppercut that made him fall backward. He put down his sword and used both hands to punch the guy, like punching a punching bag, even kicking him a few times for good measure. A straight punch to the face causes Suden to bleed fresh blood. Another woman is taking advantage of a momentary distraction to prepare an assassination arrow. But her dream was shattered when Kiri was behind her, and she only managed to gasp what's happening before a kick sent her crashing to the ground. The next thing to greet her is the sharp blade of her opponent. Kiri swings his sword down fiercely. She just raised her sword to block and hold her ground. Kiri closed in on her opponent and said, "You shouldn't look away like that. You trash, I'm really annoyed right now." William slowly walks forward, leaning on his spear, guessing they've already started, and there's something that piques my curiosity. "Are you waiting for us?" He coldly looked at him. Their two spears were both blazing with fire.
"All right, let's get started."
William quickly launches his missile. El Paz's side is similar. William's missile flies straight toward him.
Faced with that fierce firepower, he quickly dodged to the side. His eyes showed determination, and Pa also launched his missile at the opponent.
He looked so excited that his pupils seemed about to fall out. Amazing! An explosion erupts fiercely, and he raises his hand to block the heat from the blast as thick black smoke billows up. Before Aopa could react, the black smoke shot straight toward him. When its tip was close to his face, he finally realized. "A kick?" William took advantage of your moment of distraction, his voice ringing right behind you. "Is that all you've got?" He launches his missile, and the entire space lights up with flames, scorching a corner of the forest, but Aopa's figure gradually emerges amidst the blazing fire.
You appeared completely unharmed. On the opposite side, William excitedly said, "Did you just dodge that?"
I'm really surprised, even though I was sure you didn't have the strength to block it.
How did you do that? You're not the type to talk a lot, are you? All right then, since you're distracted while fighting, how can we talk? I'll make you speak.
Despite his endless chatter, he remains very reserved. Talun Thu Thuong directly confronts him, and this move shocks him, using spiritual communication to change the arrow's direction. It's like a drill piercing through my magic. I've never seen anything like this before. This move of yours clearly overwhelmed your opponent. William exclaimed in disbelief, unable to believe you enhanced your skills with spiritual communication.
Now I understand you're the genius everyone talks about, right? That's the kind of person I hate the most.
Then maybe we should do something more interesting. Show me what you can really do. To satisfy him, he clenched his fist with his full strength and swung it. He gathered the earth and rocks to block the enemy's missile, but it still pierced straight through.
He smugly asked, "What are you doing? Do you only know how to play hide and seek?"
His hand continues to reach out. William bends down to avoid the incoming missile. He muttered in surprise. When did that happen? Epa was always very reserved, focusing all his strength into his palm. The missile once again whizzed past the opponent's face, who struggled to dodge each incoming missile as if they had eyes, sweat pouring down. The opponent counterattacked, launching a missile of his own, enough playing around now. Epa remains very calm as the missile approaches, and the Tathu Luan Thuong is formed like a drill. Two immense forces collide, causing a massive explosion. William is pleased as his plan succeeds.
You finally used up both shots, right?
The green toxic fumes from his ring spread out in 4 directions. The toxic fumes cling to Epa's face as the thick poison envelops him. Until everything gradually fades away, the scene becomes hazy. He started rambling again. The poison gas is very useful, but it makes you reveal your weakness during the execution. Isn't it better to use fire and spiritual energy without issue? He still sneered and replied, I can completely block your attack if I can keep your missile in cooldown. Now, you can't do anything for the next 3 minutes. All my skills are cooling down, so I will end you with this dagger. Now it's time for my favorite part. I can't wait any longer. Oh, I am so eager to see what your desperate face will look like. Will you tremble? Will you cry? Otherwise, William is lost in his illusions, and Eopa has already thrown a punch. He still hasn't realized the danger approaching. Until it was beyond saving, his eyes widened in shock. His fist lowered, and William's face was punched in. His entire face now looked sharp. William was knocked back. Iburu once asked Debo how he did it. That day at the tavern, Iburu was eager to get an answer. Tell me what you did to overcome the poison from that crazy toxic mushroom. Your boss isn't here, so it's okay. I'll pay for this meal, so relax and enjoy. Even if I use it, it would be useless. That's not something you want to use that you can actually use. He calls it Zoom, right? A superpower skill to suck in and condense the air. Just when I thought everything was settled, he absorbed all the poison from that large area. That's all, nothing special. Is that right? Yuru thought she was hearing things. What? So it's no different from a scam? Du laughed loudly and said, My boss is an incredible con artist. That's why in this battle, William was tricked with a blow he couldn't react to, only able to become a punching bag for him to beat as he pleased. Despite losing teeth, he still tried to ask about the poison, but Aopa didn't give him another chance, delivering another punch that made him shut up. He concentrates all his strength into his fist as William's entire body is overwhelmed by the relentless rain of punches. He knocked him into the distant tree. The spear had been summoned. He clenched his hand around his spear. A missile was fired. As William managed to breathe out, his entire eyeball seemed to want to pop out, reflecting a golden flame within. His missile pierces through him, leaving the talkative man's arm on the ground. Despite losing an arm, William still summons all his strength and screams. His poison spreads again, filling the air around him as his hand reaches out, emitting a wondrous blue light. He activated the square to trap William's poison inside. He silently sneered, thinking this was just a show. He's just pretending to be crazy, but it's useless. Since his poison isn't effective, he's probably trying to get his staff back. Go ahead, I will end you immediately. Just then, a fireball flew towards you from behind, with devastating force knocking away all obstacles. Just as the flames closed in on his face, El Pa realized he had been ambushed. William had created a massive matrix, and a missile harnessing the power of that formation shot straight toward Ipao Mi. He shouted, You bastard, I will tear you to pieces! A deep groove stretched across the ground. Eopa grimaced in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood, silently blaming himself for being too careless. He never expected him to have a fireball as a trump card. If it had been before, he wouldn't have made such a mistake. The flames surged again, making him realize he had lost his edge. The flames flare up, and Diobo in another area can feel it. He grabs Suden by the collar and anxiously calls out, "Boss!" Kiri's sword also swept through all the enemies, beheading one. She told Debo to fight quickly. The enemies are too strong for him to handle alone. Bo retorts, "I'm fighting right now, what do you think?" As soon as he finished, an arrow shot straight into Sude's head. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed loudly as the fierce green goblins charged towards them, with the leader still armed with a bow. "Damn it, I was just wondering why they hadn't appeared yet." Kiri suspiciously asked him, "Is that a green goblin?" "Focus, we need to finish this quickly." Doji warns cautiously, "Don't underestimate them, they're not easy to deal with." Then a sedan chair appeared, and the other demons continued to carry the wooden carriage. Do said as he saw the boss sitting majestically on the chair, along with that strange guy. The boss snarled with a toothy grin at them. On the other side of the battlefield, William let out a sigh of relief amid the thick smoke. Finally, he's dead. But suddenly, he spat out a large amount of blood, coughing as he fell to the ground, strange blood veins spreading across his face. It seems William was poisoned. I admit you're not bad at all. You can push me to this point again. At least I should ask for his name before killing him. Ipa. The name echoed as if responding to his plea. Hearing this, he became frantic. No way. You step out of the cold fire and glance back. Remember this, because that is the last name you will hear while alive. You insect, no matter how much you try to boast, it's useless. Isn't your power enough? Ipa interrupts him. Yes, I give up. With only 2 circles, I can't catch you. He pulls out a bright orange mana stone. William doubts, is that a mana stone? Are you crazy? Do you hope to level up your circle by absorbing that mana stone? Just absorbing a mana stone won't allow you to level up. What you need is enlightenment through countless battles. A powerful aura surrounds Apa as he honestly admits that experience and enlightenment are necessary. William let out a sound, and a thorn appeared on the young man's hand. There have been 3 rounds in total. I already have all of those. William took the initiative to attack him. You're just a loud empty barrel, die. 2 missiles fly toward him, and he only watches coldly as everything unfolds. El Pa pulls the spear tight. His missile attack, now with even greater power, was launched. William used fireballs to defend, while El Pa extended his hand, summoning flames with each strike, and William's eyes seemed about to pop out at the sight of this move. The giant's head crashes straight into his, and William can only shout, "Everything is over." The missile carrying his body soars into the distance as flames rage fiercely across the forest. Eopa coldly watched William's fate, as beneath the deep trench he created, a faint voice called out. The corpse was burned down to just a few remnants. "Toshtanat, Bo." Palmy muttered, "Oh, I forgot to ask his name." The giant steps of the green demons stomp on the ground as they scatter and search through the forest. As Kiri helps Bo hide behind a tree, she nervously thinks to herself that the situation is too dire, recalling how Diobo swung his axe and shouted earlier. 16 and 17, counting the fallen green demons one by one. Over there, Kiri is still trying to resist, thinking, what is this? How did he defeat the monsters so easily? Diobo chuckled proudly. As easy as eating cake, I read you like an open book, you cheap trash. The green demon roared, fists pounding fiercely, leaping high. Then from behind the demon, he swung down with a sword counting to 18. But before the blade could touch the monster's skin, a massive attack was launched at him, engulfing the entire area in an explosion. The goblin looked at him smugly, and Kiri also frowned, realizing that was a fire spell trajectory. She looked at the wizard goblin's staff in his hand as he was chanting, and was even more startled. How does that monster have such a powerful move? It can even use items. It's different from the others. Damn it, things are getting worse. I have to hide until El Pa comes back. I hope he's still alive. At that moment, the claw of a goblin creature reached from behind. Luckily, Kiri spotted it just in time and grabbed Debo to jump away from danger. The group of goblin soldiers chased after the 2 of them. Kiri was blocked by one, who swung his sword. She clenched her fists, then threw him into the air, taking the chance to slash the goblin in half with her sword, and she caught Debo just as he fell, muttering, "A bunch of troublemakers. If I hit each one, I might still be able to handle it." Kiri, alert to the approaching danger, dodges another fireball, wishing the monster wasn't there, and struggles to carry him aside as the fireball strikes again. The entire space lights up with firepower as the boss lets out a low growl of pleasure. Amidst the thick smoke, a figure gradually emerges. Debo has returned, standing tall to face the boss. Kiri, collapsing nearby, also exclaimed with her tangled hair and fierce gaze. His entire face was filled with darkness, silent. Debo swung his sword and charged forward. He faced directly with numerous fierce demons, each cut through like chopping mud with his sword. He subtly dodged the sword, causing the boss to freeze as if sealed. The boss then launched a fireball, making everything explode in an instant. Kiri looked in that direction and exclaimed, unable to believe her eyes, as Diobo suddenly leapt from atop the boss's head and charged down. She doubted it was real. Was he really the first circle? Debo's eyes blaze with fire as his sword swings down powerfully. Just inches from the boss's face, another fireball is unleashed. Kiri quickly rushed to catch Bo as he was thrown aside. The boss's mouth also dripped with fresh blood. It growled in anger a few times, its eyes flashing with deadly intent. The boss raised its spear high, unleashing a much fiercer blaze than before. Kiri swung her sword to block in front of Bo. "Step back, I'll handle the rest." The fireball thrown by the boss towards the target is intercepted by a missile coming from somewhere, hitting the monster's attack directly. It stared blankly and cried out, its eyes filled with blazing red flames. The fierce power of the missile tore through the boss's body. Kiri was speechless, unable to explain what was happening, but El Pa had arrived just in time, his body battered but still comforting. "It seems I still made it in time." Long was outside waiting for them until he was exhausted and yawning, feeling puzzled because 4 days had passed but there was still no sign of them. "At first I was happy because I was earning some money, but now I feel restless, lying around bored all the time, so from now on I won't take any more defense missions." Suddenly I saw many people gathered at the gate, which surprised me. Why is it so noisy? The gate is red and swollen like a giant monster. Then it started to break apart. Long Ko saw this and jumped up, shouting, "What?" The entire gate is shattered in front of him. "Over there!" Kay urgently shouted. "Hey, go call the bishop over here!" Long Ko ran over to ask Kay what was happening. "Report the situation." She quickly summarized. "Someone has survived and returned. Long, I see the main gate has disappeared. The raid is over." Long Ko was stunned by the scene before him. Have they really come back? He asked as there were 3 wounded bodies of Ipa's group below, and Ipa suddenly woke up from his daze. Long Ko had been waiting for him for a long time and asked, "Are you awake now?" Ipa immediately sat up, puzzled. This is Long Ko coldly demanding and honestly answering that it seems only the 3 of you from the Ga Healing Society survived. What happened inside the main gate? This question surprised Elpam. Is it really just the 3 of us? I also guessed, but it seems everyone has already died. Long Ko immediately threatened him, replying carefully, "Unless you want to lose the life you've struggled to save. Ipa brings shocking news, there is a demon." The guy stares in surprise and asks again, "A demon? Can I ask for a favor? Could you lend me a pen and paper? I will draw it for you, I don't know what it's called," but Long Ko's face is filled with disbelief after seeing the sketch. He furrowed his brows tightly as a shout echoed inside the tent. "It's absurd. A total of 100 people sitting in the meeting are arguing about what just happened. Moreover, they are all key players representing each merchant alliance. Even if it's a 100-person gate, isn't that just a single gate? You think we believe everyone was defeated by monsters? They didn't even break a sweat when facing any monsters inside the normal gate." The representative of Sky Merchant is Toriel, who also spoke up in protest. "My cousin is among them." Long Ko shows them the drawing Ipa made, and it seems he's not lying. This is the form of the boss in the 100-person gate. They exclaimed upon seeing that Green Goblin. If it's a green goblin, isn't that a monster capable of using items? I heard they are so smart that in a big battle it would be like fighting an entire human army. With only 100 people against that thing, it must be tough. A courteous gentleman, frowning as he strokes his golden beard, finds it unacceptable. Franco, the representative of Merchant Gondriki, shares his opinion. "I don't know about the others, but there's no way our Natasa would lose to something like that." Long Ko frowned and asked him, "What are you talking about?" He replied, "Yes, I think so. There's a trap, there's definitely someone stabbing from behind, which is why things turned out like this. We can't know what's happening inside the main gate. Someone is likely taking advantage of this, whether it was planned or not. The truth is that the 3 survivors are all from the same group." Abis, seeing the guy's snide remark, spoke up. "I can't listen to this nonsense anymore." "So you mean Gafo was planning to betray us?" "It was just luck that one of our team reached the 3rd round and survived." "Has any one of you ever been like that?" Franco asked back. "Are our mercenaries from the Merchant Alliance not as skilled as Go?" Abis also openly admits it. "I'm just telling the truth," Franco replied with disdain. "It's really laughable. If Gafor truly had that much talent, you wouldn't be at the bottom of the Great Merchant Alliance." Despite these words, Biz still laughed loudly, saying, "We're new and will climb the rankings soon,
so try to hold your spots for us.
Longko felt annoyed seeing these two keep mocking each other.
Are you guys done talking? Franco asked again, after a long ramble.
Surely you have proof, right?
Abbas replied, we have no evidence. We didn't take any items out of the main gate. We have no motive. Understand? The debate ended there. Longko saw the EP group off before leaving and told him I will come back.
Thank you for your hospitality. All right, be careful. Long, is it okay to let them leave like that? The man coldly replied. Isn't that what we concluded? The entire lush green forest looks truly peaceful. El Pa keenly notices a snail observing them from afar. Kiri reminds him, look, it's really following us. The harmless snail with a small flower on its shell slowly moves away. Why are you still hesitating, El Pa? We've dealt with the pursuers of the Dark Mage, taken care of the Green Goblin, and cleaned up its minions.
Now we just need to throw away all the items and fight a little before leaving. That's right.
El Pa responds with a knowing look, the phoenix feather he obtained from William tucked into his back.
I think you're right. Kill the boss and discard the item, but the phoenix feather he's holding can boost fire magic power by 30%, just by holding it.
Unlike other items, this one can stack effects. So this is why adventurers keep getting wiped out here.
I understand now. This is an unexpected gift. I have to get this out no matter what. Kiri is still quite worried. If we take anything out without prior registration, we'll be suspected of being traitors.
Didn't you warn us about that?
Ayo Palmi, don't be too greedy. Just follow the plan to find the main gate and escape.
Then suddenly a strange creature appears. They both turned in surprise. A snail? A pet snail doesn't look like other monster snails. It has no offensive power but can sense and collect items. The more items it gathers, the larger its shell becomes. This is a creature found after the Great Gate was opened in a past life. Ipa lifts the snail onto his shoulder as it opens its shell. He pulls out a golden feather from inside the shell, and now the two phoenix feathers belong to Ipa Mi. Kiri wondered, you took it out without getting caught? How do you know about the use of this snail? He replied. I think it's better to try than to leave empty-handed. What now? I've done as you told me. What are you planning to do now? Ipa advised her. Don't rush.
Because they have infiltrated the Cygnus Knights, we need to be careful in gathering information, or they might be hiding even deeper.
Kiri hesitated.
Then Elpa didn't answer directly, but said vaguely, they should have gone back by now.
Let's wait. In a dark corner, the names Genis, Media, Dick, Gondrick, El Nido, and Sky are read aloud, all of whom have already been eliminated. Yoka angrily crumples the plan in his hand. It was indeed a failed raid. Baju reports that they were all killed by the boss, causing the raid to fail, and only 3 from Gu survived by luck. During the meeting, they also suspected there was a traitor, but it was actually him under suspicion, not us. And he was also denied due to lack of evidence. Now, he continues, although the mission failed, luckily we were not exposed, and I will prepare for the next operation. The entire palace is as gloomy as Yoka's mood, he grits out. They didn't get caught. Beiju nervously replies, yes. Voka begins to analyze.
Our plan is to eliminate all sides and kill the boss ourselves.
So at least one of the 3 survivors must have seen William, but in the report El Pa sent, it didn't mention anything about that. Does he really have to hide it? Even so, we have people in many trade associations. If they leak the information, it will be difficult for us.
That's why we need to hide it. What if he realizes that the one behind this isn't just a trade association, but us?
They will be the only ones to know about the return of the Dark Mage's apostle. What if he decides to reveal that information? Beidou was stunned and said, that can't be. If that's the case, we're in danger. We have to eliminate all the infiltrators in the trade associations before things go wrong. Ivoka laughed loudly, cutting off Bejizu. Is this an invitation? How interesting. I will accept. It's best to choose a different stage so they might become the 101st guest. This is truly hell. Monsters appear amidst the chaos. The man with a pale face thought that living in poverty was a luxury, with no choice but to watch his sister suffer from the black blood disease every day and even be unable to be by her side when his only family member passed away. This place is truly hell. He stared intently at the battered bow in front of him. Aaron sneered. So there's still someone here? She crouched down and looked at Daibo excitedly and offered, do you need my help because you look so miserable? He glanced at Aaron, his voice sharp. Get out of here. That's the first time I met Aaron. A fierce red-eyed monster with sharp teeth roars as Debo excitedly shouts. All right, I'm in first place. This is only if you're 30 seconds faster. It seems we've already chosen the half-baked one. Go in, your movements are too showy. I agree. Yeah. Aaron cheered brightly. It seems everything has been settled. Well done, let's go. Debo looks up at Aaron, standing proudly above. Admiration in his eyes as if she were a hero. A year. That's enough time for me to completely change my worldview. A cold but warm hero who protects others by leading the way. Standing beside her changed how I see the world and helping her become my goal. The guy on the team burst out laughing. Ha ha, washing dishes from the entire dead mine to the challenge cave. Now that's interesting.
Dove got angry and said, I wasn't holding back earlier. Stop laughing. The other person replied,
Yeah. Do the great can't be weak like that because he's claiming to be Aaron's disciple, but don't you think you can try harder if you want her to acknowledge you? He blushed with embarrassment and shouted, I told you not to talk about that anymore. Aaron kept walking ahead, ignoring him. She turned to ask the pretty girl behind her, Zoon, is this the right way? She replied, based on the sign your brother left above, it seems to be correct. The atmosphere seems to have changed. It turns out that beneath Mount E, there is a place like this. In a wooden house, a loud voice shouted, Please! Sun was desperately begging. The deep areas of the E mountain mine are too dangerous. I can't go alone. No one is willing to go with me. I need your strength to find my brother. Aaron still firmly explained, You have the wrong person. I don't accept personal requests like this, and the condition to take you along is very complicated. You call yourself a guide, but you should know that your level 3 skills are useless. Furthermore, there's no guarantee that your brother is still alive. I advise you to find another adventurer. Sun couldn't hold back her tears upon hearing that. Debo, sorry to interrupt, but maybe we are her last hope since no other adventurers have gone to the trial cave since the last day. He firmly insisted, I want to help. I will take responsibility for her safety. Can you reconsider? At this moment, a scene of brutal war unfolds. Who died? Who? A body lying on the ground shocks Aaron's team. No, Sayawan denies it. This is not your brother. Aaron replied, I see. It's lucky. But how did this guy get killed here? But these wounds don't look like they were caused by a monster. It seems he died exactly a week ago. The bloodstains on the ground, someone shouting, Wait, if I remember correctly, this person was suddenly something flying down, crashing into the ground and creating a large hole. An explosion shakes the ground as Du hugs Sun, stunned. What's going on? Could it be? Damn it, is that Jiakum? A monster made of earth and stone appears to attack Aaron's team. Debo stands in front of Sun to protect her and shouts an order to hide behind him. A flash of blue lightning streaked across quickly, unleashing On's power to attack the monster. Aaron shouted, Debo, we'll attack from the left. Debo immediately understood the command. Let's finish it quickly. Miria darted forward like lightning to attack, and the three of them coordinated perfectly to strike together. Sayon was stunned to see the battle before him, a large hole in the ground not far away. Dokan kiet sukluk, he stood gasping for air, truly as stubborn as they say. Miria from afar shouts, Where is Sanon? Does anyone know where she is? Debo suddenly asked back, What do you mean? Now, only her familiar hairpin remains on the ground, with no sign of her. He looks at the nearby cave and guesses, Don't tell me she went in alone, damn it, why did she move on her own? Aaron warns everyone to stay alert, as he senses a very strong energy coming from inside. Everyone was a bit curious. What do you mean? So there's still something inside? She replied, not sure. I can't say for sure, but I am certain that it's a very powerful and dangerous entity. Decisively, I will bring her back. He lowered his head, saying, I am responsible for her safety. The other two, protect this place. Miria reassures him, Bo, stay calm. Aren't you listening to Aaron? I'll go with you now. A voice suddenly spoke, catching him off guard. Aaron's firm voice declared that, regardless of what the entity inside was, it would be a threat to the MEL world. My job is to stop it. Are we clear? Let's go quickly. Inside the cave is flowing lava and sharp rocks. The boiling lava flows beneath a giant tree. Sun sits still and unmoving. Aaron's team reached her. She's vomiting. Next to her, a strong figure lies still and unmoving. She now seems to have lost all her vitality. Everyone was surprised by this. Wait a moment. A corpse? She replied. Yes, that's my brother. As she spoke, she reached out to touch the handsome face of the young man. Aaron frowned, his sharp eyes observing carefully. Du was disappointed and thought to himself, Damn it, all this effort since earlier. He shouted loudly, Stay there, I will come to save you. She smiled softly, her face still wet with tears streaming down. Sun Non glanced at him, her face showing sadness. So, you were following me. Diobo, I knew you would come, because you are a good person, but I can't go back anymore. What do you mean? She continued. Dio. Do you know what Gakum means? It means the demon tree. Many believe that the moving statue is Gakum. The statues are just objects possessed by Gum. The giant tree here is the real Jia Kum. You all still haven't fought the true entity. Debo couldn't believe his ears and asked again, What exactly are you saying, son? Aren stands before Debo and calmly says, "Thank you for telling us. I didn't expect it to have a different form. Son non, I will cut down that demon tree. So don't worry. You should better leave now. This place is very dangerous. You might get crushed by that tree or still have something unfinished." As she spoke, she slowly approached Sanon, boldly suggesting that she used her brother as a sacrifice. Sanon gently extended his hand, holding a round red ball. "You still don't understand what I'm talking about, do you?" She looked at the ball in her hand, tears still flowing. "It has already begun. As soon as all of you stepped in here. Jiakum is an entity of possession and what it can control. It is not just limited to being a statue." As he finished speaking, a shadow appeared behind him. Dio stabbed a sword into his stomach. Aran was caught off guard and couldn't react in time as the person rushed swiftly toward her, while a massive force from the ground, Diobo still struggled to get up. "Theotao? Why, Miria?" He was stunned by the image before him. Miria, with blazing red eyes, shouted, "Did you kill my friend?" "It's useless. To them, you are just a target for revenge." From the ground, flowing lava splattered as a giant monster roared upward. Because the show had to end on a high note, it was all because the dark mage San appeared with a new look. Long white hair and dangerous red eyes, with explosions continuously erupting one after another. "Debo, end this now. She's no longer Miria. Wake up." Miria at this moment sneers and responds to Debo, "I know, damn it." Eren unleashes all his strength, boosting his adrenaline. The powerful magic shattered the large stones into pieces, capable of breaking even a sharp stone. "Damn it!" Debo gritted his teeth. "Damn it." The magic keeps smashing the ground into pieces. Diobo silently blames himself. "Damn it, I shouldn't have brought everyone to this place." Every time he casts a spell, Eren bleeds a little. Debo, furious, shouts and throws his axe into the fight. "It's all my fault." The axe swung straight into Miria's stomach. A heartfelt apology escapes my lips. "I'm sorry, Miria." Suddenly, Miria's hand raised directly to his face. Her eyes still dripped with a few drops of blood. That hand gently touches his face. Miria's face has returned to normal, and she still utters a final word. "Thank you. Please take care of Eren." That makes Debo feel even more guilty and torn apart by conscience. "Eren is still fighting the monster, so is this your true form?" One of her strikes shattered the large stone, but the monster is still very strong, making her a bit frustrated. Aran puts all her strength into this attack, charging the spear straight at the target, a voice whispering encouragement beside her. "Aren, tear this thing apart!" Both Eren and Debo put all their strength into the spear, striking the monster with a powerful blow. The monster was knocked over. Daibo angrily cursed, "This damn thing." Seon also used all his strength. "I sacrifice my life to the Great One," as she points her spear directly at him. Aren hesitates for a moment, then delivers a final blow and she collapses. Eren expressionless. Now only the statue remains. Debo's eyes are wide open. Maybe it won't let us destroy it so easily. Suddenly he clutches his head in pain. Eren seems to realize something. Dio shouted urgently, "Eren, no, you have to. You have to kill me quickly. Hurry up before I do something I'll regret." Aren understood and clenched her weapon, cursing non-stop. "Damn it, forgive me, I'm leaving." A smile still on his face, he thought to himself. Maybe this is better. This is punishment for his foolish stupidity. I apologize to everyone because of me. Aran, hurry up. Du opens his eyes wide, and in front of him is the face of a woman. He was stunned. "Day, why is my sister here? What is going on? Who brought you here? Is it because of you?" Eren's image appears blurry. "You dare?" Aren reassures him. "Don't worry, I will finish this quickly." Debo is completely furious. "How dare you involve my sister in this? I will not forgive you." A constant immense power emanates from Debo. He is completely changed. It looks like Miria is rushing to attack Eren, perhaps not fully understanding what's happening at this moment. A direct blow to her face. Eren blocks with his hand. His senses are too sharp. The intense battle between the two, but her attack was so fierce that it cut a gash into the monster. In an instant, she appeared behind Debo. He just turned his head when Eren delivered a decisive attack, knocking the axe away, lightning flashing across the ground, and she jumped up to land another strike on the monster. "Let's end this," the final blow to finish it. Before she could finish, Debo jumped onto the monster's head and, like lightning, rushed toward her. Eren muttered angrily, "Debo, you fool, this is your only chance. I can't stop now." Thinking it over, she still decided to deliver the final blow. "I'm sorry, Dib. That attack was so fierce and powerful that the monster was shattered into 100 pieces." After the battle, Debo returned to normal, rubbing his head as he asked, "Quace, what's going on?" The sword is still in her hand. Aren is overjoyed, finally awake again. "I'm tired," and collapsed to the ground.
Well, I thought I would have to leave without saying goodbye.
Debo hurriedly calls her name, Aaron, his hands trembling. No, Aaron, I told you to kill me. Why? Why didn't you? She gently explained.
Debo, I can't. We failed once 800 years ago. I am no longer the one who can stop the dark mage.
You, Debo, you have talent. At your age, I cannot compare to you. Debo choked back tears. No, Aaron, I can't become as strong as you, no matter how much time I have. Aaron smiles brightly. Debo, I entrust the MLE world to you. I know you can do it because you are my only disciple. Debo shouted. Aaron, wake up. Debo opens his eyes. Aaron, that's how you die. I have to let her friends know about this.
Debo's lonely, back as he walks away with his sword. Finally, I left that place.
Without Aaron, I have nothing left. That place is hell. I can't protect the life of my target that I struggled to find, nor atone for my past mistakes. I can't even fulfill the last wish of the person I loved. Bocam planted the axe into the ground, with a blazing red light and a huge explosion in front of him. He opened his eyes, exhausted, lying on the bed after a long sleep. You clumsily carry a bunch of things to check on me. I'm awake now. I have no injuries, but I was still unconscious, so I was worried. You were talking in your sleep. Were you having a nightmare? Do sitting up, rubbing his head, he mumbled vaguely. I don't remember anything from the dream. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Then he hurriedly ran out. Huh? Who is it? Yes, I'll go out now. Go outside. Someone is looking for you. Du was surprised. Looking for me? A muscular figure steps out to meet a visitor. The young man with black hair urged, Du, our plan has already been pushed forward. Hurry up and get ready, Du asks again. No days off? The boss nonchalantly said. Aren't you already rested enough? Why should I care about any of this? I just want to borrow some money, 200,000. Me is enough. Du is absolutely determined not to have any love affairs, Abus asks. So they killed all 97 people. But you survived after raising your circle. You sit across and reply. That's right. Ias nervously thought, what is this bastard planning? He looked up and said, so is there anything else? You only get rewarded with this big gate if you provide me with enough information. You must need money a lot, right? The other person calmly said, I think I miscalculated. Then El Pa slammed the money down on the table decisively. Let me pay off my debt first. 2 million miso. With this amount, I've paid off my debt. Abus kept sweating, and he was curious. How could this guy gather such a large amount of miso? The amount we pay him isn't that much. It looks like he's already secretly earned money, and now he's trying to protect his earnings from the information he provided. Then he sighed and clapped his hands. Congratulations, you're now a free adventurer. We really need to sign a new contract. Tell me how much reward you want for signing the contract. I will try to meet it. 50 million demon coins, the guy shouted in disbelief. What? 50 million is just unreasonable. You're just a C-rank adventurer. No one would pay you that much. He gently placed his hand on the table. Then we have nothing more to say. Without hesitation, he turned around and the slightly stunned man hurriedly reached out to stop him. Donyan asked how it went, and I immediately replied that he refused after hearing about my signing bonus. Are you surprised? How much did you ask for? He calmly said, 50 million mies for the girl, 50 million. Are you crazy? Ipa sighed in frustration. Du seems a bit annoyed. He never discusses anything with me beforehand. But why are we here? It's a dilapidated slum. Ipa asks, do you know this place? How could I not know Bo Bao? He started to tell me that when he was young, he tried everything to escape from here. The place I live now isn't much better, but compared to this, it's a paradise. I heard this place used to be the most lively area in List, but those days are gone. Now it's just a hideout for robbers. It's probably the worst spot on Victoria Island when suddenly a man fell from above. He fell in front of the two people. Du was a bit surprised. Huh? The others are surrounding them with knives. The one who fell down whispers angrily, damn it, I thought everything was going smoothly. Du sighed deeply, unsurprised. It seems there was a fight. Let's go around. This area looks exactly like I remember. Suddenly, someone shouted, Boss, why are you guys so late? Those bastards called me a thief and beat me up. Please protect me. That's the person who fell. He, with tears and snot all over his face, is reaching out to the toilet, secretly calling for help. He didn't believe it, eyes wide open, shouting, What are you talking about, you crazy? You call us big brothers with that face. Who would believe it? Big Brother seems right, peeing himself with rage. Are you kidding me? A bearded man with green hair points a knife directly at the three of them. Your little brother stole our stuff to sell. I'll let you go if you can pay us back for him. Hand over the 3 million in lottery tickets immediately. The man behind Debo insists. Do you think I stole it? What could I see with these tiny eyes? Stop blaming innocent people. Get lost.
The bald guy shouted, "You bastard! Do you want to die?"
Suddenly, 3 large stacks of money hit him in the face with a single sentence. 3 million in gambling money. He paw with a cold face, took the money, and left immediately. Du couldn't understand why.
Why did you do that? You don't care.
He glanced at the person behind him and called out, "Raph, follow me." He was surprised and asked, "You know me?" Later, Raph understood the reason. "So you want to recruit me into the team. What about a medallion the money?"
Ipa replies, "I don't have any.
I already threw all the money I had just now." "Which troop are you with?"
He replied,
"I don't have that either."
He angrily said, "Are you kidding me?"
"So why should I join your group?" DB heard that and couldn't help but get angry. "This bastard, give us the 3 million me-so right now."
He sneered, "I never said you two had to pay me. Did I ask for your opinion before doing this?" The two of them were surprised.
"What?" Raph continued with an amused look on his face. "If you've come all this way to find me, you must know my skills already. So you should pay me a fair price."
"I will give a special discount and join your group for 3 million mayos. That bastard suddenly from afar comes over and interrupts. "Sorry, I am Beiju from the Cod Traders Guild. Are you Aopa? I am here, very pleased to meet you.
I also wanted to meet you somewhere better than this, but things didn't go as planned. Please forgive me." She continued, The Kania merchant group values you highly for successfully attacking hundreds of people. And although this may be sudden, I won't beat around the bush anymore. We want to recruit your team. Of course, there will be a simple raid test. We will pay 3 million mesos up front and give a 50 million bonus if you pass the test." Du was surprised. "What?" she asked. "Do you want to join us?" A sly smile appeared on his face. Without waiting for anyone to reply, BU hurriedly left, leaving only a message. "The raid will take place in 3 days. Good luck." Diobo stood excitedly, smiling broadly, and said, "That's a real bargain. Plus, 3 thick stacks of money thrown away. Take them." Raph's eyes lit up as he counted the bills, and Elpa said, "That's the reward money you requested.
A 1-year contract. I will give you an extra 70 million after a successful raid," Dio asked in surprise.
"Huh? What? Wait a minute, what's wrong with you today? He spends 10 million on someone like him. He ignores the voices in his ears, reminding him, 'Let's go or we'll be late.' Peeing is so confusing. Huh? Where else do we have to go? Hey, boss. The sudden stop for a bowel movement caused him to freeze for a few seconds, because he saw the stunningly beautiful Kiri.
He pointed at her irritably and asked, "Why is this old woman here?" She angrily retorted, "Shut up!"
"I'm only here to keep my promise." Walking step by step in the pouring rain.
The whole Elpado gang cheerfully exclaims, "What a beautiful day to storm the gate." 5 groups totaling 50 people. This should be enough, right? Raph irritably wondered if bringing this useless person would reduce the amount of money he earned. Beiju stepped forward to introduce himself. "Hello, I am Biu from the Cha Merchant Group. As you have been informed, this time the main gate is orange with a maximum of 50 people and 3 symbols. I believe that with this number, clearing the main gate will not be a problem." El Pa silently thought to himself, "I was expecting the Kania merchant group to contact me, but I didn't expect them to bring me here. They have already started using this place. Although the timing is different from my previous life, this is the gate I cleared once before, just as I planned." The warning sound continues to ring out. Please note that all groups must signal if they find the second gate. Du is a bit surprised. What is that second gate? Kiri explains to him that the gates are divided into levels by their colors. A second gate means there is another prison inside the gate. Because the orange gate is a 2-layer structure, we need to raid another prison inside it. Also, since this is the second gate, its terrain and monsters will be completely different. Remember this, you fool. Listen until the end and stop asking questions, Bo. Raph was a bit disappointed, not expecting him to be so inexperienced. Bo shouted angrily, "Shut up, he doesn't care," and turned to ask you. "You say your name is El Pai, just to be clear. Even though you've signed a contract with me, that doesn't determine who will be the leader. The team leader should be the better one, right?" I heard that and felt a bit disdainful. "So you're just a greedy person. All right, decide the leader based on who contributes the most to this big gate." He secretly feels happy upon hearing that. This new recruit has been fooled. Things will get very interesting once I become the leader. "Then I wish everyone a good luck," Kiri said. "Finally, it has begun." Dofin is excited. "If we get through this, we'll earn 50 million fans." "Boss, let's go quickly." Raph teased, "Do you think we're going on a picnic? I probably won't see this tiny soldier anymore. I'm so pissed off I could explode." "What? Damn it, I can't stand you anymore. Just jump in and fight.
While cursing at him, he flips the bird to show his anger. Raph seemed to ignore everything, twirling his ear and saying, "It's obvious who will win or lose. Why should I do that?" "I've never done something so stupid before," Dono shouted angrily. "Why the hell that guy? Why did the boss recruit him into the team?" Thanks to him, everyone has been so proud. When he turned around, he saw a horrifying scene. A horde of monsters attacking everyone. Hangan's scream echoed loudly, "Save me!" "Everyone gather and hold your ground. Breaking apart means death for all of you. Run and the demon eyes will catch you." Suddenly, a monster jumps onto Du, pressing down on his face. Du grimaced in pain. What is that? The monster's claws are about to scratch his face. Raph quickly runs over, kicks the demon away, and breathes a sigh of relief, reminding everyone to stay calm. Kiri was a bit panicked. No way. The entrance to the main gate is in the center of the monster swarm. A bunch of children run to where everyone is. Suddenly, a red round shadow appears. Ipa casts a spell to defeat the demons, confused. "No, I didn't see these eye demons when I entered the main gate before. Their attack style is also very different. When Shunyat jumped up to deliver the final blow, I didn't expect it to dodge." "Kiri, did it dodge again? One more time." Kiri is confused. What kind of movement is this? I couldn't have predicted this. While she was thinking, the demons attacked her with a blow to the stomach. Then a few monsters took the chance to run over, confusing her. Suddenly, something appeared from behind, something that sped rapidly toward where Debo was struggling with the monster. Annoying. A powerful blow to the monster is when R flies in. He landed several consecutive hits on the monster. Debo quietly observed and guessed that the two newcomers had been taken out, leaving one more. That guy, after finishing off the monster, turned around and said, "Your face is so funny. No need to thank me. Just keep fighting. Then I can become the center of attention." Kiri was shocked by what he just saw, so that was really his true skill. I don't want to admit it, but someone with a third circle is indeed different. The monster lunged again, and with a punch, it exploded. It moves unpredictably, but that's all there is to it. Now that the two newcomers are finished, the only ones left are El Pa, Fire Arrow, and his spiritual control. He's definitely skilled, which is why the Kanya merchant group took notice of him. His speed in killing small monsters is even faster than mine. So that guy, a flying monster, is coming up behind Raph. He didn't hesitate, and immediately struck it with a powerful blow. She is confident RF is very skilled. The 50 million Mesos contract fee isn't an amount anyone can easily get by luck, and judging by the attitude of the merchant group, they might even give him more in the future. Ref's eyes lit up at the thought, seeing that he could now imagine himself swimming in a sea of confusion after taking over this team. Kiri was fighting the monster but kept glancing at Raph. She was confused. Is that monster really enjoying itself? Raph excitedly shouted as he prepared to strike the monster hard, feeling thrilled, jumping up to knock the demon away. Suddenly, Pa Mi Fi lunged forward, legs stretching out as if to kick, and he froze in shock. What? He was kicked away and asked confusedly, "What was that attack from behind? Are you trying to fight me?" He calmly said, "No need to thank me." Raph didn't understand. What? The monsters approaching from afar have been shattered by those green lights. Raph, still unsure of what's happening, asked nervously, "So what just happened earlier?" From another angle, where everyone's position was visible, a person in a transparent cloak was shooting those arrows with green light. Ipa realizes that the other person is hiding on the other side. Oh, the hero is fighting the monsters. At the same time, the arrows flew again, attacking the demons. The person's eyes widened. "Aopao me. Pay close attention and think carefully." He has fired. The other person froze when he saw a red arrow explode right in front of him, and Raph couldn't help but be amazed. He uses a demon eye to block the attack and then counterattacks. Very quick. The guy peeing in the distance shouted, "Be careful, boss." He subtly glances back. What? Han Qian has arrows pointed at him, and behind where he stands, an explosion erupts. Du calls out to the boss, and a cut appears on his arm. What are you having trouble believing? Could it be that my attack missed? Are all the attacks suddenly coming from behind too? Kiri, Tapa is very dangerous here. Now we have to run away immediately. Raph looked up at the sky and whispered, "Where can we run to?" Everyone keeps sweating as they see a bunch of bright blue arrows heading straight for the earth. The others quickly ran away from there. Damn it, run, now! One person is shot by an arrow, then two more follow. Kiri casts a light burst spell, destroying all the arrows in one strike to protect a girl. Why are you still standing there, cursing? If you want to live, run into the forest quickly. The others replied, "We could have left long ago if we could go, but with them gathering in such a horde, how can we pass through?" In that dark forest, countless monsters with glowing red eyes are waiting for them. Suddenly, a powerful explosion clears the forest. Ipa loudly says, All right, the path is open. Raph quickly runs ahead. Let me go first. Kiri shouted urgently, move faster. Every step forward, arrows continue to rain down. Debo panicked. Master, we'll be doomed if this keeps up. Ipa continues to focus on attacking the incoming blue arrows. He shouts loudly, giving instructions to go to the toilet. Do, listen carefully, he silently thought. He pinpointed me in an instant. It seems Lord Wyvok truly never underestimates anything. The other person ran down to chase after the crowd. Nia quickly drew her bow and shot at the two people. He chased after Ipa, silently apologizing. Ipa apologizes. I will see you off here. The arrows still keep flying, weaving through the forests toward their target. Nia is annoyed. Damn it, how can a mage be so fast? He caught up with the group. Wait a moment. Now only 5 of us remain, the usual attacker. Suddenly a red light flashed behind him, and he turned around as an explosion shook the ground. Ipa appeared amidst the flames, this time witnessing him get hit, and Bo Louie back, marveling, well done, it seems the plan to change clothes worked, all thanks to this great bow. Before he could finish speaking, he was stabbed in the back and blood spurted out. Kiri was terrified, and Ipa was also stunned by the scene. On the left, an arrow is flying toward him. A barrage of arrows shoots down, making it impossible to save each person as they cry out in pain from being hit. Damn it, run fast! She was hit in the leg by an arrow, and both of them fell to the ground. The arrows didn't stop either. Kiri didn't know how to focus. Rapp rushed in to hold both of them and run away. He holds both of them and laments helplessly. Not even married yet, and he's already got 2 kids on his back. It's really frustrating. Both of them turned around, surprised. Rafnia keeps chasing after you no matter what. Run anywhere you want, but you won't escape. He kept running and firing arrows continuously. Suddenly, he saw something and silently guessed it was near the 3 of them. Then a voice asked, "Is it okay if we run this way?" Du replied, "I don't know either." Silence followed, and they followed the leader's orders. Raf cursed, "Are we about to die and you're still as annoying as ever?" The 3 of them ran through the trees, all 3 stopping when they saw something. The second gate, no way. Could Pa know its location? Bar is relieved. He saved everyone. The distance from the enemy to here is about 100 meters. We'll reach the gate faster for sure. Thinking that, he runs to the gate, hurriedly trying to stop. Wait a minute, are you planning to go through the gate without the boss? Raf quickly replied, "Isn't that what he wanted when he brought us here?" He shouted, "Stop messing around. We'll go through the front gate and wait for that bastard." He didn't notice the 2 or 3 arrows flying toward him ahead of time. Boom! Another explosion erupted. Bo is in pain from falling. Raf is stunned. Huh? What just happened? Why did the attack come from the front? Could he have already surpassed us in such a short time? Another arrow aimed straight at his heart. Suddenly a magic-infused sword flies in to block the arrows. The spearhead flies right past his face. Raf probably knows whose it is. It's Dio. I knew right away that it was the spear the boss took. Raf is disappointed. Damn it. He shouted loudly as suddenly the pieces of wood lifted into the air. A flash of light appears from another angle. Nia, confused. This crazy guy, something that moves as fast as the wind beneath the trees. Immediately, it was pierced by Nia's arrow, causing it to scream in pain before being thrown against the beam. He wondered if it was the demon's eye. Why isn't it moving? Is it planning to hide and buy time while searching for me? Nia hides behind a tree, thinking how stupid it is. No problem, I'll play your game to see how you struggle. Pas me. He recalls the images from the past. In the 13th year, Lord Y held a selection tournament where 300 assassins fought until only 5 remained. Naya was standing in the rain, one hand holding a knife, the other gripping the hair of a corpse, wounded and pushing herself forward. The killing spree lasted 7 days, and no one could find me during that time. And Lord Wyvok gave me the title of the Shadow. His blue eyes suddenly widened in a flash as an arrow from above pierced straight into the demon's eye, injuring it but not killing it. Naya frowned in annoyance as he missed, then suddenly a yellow arrow tore through the wind and struck near the tree where he was sitting. The arrow continues to pursue Nia, who moves swiftly to dodge it, silently admiring his skill. Well done. Nia lands on a branch and turns back to shoot an arrow. With that shot, you've revealed your position. But his arrow shot straight through the tree trunk, hitting no one, leaving Naya stunned. Suddenly, the yellow arrow found Nia's position. It charged straight at him and exploded, but Naya was quicker, jumping back to avoid a fatal blow. This bastard used mental manipulation to make me guess his position wrong? Child's play. Nia lands on the ground and quickly runs away. The golden arrows continue to pursue her relentlessly. He fires 3 arrows to retaliate, and the 2 sides' arrows collide and explode, sending debris flying everywhere. Affected by the blast, Nia has to cover her face with her hands. I can't see anything, but the yellow arrow circles around the tree and is about to fly straight toward him. Nia panicked and immediately cursed, then shot her arrow in retaliation. Another explosion rocks the sky. It was so close that he couldn't dodge in time and was thrown to the ground with a hard impact. Nia endured the pain with a heart full of resentment. That damn Ipa. He trembles as he clenches his empty hand on the ground. Long silently sighs. You got what you deserved. His eyes were bloodshot and covered in wounds. The forest suddenly fell silent after the fierce chase. Ipa is somewhere lost in thought. It's too quiet. He hid behind a tree, glancing around to see where he had gone. So troublesome, I didn't expect him to hide so well. Ipa thinks that no one in his past life had such abilities within this gate. Maybe he is an assassin sent by Duanya, and the future has changed because he failed at the 100-man gate. Suddenly, a voice calling out made him startle. Show your face, Ipa. He nervously looked across, guessing from the other side that the challenge continued. You know too, right? Stop wasting more time. Hiding like a little mouse won't do any good. Elpa realizes that it is Nia. It is him. He laughed loudly and shouted, I heard you like to fight face to face, or do you prefer hiding like a mouse this way? Pa pinpointed your location and rushed over as fast as the wind. How did he get there? I didn't feel anything. Could it be instant teleportation, hiding behind a tree near the altar, or maybe blink? Without wasting time, he already detected Ipami seeing you. Then a barrage of blue arrows shot from the target towards his hiding spot, leaving him no time to react. In a snowstorm covering the mountain peaks, a flash of yellow light appeared, revealing a gate through which 3 people suddenly flew out, accompanied by frantic shouts. Debo grits his teeth in anger. Damn it, we left the boss behind. Raph sneers. Who forced you to do it? Why are you so grumpy? Debo, trembling with his hands, laments. Why could he handle everything on his own? Raph replied. I think he already has a plan. Suddenly, Bo Huang shouted in surprise. Huh? His hand suddenly touched a skeleton on the ground. Everyone was stunned to see bones all around. Girl, what the hell is this? This is just a gate with 3 marks. But what's with this pile of human bones? So many of them. It's not just 3 groups, there must be at least 100 people. Kiri immediately realized those damn Kania, now I understand, they tricked us. She continued explaining, suddenly appearing, then there was a trap on the first floor, and now all these bones. You still don't understand? Kania is a believer of the Dark Sorcerer. Debo also seems to have realized the pattern. Kania Kiri continued, they must have lured the adventurers trying to block the gate. But involving a killer too, Elpa said. Having bait is also correct. Raph interrupted the conversation. A believer. Sorry to disturb this interesting story, but let's save that for later. He announced that the host here is getting really angry. All 3 of them were startled, eyes wide open as they looked up at the creature before them. The one in front of the 3 people stood tall and massive like a giant, baring its sharp teeth with a terrifying, gleaming smile. Raph asked, Is this the boss? He held the necklace with a smile and said, It's time for me to pay the rent. You 2 better pray. The pendant suddenly glows. Raph says, This move isn't for just anyone to see. If I had to describe Raph's personality in one sentence, it would be this. Ibaru appears and says, Such a stubborn personality, and another blonde responds, It's eye-catching. Even Jaber also comments that money slaves have no character, but if I had to describe Raph as a risk-taker, a man with half-green hair would be the best description. He's really skilled. I won't comment on the others, but his abilities are truly top-notch. He continues to stand at the peak of the 3rd circle as a healing bishop. Raph smiles confidently, and the ring activates its healing power. Immediately, both Kiri and Debo were healed. Their wounds were gradually recovering. Kiri realized that her wounds were healing. She looked at Raph in surprise. Was this guy not a close combat fighter, but a healer? Kiri remembered the previous situations, which means even if he didn't use any skills, Raph still spoke up, saying, If you 2 are feeling better, then get to work and earn your pay. The giant monster seemed extremely angry, and he continued, Because that guy can't wait any longer. It works immediately. The giant rushes forward to grab Raph. He runs for his life. Let's see what you 2 are up to. You shouted? Hey, that giant punched down hard, creating a crater. Dio was caught off guard and shouted out loud. He angrily cursed, You bastard! The giant opened its terrifying mouth to bite Debo and Kiri, but both quickly dodged. Its biting force shatters the stone slab where they just stood, and Do immediately clings to its protruding fang. Instantly, he swings his axe and strikes the giant's eye fiercely, shouting, Where are you looking? It roared in pain. Kiri quickly struck it, and just as the giant was about to throw Bojia away, he was attacked. Seizing the opportunity, he escaped, ready to strike, and swung his blade in a wide arc across its face. The hairy giant was no pushover. It threw a punch, but he dodged it spectacularly. However, Kiri was hit. Raph angrily said, "It's a hassle, but I'll heal Kiri immediately." Debo was very surprised to see that he not only healed from behind, but also attacked to support us. And during the healing, he only cast spells when we were in danger, rather than randomly. Raph pulls out a book from his pocket. "Oh, I forgot to mention, it was initially free." An angel appears from the book and says, "From now on, I will charge you 2." Kiri's entire body is covered in a golden light. Suddenly, I felt a surge of energy rising within me. Raph chuckled and suddenly said, 100,000 Mies for one person. Both of them shouted in anger. After struggling with the giant, that crazy guy was cut off one arm and collapsed. The three of them took a moment to rest, and one person broke the tense atmosphere by speaking. Finally, it was here. Kiri sat down heavily, panting and complaining. "That bastard," Ray happily replied. "It's okay for now. So, shall we start calculating the payment now?" Suddenly, the giant opened his mouth and roared loudly, while the goblin pinching his nose looked at him with a judging expression. "This smell. Stay silent or I will send you away soon." It is using ice to reconnect its severed arm and is gradually healing. Its roar caused the cave to shake violently. Debo immediately frowned in tension. Could it be that the giant's eye also has a scar from the ice? And the eye that Debo blinded earlier has grown back. The beast has fully recovered the parts that were lost and is now returning to Elpa's location, exhausted from the chase. Many of Nia's arrows are continuously flying toward him. Elpa ponders that something is wrong. He can't find his shooting position. The three-circle archer can use Blink as a teleportation skill, he visualized and calculated. However, Blink only returns the user to a fixed point, meaning only one point can be set, so he couldn't move like that. Nia smugly laughed. "I told you those tricks are useless and slow. I'm about to fall asleep." "Where are you aiming?" "If you keep wasting your skills like that, he'll be hit by a magic shock." At that moment, Pa's mouth suddenly spat out blood, and Nia kept chasing him at a speed as fast as the wind. Pa's continuous attacks all miss him. Nia silently thought, "I guess you want to distract me so you can run through the second gate." He sneered, "There's no chance." Elpa is running out of strength and is very worried. "Damn it! If I can't figure out his position, I'll die before that happens." Before I could finish thinking, Elpa was hit and fell to the ground. He quickly takes out a green potion. There's no time to think anymore. Because Nia keeps shooting arrows at him, Pa immediately drinks the entire green potion and has to take the risk. Then a fireball was launched to block the arrows flying wildly at him. Nia was not afraid at all and shouted a curse. So stupid. He dodged the attack and struck a nearby tree to observe the situation. And then Nia widened his eyes in shock as he saw the scene before him. Pa's fireballs grew larger and more numerous after drinking the potion. He panicked and ran away. What? 6 of them, all at once, with Pa badly injured and attacking relentlessly, caught Nia completely off guard. Did he use the highest level skill that the 3-circle ring can perform while being shocked by the magic? Does he want to die? Pa is struggling with all his might. The ring on Nia's hand glows, and he silently thinks, "If I guess your secret right, even if I die, I will make you die with me." Pa rages wildly, attacking Nia without knowing where he is. He silently curses Pa for shooting blindly without knowing the position. This crazy guy has lost his mind. A giant fireball is shot out by Pa. Nia swiftly dodges it like lightning. He keeps jumping over tree trunks to dodge Pa's attacks. He frowns, determined to give his all. "Not yet. I'm not finished." 3 massive explosions occurred simultaneously, shaking the entire forest. Although his mouth keeps bleeding, Pa constantly reminds himself to stand firm and hold on. Nia runs away while glancing at Pa with suspicion. "You fool, do you think I would be defeated by such an attack? Your fate is sealed. You will die from a magical shock." Feeling the pain as his body disintegrates, he imagines Pa dying in agony, and Pa, pushed to the limit, sprays out a large pool of blood while the entire forest is suddenly engulfed in fierce flames. He trembles as he decides to launch a decisive attack for survival. The force of the blow is immense. Pa's face was covered with blackened bumps, but her eyes remained resolute. The giant fireball engulfed a large area, all burning fiercely. Nia stared in amazement. The entire forest was engulfed in flames, leaving him nowhere to hide. Nia couldn't believe his eyes, wondering what was happening. He covers the flames spreading toward him with his hand, extremely annoyed. The entire area is on fire. "That bastard, did he do it on purpose? I can't let this happen or I'll be burned alive." A fire-free area suddenly appears.
Nien thinks about rushing over to it. A vacant field, I have to get there.
But immediately he becomes suspicious. Wait a minute, a vacant field right in front of me. Too suspicious. A figure suddenly darted past and he shouted out, but that person yelled back loudly, warning him it was a trap. Naya was about to rush toward the field when he heard the call and recognized it was his brother, who then swung his hand to punch Naya directly, causing him pain. Still not understanding what's happening, another large stone suddenly flew towards him, about to hit his back. He panicked and shouted in fear, signaling for help. "Brother!" The older brother on the tree immediately draws his bow and shoots, shouting loudly, "Damn it!" Each of them shattered the stone to save Niam's life, but it caused him to lose his footing and fall to the ground, when suddenly a shadow darted out from the flames like lightning. That is Pong Truong's cold voice saying, "You're here." Nia quickly stepped back, used her bow to push against the ground as a support, then leapt into the air, successfully avoiding Ipa's stabbing attack. He frowns, concentrating all his strength. Ipa continues to attack Nia with his staff, but he has already dodged. Immediately, he delivered a spinning kick aimed straight at Ipa's face, forcing him to quickly lean back to dodge. He reminded himself that he couldn't hold on any longer and needed to finish this as quickly as possible. Ipa quickly assessed the situation, then forcefully swung his staff to knock Nia's bow to the ground, causing Nia to stumble and fall. Before he could react, Palmi's waist kicked him straight in the stomach. The kick sent him flying away, crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his weapon with force, ready to finish off Nia while he was too hurt to do anything. At the critical moment, Nia's brother above shot an arrow directly at the two of them, causing Ipa to startle and step back. Your brother jumps down from behind, shouting loudly, "Get up, Nia." He doesn't have time to gather magic to cast an attack spell anymore. Finish it. As he spoke, the older brother drew his bow and aimed at Ipa, but before he could shoot, Ipa moved faster by a step. From behind, a swift sword flew straight at the brother, forcing him to halt his attack to dodge. The brother's name was surprised, thinking, is he using a spiritual control dagger to drain as little magic power as possible? As he thought, he started to dodge and distract. A shadow moves swiftly through the smoke, then seizes the opportunity to close in. That is Nia. He pulls out a dagger from his pocket, leaps into the air, and aims to stab Palmi in the waist. He reacted quickly, immediately using his staff to defend and stepping back. At the same time, Ipa controlled his sword to attack, but it was deflected aside by the brother's bow. These petty tricks made him furious. Then Duongkung shot towards him before Ipa could attack. Ipa quickly controlled the flying stones to hit his brother, causing him pain and making him scream out and fall back. After gaining the advantage, Ipa approached Nia. He swung his staff repeatedly, overwhelming him. Nia worried, what kind of mage is this who's so skilled in close combat? Seizing the opening, Ipa kicked him in the stomach, causing him to gasp and spit out blood. He kept reminding himself to stay focused and keep fighting. Pa continues to control the sword as it soars through the air, fiercely attacking the brother. And your younger brother's knife was knocked out of his hand by Pa. He raised his staff high, ready to end Nia. Suddenly, an arrow flies in and hits his arm directly. Nia smirks and says, "Well done, that was a good shot." Then he took the opportunity to kick Pa in the waist, knocking him off the beam, causing his staff to fall to the ground. Nia picked up her dagger and prepared to attack the injured eye. Seeing you struggling, Nia mockingly said, "What can you do with just one hand?" It's that arrogance that's costing him dearly. Without wasting time, Ipa rushed forward, smashing the remaining arm into Nia's knife handle, causing it to slip out. He shouted in panic, "Damn it!" Nia quickly reached out and grabbed his knife back, but at the same time, Ipa seized his arm. "No way!" Nia shouted in fear. Palmi twisted Nia's wrist, making him scream in pain. Nia shouted threateningly, "Let me go, you bastard! Do you want me to beg you for more hits?" Ipa paid no attention to the threats. The bracelet on his wrist began to glow, and instantly a giant fireball appeared behind him. Nia, terrified, turned and ran away. "You bastard, wait a minute!" my brother shouted desperately from afar. Don't shout out loud as a massive explosion occurs. A figure emerges from the explosion. It's Nia, and overwhelmed by the shockwave, they crash loudly into a tree while screaming. He collapsed to the ground, struggling to breathe and thinking he couldn't breathe. If this keeps up, his brother on the other side will be stunned and exclaim, "What?" A blue barrier appears around the explosion site. Nia worries about her brother, wondering where he is. Then she covers her nose with her shirt and runs toward the raging fire. Pa's waist looks as terrifying as a beast leaping down from a tree, making him startle and tense up. His hand is ready with an arrow to attack. Nia couldn't react in time and immediately threw her shirt at Aopa to block his view, shouting and cursing at this bastard. Then she rushed wildly at him, ignoring the shirt covering her sight, ready to fight to the death and curse loudly. I don't know what happened, but blood was splattered everywhere, signaling someone was gone. The older brother shouted as the membrane suddenly shattered. Without hesitation, he rushed inside, overwhelmed with worry. What's going on? The older brother was stunned as he saw the scene before him. He shouted loudly when he saw Min's younger brother collapsing and struggling to hold on. The older brother quickly helps his sibling up. Get up and go, Nia. The younger brother, covering his face, speaks. We've been fighting for too long. We need to retrieve the phoenix feather, and the brother immediately interrupted. No, not now. Suddenly, he noticed the arm of the corpse beside him and shouted out. Only then did he realize that the person lying there was actually his sibling, but it was already too late. Elpa didn't hesitate and plunged his knife into his brother, delivering a fatal blow. Once again, blood spurts out, signaling the victor. He throws the knife to the ground, exhausted and panting, thinking to himself, I'm tired of those who use bows. Ipa is also exhausted and collapses to the ground. The snowstorm is covering all the mountains. Inside the Rocky Mountain tunnel, a fierce battle is taking place, causing the cliff to crack open. The giant monster's attack makes his entire body slam hard onto the ground. Before he could react, it created a block of ice and slammed it into Debo. He quickly dodged backward to avoid it. Debo trembles, struggling to breathe, as the giant continues to attack while he still can't get up to fight back. It was about to throw a punch at Debo and roared loudly, but Raph appeared just in time behind it. Reacting instinctively, the giant turned around and punched behind him. Raph swiftly dodged the giant's punch with lightning speed, not forgetting to taunt him for being too slow. Raph attacked its eye. The giant immediately froze to protect his eyes. How is this thing so tough? He shouted in anger. Then it swung its hand to slap Raph, who was clinging to its eye like swatting a mosquito, making him scream in pain. Raph struggled to hold on, cursing under his breath. Damn it! At the last moment, Kiri appeared and used his destructive power to split the monster's hands apart, saving him just before death. She shouted, I've paid my debt to you, and signaled Raph to grab her hand, and together they successfully escaped from the giant. Although injured, it is incredibly strong. It quickly restores its hand and punches directly where the two are running. The crazed giant chases after them, jumping high, raising both hands, roaring fiercely, then slamming down so hard that the ground splits open. While hidden in the smoke, RF activates his healing ability to treat everyone's wounds. The wound has healed. Debo leads the three of them forward together. Have you thought of a way to kill RF yet? Before Debo could finish speaking, a loud voice shouted to warn him to pay attention. Behind you? Behind what? At that moment, the giant's huge hand reached for him. Luckily, Diobo is always alert, so he managed to dodge just in time. This thing is so big, explain it more clearly. Raph instructs him to speak less and try to distract it for him. Let me target its weak spot. There is a sword stuck between the ice chunks on the giant's body. According to this plan, Debo is the frontliner. He tightly grips his weapon and blocks the giant's punch. He trembles and struggles to hold on, then signals to hurry. Hearing that, Kiri and Raph rush in to attack at top speed. However, right after that, the giant roared loudly and swung his arm to knock both of them aside. On Debo's side, he also ran along its arm to move forward and assist. He wondered, do they know now? I thought it was just a big, empty-headed thing. The giant kept swinging his arm, causing everyone to spin as if in a daze. As a result, in a moment of distraction, Debo was crushed to the ice ground by its fist. Before he could get up, the giant was about to attack again. Seeing the danger, Kiri quickly shouted, Raph, heal me! But it was too late. The giant slammed down with force on Debo, sending rocks flying everywhere. Kiri shouted, Debo! Raph was still stunned from the impact and couldn't heal in time. The giant had his eyes on both of them. Raph warned, I only have 4 more healing spells left, so try to dodge. Separate yourselves, he shouted loudly as he saw the giant approaching. It keeps creating ice to attack both of them. The giant roared loudly. Kiri was hit by its attack and shouted out before being thrown back. Seeing her injured, Raph scolded, Damn it, I just told you to dodge, but he still kept healing her. She's unconscious now. What a waste of a skill, Raph thought, as he saw Kiri faint before he activated his healing ability. The giant crazed monster is chasing after Raph. Dio on this side was severely injured and fainted. His body was covered in blood and wounds. While unconscious, Debo recalled his conversation with Elpa about advancing to the next circle. He sat on the chair asking Elpa curiously. He replied, Yes, you already have enough experience to reach the second circle. Keep going. Don't doubt yourself. I just want to be able to do it. It depends on how you achieve enlightenment, Ipa calmly replied. What is enlightenment? Teach me then. Bo keeps asking nonstop. He calmly takes a sip of tea and replies, everyone is different. Even if I share my experience, you still won't learn. Hearing that, he put on a sad face. So what do you want me to do? El Pa replied. You just need to find a word that suits you. It could be related to your understanding of mana, or an unforgettable memory. Debo's heart seems to beat even faster now. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurs, catching the giant's attention. It turns its eyes back to look at Debo, whose eyes are shining with a desire to keep living. Seizing the opportunity, Debo grabbed his weapon and ran toward the giant, who reflexively prepared to strike, and he successfully cut off the giant's strong arm, leaving R stunned. Can he really cut through that? How is that possible? The 2 circles on Debo's wrist are glowing brightly. Raph suddenly exclaimed, That bastard has activated the 2 circles now! Empowered, Diobo charged forward with a terrifying gaze, quickly blinding the monster's eye and seizing the opportunity to head straight for the sword embedded in its body. A powerful strike hits the sword. The sword sinks down and plunges into the control center of the giant. It roars in pain, deafening and unable to bear the agony. It also strikes out, knocking Bo away. He was caught off guard and took the hit, crashing down to the ground. Not bad. Raph gives praise to Debo. Taking advantage of the giant's distraction, he moved in from behind to support and attack. Activating his healing ability for Debo, he urged him on. Hurry up. Do immediately breaks the ice block on the giant's hand to escape. It also shouted out loud. He seized the opportunity to carry himself, gripping his weapon and rushing to attack. But before he could get close, the giant swung his fist, causing a nosebleed. He could only grit his teeth and struggle to withstand the punch. Seeing this, Raph also used his healing ability to help him resist. However, it seems it had guessed that Raph kept using his healing ability on his teammates, so the giant grabbed Raph's hand tightly, causing him to cry out in pain. Are you so stupid that you still have time to fight me? RF said as he clenched his necklace and activated his healing ability. While the giant was busy attacking RF, Debo took the opportunity to raise his spear, ready to strike the sword on its body. The giant roared in panic. Debo's eyes blaze with a fierce determination as he forcefully drives the spear into the sword with a powerful strike. The sword pierces straight into the core control and shatters it into many pieces. Do swings his axe and strikes the creature's body hard, causing it to roar in pain. The axe strike directly destroys the energy core. The monster loses control, baring its teeth. Bo continues to swing the axe again. It thrashes, causing Do to lose his balance, then uses its strong arm to throw him into the mountain behind. The force of the shove created a large hole in the mountain, filling the sky with dust and smoke. Dong suddenly snapped out of his frenzy, eyes wide as he gasped for breath. Do, still confused about what just happened, struggles to his feet from the large hole, wondering what's going on. He looks over and sees Raph lying motionless, covered in wounds. Raph, what's going on? The monster is starting to panic. It ran away instinctively. The ice on its body cracked and shattered little by little. Seeing its arm fall, it panicked and cried out, then kicked at the ice on its feet, with nothing left to support its body. The monster collapsed onto the snow, trembling as it turned into a block of ice. It helplessly let out its final cry before shattering into pieces in the snowstorm, and in front of Debo's eyes, Kiri painfully awoke. She is lying in a large cave, the flickering fire warming her. Everyone is still unconscious. Dobo sitting opposite her asks, Are you awake now? Kiri struggles to sit up and whispers, Are you still alive? Where's that monster? Do hesitated. Oh, so you think you're just pretending to be something? He said cheerfully. I was so hungry I wanted to eat that monkey, but I couldn't. Its meat is as hard as stone. Kiri helplessly said, You're in good shape. She asked, So you waited until we woke up? Do calmly replied, I never saw an emergency exit anyway. Raph lies on the stone floor, breathing heavily. Diobo says, The weather is terrible. I think it's best to rest for a bit. He also doesn't look very well. I plan to scout the area a bit once the snowstorm subsides. You rest here while I go. After saying that, Diobo left the cave alone, venturing into the snowstorm, undeterred by the freezing winds. He moved further ahead, looking at the mountain peak in front of him, wondering what had happened to the boss after a day had passed. Suddenly, a loud noise from behind caught Debo's attention. He turned around and saw it was a one-eyed monster opening its mouth to reveal sharp teeth and a long tongue, roaring menacingly. Debo blamed himself. Damn it, why did I have to startle? A horde of monsters begins to charge and attack. Debo pulls out his sword and sighs. What are you doing here, damn it? The snowstorm gradually eased and the sunlight began to reappear. Kiri woke up and saw Debo's figure had returned, groggily asking, "You're back?" Seeing the exit path covered with blood-stained clothes and torn rags, Kiri shouted in panic, "What happened to you?" Going to the bathroom, he scratched his head calmly and said, "You're awake now? It's nothing." Kiri stammered in panic. "Are there still monsters? It's too dangerous, we have to go." Bo, exhausted, sat down heavily in the corner. "I have to protect this dying old man. At least now we are comrades." Kiri sat up straight, determined. "Then this time I will go. There's no reason for you to suffer alone." Bo turned around and lay down, interrupting her. "It's better if only one person goes so we don't have to scout together. Don't waste your energy anymore. Rest now." Hearing that, Kiri helplessly watched his back, thinking to herself, "You idiot. If you keep pushing yourself like this, you could." The previous battle had almost exhausted Du's strength. One by one, the monsters surrounded him, each one killed, pushing him against the cliff. He gradually falls into a weaker position. He clenches his weapon tightly, gasping for breath, about to die. A monster charges at him, pushing him off the cliff and causing a fall that leaves him exhausted and drained. He struggles to hold himself up, almost thinking he was about to die. He looks at the figure across from him, alert for someone, but it's just a cold, lifeless body. Dead in a slumped position. Relieved, he realizes it's just a corpse. He approaches the corpse, pulls a piece of paper from its hand and wonders, "Seems like they didn't die long ago. What is this? A will?" He examined the lamenting letter, a letter full of locked words. The letter says, "I leave this note for you. I don't know your name. Calling it a reward might be too much, but I will give you my gloves. If you are a warrior, it contains combat skills that will help you. But as you can see, we fell into Ka's trap, and my comrades were killed by Tuet.
If there is any consolation, I have found the great gate to escape.
But unfortunately, this gate is very special. It only activates when the boss is defeated. I have left its location on the back of the letter as a map. I hope you have enough strength to do that, and please deliver this letter for me." He quickly folds the letter and puts it in his pocket, then digs a hole to bury the body, planting his weapon as a way to remember. Debo steps over the corpses of the monsters and pushes open the large gate. Kiri stands by the door, waiting for Debo to help Raf come out. Stepping out of the gate into the real world, Debo asked Kiri, "What should we do now?" Kiri quickly responded, "We need to regain our strength first." Before we could finish speaking, a strange voice interrupted us. "Oh man, I'm a bit suspicious." A group dressed in black, armed and ambushing them, and the leader asks, "But has the ghost really been defeated?" "The situation is unstable. Run in panic. Don't tell me these are CIA, are they? These damn bastards are no good. With this situation, how can we fight them?" The leader ordered the others to attack, calmly replying, "Don't worry, we will kill you before you even blink." Kiri stepped forward, blocking their attack, shouting for her to fall back. They threw daggers straight into her leg, causing her to scream in pain. Debo called her name, Kiri. Another assassin takes the opportunity to rush toward the two. Debo is caught off guard as a spear flies out from the gate, piercing straight into the enemies. They didn't have time to react before being killed instantly. Kiri and Debo look toward the gate as Elpa appears, smiling confidently. "Are you guys okay without me?" Debo relaxes his body and cheerfully says, "Just a little bit, but you came a bit late." The two walk back together, happily side by side. Yok's beast sniffed something and growled, sensing its instability. He gently stroked its head, thinking that someone with such skills appeared out of nowhere, but no one knew who was behind this. His eyebrows furrowed, seeming like the common people would riot. BU appeared from a cloud of black smoke, kneeling respectfully. "What should I do with this contract now that El Pa has returned?" His face darkened, his eyes revealing deadly intent as he clenched his jaw. "Kill him!" Beidou was panicked. "What do you mean?" But Yo didn't hesitate at all. "We're not in a position to worry about public opinion. He's too unpredictable." "Do you really think he can do it?" "We'll come up with an excuse later," Beidou calmly replied, but he was not alone. Hearing that, he felt annoyed and suspicious. "What?" Beidou replied. "He is with others as well." In the corridor, Elpa and the group head towards Ivok's place. Raf, covered in wounds, scoops each spoonful of food, sighing. "I'm so bored of eating." Du gets angry and slams the table, shouting, "Don't you dare criticize my sister's cooking, just swallow it all for me." Raf calmly chews each bite and comments, "A little more salt, and it would be delicious." Din brought the plate of food over and smiled, saying, "Let me know when you've finished eating." Kiri turns back happily and looks at her. Thank you. Debo grits his teeth and says, this is why I didn't want to bring you here. Kiri retorts, I'm sure Kanya has already heard the news.
If we split up, it would be very dangerous. This is the safest place for your sister. Do agrees with that.
Yeah, no matter how we hide, we'll end up getting caught eventually. Suddenly, the door opens, and Debo glances suspiciously at the doorway. El Pai appears after the door and asks, How is everyone? Raf responds from inside. Where are you going? El Pai replied. Just some stuff. Is he suspicious of something?
Raf stepped aside and said seriously, Perfect timing, I want to discuss the prize split.
Let's postpone the decision on the team leader
For now, since our shares are quite similar. When do you plan to give us the 7 million MEs?
Debo angrily shouted, Are you crazy?
Do you really want to go to Kanya to ask for money in this situation?
He pointed at ERF angrily and shouted, You also said that I was the one who defeated the Snow Jedi alone. Although I don't remember. When you were sleeping with your eyes open, I was the one finding a way out. I heard that El Pa also fought against the twin assassins. Raf, shamelessly looking at everyone, asked, But did anyone witness it? Debo growled, You bastard. What is Kiri planning to do to Elpa? He calmly replied.
Kanya won't sit still. And until then, Jangdo's story is interrupted by a large hand slamming against the wall, voice full of anger.
Hey, how much longer do you plan to make me wait out here? Dean looked up at him, towering over her small frame, and stammered, Sir, who are you? Debo and Kiri stared in surprise.
That's Abbas standing outside the door, his massive body blocking the view outside, gruffly saying, Can you tell that bastard who just came in to hurry up? Recalling Abbas sitting in the office, his face thoughtful and angry, muttering, Damn it!
He holds his head, a stream of thoughts flashing through his mind. Nothing is going as I planned. I didn't expect the Kanya Merchant Alliance to contact El Pa and start the raid on the main gate before I could do anything. Should I stop them? Abbas is tense. We're doomed. The knocking on the door pulled him out of his tangled thoughts. El Pa entered and sat in front of him. Did the negotiations with Kiana go smoothly?
El Pa denies I was offered 50 million mesos if I succeeded because the big gate raid is over and the contract is the only remaining link.
Hearing that, Abbas broke into a sweat and sneered, So you came here to show off? You're still as troublesome as ever. El Pa calmly replied, If there's nothing more to discuss, you can leave now. Abbas, cornered, finally accepted defeat, reaching into his coat pocket. He said, All right, you win.
He handed over a contract, angrily shouting 60 million meso, sign it.
This is more than you asked for, so stop complaining. Having achieved his goal, El Pa smiled and quickly signed the contract. Abbas saw this and said, Let's officially become partners and share information. El Pa calmly said,
The Kiana Society is the mastermind. Abbas suddenly shouted, What?
You're so straightforward, he calmly replied. That gate was a trap. They tricked us and claimed there were only 3 marks on the main gate, even though at least 100 people died there.
Not only that, they also sent assassins to follow us.
Abbas stared in disbelief, damn it.
Then they contacted to try to erase all evidence.
He laughed maniacally, furious, thinking, I won't let you go. El Pa saw him like that and said nothing else, asking, Are you satisfied yet? Abbas looked suspicious. What?
He closed his eyes and calmly said, My testimony is the only evidence, so they can deny it.
He sighed deeply and thought again. It's definitely like that, but I can manipulate public opinion. Other merchant alliances will need someone to blame for the failure of the big gate raid, if Kanya is weakened by public opinion.
However, we can eliminate Kanya. Instead of just bringing them down, we can wipe them out from the cloud world. Abbas suddenly shouted in anger, Do you know anything else? I thought we were supposed to be honest with each other, he calmly continued. Don't rush to announce the trap. A full-force punch will be more effective.
Abbas agreed. All right. Ayopao's face darkened as he looked serious. The followers of the Dark Sorcerer have already acted.
It's been a while since I saw you, Abbas, but why are you here? I came to apologize.
She was confused. Sorry.
Abbas continued, There is a bit of misunderstanding between El Pa and my trade alliance. I thought he came here to take revenge on me.
I apologize for that, he said confidently.
To clarify, El Pa is Go's official business partner. It seems I have taken him from you.
Beidou is surprised. I understand now. I can't pay the fee I promised in the contract.
If that's the case, do you understand?
El Palmi didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Fine.
Abbas from the opposite side said quietly, I realize the value of human life through this incident,
and I decide to treat everyone according to their worth. Du wondered what he meant. He sneered and continued,
I will have skilled bodyguards ready to protect 24 hours a day so that nothing bad can happen. Of course, that will apply to all members of the ELPA group.
Images of bodyguards arranged in every corner around Debo's house appear. Beidou freezes at the sound, terrified, as Abus's tone grows more serious.
I can see their team is very capable. He laughed loudly, his face full of challenge towards Beidou. If someone tries to harm El Pa or any member of his group, they will have to face the entire Go Merchant Alliance.
Beidou was so stunned by this that she couldn't say a word.
In a certain room, Daibo nervously asked Pa in a loud voice, 60 million. Oh my god, did you cast a spell? Kiri looked at the bodyguard standing outside the door suspiciously and asked, are they still sending bodyguards to a? How did the Gafor Merchant Alliance come about?
Raph suddenly appeared out of nowhere, excitedly praising it.
Well done, El Pa, you're very good at business, Palmi said without changing her expression.
Too much. I didn't expect this group to be better than I thought.
All that remains is to eliminate the useless ones.
Raph is proud but doesn't forget to add some sarcasm. Debo clenched his teeth in anger at that sight. That bastard! Raph Duang confidently points to himself with a bright smile. I guarantee there's no bishop like me in Kang El.
In the entire world, Meebo couldn't stand Raph's appearance and gave him a look full of contempt.
Raph continued rambling about someone who could not only heal but also protect and lead.
I'm perfect in every way, yeah. You are number one and just a kid.
Raph points at Debo.
Debo angrily rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight, and RF Kid continued. You really are a monster.
Are you confused and stunned?
Raph, the cunningly curious, asked. I thought you had fainted, but you woke up and defeated the boss alone.
There's something about you that can't be explained in words.
Kiri also doesn't understand.
Looking back now, when he fought the Hobgang, he was still raging even while unconscious. Bo furrows his brow and tries to recall the fragmented memories, but says that no matter how hard he tries, he can't remember anything. The only thing left in my mind is some kind of dream, and in it, a strange woman appears. Although we had conflicts, it seemed like we were very close. But every time I wake up, I forget her face. All I can remember is that she used a type of weapon with a handle. Bao Mi's face immediately changed color, panic-stricken as if she realized something. What? A scythe weapon? A dream. Everyone knew that before the regression, Dio and Aaron were together. A mysterious power. And if that woman really is Aaron, then part of his power from before the regression would have returned when he fainted? What's going on? Maybe something went wrong when I changed the past through regression. Bao Mi pondered deeply. Raph sighed and shook his head in frustration. The problem is, he's a bit of a fool.
Debo angrily retorted. Do you think you're so clever?
Raph immediately changed the subject. So do you.
Hey, Pame, you level up so fast,
It's unbelievable. And I can't believe you have so little experience considering your skills, awareness, and judgment. I understand why Gafor wanted you so badly, Raph said with a slightly mocking and cunning expression, not forgetting to mention Kiri, while the other woman looked a bit angry, sitting idly as she was also brought up.
You know, you have a solid foundation and are quite intelligent, as expected from a Cygnus training team leader. Not bad for someone in her second round.
But nothing about her makes her stand out from the others, he said with contempt, taking pleasure in bringing others down.
Gu is not stupid. We were used as bait and they paid the price. From now on, our job is to walk into the trap Kanya set up to find those henchmen, Raph said without hesitation.
I'm willing to do anything as long as I'm paid, but I don't like having to share the reward with someone who is a burden. It would be better if you could return to Exnas right now. These insults remind her of the days in the SSS Night Order, where she also had to endure mockery. I hear she's been having a pretty tough time lately. Kiri remained silent. The man continued. I thought you had died in that great gate. She stammered, Master Sim. The man continued. You're on your way to see your master. Yes. Although Kiri wanted to leave quickly, he kept talking non-stop. I also heard that you joined some kind of adventure group. You're selling yourself short, but that's the perfect place for you. Giving up is the best thing you can do for the knights and the master. The master is in that office. He said that and left, leaving Kiri alone with her head bowed. She still couldn't bring herself to look up as she entered her master's office. So she said, I want to give up. What's going on? Sorry, but I can't explain. One day, even my master will have to stop writing and look unhappy. I will report that your participation in an adventure group is part of a secret mission. Come and report to me every 3 weeks. Kiri was a bit surprised by those words, but she remained silent. Remember, Kiri, you are still my disciple, and forever a knight of the Cygnus Order.
I know this is an unreasonable request, but as long as one of their henchmen remains in the Night Order, I can't return to my master. I shout with determination on my face. I don't need money. I will become stronger if you just give me time, so please.
Seeing that, Bao Mi couldn't hide the smile on her face. Raph still maintained his arrogant attitude as before. Oh, so naive. Do we really want her to leave that confusingly? Bao Mi suddenly said, Are you sure? Everyone was surprised by that question, turning their eyes all towards him. Raph looked uncomfortable. Hey, what are you talking about? Bao Mi said coldly. If she goes alone to find the henchman, no one will benefit from her personality. And RF, you say she lacks skill. Let me add something to that. You seem quite confident in your skills, but you're not the only one disappointed with the team's abilities. I sent you to the second floor because I believed you could easily get through it, but if it weren't for the bike, you'd all be dead by now. Raph was a bit angry mixed with embarrassment. That's not an ordinary opponent. You have no right to say that a snow yeti isn't an ordinary opponent. Bao Mi replied softly. I once hunted a snow yeti alone. What? Are you serious? Bao Mi fell into thought. That was before I regressed, but I should have been the one fighting it if everything had gone according to plan. But that assassin messed everything up. He's more skilled than I expected, and neither my team nor I are as good as we are now. Raph was furious and shouted in Pa's face, How could he? Back then you were just a slave. Bao Mi leaned against the wall, arms crossed, looking at R with contempt. You don't believe me, so do you want me to prove it? Bao Mi's gaze was like a predator ready to devour, threatening R, making him hesitate in fear and speak. Cough, cough, no, no need. Bao Mi sighed and smiled softly. It's just a simple matter. You just need to become stronger than you are now. I think there's about a month left before the next situation like this. Violence is the best way to resolve it. Violence is the best, Pa said with a sinister look that carried a hint of danger. Elsewhere, Beiju was kneeling down to report the situation. It seems everything is not going as planned. If we clash with Go, the public's attention will be focused on us. Ivok says, How much do they know? Is the negotiation just a show? Yu replies, I don't know. Even spies wouldn't give us information like that. There may be details only high-level leaders know. Ivok sat back, eyes full of danger. How can their chickens be my problem? Getting rid of them is very easy. Once that day comes, our enemies will only be the Cloud Society, just like 8 centuries ago, with Queen Cygnus leading the Cygnus Knights, the Exploration Society, and the Nova Tribe forming an alliance. After the 6 heroes were sealed away, our only threat is them. If it's just a conflict between merchant alliances, we don't need help from above. But I have a bad feeling. Did he do all that only with Go's support? Ivok frowned and pondered. Beidou also remained silent. Then Ivok spoke. Get more information about Go. Yes, sir, Eve said with a sinister look. Pas me. I hope you will prove yourself to be a formidable enemy. In a rustling forest where leaves fall and golden sunlight filters through the green canopy. Raph was knocked down and dragged along the ground, cursing angrily. What the hell was that? What kind of mage uses that? Kiri also couldn't stand firm, being pushed back, surrounded by dust and smoke. How? Bao Mi Hin confidently steps forward with weapon in hand. Why don't you hit us at all? He lunged towards them. One hit is enough for you to get a break. Stay away from me. Raph shouted loudly. The 3 of them are practicing together in a quiet corner somewhere. Dio sat alone on a rock, shouting angrily. Why are you all so noisy? I just want to go out there and punch someone. Why do I have to do this? He remembers his conversation with Pao about trying and voluntarily using the power that appears whenever he faints. I don't know if it works, but if he can do it, that would be great to see. Bao Mai looks at Dio Bo with trust. Just a gentle hit. Raph kept complaining. Does doing this really make me stronger? Du sighs irritably, but continues practicing. As night falls, darkness envelops the space. Yet inside a brightly lit room, voices and laughter still fill the air. Elpam Raph struggled to keep a straight face with his battered and swollen face, only one eye remaining intact and suspicious. Is this really a sparring match? Debo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Elpam coldly replied, I hit exactly the number of rounds you did. I'm annoyed, and I don't believe it. And Du is still grinning widely. With that face, any girl he flirts with will fall for him. Debo enjoyed seeing Raph like this. Then he turned to ask if it was okay for the girl to be alone. Dev replied, There's already someone watching over here. You're fine. Debo suddenly remembered there was something I wanted to tell him. Bao Mi glanced at Debo. Why did Debo give a letter to Pao Mi with a special ring attached to it, claiming it was something I found at the main gate last time? Thanks to this, we managed to escape. I didn't want to keep it without knowing where to return it. He asked, Do you know what this is? Bao Mai noticed the ring, a hint of surprise as something clicked in his mind, and silently thought. The cross ring and the image of a girl appeared in his head. Diobo looked confused and asked, What is that? Here, let me take this letter so you can rest. You'll need to train with us again tomorrow morning, Baomi said as he put it away. And hearing that, Diobo broke out in a cold sweat, terrified and shouting, while Raph smiled with satisfaction. While her teammates rest, Kiri continues to train fiercely in the familiar forest, her sword striking the trees repeatedly until she gradually runs out of breath. The sounds of my old teammate Kat Sim still echo in my ears. She is useless. She grits her teeth, gripping her sword tightly, sparks flying as she unleashes a powerful strike, venting all her anger. As night falls and everyone falls asleep, Pa quietly walks along the deserted road. He stood in front of a house, knocking on the door. But instead of the door he knocked on opening, it was the door behind him, with a sharp-eyed person full of suspicion. "Who are you?" Baomi glanced at him while holding the letter in her hand. The messenger. After answering, he remembered the incident of destroying the main gate. When the main gate was destroyed, a coalition of merchant alliances came to investigate, but found no culprit. In fact, there was no longer any reason to look for them, yet the main gate reappeared near its original location, and no further destruction of the gate occurred. He pondered and only later realized who was behind it and why, until someone suddenly opened a door in front of him, interrupting his thoughts. "That person seems to be threatening. How did you find this place?" "Explain it to me. You have 10 seconds. Baomi steps inside alone, facing a group of people. They are the Crusader Hunters. A secret organization knows that the Great Gate is a trap set by the Fangren followers, who destroyed the gate and whose noble sacrifice goes unrecognized. But this time, they see Baomi silent, raising their weapons at him. Yet he uses a skill to hand them a letter. He calmly said, "I came to return what you have lost. Don't you want to accept it?" They didn't say much, starting the countdown. 5. I want to show you a shortcut. 4. You can run east or west, it doesn't benefit me either. I can't tell you how I know this place, but if you kill me, the 2 basements of the Edelstein Guild will react. Baomai takes the opportunity as your leader's hideout is exposed. Seeing this, a blonde-haired woman approaches Baomi, looking at him with suspicion, and asks, "Who are you?" Baomi smiled warmly, happy to meet her. Cher was a bit wary and cautious when he learned her name. Looking at her makes him remember an old memory. He reminisces that he should have said, "It's been a long time since we last met because in the past we were friends." After the crossbow hunter was wiped out, she joined the resistance, and he fought alongside her in countless battles. Baomi recalls the memories of the past. Back then, she called out to him with a bright smile. "Elpa, go ahead. I will catch up with you. When you sacrifice yourself, I will repay that debt to you." Returning to the present, Baomi coldly replied, "I will be straightforward. Withdraw the branch at Kan Nin. That branch has been discovered by the cult members." Hearing that, Chero was startled. He took out a wooden box and continued, "And I just picked up the item. The Kanya Traders Guild has something very interesting." Then he opened it, revealing a hand covered in burn marks. Chero confusedly asked, "What is this?" and warned that if he dares to act recklessly, he won't forgive him. Look carefully. Baomi used magic to make the red mark appear on her hand. Chero couldn't hide his panic. That is the tattoo of a believer. The others also recognized the tattoo. "Yes, it's definitely it." "Is that really Kanya's?" Chero opened his mouth in disbelief, pondering. "That tattoo really belongs to the believers. It's hard to find because it won't show up unless you channel magic. And not many people know about the existence of the believers." Chero shouted angrily, "What do you want? If you talk nonsense, I will shoot you right away." "I want information," Bao Mai firmly said. Thud, the door was slammed shut, and there were voices talking inside. "Do you believe him, Chero?" "Of course not, he's too suspicious." She guessed, and especially he appeared right at this moment again. It must be a trap. "Then I will pretend to go along with it." Baomi left with her thoughts, not expecting she would get this and the information. The ring attached to the letter has been hidden by Baomi. Kanha, they acted too quickly. Could it be that the future has changed, causing them to alter their plans? In this case, it will be clear what she is doing. The next location is Nautilus, in the blue sky, where countless seagulls are soaring with their characteristic cries. Debo, with the red axe on his back, looked at the people boarding the ship. Oh, all 4 of them. El Paomi, Kiri, and Raf. Dio also looked in the same direction with confidence. Debo said, "Looks like we've already won. My body is starting to itch." El Pa recalls sitting opposite Biss in the room, and he told me to choose. There are 2 papers on the table now, and he confidently says, Gate 60 with 60 people at the intersection, or Gate 77 with 77 people at Alinea. I've chosen the gates that Kanya might be watching. Why don't you start already? It's been a month. El Pa looked down thoughtfully and then said, "I wonder." Ice angrily interrupts, "Don't ever say you're afraid." Bao Mi closes her eyes and crosses her arms, expressionless. I have already chosen where to go. Whose grave is it? Hearing that, Ap Huang Hot was shocked. What? Do you know what kind of place that is? Then, an image of a female pirate with long golden hair appears beside a whale-shaped pirate ship. Its head is attached to a large skull, which is Kirin, the captain of Nautilus, the leader of countless pirates. A blood-stained gun lies on the ground. She has a first disciple named Eagle Eyrie, and the Eagle Eye Gate is where her disciple died, now turned into a memorial for her. Are you talking about the place with the 90 million bounty, that crazy number? Many explorers have failed to conquer that place, so it's rumored to be impossible to conquer. Don't tell me the CEA Merchant Guild is aiming for it. Cool. So, where did you get that information first? Suddenly, the door to the room opens. Rockin walks in with a cheerful expression. What's so interesting? Abbas exclaimed in surprise. Lord Ran. What brings you here, sir? Raken stepped forward and said I was thinking of giving you a gift. Abbas is confused. Here's a gift. Ran laughed, holding up 2 glowing orange feathers towards Bao Mi, who looked surprised and asked, This is a special item prepared by Captain Phoenix Feather, and there are 2 more left. The guy sneers. I have high expectations for you. Reflecting on that moment, Bao Mi pondered deeply, meaning he had to do as much as he was given. With this, I now have 4 phoenix feathers, a truly unexpected harvest. Du interrupted, but why hasn't the old man gone inside? Bao Mi looked towards the place where a foot had just stepped down, signaling that someone was still coming. Do asked again who it was. Then he widened his eyes after hearing the call. Oh, the drunkard. Iburu, holding a large bundle of goods, greets warmly. It's been a while. Debo cheerfully says, Oh, Iburu, what's that in your hand? Kiri and RF were a bit surprised when Iburu replied, That's the order your boss placed. Really? You want me to deliver the package right now? Try it on. They quickly change clothes. Debo cheerfully exclaims, Is this free? Tweet and Kiri also looked surprised. It's much lighter than I thought, as if I'm not wearing anything. They asked what it was made of. Iburu replied, Snow white fur. The boss threw it to me and told me to make this, remember? Debo remembered the scene where Pa grabbed a piece of snow white fur. I will take this so he can't stop me, only able to block in that moment. Iburu asked if you've been eating well lately. Of course you have, since you have the skills to pass through the 100-person gate. Listen up, Diobo quickly reminded him. Hey, keep your voice down. Wait, how do you know about that? Iburu said as he reached for a piece of fur. How could I not know? I received such a rare item after all. Only I know, so don't worry. There are also some more equipment. This is Baomi cutting in. That belongs to you. Iburu immediately asked, Huh, mine? Why? Thanks a lot, but I didn't think it would be useful. Pa interrupted again. I told you it's yours. Iburu was stunned.
Huh? You mean before you finished speaking? Pa already interrupted. There's not much time left. Hurry up.
Iburu was still stunned. Huh? What? In a different scene, a pirate yawned and complained. I'm bored. This is a small island covered in green with a pirate ship anchored here. A woman is walking toward the ship when the guard calls out. Oh, she's coming. With her distinctive red hair, Miner and a group of dirt-covered people appear, expressing their gratitude. Thank you so much, Miner. Miner cheerfully said, The sea breeze is wonderful. A joyful shout of triumph. Miner did it. Inside the ship, countless people are shouting and talking excitedly. She has passed through the level 200 orange gate. Miner has returned. This changes the entire motivation for conquering the gate. A voice of refusal echoes in the captain's room. No, Captain, why have I already surpassed 200 people at the gate? 74 people will surely confirm that I am much stronger than any eagle before, so there's no reason to stop me. Kirin turned around and said, Hey, are you arguing with the captain? Do you plan to disobey orders? So how am I supposed to avenge Sister R? You know how hard I've been working. Kirin, with a cold and serious gaze, warned, I order you once more, as captain, turn back. A moment later, at the tavern, Miner slumped over the table, letting out a sad sigh. She confides in her teammate. I don't think he will allow me to do that should I ignore him and take the reward. Gio chuckled and added, That's how Kirin spoils her, but Miner still couldn't respond. He's too protective. Suddenly, a hurried foot ran in. He threw open the door, looked at the two of them, and hurriedly announced, Mayor, we have a problem. Get out quickly. Just a moment ago, those guys already took the reward for Eagle Eye's grave. Hearing that, Miner immediately stood up, exclaiming in surprise, What? Kevin was also unexpectedly guessing who they might be. The mole rats. Another female member also angrily spoke up. Those kids took the reward money. Over there, Pa's group entered amid the buzz of chatter. Do looked around nervously. What? What's with this atmosphere? It feels so strange. Kiri closed her eyes and replied, This is their home ground, so shut up. Because we ignored their hidden rules, it's not surprising if a bullet comes flying at us right now. Do asked, the rules are displayed on the bounty board along with various missions. Nautilus's rule is simple. The person who claims the bounty has the priority in conquering the gate. If the reward has already been claimed, you must be allowed to enter. That's the two rules. But most groups understand implicitly not to take the reward that someone else has targeted. And just as we were about to claim the reward, someone suddenly ran up and cut in, shouting loudly, "Who are you guys?" surprising the whole group. Minor, with an angry look, shouted, "Who are you to take that? That belongs to me, you know?" Baomai responds, "Then you should take the reward first." Minor retorts, "I am waiting, because I haven't been given permission." The noise drew everyone's attention. Baomi continued, "Permission? I've never heard of that before. You can't do that. It seems you don't understand the rules, but Nautilus's bounty only exists for pirates," Baomi said coldly. Dao seems to be trying not to laugh at her words. "You're not a pirate, so you can't hit the jackpot. There's no gate under Nautilus's control." Du couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. "I finally understand, boss." Minor looked at him disapprovingly and ordered, "Stop laughing." He jokingly said, "I don't want to," then put his arm around Paomi and pointed to the teammate behind. "Let me introduce ourselves. We are the Iburu pirates." Hearing that, Iburu nervously clenched the scroll, sweating as he played along with them, angering Minor. "You can't call yourselves pirates if you're not really pirates. Not everyone can become a pirate. There is a process to it." Before she finished speaking, Do interrupted. "Huh? Are you saying we're imposters? It's really sad, but we truly are pirates. Do you not realize that Captain Iburu of the Iburu pirate crew is the one lying?" Hearing that, Iburu didn't know what to say, and could only force out an awkward laugh. Debo looked at Minor, who was a bit confused, and smirked provocatively. "Iburu right here is a real pirate. As I said, you should be able to recognize that just by us being here, right? A group led by pirates is definitely a pirate group, right?" A voice rang out. "Are you guys pushing a little too hard?" Baomi turned to look at a muscular man walking over. "That means the rest of you are not pirates, so shut up and don't dare to oppose." Seeing the savior mayor excitedly calling out, "He's here!" "You called him Murat?" He asked, "What's all the noise about?" Baomek looked at him and said, "I've never heard of him before, Murat. We haven't broken any rules." Murat replied, "I don't know if Kirin is the one who set those rules, so let her decide. The rest of them, I guess there are more people." Baomeep said, "We only have 5 people." He was surprised to hear that, huh? "Are you crazy? Do you realize this is a gate meant for 74 people? At the same time, Daibo was stunned, thinking, "Can he see us?" At that moment, everyone around was paying attention to the conversation. Murat asked, "That seems a bit suspicious." "What is his name?" he replied. Elpa heard the name, and Kevin was startled as he repeated it. "Ipaomi." That's the female pirate Lamb next to him, who turned to ask, "What, you know him?" "I've heard about him. I remember he's a survivor from the Red Tier 100-person gate." The gossip started to spread. That famous 100-person gate. I think most of the people who entered there ended up dead. Someone else replied, "So they are not ordinary people." Hearing that, Bo stroked his chin smugly. "Exactly. But then he felt angry when someone said, 'So what?' That female pirate was a little angry at Kevin. Anyway, they failed the raid and just barely survived." "So they are no different from cowards." He suddenly raised his hand in confusion and asked, "Why are you shouting in my face?" That person continued, "Captain Minor has surpassed the 200 orange rank gate. Doesn't that mean he's better?" Making the Minor blush with embarrassment, "You're overdoing it even though it's not your fault." Murat's face darkened as he said, "I see now. So you are their kind." He looked at Paomi's group and proposed, "All right, why don't we make a deal? Since you took the wanted poster first and have the advantage, why not give up the remaining 69 spots to another group?" "All right, let Debo be surprised then." Pa spoke. 100,000 mi exo each, up to 10 people. Then in Minor's room, there is the sound of conversation. "Hey, are you serious?" "Anyway, they will die anyway. We can wait until that happens and then go in." Minor sits on the chair counting money, ignoring Gio's worried response. "I'm preparing for the worst case. It will all end if they escape the gate and try to survive." Gio asked further, "But what about Kirin?" Minor doesn't care much. "I don't have time. I'll do this first and apologize later." Her eyes were sharp and determined, willing to do anything to prevent others from taking that gate. Meanwhile, Raph was furious. "Why do you say that? Are you only opening 10 spots out of 69? You just lost 690,000 mi. Go tell them we changed our minds." Bo sighed. "He's so greedy." Kiri explains. There will be too many people if we do that. Have you forgotten the ones tailing us? Who cares anyway? As long as we eliminate them, Bomi, who is now lost in thought, cannot change her mind. Their current target. An image of a metal bar covered in scratches with the number 74 in the center appears. It is the assassination of Captain Kieran Miner's second disciple. At the Eagle's Eye, where her first disciple also died, the whale-shaped pirate ship with a skull on its body is full of cracks and rising up. Kieran was shocked after losing her second disciple at the same gate and isolated herself from everyone. The pursuers took advantage of that opportunity to completely wipe out the Nautilus pirate gang. This was supposed to happen 2 years from now, but now everything has changed. Bayomi continues to ponder as she receives news that Kanya has transferred money to Nautilus. That means they are moving forward with their plan earlier. I have to get ahead of them. We need to limit the number of people allowed in to ensure her safety and also reduce energy consumption. I can't repeat the same mistake again. The atmosphere in this room is tense as an argument erupts, and someone shouts, "I am sure he has a plan." Others complain, "Oh my God, all that money makes Ibaru feel so powerless. Why am I even here?" Under the moonlit night, the pirate ship is sailing across the sea when someone knocking on Pa's door catches his attention. He tenses up, gathering a stream of blue energy into his fist. Ba opens the door and asks who it is, and then the blue eyes widened in shock. He marveled at how surprising this was. "Come in. The 2 people outside are considered important figures on this ship." He called both Captain Kieran and Murat, and under the yellow light, Pao Mi asked, "What's the matter that made you both come so late?" There was a response, saying, "I have something to check. You'd better not lie to me." Kieran, with cold eyes, said, "Aopa, are you the one tailing the Dark Mage?" He thought in panic. How does Kieran know about the followers? Has the future changed again? Or did she already know beforehand? So why did the events before I rewound time happen? Murat said seriously. You seem pretty shocked. Are you involved with them in any way? Bao Mi silently cursed inside. Damn it, you deny it. No, I'm not. I just didn't expect to hear that from you. So you don't suspect that the tale exists? Kieran's face was serious. That doesn't mean anything. How can I believe you're not one of them? Do you have any proof? Ba says calmly with his eyes closed. Well, I don't have any, but I think you came to ask because you already knew. Kieran listens carefully. Who are the followers and what is my relationship with them? Otherwise, you would have shot me long ago. The shadows of the 2 people stretch across the floor. Is that the Cross Hunter? I don't know if you have any connection to them. Kieran closed her eyes and admitted, yes, the Stalkers are the Cha Merchant Alliance, so you are their enemy. But that doesn't mean you are my ally, Bao Meep said. I might be an ally of yours. I guess that's why you came to see me. He asked seriously, what do you want from me? Kieran hesitated. The situation is very serious. I already knew that the Dark Mage pursuers were behind Leah's death, but they have infiltrated Nautilus quite deeply. I can't trust anyone except Murat and a few others. Bao Miep quietly guessed. Damn it, has everything gotten this bad? Things are moving faster than I expected. Kieran thought about Miner and added, I hear they will act again. I guess they are targeting Miner. Without Leah, she is essentially the symbol of this ship. If Miner dies, chaos will engulf Nautilus. I can't even handle that. Pa's eyes turned dangerous because of Kieran's proposal. This is a negotiation. Protect Miner in the Eagle's Eye tomb. You will be rewarded with an item from Nautilus's treasure. It's morning at Gate 74. The group walks through the front gate, leaving Miner and her team behind. He says, we'll go in first, you just follow after. Miner seems to be deep in thought, her face showing determination. Inside the gate, Diobo looks around in awe. Everything appears new and quite terrifying. Are you sightseeing? You should be a bit more alert. And Raph still refused to accept the selection, gritting his teeth and thinking, are we really only selling a few spots? Suddenly, the sound of a monster's footsteps pounding the ground drew everyone's attention. Dew sneered at the green dinosaur-like monster, looking at that foolish thing, when suddenly someone interrupted. Dew, wait, I will get rid of it. Bo widened his eyes in surprise. Huh? A much larger monster appears behind the small one, crying, while Bo nervously stands in its shadow, rubbing his head. Are you going with your mother? And then a loud sound echoes, revealing a scene of stalactites covering the dry, wet ground beyond the gate. Gunfire rang out, accompanied by growls from the monsters. The miner kept shooting, shouting as he continued to kill them one by one. She screams, Dio! The gunfire is attracting them. He reassures her. Don't panic. The monster with its sharp teeth open wide and rushes to attack from above their heads. Dio continued to encourage them. They're just a bunch of nonsense. We even once took down a gate with 200 people. He raised his gun and shot directly at the monster, the bullet piercing through and making it scream in pain. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. It collapsed with a thud, and the miner's cry rang out. "You were right, Gio. Let's get back in formation." Second sister confidently declares with 2 guns in her hands, "Let me handle this." On the other side, a monster with its mouth wide open roars as it rushes toward Ipado's group. Frustrated, there's another one. "Where are they coming from?" Raph ran ahead. "Go ahead, I have something to deal with." Du runs out of breath, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Where did that bastard go?" Mai suddenly realized there's a large rock blocking the way ahead. "Dead!" Du quickly dodged, but the monster kept running straight into the rock. The rock shattered into small pieces. Seizing the moment while the monster was still recovering, he grabbed his axe and swung it into its neck to finish it off. "Let's go." After witnessing everything, Epoch previously commented that your fighting style was really chaotic. "If we keep fighting chaotically like that, it won't be effective. I order you from now on we will fight as a team. From this moment on, you are family." Hearing this, all 3 of them couldn't help but be stunned and exclaim, "What? You assigned Debo to lead the way? He will move to the front and create space. No need to defeat them immediately, just focus on injuring them. Your goal is to keep moving forward no matter what happens. Ignore any attacks from behind. Your father will protect you, and the father here is Raph." He raises his fist in support, still mocking. "My beloved son, trust in your father." Hearing these ridiculous words, Diobo shouted out loud, "Catch it now!" El Pa continues to assign tasks to Raph. He crosses his arms and speaks with a steady tone. "R.F. I am Debo's shield. Forget your personal combat techniques." His face was cold, and Elpa's voice was both a warning and a command. "From now on, fight for him. Protect him at all costs. That is an order." The 2 turned their backs to each other, working together to fight off the ferocious monsters charging at them. Raph stomps the ground eagerly, trying to see what he can do. He moved incredibly fast, attacking the monsters with great power. Suddenly, he caught sight of a monster rushing from behind, swinging its tail at Debo. He was surprised too soon, but Raph managed to run over and grab the monster's tail, feeling extremely excited, using his magic to strengthen and heal himself with a somewhat crazed expression. "Damn it! Is this the power of a father's love for his child?" So exhilarating, Debo can't take it anymore and roars, "I told you to be quiet." El Pa continues to emphasize the role of the only girl in the team and Kiri, stating that her role is the most important. Her skill prevents enemies from recovering after being burned. Use it to finish off all the weakened foes. In the eyes of the monster, which reflected Kiri's image, she immediately brandished her flaming sword and struck it with a blazing slash. Elpa commented that she was the most improved person in the past month. Kiri indeed defeated the monster quickly with just 1 move. She cheered excitedly, surprised at how easy it was. "Great, keep it up like that. Meanwhile, something is happening outside the gate." The 2 gatekeepers were very surprised to see the people appearing before them, and hesitated before speaking. "Crazy Fish, why are you here?" the members who promised. But he seems very worried, and his angry voice cuts him off. "Step aside, that's not important right now. This is more urgent. I need to inform Miner right away." Inside the gate, but on Miner's side, a monster has been defeated. Rio happily praised, "Well done, Miner," she modestly. "It's nothing, let's keep going." Standing on top of the monster, a brown-haired girl is waving her hand. "Miner. This one is huge. Just look at this giant monostone. She's excited. If we sell it, we'll make at least some money." Before she could finish her words, she was shot through the stomach by an arrow from somewhere, and Miner couldn't believe his eyes while the brown-haired girl was stunned, blood pouring from her mouth. "What?" Someone's hand has manipulated the arrow. Without waiting for them to react, another arrow flew toward Miner as she ran, shouting a warning. "Everyone, watch out!" Rio, anxiously, also yelled. Miner quickly hugged her teammate to lie down and avoid the arrow, then responded by firing a shot that shattered the arrow. However, there was a red flash behind Miner. She instinctively turned around in surprise from behind. Her instincts were right. A barrage of bullets was fired toward her team. It causes rocks to fly everywhere, and amidst the dust and smoke, a strange object glows brightly. The dust on her face only fuels her anger. "You bastard, explain yourself." The culprit reveals himself. It's Iopa Mi, holding a bow in one hand and adjusting his glasses with the other, and he replies, "I'm just tidying up." A blazing red vortex appears. Many arrows are shot simultaneously towards the Miner team, along with the echoing sound of English saying, "Stay still. I will make it quick." Everyone has forgotten. He clutches his head and screams, "Everyone has forgotten about me." He remembered being chased by monsters, everyone running in different directions, and he was filled with rage.
That bastard! How could he abandon me like this after I trusted him? If you're going to do this, why did you bring me here?
Luckily, there's this ant nest, or I would have already died. I'm worried, but I can't keep hiding forever. If everyone else escapes, then I really will be left behind. He considers his options and finally decides to find a way out. Damn it, I'm also a second-round adventurer. Let's see. The monsters are still wandering outside. He grits his teeth and thinks to himself, I won't die easily here. After a battle of wits and strength with the monsters, Iburu stands before a gate, the second main door. What should he do now? If he waits here while he's confused, a sound suddenly appears nearby, causing him to panic and fall backward, shouting. Then, after calming down a bit, he realized it was a rather silly-looking snail making adorable sounds. Iburu was confused. Are you from Epa? When did you arrive here? Did you think your heart was about to jump out of your chest? Suddenly, a buzzing sound reached Iburu's ears, and a slit of light appeared from the gate. The snail moaned and crawled closer to the gate, but Iburu had already vanished. It bent down, let out a small cry, and sighed, then moved swiftly into the gate at a speed faster than a normal snail.
Ipa! A lot of arrows are aimed at the group of Miner.
I'll finish this quickly. She pointed the gun at him and shouted,
Explain yourself, are you not listening to me?
A bullet is coming. Ipa quickly dodged. The bullet exploded on the ground, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. What? Crow and two others approached, holding a hot gun in their hands. Luckily, it seems we're not too late, Miner exclaimed in shock. How could that happen? At that moment, Ipa quickly ran away. Seeing that, Crow ordered him to chase. He's still alive. He guesses and guesses wrong. It seems that little Ipa also did something similar at the 100-person gate. His face furrows. Kirin sent us here after discovering his identity. Miner hesitated. Kirin was running past Pa while shooting arrows at the enemies. The arrows hit 3 people. The angry red-haired man roars. What the hell are you doing? He kept unleashing a furious fire attack at the enemy, flames roaring wildly while shouting loudly. He's only one person. After a series of shots, he thought to himself, okay, but he didn't expect the firepower just fired to be bouncing back toward them. The 3 of them were terrified. Screams echoed, and the explosions sent shards of rock flying everywhere. Ipa is running away while worrying. 3 people already, now there's 1 more. Did they realize it? He was startled to find someone blocking the way with a gun. 2 red bullets fly toward him, but he narrowly dodges. Miner's gun, still blazing with red, she angrily says, You think I'll let you escape? She kept firing at him, but not only did he dodge everything, he quickly reached the gate as Crow, holding a bomb, shouted loudly, and everyone crouched down. What is Dieu panicking about? El Pa, with his keen-eyed glasses, has noticed. He raised his hand with the ring to cast a spell, and a large stone immediately appeared, blocking the way between him and the Miner team while the bomb Crow just threw hit this stone. A terrible explosion erupts, shards of rock falling down and piling up in layers that separate the team from El Pa and Miner. The sound of everyone calling her name, the pile of stones built up in front of them, and the shouts for everyone to come here. Hurry up and die, damn it! The thick dust makes Miner Mong Lung cough and wonder. What's going on? Before she could catch her breath, light from the staff shot out and aimed at her. That familiar light instantly made her recognize what it was, and she immediately aimed her gun at him. In the confined space, the 2 faced each other. She growled, You bastard, what the hell are you doing? Quickly tell me your plan. She pressed the gun against his face, and he opened his mouth. And is she ready to face the consequences? Miner's hand trembles as he squeezes the trigger. Outside, Geo grabbed Cat Ro's shirt and shouted, We have to do something. Miner is caught in there too. He hesitated, then suddenly a loud explosion erupted from the pile of rocks.
Geo anxiously shouts into the smoke, Miner, are you still alive? As a missile shoots out and the 2 hurriedly dodge in panic.
What the hell is going on?
And then the familiar gun is raised, and Karo looks terrified.
The person with that gun fired a barrage of bullets through him, his whole body darkening, blood splattering everywhere. And he stared fixedly. Why did Kar collapse? The culprit standing in front of him was none other than Miner. Geo couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. He roared, Miner, what are you doing? El Pa stepped forward from behind and asked, So what was the result? He is cold and indifferent. I only wasted mana because of her pointless stubbornness. Just as we thought, they are all new members. The Miner's face is grim. She called out to Dio, urging the others to run, emphasizing that it was Kirin's order. Kirin's necklace suddenly made a noise, and a crack of light appeared on the other side of the second gate. Both Iburu and the snail from the other side have entered inside. The man bent over, one hand on his knee, panting heavily. I accidentally came in here, now I just have to wait for the others to come in.
He observed the silence inside with bones scattered on the ground and muttered, "Is the second gate also a cave? Are those people here?" A figure resembling a human caught his eye, and he exclaimed. Iburu immediately ran toward the figure, ignoring the shocked and hissing snail beneath his feet, shouting loudly, "I'm lost from the group. Can I join you if I do?"
What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to roast me over a fire when Pao Mi isn't here? Yoru struggled to stand up, explaining with his face turned toward the other person. Oh, this snail isn't a monster. But before he could finish his sentence, the figure of the other person suddenly appeared right in front of him. A hideous monster. It roars loudly. Behind it, the monster started to advance. He shouted out loud. Minor, covered in wounds, shouted loudly for Gio. G let everyone out of here immediately. It's Karen's order. Gio doesn't seem to believe what Minor is saying, thinking to herself, what? The necklace on Minor's neck seems to have something passing through it. She raises her weapon towards Apa and questions him. What the hell are you doing? Apa shows no sign of fear at all. Do you know anything about Leah's death? She opened her eyes wide, stammering and unable to speak. What did you say? Apa replied. Behind those rocks there are followers of the Dark Sorcerer hiding among your friends. The one behind the eagle's death. Min refuses to believe what Ipa says and screams. Be quiet. Ipa, unconcerned with her anger, continued, Kieran already knows everything. That's why I am here. She doesn't understand why they are trying to isolate her from Kieran, but it's because their next target is Kieran's second disciple. That means her, Minor. Huh? What is he talking about? Are there Dark Mage followers in the Nautilus team? So it was my own teammates who killed Lai? Ipa interrupted those thoughts and held out the necklace. Kieran, do you want me to give this to you? Minor was surprised to see it, stammering, This is Kieran's necklace. Inside the face of the statue is a skull symbolizing Kieran. Minor couldn't believe what he saw and denied it. There's no way she would give it to a stranger. It's a symbol of her. So Jakiran truly knew all about this and was trying to protect himself. Minor slowly lowered his weapon and questioned Ipa. So the people who killed them, he understood what she was asking and responded. That's right. Min still couldn't accept her asking him further. But how could anyone tell them apart? Chero, I don't think this is right. They know about us and have information on the number of items we possess. That means nothing. We can't fully trust them. Chero probably cares about what he's saying and is thinking about the seeing through glasses. The scrying glass is an item that lets you see the flow of mana. It's a good way to identify Dark Mage followers, but its downside is that it consumes a lot of mana. Thinking for a moment, she frowned and explained after Chorus died, no one could use it anymore. Did the person not know that it only worked when aligned with the user's elemental type? The figure of Apa with sharp eyes appears. Chero continued, Even though I don't know how someone who looks like a wizard can use it, I don't trust him anyway, so he must share our goal. That might be a trap. We don't know who is behind all this. Chero calmly replied, So what can we do? I've lent it to him. It'll be fine, trust me. Chero's eyes turn resolute. If his mana isn't enough, he will die before he can use it. Just wait and see what answer he will bring us. At this moment, a large crowd is gathered around Min and the others. Ipa, standing behind Min, said, All of them, except the three in front, are followers of the Dark Sorcerer. Min frowned and said nothing. Evidence? Do you want this? Then he put on the magnifying glasses. He silently thought that dealing with followers of dark magic was truly troublesome. Even before he kneeled, their tattoos only appeared when mana was channeled into them, placed anywhere on their bodies, and then he stepped on them. A transparent figure bound by threads appeared, but just because you can't see the tattoo with the naked eye doesn't mean it doesn't exist. A red-colored sphere appears, and at this moment his hand, full of magic power, presses down on Crow's head. Tra. I try to respect all of you, but don't you think you're crossing the line? He then grabbed Crow's hair, revealing the tattoo on his forehead. Kevin and Gio shouted in surprise when they saw the tattoo. That is the symbol of the Dark Sorcerer. It can't be. Pedro grits his teeth in anger as tears roll down his cheeks. Then they started to raise their guns, and one of them shouted, Damn it! Kill them all! Gio didn't anticipate the surprise attack but quickly raised his gun to respond. What? What the hell is going on? The relentless attack begins, and Min raises his weapon to fight back. One of them was seriously wounded and cried out in pain. Ipa looked at Min and said, We've already spent too much mana tracking them. We'll be at a disadvantage if we keep going like this. There is a second large gate nearby. We should go through there and hide now. Min ignored Apa and shouted, I will kill them myself. She kept shooting forward as she spoke, causing Pedro to quickly step back with his weapon. It's time to hunt, as he holds a purple skull and rushes toward Min, while eerie hands emerge from the sphere to distract her and Minner. Min quickly covers her face. What is it? An illusion. I can't see anything. All around her now are only thick black and purple smoke with no sign of anyone. A flash of light shot straight at Miner's body, leaving her no time to counter. The purple-haired man grinned maliciously.
Not bad at all, you can't see anything, right? But you'd better prepare yourself.
Gio and Kevin are now in so much pain that they curse. Miner cannot see anything. What the hell is this? Taking advantage of Min not seeing anything, the purple-haired guy pointed his gun at her. Hey Min, I will take you to the Eagle's Eye now. And with that, he shot at her. The bullet almost grazed her, but luckily Ipa rushed in to embrace her and dodge it. The purple-haired guy, who had been smug earlier, was now furious. What? How can you see that? Then he ordered his teammates, shoot him, he's too unpredictable. They kept firing at Ipa, forming a barrier. The bullets hitting it were immediately reflected back, turning into missile arrows aimed at them. They scream in pain, but one of them refuses to give up and fires a powerful attack at the two of them. Do you think that's enough? But his attack was quickly countered, and the missile pierced straight into his neck. What? No way. The purple-haired guy can't believe his eyes. What kind of devilish power is this?
They're just missile arrows.
Then he ordered his men to keep attacking Apa and Min to block it. Apa is not someone to be underestimated, either. He quickly uses the six-linked arrow strike to create a powerful tornado that blows away all of their attacks. The purple-haired man holding the skull in his hand is taken aback. He has changed the direction of the missiles. Putting aside his thoughts, Ipa charged forward and decisively cut off the arm holding his skull, then continued to stab him in the stomach. He destroyed that skull with one hand, and the black smoke gradually disappeared. Miner was able to see again. I can see now that even when faced with death, he still refuses to surrender. That bastard said it, and he used all his remaining strength to create blazing yellow orbs. It was all because of the dark mage. The spheres sped toward the miners and then exploded. They were thrown into the air. Apa managed to lift everyone onto a piece of rock. Apa has fought with all his might. I'm also reaching my limit. I need to reach the main gate of the wing before I run out of mana. Pedro also suddenly swooped in to attack Miner. Miner was knocked away from the rock. Rio couldn't catch her in time and painfully called her name. Miner and Pa reached out, trying to hold on to Miner. Damn it! But Pedro quickly launched the iron ball toward him. You won't get away with this. He couldn't react in time as the sphere quickly exploded the main gate. Minoru painfully regains consciousness, staring blankly at the wreckage before her. The great gate, the main gate, has been blown apart. The main gate! They exclaimed in shock. Oh no, the main gate is screwed. The second gate, are we going to lose Pa and the others? Someone else reassures them, it's okay, the main gate will be restored soon. Anyway, our real goal is Pedro hunting Miner. He ordered his men to kill that bastard. He spun into a whirl but was shot in the wrist by Miner. He activates the Admiral's wing skill to defend himself. That move won't work against me. Miner furrowed his brow, wondering if his move was useless. Was he hiding his skills? She keeps firing at Pedro, but still can't hurt him. Before his punch lands, Miner manages to flip and jump away. She jumps onto his head, pressing two guns against his forehead, firing continuous shots. The first target is Pedro's foot. He clenched his teeth in pain, enduring it. Pedro's accomplices have arrived. They all aimed their guns at Miner at the same time, while Pedro was also trying to break free from her grip. Miner quickly lowered his hand to the ground, his body arching like a shrimp, perfectly shielding her. His back was now covered in wounds, while Miner safely landed on the ground. She quickly fires at the group, her finger never leaving the trigger. Pedro couldn't hold back this rage. Damn it. As he was about to attack, Miner didn't give him a chance and shot the gun straight into his opponent's stomach. Another gun is pressed directly against Pedro's mouth. The scene turns bloody. Seeing his tragic state, others are stunned. Pedro Miner orders them. I don't have much time left. Everyone charge in together. On the other side, Doe looked at the row of gates in front of him, confused. What the hell is this? So many gates. Kiri also reported that there are more on this side. Maybe all of them are second-level gates. Raph was sure these special gates I heard about are probably connected to another area in the second region. When a certain number of members pass through, the corresponding gate will close, and they will have no choice but to use another gate, Dio said with doubt. Wait a minute, we don't know where we'll go after passing each gate, so how can we meet the boss? Raph sighed and replied, do we have any other options? We just have to rely on luck and go in first. Luckily, it seems 3 of us are enough to pass through the gate. Keep an eye on your surroundings. El Pia will probably go through another gate, so we need to find a way to team up with him as soon as possible. What is that? It looks like it's heading straight out for us. Could that be the boss? That's Iburu. When he saw them, tears welled up in his eyes. Please come and save me. Du doesn't dare to recognize anyone because behind him are a bunch of monsters.
What are you talking about? Stay away from me.
Iburu is deliberately misunderstanding again. I know. Our pirate crew, Iburu, we live and die together, Doda.
No way, stay away from us.
Boss, which tavern are you at? El Pa, wearing glasses, can see everything clearly. He thought to himself, no way. He saw the monster roar as if it wanted to swallow everything around it.
Many people have lost their lives here, Raph shouted in panic. These things, they are not ordinary monsters. They are wearing our pirate costumes.
Were they ever human? Damn it, this is not the time to be questioning that.
These things can't be killed. They keep moving even after I blew their heads off, and I'm running out of bullets.
Ipa is tense and thinking, damn it, I've never heard of anything like this. Do these monsters have no core? Could these be the bodies of people turned into zombies? Because they have no weak points. No matter where I aim, they don't fall. What the hell is going on? Everything is so different from my past life.
I have to find it at all costs. Wait.
Are these strands of mana connected to them? How far does this connection go?
There must be something on the other side of that wall. Have everyone already entered the second gate?
He clutches his head in despair. I'm at my limit. I don't have enough mana left to sustain the skill. Gio, on the front line, reminds him to stay alert. What's going on with El Pa? Stay calm. The grand gate still radiates a dazzling light. Gio couldn't understand what was happening behind it.
What the hell is that?
Miner jumps down from above. Seeing her, Gio was very surprised. He shouted loudly, Miner! A barrage of bullets rained down, destroying countless monsters. Her appearance made Gio breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, she wasn't injured anywhere. Miner coldly ordered Kevin to fall back if he didn't want to die. He was stunned for a moment. Then the strange monster appeared right after. Miner immediately opened fire at them. Ipa was also exhausted at this point. Miner stood amidst the thick smoke. Kevin sighed in relief and said, Mir almost died. What's going on? There's still so many. What should we do now? The bullets are almost gone, but the miner still has plenty of energy. I can shoot one more time. I will use all the remaining mana. Suddenly, El Pa spoke up to stop her. Wait a moment, she asked suspiciously, and El Pa replied, Wait a little longer. We will need that skill. His words surprised her.
What are you talking about? Why do you look like you're about to die?
Don't you see those things? We don't have time to wait. He thought to himself that there was about a kilometer left to the bathroom. No more time. He couldn't think further. El Pa told Miner 5 minutes. Give me 3. She replied, Huh? What do you plan to do with those 3 minutes? He injects mana into his mouth and firmly declares to clear out the main gate. At Debo's place, he also has to strain himself to fight off the pile of zombies.
What the hell?
He shouted out loud.
What the hell is going on?
Those damn zombies may be corpses, but even if I cut off their heads, they won't fall down.
Dom was so exhausted that he couldn't help but shout out. The whole group was struggling against the zombie horde. He asked Raph if there was any way to kill these things. Raph angrily reminded him, Stop complaining. If you have time to think about that, kill another one. On the side, Iburu also used his gun to take down each monster one by one. Suddenly, something moved, surprising Iburu with a gasp as a missile shot straight at the creature. It was immediately taken down. Everyone praised it as Iburu's work, saying, Nice shot. He also looked confused and replied, What's the big deal? A small hole appeared on the wet ground, and the earth and rocks were pushed up by the monster, as if the ground had exploded.
Damn it, are you crazy? Why did you wake that thing up?
Yuru also looked grim and said, Damn, earlier you said I shot really well. In front of the team is a huge monster roaring and demanding our lives. Everyone is fighting with all their might, especially Miner and Gio, who are firing wildly, while El Pa grits his teeth, enduring the pain. He silently thought that his heart was about to explode. I didn't want to push myself like this, but I have no other choice. His vision started to blur, forcing him to make a decision. It's too early to move to the next circus Circio.
It will hold him back before he's ready. There's only one way left.
El Pa remembered facing a similar situation during his previous trial. Even before going back to the past, the monsters kept getting stronger and his mana and attack power couldn't keep up. When I reach the 6th circle, that will be my limit. I have to come up with a way. Seeing the stone in his hand slowly crack, El Pa understood that it was a gamble. The transformation process of the stone gave him an idea. Considering that mana stones are only used to create circles and represent the condensed essence of monsters, I think I can absorb the core of the magic stone and turn it into mana. Back to reality. Having just undergone a transformation in his body, Elpomi thought about the theory that he could recover any mana he had used. All that remains is the explosion of mana waves. Elpa thought to make it flow with the blood in his veins to his heart if his body could withstand it. At the same time, Minor leapt up to confront the monster. Her eyes widened, not daring to blink for a second due to the tension, and also because of a voice from afar. Good job, Minor. At the same time, she was using all her strength to destroy the monster in the sea of fire. The vortex of power has trapped the monster, causing it to roar non-stop. Seeing the flailing hand in front of her, Minor asked, Elpam, did you receive the order from the person opposite to prepare the thing from earlier?
What?
She was so shocked because in front of her was a completely different Aopa after the transformation.
What the hell is this?
Meanwhile, Kiri is also focused on facing two medium-sized monsters, with the creature's tentacles knocking down one of his allies. Rap discovered something new. What is it? Mushroom. Since he has a weapon in hand, he decides to deal with it right away. Damn it, is this the secret of that zombie mushroom? Then Raph forcefully stomps on the zombie tree. His healing ability is activated. Raph warns his teammates, watch out for those tentacles. His words echoing, it will turn me into that disgusting zombie mushroom. Raph grits his teeth in anger. Is that monster behind all of this? Kiri is exhausted now, and she understands that her team members are the same. Everyone is moving slower and more sluggish. Raph worries, this whole group will die. So he decides to run forward, shouting out, leave it to me, everyone back off. Everyone nearby was surprised by what happened. He moved forward, thinking to himself, if I don't do this, Raph will face the tentacles of the monster alone, trying his best to avoid its long tongue. Yet its tentacle managed to catch Raph's person. He was thrown back, blood at the corner of his mouth, filled with pain. The monster's long tongue once again knocked RF away, and in that critical moment, he was unexpectedly protected. That was Kiri risking her life to help him. Unfortunately, she was also wounded in the stomach. And inside the swamp area, they are still gradually coming up with a plan to counterattack. Minor reminds everyone, focus on maintaining your skills. I will handle the aiming. Inside, it's all corpses and blood. She continues, this wall is what we need to destroy. They looked at the monster with determination and said, we only have one chance. Minor and Elpa activated their powers one after the other, and he spoke to start. The first move is unleashed, causing the earth and rocks to crack into fragments. Bullets piercing through, building up to another explosion, waiting for Minor's divine gun to sweep through, with destructive power growing more terrifying. Harmonizing with Elpa's energy, nothing can withstand this level of damage. He pushes to accelerate, faster and faster, moving forward. Will the victory of the six-linked arrow attack visit them? Elpa thinks it's not enough. We need more, so he urges Minor. Keep going, the ultimate missile upgrade is here. Flames rushing like a spear, energy surging forward rapidly. But unfortunately, the monster is still unharmed. Damn bad luck, I'm out of bullets. A loud scream echoes from behind. Get out of the way, that person is trying to call Raph. He is now trying his best to stay alert. A monster without a core, his clear judgment is hindered by the puppets. Fear only leads to somewhere else. And the true nature of the immortals is that their master's core shines from afar onto the intense battle with the tentacle monster this time. Seeing it not yet defeated, Apa realized one thing. He clenched his fist and said, it's you! In an instant, the monster was torn apart by furious strength. At the same time, an unfamiliar move was executed, and a small yellow object emerged from the black hole, its golden shell gradually dispersing, and the strange object looked like a floating flower approaching. The male teammate looked on in amazement, unsure how to react, and Raph was the same. But what left him stunned was that she and Elpa were surrounded from behind by the monsters, and while one was grabbing her hair, they were suddenly defeated easily by someone. Iburu successfully shot them down. Iburu was so happy he cried tears of joy and proudly said, I did it. Those terrible monsters were shattered on the ground. Minor confidently said. The final smile appeared on Elpa's face as he wiped them out. She recalls her childhood, when her parents abandoned her. They were terrible people. Little Minor trembled at the help of someone, and Leah was the one who protected her from them. She will never forget this kindness. She stepped forward and became her hero. Minor and Leah sat by the sea, comforting each other. It's been 10 years since our master took us in. Time really flies. It feels like everything just happened yesterday. She sighed and continued, You really are a genius recognized by Kirin. I think every day you must feel happy comparing yourself to me. Leah doesn't need to hear the rest of the sentence. She already understands she's been scolded again. Minor kept talking non-stop, but I still felt everything was too rushed. The gap between us seemed to grow wider with each passing minute. Before Kirin could finish speaking, Eagle Eye Cock hit her on the head, causing Minor to shout out loud.
Leah scolds her little sister.
Don't be like that. Confidence is your greatest strength, Minor said, rubbing her head and annoyed.
I told you not to hit me like that.
Leah teased playfully. Come on, this is your right. The three of them are discussing among themselves. Kiri, are you sure you're okay? She responded. I'm fine. Maybe it's thanks to the new equipment we received.
Raph loudly claims it's thanks to my healing magic. Luckily, I had enough mana, or this place would have become your grave.
He beside him silently thought, yeah, of course it's thanks to me. Geo notices something strange. Hey, what's going on? A group of people approaches the rock, just as surprised as you are. A girl with golden hair now looking pitiful, still clutching her gun tightly, her heartbreaking scream echoing through the air. Leah, while the Minor is unconscious. Kiri and Raph furrow their brows in confusion. A rope? She tied herself up before turning into a mushroom corpse. There is still a letter in her shirt pocket. Master, the followers of the Dark Sorcerer have returned. They have infiltrated deep into Nautilus. I want to go back and help, but I probably can't. Please take care of yourself and Minor. My teammates listen attentively. They prepared everything very carefully.
Brina and Catterick have been by my side for a long time.
Half of our team members are followers of the Dark Sorcerer. I can't imagine how many more are hiding around here. So don't trust anyone. Maybe this is the end for me. Minor, tears streaming down her face, listened to Eagle Eye's final message. She couldn't keep her promise. Sorry, my dear little sister. The sun is starting to shine, making the smell of the corpses even more pungent in the air. The fake death gods muttering to themselves as they go, they are late. Could it be? One of them spoke up. The raccoon has taken the shard, even if it's the Minor team controlled by that thing. Before he could finish speaking, someone was already facing death as they were shot dead, seeing the bullets aimed at them. The crowd screamed in fear. Ambush! Anyone who sees the attacker's owner will gape in shock and question them. I thought you were at a conference. Kieran, with the gun in hand, intimidates. How does it feel to be ambushed? You parasites! For a moment, the bodies collapsed to the ground, and a steady voice rang out. We have eliminated a total of 46 enemies. Hold your position. Murat reassures Kieran. Everything we did was for a reason. Kieran hesitates. If Minor doesn't come back, I won't be able to forgive myself. He feels sorry for her, Kieran. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shines down. A woman approaches them, accompanied by Leah. Mina, holding Leah's body, leads Prina and Catterick back, her eyes brimming with tears. Kieran also started to tear up. Murat was stunned. Minor lowered his head and said, I brought my sister back. Kieran nodded. They come together and cry again. Both of them have returned. A torch is lit. Boats try to reach the shore through the darkness. Kiri and her team are talking. Oh, there are so many people. Even Nautilus is here, Lama. So, in the end, the cremation ceremony is taking place at the Eagle Eye's funeral. Minor gazes into the distance, a question echoing in his mind. Where's the boss? The fleets are setting sail, racing against the sun. Over here, there's a man sipping from one bottle after another. Long recalls something and then wonders to himself, is this a proposal? That was a secret trait. It sounds demanding, but it's necessary. Kieran replied sharply, with so many bottles like this, do you know how valuable they are after the formula is lost? He replied confidently, I know.
That's why I asked you. This should be easy for her.
You, considering Nihilus Elpantran's financial strength,
The deal is over, so why do you still want to help me? I know we still have a lot to do together.
She replied, I'm glad you protected Minor.
But that doesn't mean I trust you. So consider this a new deal.
Instead of one item from the warehouse as promised, give me a joke. If you set that as a condition, I will find all the followers of the Dark Mage in Nautilus.
El Pa Dai grits his teeth with a resentful look.
Damn it, even my second life isn't easy.
Minor pondered quietly. Geo asked her, why are you staring blankly? She indifferently said, there's nothing, leave me alone. He suddenly suggested to Minor that she should join Elpam. You're surprised?
Dai also said I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose.
He recounted, but I knew Elpam had invited you here. Minor hurriedly explained, no, it was just Geo convincing me. Thanks to him, everything is fine this time. But the ones who killed Leah are still out there. Surely she also wants revenge. Me too. If you go with Elpam, you'll face them head on. He also shared his thoughts. I find him trustworthy, so let's go. Rio tries to make her trust him.
I'll protect this place. You know what kind of person I am, right?
Minor stared at him in surprise. Geo smiled softly at his kindness, but still couldn't resist teasing. I can't trust you because you're too weak and made him suspicious. Hey, don't ruin the mood. She added, it should be fine since Kieran is here too. Rio could only helplessly tell the truth. In the quiet forest, Pa paddles the wooden boat along the water's surface, his face full of suspicion. The wooden boat stopped. before a towering gate with countless cannons aimed down from above. The power from Kirin's staff radiates with blazing light as she patiently waits for the gate before her to open. The faint sound of gears turning, the internal locks engaged, and the massive gate slowly begins to open. Ipa was stunned as he looked at the scene inside. This place, the interior space, was a vast expanse of golden mountains. He realizes it's Kirin's treasure. They have arrived at the main hall. El Palmi makes a request. Can I ask you to explain these items? Does any pirate mention the value of the treasure? You need to make your own judgment and be clear about it. I only promised you 2 items. This attitude makes him wonder if she's so cold because of the offer he made to Minoru, after all, more than he expected. The onyx dragon staff and the chain of the ruler. El Pa couldn't believe it as he slipped the ring onto his finger, silently thinking that it must be the guardian angel of dawn, and since he was promised 2 items, he had to take the most powerful ones. Suddenly, something surprised him greatly. Huh? Seeing El Pa walk off in one direction, Kirin was also very curious, so he decided to leave it be. He reached out and touched something. Min was sure of it. This was after the last day when the believers stood on the front lines, a mass murderer of team members, a traitor to humanity named the Killer. He secretly infiltrated the highest position in the guild and betrayed everyone at the most critical moment, causing severe damage to the guild, the symbol of terror he once used. I lost so many people because of that bastard. Did he take it from here? He put it on his hand and said, I will make this my first item. Even Kirin has to admit he's got good instincts. But why is this? That item doesn't match his element. El Pa's footsteps moved again in search of the second item. He saw a sparkling object in the distance. A ring. I've never seen this before, but I can't feel anything from it. A normal ring, really? Why does it seem suspicious? A normal ring couldn't be here. As he slowly lowered his hand, it flew up. Ipa just opened her mouth in surprise. Kirin saw him shout and became alert. What is that? He asked her what was wrong. When I reached out, it suddenly reacted. Kirin recognized the ring. It apologized, but that ring doesn't belong to me. I can't give it to you. Pick something else. El Pa hesitated before replying. I understand. Kirin was very suspicious of those hesitant words, but his hand was trembling, and I couldn't take it out. Elsewhere, Beju reports that the issue with calling Goldrick has been resolved. Yak's voice echoes. All right, good. And what about the Pa waste? Maybe it's time. This question makes BU tremble and kneel sincerely, saying, I'm sorry, that was a failure. Failure? Are you joking? We used up every piece of darkness. Is that all you could do? This is your last chance. If you fail again, you will pay with your life. In contrast to the anger here, in another room, a backpack is packed with everything for the trip. Miner leaves the rooms without hesitation, carrying a gun. Let's go. Are you leaving? Debo smiled and replied, if we get the chance, we'll come back here for the drinks. They're really good. Raph also told them, next time improve your skills before coming back. Well, have fun. Remembering the past, Rio's face darkened as he cursed under his breath. That crazy gambling addict. Bo turned to look at Pa and said, then let's go. He replied. Suddenly, something rushed towards us. It turns out he's Miner. She hurried to the cabin door and saw their boat had just left. Du was very surprised to see this person. Huh, you? He turned back to look at Pa with a suspicious look. Wait a minute. Miner excitedly asked them, where is my place? Grand's team is in danger, and a tense chase leaves them breathless. The entire scene is so chaotic and dangerous that they have to shout at each other to be heard. Just run away. Gran also warned his teammates. Don't look back, just keep running. Shouts of panic echoed through the corridor. We can't go on like this. Please help us. Finally, they saw the safety zone. They kept urging the members to run inside. Hurry up, I will activate it. The latch has been pulled down. Ran smugly said, this damn thing, I won't die easily. Suddenly, a giant sword lunged unexpectedly, splitting that person in half. Baomi shouted, Ran! He fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The smoke clears, and Gran's figure gradually appears. Biru tearfully says, Gutran, damn it, Gran. He grit his teeth and urged her, stop fooling around and get out of here. His voice also gradually grew weaker. You have to survive. El Pa has returned to his headquarters. He went into the room and reported, I'm back. Abbas kept shouting at him when he saw him. What? Why do you seem so confident when you return to the West? He replied. The situation was very urgent at that time. We were lucky to escape alive. That was already a miracle. These words only make him more insane. What's with you still acting so proud when talking about this mission? His voice remains cold as ever. Well, I can't say this will make up for it, but I will create more opportunities. Abbas keeps questioning. What are you doing? He asked again. What did you do? Miner, a former target of pursuers, has joined our group, so they definitely won't leave him alone. We will use bait to lure them out.
Hearing this, the irritation inside him flared up again. What? How much longer do I have to put up with your nonsense? El Palmi silently thought that he couldn't reveal everything to him right now. If we end up in a fight just because he's too focused on taking down Can, nothing will ever be properly resolved. And so we will never reach the root of the believer's problems. Gaffur is also running out of patience. I need to hurry. After thinking, Elpa said to Bees that it wouldn't take long at the beginning. Raf also frowned. You added someone to the team without discussing it with me. Now I have to spend more money on you guys. Du then calmly questioned him. It's good to have another talented person. And why should I ask for permission when the team leader is the one in charge? Raf disagreed. Who says the team leader is like that? We're still competing. Fine. For now, let's just say he's the temporary leader, and D. Kiri also agrees. He needs to be taught a lesson. El Pa replied coldly. For now, it doesn't really matter. If you're dissatisfied, show it through your skills. I'm always ready for a duel. El Pa's challenge made Ri hesitant. He angrily walked away. Damn it, that's my money. Why didn't we discuss it first? Damn it. Du couldn't help but comment. He's really greedy. When he saw Pai about to leave, what did he ask? Where are you going? Tell the team I have something to do today and no training. Watching Raf walk alone outside, a dark figure in the corner muttered, They all go their separate ways. That masked guy kept wondering to himself, Damn it, do they think they have a lot of lives or what? Can't they just care about us for once? Why do they always act on their own? Let's split up. I will follow that guy. Going back to the time when El Pa told Kieran that he couldn't remove the ring, she looked at him suspiciously. He can't remove it. What the hell is he talking about? Does that item choose its owner? He hesitantly said. Actually, even if she asks me, Kieran would sweat just thinking about the possibility. This is not good. Kieran has no choice but to accept that he is the owner of the ring. Forget it. He has to ask for permission from its owner. El Pa, following Kieran's advice, enters a room. Chero took the initiative to speak up. He is still alive while El Pa tests the waters. Are you the owner of the ring? Chero was surprised. A ring? His voice echoed again. I came to ask for your permission. Chero continued to be confused. May I? He raised his hand to show her. I can't take this ring off, so I was going to ask if you could listen to his explanation, because you're quite shocked. What? He can't take it off? Chero subtly signaled to her subordinate, then turned to El Pa and said, I can't give it to you right now because the real owner isn't here. Can you suggest they come here? I don't know how to use this ring, so I need an explanation. Seeing Cher agree comfortably. All right, did I surprise you? Her expression became more serious. El Pa is a request from the owner of that ring. Please save the person following the hero for me. The last day humanity is cornered. A group of people appeared, including Freed Evans' heir, Luminous's rival, the thief Fanto, and the elf king Mercedes, along with the weapon hero Aran and Unwan. It was the return of the 6 heroes. They fought together as one. The monsters keep getting defeated. We have witnessed it. An incredible scene unfolds before their eyes. Their overwhelming power, the miracle they have created. We have regained hope and believe they will save the world again. But we have no idea that the power of the 6 heroes who just awakened is still unstable. 800 years ago, during the battle with the Dark Sorcerer, the heroes' items were lost in a crack in time, and for some reason they have now appeared at different gateways. The association cannot buy enough time for the heroes to regain their strength. This time it has to be different. We need to give them sturdy shields to fight against the enemy. We will become bait to lure the followers. The different forces of the MLE world will unite, form a powerful alliance, and change history. Thanks to that, El Pa's team received a new mission. The scene before them made Debo exclaim. It's a beautiful scene. Stone pillars emerge among the fluffy clouds. El Pa stays alert and observes. Is it around here? He handed him a stack of strange papers. Put this on your body. This thing makes him curious. Huh? What is this? Do as it says and put it on your chest. The pattern on that paper glows, releasing a powerful spiritual energy, with strange blue mists continuously pouring out. What is this? As it kept increasing, an unbelievable voice echoed. No way. The gate opening before his eyes left Doe stunned. A grand gate, perhaps? What are you playing at? It wasn't here earlier. Kieran also had to ask again. Is it magic? If I didn't have this, I would never have found it. I remember the person who tracked Hero Pooh found a way to trace the hero's items. Looking at the ring on his hand, he thought, so, this is the hero's item? All right, we will save you. The scene inside is a fortified city with the glow of the gate drawing them in, and the golem's face becomes excited. We passed the first gate in just 3 hours. Isn't that a new record? It's easy. Those fire pigs are nothing. Kiri calmly exposed him, wiping the sweat from his face before he spoke. Minor also wondered, surprisingly, wasn't it just recently that he completed the first round? Do you reply? Yeah, I'm a genius. A genius who, after this speed, might reach the third or even the fourth round soon. Those words made RF next to him feel itchy in the ears. You're really eager. Debo still looked very proud. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Ipa explained to them. Take it easy. Unlike what everyone thinks, they asked why. He replied, increasing your size quickly isn't always good. Growing fast means all your stats will change rapidly. If it happens too quickly, your body will be under pressure, and you need to balance studying with your body's capabilities. Growing too fast could hinder your development. Dio started to feel tense, but he had also just increased 2 levels recently. That's pretty fast. Back then, I had no other choice. It would have been better to have 2 months between each upgrade. Minor thought to himself, it's like I can just go up whenever I want. Elpa also knew that before I returned to this point, I couldn't get past level 7. Dangerous situations forced me to advance to higher rounds, but paradoxically, moving up too quickly is holding me back. Now that I know the future, I can't stay at round 6 anymore. I need to advance at the right moments to reach level 70, level 8. Kiri shares her opinion. But aren't we here too quickly? Our goal is to find someone, not to pass through the gates. What if we miss the first gate? Ipaumi reassures them. Don't worry, we won't miss anyone. I've already checked. Seeing him put on the blindfold made Debo even more curious about that strange eye patch. You keep putting it on and taking it off. Can you really find someone with it? Aopaumai just replied, as long as they are not dead. Suddenly, the blindfold lights up. You look very surprised. Huh? His voice became panicked. Hundreds or thousands, we have visitors. Something is rushing toward us from afar. Du still waiting for him to say more. At this moment, sensing the danger, he turned to look at the countless strange monsters rushing toward them. What the hell is that? What are those things? The whole group panicked. There were too many. Everyone ran quickly. Minor knows what it is. It's a useless bullet skeleton for them. Damn it. Kiri also started to get angry. First the zombies, now the bones. Is this all we have to fight from now on? Raph was the first to accept his fate. There's no other choice. Someone hurriedly shouted, and everyone ducked down. It turned out that the area ahead was a secret chamber filled with poison gas. A barrage of arrows shot down many skeletons. The lever was pulled back down. The skeletons keep charging forward, and the door slams shut, forcing them to crash into it. The pile of bones tumbled through the air. The team has safely entered the room. Someone behind him suspiciously asked, a transparent glass hunter of hell? It was such a relief that the person asking was almost Piru herself. She begged them to hurry up and find something for her to eat. After saying that, she fainted from hunger. Biru recounted, I was familiar with this place when I got trapped here. I know how the skeletons move and where the equipment is placed here. I am also quite confident in my infiltration skills. The problem is that 5 days ago I ran out of food, and there are no monsters here for me to hunt for food. Debo was also very surprised. This talisman? Is it magic? That's amazing. Biru continued, I was almost starving to death. El Pa remembered and said, Oh, I have something to ask you. Seeing Piru devour the bread, he couldn't bear it. Forget it, just finish eating first. Minor also happily said, Anyway, it's lucky they found the main gate. We just need to leave here. No need to defeat the boss. Bu swallowed the dry piece of bread with difficulty. Wait, not yet. I have something to ask for. Minor was stunned and let out a small sound. Biru requests, Please be my bodyguards for just 3 days. There's an item I am searching for. If we leave now, my friend's sacrifice will be in vain. I want to explore more, but I'm not good at fighting, so doing it alone is too difficult. I need your help, and I will definitely find it within 3 days. I will also reward you guys. El Pa doesn't believe it. How can you find the item in 3 days when you haven't seen it for a month? I don't have the extra time to waste here for another 3 days. Biru still tries to convince them. Unlike the places I've never searched in dangerous areas, there is a place I think it might be. Yo, watching their actions, do you think it's already starting? This time you won't escape. Ayo pau mi. A dark voice echoes. Probably not? He cautiously turned around and looked. Who's there? His pupils reflected the blazing red figure facing him. I am truly disappointed, Wind said grimly. I am truly disappointed. I thought you were quite useful, but can't you handle a new adventurer? How much more will you embarrass yourself? Yu quickly knelt down. Please, Lord Win, I have no excuse. I will accept any punishment you give, but my plan to kill him has been prepared. Please, give me a chance to make amends. Wind seems quite interested. Well then, you will be responsible. Then the murderous aura in the room grew thicker. Wind's ominous voice echoed through the chamber. So tell me what your plan is.
Yipao's side continued to stroll through the corridor when suddenly a creature froze, a beam of light slicing through and severing its head. Many powerful forces were unleashed from the wall. The agile skeletons took out shields to defend themselves. Seizing the chaos, they slipped out. The frantic skeletons chased after the source of the disturbance. The lever was pulled down, and the door slammed shut behind them. A whole bunch of them are trapped inside. Diobo holds the talisman in his hand, happily exclaiming, "Great! The path is blocked. This will make things easier." Piru is getting more and more impatient. There's no more time. These devices are not perfect. When one road is blocked, another will open. Surely they will realize that soon, too. Elpa's footsteps come to a stop. Well, let's just find the item she's looking for before they find us again. All right. You seem interested in what's in front of you. Let's see. This is the item of the great hero she's been searching for. Dio looked at the giant statue in front of him and asked Piru again. I don't see any items around here. Are you sure this is the right place? Elpa also notices that it looks different from other locations. I think if we look carefully, we might find something. Doru is so troublesome. I wonder who built this place. He just replied, who knows, it might not move or anything. Come here, everyone, I can't read this. Meanwhile, Minor looked at the statue with suspicion. It won't move or anything, right? Kiri also made an important discovery. Everyone, come here. She looked at the characters on the stone tablet in front of her. I can't read this. I have a feeling this is very important. Biru also gazes at it pensively. A sentence written in an ancient language. I think this is a hint about the location of the artifact. Let me translate. When you hear the musician behind the deep dark curtain, there is a shining actor always watching us. Those who have meaning, follow that light. Minor pointed to the door and asked, Bidu. Hey, do you think this is also important? There are a few drawings here. Debo and RPL also reported. There are more here. Here it is. Biru guesses. I think this is the key to solving the puzzle. I believe each symbol represents something. Some are quite clear, but others are harder to understand. It tells us to follow the light. So I press my hand to the center of the door and try to channel mana into the sun-shaped symbol like this. The door has indeed opened, revealing a giant sphere inside. Dong stared blankly at it. What is that? Is it really that simple? A stream of lava erupts, leaving them no time to react. Kiri nervously calls out for a bathroom break as smoke billows from his entire body. This terrible situation makes RF laugh out loud. He's completely roasted. Biru guesses it doesn't want that. I thought it was the sun, but it's not. Her eyes lit up. That's right, behind the deep dark curtain that makes it night, so the answer is the moon. That's right, this time for sure. Raf next to him also has to admit it sounds reasonable. Professional indeed makes a difference. People laugh at others today, and tomorrow they are laughed at. Raf was hit by a giant lump of dirt rolling out from the door. Furious, the two victims watched as Piru desperately begged, I will definitely solve it this time. They gathered in the hall to discuss, and Kiri discovered the pattern. It seems that each incorrect symbol triggers a trap. Debo shyly said, I understand, but I don't know how to solve this puzzle. Biru said, I think that stone must have some meaning. I don't know what the X symbol is supposed to mean anymore. The other symbols are also quite confusing. Maybe the lightning bolt symbol is related to light. Raf coldly asked why she didn't try to aim at it, and Debo, frustrated, said he's not sure. She knows what will happen if we get it wrong. El Pa expressed his opinion. Maybe we're interpreting the symbols incorrectly. Why not solve the riddle first and then find the thing that matches the answer? I don't think your way of understanding the riddle is wrong. The deep dark curtain is probably the night sky, and the musician could be the sound of crickets. Always watching over us could be the moon, the stars, or the clouds. But since it's said to follow the light, Biru is sure it's the stars. It's been looking down on us all along, so it can't be the moon. The moon changes with its cycle, and the stars also move, but they don't disappear. Biru concluded that the symbol is her touching a gate. Minor realized this was actually a star, not the X symbol. The light from the device flared up, and Biru silently hoped that if it was correct, the door would open, revealing darkness inside. Biru sighed in relief when she saw it was empty inside. Whoosh! It seems we did the right thing. Debo and Raf also breathe a sigh of relief, and she happily looks at them. Good, let's keep going. I think we just need to follow this path. Before I finished speaking, there was a strange disturbance inside. Biru heard someone ask, Are you sure? Their BU had been ambushing inside for a long time. She swung her sword, so we will handle the rest. Her spear thrust forward as if to kill her opponent. El Pa managed to block just in time. Piru shouted, What? And pushed all his strength into his weapon, forcing Beiju to retreat backward. She snorted, Elpa was furious. He launched a missile towards the opponent. In his eyes reflected a dangerous purple hue. The missile shot out, and Elpa couldn't believe he had been hit. Behind him, something surged, and he recognized it as a teleportation skill. The person in front of him caused a shock in his heart, while somewhere far away, something was rushing towards him with a roaring sound. Do cursed under his breath. Damn it, an unexpected army appeared. Who are they? Elpa's group has been surrounded. Guns aimed at them, a cold voice says. What should I do now? Should we wait longer before attacking? We need the hero's item to make up for past mistakes. I guess everything will be fine somehow or another. Their appearance shocks Piru. What the hell is going on? They shouldn't have been able to find the main gate because of the illusion spell. Elpa replied, I'm not sure. I thought I had checked carefully to make sure no one could trace our footsteps. She keeps provoking him. Oh my God. Did you really think this would happen? You seem too curious. Why didn't you ask that person right there? What? I just turned my head and was immediately attacked. That surprise attack was so powerful that you fell to the ground, only to see dust rising endlessly. Pa-E painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. Du hasn't even had time to process. Hey man, what are you doing? Raf's fist swung at you without even realizing it. I'm just earning money. That day, Raf was followed by the masked man all the way home. He entered the house, and the first thing he did was check his treasure hoard. My dear ones, I live for you. There's a knock at the door outside. Raf didn't hesitate and unlocked the door, which swung open. He looked at the people outside and asked suspiciously, Is there still someone here this late? Huh? Why are you all here instead of on night shift? That guy coldly warned him, watch your mouth. These aren't his personal assistants. Someone wants to see you. Raf sighed and said, I don't care. Tell them to go away. Who are they to tell me to meet with them? And as he finished speaking, the third person appeared. I'm already here. Raf's eyes widened when he saw that person. What the hell is this? The Khania Traitors Alliance? B took the initiative first, so let's talk. That's why he said what he did. I'm just trying to make money. Kiri angrily curses at him. Raf, you're a bastard. He just indifferently said, You're really scary. Don't look at me with that gaze. Your eyes flash with deadly intent. Did the traitor who betrayed us do it just for a few coins? This made Jaff laugh out loud. A few coins? Who do you think I am? Even Geo's guards who switched to Khania were promised 3 times their original salary. Do you know how much your head is worth, Elpa? This 100 million price surprised even the owner. Raf happily said, How can I refuse? Miner couldn't stand these unbearable words anymore and fired a few shots at him, but he dodged them. Raf said nothing more, giving the order to end it all and deal with them. She charged at Kiri, still pretending to be kind, and said, Sorry about this. Damn it, do you really think everything will turn out in your favor? Of course, Kiri, you learned swordsmanship at Cygnus, but you always have the habit of using your right hand to strike harder. If I just need to read your moves, dodging is no problem. Debo is good at one-on-one combat, but his weakness becomes clear when facing multiple enemies. I know all your moves, so accept it. You will all die here. Miner fires her gun at the enemies, sending them to hell. Some of the followers managed to dodge, but others were hit by her shots. But behind Miner, Beiju's voice rang out. Indeed, a disciple of Green. She quickly swung her arm around to shoot at the person behind, but suddenly her neck was tightly wrapped by a chain. But you have chosen the wrong opponent. She couldn't hold back her pain and shouted out loud. Elpa quickly shot the chain to free his teammate from danger, while continuously urging RF to stay alert. But he still keeps fighting. Do you think fighting him is easy? He won't last long because I broke his ribs during the first ambush. Pa grimaced as he touched the wound on his body. The situation with Piru is even more dire. She was stabbed in the back by a cultist and screams in panic. Kiri also curses in anger. Damn it. The power from the spell spreads out, his eyes filled with disbelief. What? What the sword pierced through was a spell, not Piru. Did he realize it was a fake? Piru stands by the distant gate and shouts, Come here, pajamas. She touched the door and asked, Why don't you want to know what this is? Because I know it. The door gradually starts to activate, and the light from the sigil blazes brightly. The cultist stopped, the gears in the mechanism began to turn. Beidou also let out a surprised cry, and she could feel it too. I have a very bad feeling. Very well. As soon as he finished speaking, all the cultists were lifted into the air by something, and the gusts of wind made them all hover. One cultist, still unaware of what was happening, let out a surprised cry as the force of attraction grew stronger, pulling them upward. Kiri quickly warned his teammate, Go, over there, he's still dazed. What? What? Square-shaped holes appeared on the wall. That's Kiri signaling with his hand. Miner, hold on tight. Kiri also grips Debo's shirt tightly as he raises his sword to alert everyone.
Hold on tight. The dagger is embedded firmly in the wall, scraping against the surface and sparking.
He struggled to hold on to the sword's handle as the suction kept pulling them upward. He tried to shout, "Go now!" Miner's foot is hovering in front of a cavity as the dagger tip gradually slips off the wall. Miner uses all his strength to pull everyone into the cavity to escape the suction. In the end, everyone was temporarily safe, exhausted, and panting. Miner looked out at Debo lying outside. The sound of gears turning echoed again, and the door on the ceiling slowly closed. They safely left that place. Kiri realized this place was like a maze, with turns everywhere. Maybe this area still connects to other places. There are many entrances on the wall, so it might also link to those areas. Miner nervously said, "If we're lucky, we might meet El Pa, but most likely we won't, and could run into followers at any moment." Just then, someone's foot stepped on a trap, and the iron gate above quickly came down. Kiri accidentally separated herself from her teammates nearby. They wondered, are we definitely going to die? Damn it, what the hell is going on? Debo, you idiot. Deny it right away. It's not me, it's the familiar sound of gears turning. The wall is shifting. Debo frantically reports that it's closing in. Kiri unleashes a fierce slash at the iron bars, but seeing it doesn't even scratch them, she curses.
Damn it, even Do tried next to me, but it was useless. These damn iron bars are protected by a strange energy source.
It's Miner's turn. She uses her cannon.
Damn it, get out of the way.
The giant destruction missile was fired, bending the iron bars and covering Miner's iron bars entirely. But it seems to still be very solid. Although Miner's energy bullets are terrifying, the iron bars remain completely intact. The heat makes it hard for her to see the results. How about you? I should have acted sooner. But when the smoke cleared, everything was still perfect as before. How is it still unharmed? Miner, exhausted, struggles to hold back the wall behind him. Damn it, the walls have completely closed in. The walls are still moving at their usual speed. Kiri trembled with helplessness. Damn it, Diobo is also trying to stop its movement. He was so exhausted, he was panting. Seeing the wall closing in, Kiri painfully exclaimed, "Diobo, he's being pressed by the wall right now. Only a hand's breadth left. We can't die like this." He struggled to say, "Kiri, do something." Miner was no better, bending over to push the wall away. "I don't want to see Leah right now." Kiri feels confused as her teammates keep reminding her. "I know, but what should we do now?" Du suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, this is not good."
"What?" he stammered. "I've never forgotten the time you tried to die in my place. I don't like owing anyone. So I thought next time you're in danger, I'll save you."
But damn it. Kiri was very surprised nearby. "Do you still remember?" His voice whispered hoarsely. "Forget it. I give up. I'm leaving this to you." "Can you save me one more time?" Kiri, the only one not forced to get angry and yell, "You crazy idiot! How can you still joke in this situation?" She clenched her sword tightly, and finally her teammates' hope gave her strength. "All right, everyone, wait a moment. This machine runs on mana, so the barriers are protected by a stream of monkey energy. There must be a mana source nearby. Just hold out until I find and destroy it. Don't die before paying your debt to me in the place where the cultists are pulled up above." The cultists keep chasing Ipami's group as he skillfully carries Piru, dodging their deadly attacks. Damn it, these guys are true killing machines. But when he rushed up to the ceiling, Piru was stunned.
A dead end? What kind of hell is this? There's no choice but for her to go back and negotiate with the followers.
Wait a moment. El Pa also clenched his spear tightly, his missile tearing the followers apart into pieces. At this moment, El Pa was also exhausted, panting heavily. Raf angrily warned them, "I told you never to let your guard down. Beidou is still complacent. Those guys are finished. No matter how they run, they won't escape." She had no idea that Elpa's missile was chasing after her. The missile hit the ground with a loud explosion. Seeing Beidou struggling nearby, Raf smugly said, "Excellent. Maybe you won't even have time to repay what you owe me before you die." A cultist then launched a dart. Piru's spell tries to stop it, and the ring on his finger flashes a strange purple light, boosting the power of the projectile. Before everything could be saved, a pair of hands pulled her collar back, allowing Piru to narrowly escape death and avoid being blown up. Being grabbed by the collar made her a bit uncomfortable, and she shouted out, "My neck! My neck!" Her head was still hitting the wall, and the crowd of believers was still hot on her heels. Aopa's face showed extreme tension. He fires another missile, burning a few enemies to ashes, but their dark magic unleashes a barrage. Ipa struggles to dodge as he creates fireballs determined to blow them all to pieces. The crowd of followers, as numerous as ants, surrounds Aopa in the middle. He swings his spear, unleashing a move that takes down many enemies. but their overwhelming numbers make it a bit too much for him. There are still many followers in front of him, waiting to attack, but they also have to fear him. A monster. Kiri has now escaped from that tight space and reached the main hall. Looking at the energy source before her, she wondered,
Have we found it yet? If this isn't what I need, then there's nothing more I can do now.
this is the source of the magic power for the entire building, right? The energy here is unbelievably strong. The concentration of mana here is enormous. It has to be it. If I can destroy this, I can save Diobo and Minor.
But someone was waiting for her here. Still her. How interesting. Hearing that voice, Kiri became very alert. She suddenly swung her sword down, flashing with a soul-shattering strike that severely wounded Kiri, causing her to collapse and spit out a mouthful of blood. She smugly asked, "My luck, I can kill those two just by killing you, right? Moreover, you're the weakest among them. Everything is going according to plan," Kiri replied stiffly.
You damn traitor, get lost. I don't have time to mess around with you.
But she nonchalantly replied, "I'm afraid I can't do that.
I also have a name, you know. Why don't we have a little chat?" Kiri refuses. She uses the rising sun technique and coldly orders her. "Come on, let's get started. I'm a bit busy." She unlocked her weapon, sighed, and said, "You're really stubborn. Countless streams of deadly energy shot toward me, so I will kill you just as you wish." Kiri raised her sword, struggling to cut through everything one by one. What? Where did these swords come from? Are there fake swords among them? Many blood-red swords rush towards me, and they even pierce the wall behind, causing bricks to shatter. She can only dodge each sword one by one. It's terrible. I can't tell the fake swords from the real ones. A sword behind her is about to strike Kiri from behind. She swiftly swings her sword to counterattack, still in shock. A sword from behind? The path of the blades becomes more and more complicated. Kiri guesses she's changing her trajectory. Could it be remote-controlled? Damn it, this makes everything more difficult. Suddenly, two black beams crossed in an X shape. The next sword was thrown by her. Kiri couldn't dodge in time and was pierced by it. She grimly looked ahead as the sword with the red string stabbed into her. Seeing the swords connected by invisible threads, she finally understood that it wasn't remote control, but an invisible wire controlling her weapons. She grabbed the thread in her hand, realizing she could throw it back at her. The opponent just chuckled and said, "Wait, do you think I would say that?" The controlled swords cut through Kiri's flesh, causing her to kneel on the ground as she gathered her strength to unleash a fierce, murderous strike at her target. Kiri, unable to resist, screams in pain as the hall erupts from their battle. She jumps onto the wire to observe the situation. At this moment, the smug voice rang out again. "I know you're not that strong. It's not too late. Why don't you try to run away? Or is it your pride that prevents you from doing that?" Kiri was pinned to the machinery. A name, C. Frost, appeared above her head. She spoke again, saying, "You were born into a fairly noble family and must have been spoiled a lot. Yet they sent their precious daughter into such a dangerous place." Kiri interrupted C. Frost, saying, "Don't act like you know everything about me." She smiled and replied, "Sorry, don't be so angry. You're making wrinkles on that beautiful face of yours. Do you know that in the cloud world, opportunities are not reserved for those born into favorable circumstances? That's not fair. Some people enjoy all the privileges just because of the family they were born into. You don't even have any talent." This makes Kiri remember her past when she was defeated by an opponent who held a sword to her neck and said, "Look at yourself. You are only here because of favoritism." C. Frost's voice echoed from above. "Your team is full of talented people. I've noticed that, except for one person, you lack the experience of Raph, the fighting ability of Minor, the talent of Debo, or the mystery of El Pa. So what? Does C. Frost think she misheard?" She stepped forward, her voice steady as she said, "So what? That's right. I'm weak, not good enough to meet my father's, my parents', or my teammates' expectations. But that doesn't mean you're stronger than me. Come here, I already said I don't have time." Frost radiates deadly intent. "Half-breed, you need to know your place." She again waved her hand to control the swords through an invisible thread. The swords were summoned once more, rushing to attack Kiri. Her eyes flash with a cold, chilling light as a barrage of spear-like projectiles she created rushes swiftly toward the opponent. Frost was stunned. "What? What is that skill? I have no data on it." Her ropes were also cut by the ice spear, breaking her own ties. She clenched her sword and charged again, using dirty tricks. She displayed the highest level of swordsmanship, but Kiri remained calm in the face of it. When she was a child, her master once told her, "Do you really think a knight only fights for their family? Is that what you wanted to say to me?" All right, there are people who don't recognize the value of treasures. Others' standards don't determine true worth. When you realize the meaning of these words and can believe in yourself, you will be stronger than anyone in this world. At this moment, C. Frost still hasn't regained her composure. How is she able to keep up with my speed? Kiri's quick swordplay forces her to struggle to defend herself, her hair shimmering in the faint light. Sea Frost swung her blade in a flash, furious beyond words. How dare you! Kiri was quite surprised to see her still standing. Did you dodge it? My master's words are deeply engraved in Kiri's subconscious. Her power not only burns her opponent, but also mirrors the vast universe outside. G. Frost's eyes shimmer with the vibrant colors of ice and fire as a giant sphere appears before her. Her destructive power leaves her stunned. Kiri continues to focus all her strength into her swordsmanship. In an instant, a burst of maximum energy burned through Sea Frost, with countless shards of ice floating in space. Kiri seems to be trying to send a message to her master. Your master thinks I understand what he means. I realize that the person I want to be is not someone who limits themselves, but maybe I've realized that too late. But anyway, I will trust my teammates and myself. The chase on Elpa's side is still fierce. A leader ordered the followers, these cowardly little rats, to find them immediately. The talisman stuck on the wall helped them hide temporarily. Biru nervously said, "Damn it, how long can I stall with such a petty trick? More importantly, will Elpa be okay?" A voice from outside shouted, "Those bastards have nowhere left to run. Catch them!" Elpa's missile took out many of the followers again. "What are all of you doing? Hurry up and deal with them. That guy fights poorly and can't stand being underestimated." She angrily questions them. What? What did you just say about me? The spell with blazing red murderous intent she threw at them. Don't underestimate me, but the spell can't touch the opponent. She was so upset she almost cried, never to be underestimated again. At this moment, once again, Elpa's missile saved her. He, exhausted and breathless, holds his spear as Beidou suddenly appears, sarcastically speaking. "Oh my god, you look so exhausted." It was already too late when Elpa realized danger was approaching. "Eo pa me," but the hand he raised seemed to have an invisible shield blocking her, surprising her greatly. Huh? The fireball gradually gathered, and this move of yours caused a corner to explode. Baoyu let out a small snort and said, "You are only barely hanging on." But at this moment, her eyes showed disbelief. Elpa was no longer there. He had disappeared. Raph casually said, "You're driving me crazy." She replied, "It's okay, I already hit him." Ipa flicked some blood onto the ground. Piru asked anxiously, "Are you okay? What is that? Poison?" Beidou revealed while chasing, "We only have about 40 minutes left. Ipa doesn't have much time." Poison is an extremely toxic substance. A single stab is enough to end the target's life in unbearable pain. He won't be able to go far. Let's split up here, make sure to find him. Elpa is also in critical condition. Biru felt guilty and couldn't stop himself. Damn it, I didn't think things would get this complicated. "I shouldn't have asked for your help," she said tearfully. "I'm sorry, but Elpa still reassures her. Don't worry, it's not your fault. If I can't master this skill, I will die soon anyway. This transfer is real, not a trick like last time with the twins. I'll handle Beiju, you do your part." Biru doubted after hearing him say that. "My job?" She looked up. Above them was the ceiling, and in front of them was a stone tablet. "This is a ceiling opening device. If I can fix this, Mana will come through here and activate the device." "Wait a moment, I will handle it as quickly as possible." Piru presses the buttons on the stone tablet, while Ipa, exhausted, sits nearby but still reminds him. "Take your time. Remove the lens and look, I have things to do as well." The alleyways ahead are all in Elpa's sight, and the cultists rush like the wind. Raph ordered that no one should do anything if they find him. I will be the one to kill him. The other guy asked, "Why should we listen to you?" Raph ignored the comment and said, "If you have any objections, tell your boss." A blinding light appeared before them, its scorching heat shining on Joss' face. He shouted, "What the hell? That's Elpa's missiles coming from all directions." Raph was stunned. "Impossible, I saw nothing." "What is this?" He wondered to himself, is it from the X-ray glasses? Is he sniping the entire facility with that? Facing the incoming missile, he helplessly said, "It's over." But they disintegrated just before reaching his face. At Elpa's place, he shouted, "I did it!" Mana flows through the pipes in the room, and seeing that he doesn't respond, she panics. "Elpa!" Elpa was slumped to one side, while Piru looked stunned. What? What's happening to this thing? Each piece of mana was shattered into fragments. She looked over at the nearby transmission line, filled with regret. The mana had been cut off. Raph's hand reached out and he smugly said, "I found you." The mana continued to shatter, and cracks appeared in the wall as water burst out from within. Detective cautiously asked, "Do you hear anything behind us?" Kiri still hasn't realized. What is she hearing? In front of them was the fork in the road with water rushing out, causing them to scramble away. What's going on? All three were quickly swept away by the water. Bo shouted, "What the hell is going on?" He was immediately engulfed by the water. The entire person is submerged in the water. Even when Beidou hides by the wall, she can hear strange sounds. This is so annoying. What is that sound? We need to hurry. Where is Raf? His voice echoed. Good grief, you really complain loudly. He, Wa, and Piru appear and say that the sound is water flooding the street, and this place is about to be submerged. Beidou frowned at Raf. You're so confident I thought you would run away, but it seems you have enough guts to talk big. He replied, Actually, I have suffered a lot. Beidou asked him again, What about the people I entrusted to you? They are all dead now. Anyway, they were useful in their own way, so it's not a total waste. This answer surprises her. All of them? Why do you feel attached to them? RF orders, BU. I have completed the mission. Finish the job now. Hand over Pa's waist to Ta. The remaining money bag was put aside. She asked, What is it? He's still alive, right? Raf replied, Of course. But what do you think will happen if I heal him and you pretend there was no deal? She threw the bag of money towards Raf and said, Even though you're really troublesome, your attitude makes me trust you. Here's 100 million as promised. He received the money, then immediately threw both of them away and took out his weapon. She looked at Paomi lying on the ground and sneered, That's quite a dull ending for you. It was the traitor C. Everything was because of the dark sorcerer. At this point, she stops talking, and even her BU face becomes arrogant. For my master, Lord Evoa. Her sword swung down, a satisfied smile appearing on her lips for the last time. But the smile faded away, and as the spell dissipated, the corpse of a follower appeared before Beiju. What? Raf suddenly charged forward. Surprised yet? Beidou only now realizes. Raf, you bastard! Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted someone like you. At the same time, Elpa's missile also flew in from behind. She struggled to escape, secretly furious inside. So he was working with Elpa? How dare he joke around with Kanya like that? There's enough time for the poison to spread throughout his body. Now we just need to confirm his body. Seeing the fiery drill appear, she immediately chased after its source. Over there. Thank you for crawling out on your own, saving me the trouble since you're half dead. The light of the talisman fades, and BU is set on fire again. Ipa is actually behind her. He pulls his spear tight, his eyes filled with determination. Beidou was very surprised to see him. How could he still be okay? The missile had left his hand and was rushing straight at her. Everything there seemed to explode, with dust and smoke making him cover his nose. Oh my god, Ipa still hasn't lowered his guard. You're really stubborn too. Why did you do that? I think you're the type of person who would do anything for money. Raf agreed casually. That's right, if you win, the world will be destroyed and all the money I worked hard to earn will become toilet paper. Why should I help you? Joining your side was part of my plan from the beginning, along with El Paomi. El Pa knew that when Can was cornered, he would turn to a hitman. It was so simple. The moment you set your eyes on me, this outcome was already clear. Baidu still wondered. So the injury to Upa in the first attack was all just to deceive me? He just snorted. An injury? Who do you think I am to say that? I am the best recovery mage in the world, M, and this is just a minor wound for Raf. Of course, if I really attack, even El Pa wouldn't be able to withstand it. I'll end the explanation here. Thanks to you, I got 100 million and now you're all alone. As Du grows angrier, the dark figure says, I will make you regret your decision. On Kiri's side, she is sinking underwater, water seeping into her wound on her hand painfully. That pain awakens her, and finally, she surfaces. Dio asked in confusion, Are you still alive? Minor also surfaced. What just happened? Debo replied, This situation isn't good at all. Water is flooding in from everywhere, and it won't take more than 30 minutes for this place to be completely submerged. Kiri stunned, repeating, 30 minutes, he continued. As I thought, there's no way out unless we break the ceiling, but since I destroyed the energy source, there's no way to open an exit. Minor looked at the moving statue and let out a sigh. The sword immediately responded and fell beside Minor. Debo rubbed his eyes, thinking he saw things. What? What's happening? His eyes widened as he saw what was in front of him. Huh? The statue's hand is moving. Wait a moment. A flash of light suddenly appeared. Is that the eye of the statue? Is it moving? Baidu gasped for breath amid the raging fire. Below the blood-stained blade, the corpse was unrecognizable. The flames surrounding her and the burning corpses of nearby wooden houses make Baidu coldly say, Go to hell. Someone like him isn't even worthy of hell. This is the price he must pay for his sins. Shu-Du glances back at the man walking and talking. The fate of bloodstained hands can never be better than hell. The surrounding scene is chaos, with burned-down houses and scattered corpses everywhere. Your revenge is complete. A tall figure with long white hair kept getting closer, almost promising. Beidou turned her head to look back at the tall figure behind her.
I suddenly appears right behind her, commanding, "Now your life belongs to me."
The two shadows dart past quickly. Raf and Elpa panic. The attack happened in an instant, parts of Rafem's body flying everywhere, causing Dulo to panic. Damn it! She grabs the sword attached to the chain and charges into the midst of Raf's clones. It's the cloning technique again, always these dirty tricks. She grabs one end of the iron chain, throws the dagger forward, and most of it is just an illusion created by a spell, not a real threat. Suddenly, Pao's sword strikes down, forcing Beiju to hurriedly defend. But the problem is that reality and illusion are blending together. While Beiju and Yu are fighting, Piru's group also loses patience and charges into the attack. Damn it, finish quickly, I can't hold on any longer. Ipa swings his sword down, but Beiju quickly dodges successfully. He turns around, and a flash of red light glints through the glasses he's wearing. The red arrows fly toward Beiju, and a huge explosion erupts, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Piru quickly covers her face with her hand. As she struggles to withstand the shockwave, a figure appears behind her. Oh no, we're under attack. Suddenly, Piru spun around and struck, catching Pa off guard. Piru smirked, "So what are you thinking now?" The attack made him cough up blood. Piru stepped back, holding a talisman. "All right, let's go. So, how about it?" You will never be able to tell the difference. Meanwhile, Raf maintains the offensive and keeps attacking Bu. He laughed mockingly. "What's wrong? You were so confident earlier? You were trying to dodge his punch while throwing a dagger." Raf gently sidestepped, still wearing a condescending smile. A second later, her hand caught the chain connected to the dagger. Raf was startled to realize he was wrapped in chains. What the hell? He swung his hand to punch the blue-purple aura surrounding him, as if I would fall easily. But Dung used all his strength to push him back, making it hard for him to breathe. A purple light flickers on the chain wrapped around Raf's neck. Pa and Beiju are fighting fiercely, with Beiju cutting the chain in his hand with a sword. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Pa and kicked him, catching him off guard. A sound of anger echoed. "You bastards, die already!" Beidou quickly brandished his sword and charged at Piru first. "You made her cry," she shouted. "No." At the same time, Aopami kept performing techniques, while Pidu continuously swung the rope to block the opponent's attacks. She keeps moving forward step by step. Piru stands outside, panting heavily. Damn these people! The two of them darting back and forth in the room make Piru can't help but marvel. They're like monsters. From another angle, Raf kept launching attacks at his opponent. The others also kept fighting, creating a chaotic scene. Raf pulled his hand back, causing Beiju to bleed, while Ipa appeared right behind his neck. Beiju braced himself and drove his sword straight into the ground. A surge of dark purple energy erupts around Beiju, with shockwaves knocking back the others, and the sword falls to the ground alongside bright red blood. Beiju angrily bends down to hold his wounded left arm. "Damn it, you bastards, I will kill you all. No one will be spared." Suddenly the ground trembled, her pupils constricted as an underground stream erupted, flooding the room with water, while Pa quickly maintained her balance and Piru cried out, struggling in the rushing water. On the pillar, Raf uses a knife as a foothold to hold on. Damn it seems like it's time. Beiju is now sinking deep in the water. Suddenly she opens her eyes, her gaze only filled with a purple light. She quickly ran out of the water, attacking Raf and causing him to lose his balance and fall. Bu stopped on the building pillar while Raf's eyes rolled back from the attack, his body torn open and bleeding profusely. Now in Bu's eyes there is only murderous intent. "I will kill all of you," Raf, having regained his composure, immediately looked back. Before he could react, she rushed forward and stabbed a knife into his waist. Raf's body was covered in wounds, and the fatal stab caused him to bleed painfully. As they attacked, both of them fell into the water at the same time. Elpa had just managed to catch Piru and only had time to shout, "Raf!" The tide crashes directly into Beiju, blood mixing with the water. Beiju is attacking fiercely. The battle between her and Raf is becoming even more intense. Raf grabs a black substance, which quickly invades his body, and he panics as the poison takes hold. Raf glared behind him, blocking Bu's fierce attack with his hand, blood pouring from his pain. Holding a cross in one hand, he smirked provocatively. It emits a dazzling light. Beidou squints, surprised by this. What? How is that possible? Raf is holding a cross that is detoxifying. Beidou is unexpectedly unable to, and a healing spell acts like an antidote. Does this bastard also have El Pam? Beiju froze in place, watching him after the poison was expelled from Raf. Raf creates a holy shield to protect himself, forming a protective barrier. A hand appears in front of her, and she reacts quickly to dodge Raf's punch. His hand holds a weapon. She grimaces in discomfort as poison emanates from his hand towards her. The potent toxin invades Bu's body. She curses and moves her hand. That bastard. Raf was sweating all over his face, but still teasing. Sorry, but I find it hard to ignore all your bragging. Beidou grits his teeth and orders. The item shifts. Raf screams loudly, "Now let's end this!" He punches so hard that the pillar breaks in half. Beiju managed to dodge and was terrified by that deadly attack. Raf doesn't hold back and changes direction towards her. Don't you realize that it's useless? Then he puts all his strength into this punch. You don't understand, do you? He punched Du away, sending her flying and causing her to bleed painfully. He continued, "You always appear behind me, and every time you disappear, do you think I am such a fool?" He shouted with extreme excitement, "This is so much fun!" Beidou was very angry, and she emitted a purple light. "No way!" A huge magic explosion erupts, blowing Raf away, and Beidou rushes forward to punch him in the face, which is truly satisfying. Suddenly, a familiar red light blocked her attack. She turned her eyes there in surprise, and the water was rushing fiercely. "It's a Pammy!" Raf took the chance while she was distracted to punch her. "What are you looking at?" By the time she turned her head, she couldn't react in time, and a powerful punch sent her flying into the wall with great force. She cried out in pain, and the animal-shaped jewelry beside her was shattered. Now panicking in despair, I have already lost to the darkness. If this continues, I won't be able to carry out Ivok's orders. No, I have to make it happen. After thinking, she's still determined to eliminate those people. At all costs, in front of her is Elpa aiming his bow, his power too overwhelming. She ignores everything and continues fighting him. The purple and red magic clash fiercely. Fudu is determined. I can't let them leave here. Even if I have to sacrifice myself, I will kill them all. She brandished her sword to block and reduce his power. A blazing arrow is shot out again, her mouth tightly gripping the sword. Seeing this scene, Ivo Vokelpa feels a bit of admiration. Oh yeah, I still have an arrow. He raises his bow to shoot, the arrow flying straight at her. Beidou no longer has the strength to fight back, her eyes wide with helplessness. She remembers Ivo, the person who praised her and told her she did very well. She seemed to see a hallucination, a smile on her lips. Beidou saw a hand reaching out to lift her up. Ivo. Tears welling up. Please forgive me. The waves crash fiercely against the shore. Now only Beidou's sword remains as the raging water rises. A stone figure appears amidst the rushing current. Minor casts a destructive spell. She can't believe her eyes. Damn it, how can something so huge be floating? She cast a spell that hit the stone man's body, causing a massive explosion that shook the vast waters. Minor is happy. All right, I hit it. Suddenly, the guy swung his weapon at her, but just as he was about to strike, a powerful wave crashed in. The familiar arm and axe appear. Du comes to rescue the beautiful Minor. She thanks him as the broken rocks fall into the deep sea. A blue light flashes within a large stone. The sword strikes straight down as Kiri steps out from the magic battle. The person paying attention to her, Kiri shouted. Beating him is not the important thing. We need a new source of energy to open the ceiling. The best chance we have right now is for Minor to understand the idea. All right, I understand. You fly in to attack the stone person. The stone person was unaffected and just floated up to attack. We need his magic stone, he joyfully shouted. Don't destroy it. First, we need to break the armor around it if we can locate its position. The blue light from the stone's eyes glows as dew sinks into the shattered floor. He shouted, It just regenerated. Damn it, my leg is stuck. The stone man looked on quietly, his hand raised towards Debo. He panicked. How could it hold on so tightly? Kiri warns Debo to be careful. When he suddenly looks behind, just as the hand is about to grab him, a magic armor appears and surrounds him. Du was stunned. Who are you? A voice spoke up. Long time no see, my son. The magic barrier shattered. Raf carried Debo away to escape. The stone person noticed but couldn't react in time. Debo angrily says, You traitor, Raf teases. Oh my God, you shouldn't talk to your father like that. Stop joking around. A tornado surrounds the stone person. A flaming log attacks, and a large tornado targets the stone person. Two girls jump from behind and cast spells. Missile. Two people are flying down from the clouds. I know you're still alive. The boss is Paumi and Piru. Debo shouted, Don't destroy the magic stone. A bright red gem shines in Paumi's eye, and from it, you can see the magic stone right on the chest of the stone man. That stone is shining brightly. I understand now.
Hold on tight. Do it.
What the hell is going on?
We're about to crash into the boss. Mai already knows what to do. I get it now. That's great.
Do not know what to ask, both girls scold him together. Go away, you idiot. At this point he understood and jokingly said, "So I am the main character this time. How dare you call me an idiot?" Do grips the axe tightly, and his magic grows stronger. All right, leave it to me. He swung the axe down forcefully, his face showing excitement. After breaking a piece of the stone figure, the gem was revealed. Do is excited to have found it. He rushes straight to the stone, which has cracks in several places. The stone man seems immobilized. Raph chuckles and says, "What kind of position does my son have?"
If you've finished digesting it, spit it out now.
Then he punched it hard. The enormous power causes a large hole to form in the rock. The rocks start to melt, and he continues to strike the weakened spot with force. Raph managed to get inside. Diobo kept rushing toward the stone. He grabbed the stone and happily said, "One down." He landed safely with a pile of stone people behind him, who lost their hearts and thus their strength. He fell down, a hard fall that caused shockwaves everywhere. The stone person has fallen, and the water is rising to their neck. Kiri struggles to breathe and says to Minor,
"It's over for me. The water is rising too fast." Minor replied, "We're about to hit the ceiling," Dutran reassured. "Don't worry anymore. Just hold on a little longer. He'll come."
The murky water kept rising, a figure rushing past. Epa swam with the stone to save everyone. I hope there's still less than 3 minutes left. I hope I'm not too late. Once I finish installing the mechanism and give it power, it will open. There's no time to think anymore. The stone near his eye starts to glow. I must find the way and get there at all costs. He keeps swimming into the darkness. Raph is a bit panicked.
Damn it, the water is about to fill the room.
Someone reminds everyone to hold their breath. Minor volunteers to set the pace. Ready. 1, 2. Everyone dives down together, the water filling the room. Epa is trying to swim as fast as he can. If he takes this route, he'll be late. There's at least 5 minutes left and only one way out. He stands next to the wall I have to break through. At the bottom of the sea, there is a pillar, and Epa's hand is covered with wounds. He casts a spell, creating a water sphere with only one chance. The sphere grows larger. He channels fire into it. A blazing fireball erupts, destroying the area and scattering the stones away. After destroying it, a blinding light is revealed inside. He prepares to throw the magic stone into that light. The stone flies straight to its target, which is a sharp iron wall, and he throws precisely so that the stone hits that spot directly. The stone hit the sharp wall and gradually cracked open, with the blinding light inside threatening to explode. Teopalmi stands outside observing. The stone makes the sharp wall glow brightly, light spreading across the wall like a lightning bolt. That lightning strikes the mechanism panel. Gears start turning, signaling it's active, while everyone else still holds their breath. The ceiling is opening above, and everyone quickly swims up to that spot. Just as they are about to run out of breath, they surface above the water. Swimming to the shore, everyone was panting heavily. Debo sighed. "Oh, I thought I was going to die. This place is really uncomfortable." "Does this also work?" Biru replied, "I doubt there could be another machine like this." Debo asked, "Where is the boss? Where is the boss?" The water swirled, bubbles rising from Pa's waist as the light of the exit appeared ahead. He swam with all his strength to that place, suddenly running out of breath, just a little more to escape. His hand desperately clung to hope. He gradually lost consciousness, his eyes blank and unable to open. Then he fell straight down. Minor swam to save him just in time, holding his face and giving him CPR. A voice echoes, "Are you really taking everything on yourself again?" El Pa was awakened by the voice and opened his eyes wide. Everyone was standing around, and he vaguely asked if this place was where the beautiful, outstanding faces of Alexis, Jidin, and Philip appeared before him one by one. "Jidin reminds you that if you're tired, you can rest." Alexis adds, "There's no need to push yourself too hard, you've already done very well." El Pa realizes this is his past memory. He smiles and happily replies, "I am fine, I promised it." Returning to reality, he wakes up from the dream. Maynor, filled with worry. He asks, "What happened?" "You saved me?" Diobo exclaimed happily. "I'm so relieved I hesitated because you hadn't woken up yet." I looked at my hand and realized my body seemed fine. Raph proudly said, "All thanks to my healing magic." He sighed in relief. "So let's go." "Is something wrong? What happened?" She was so confused that she blushed with embarrassment. She was confused. "No, it's nothing." After overcoming the danger, El Pa regained consciousness. "What?" So all of this was part of the plan. Bo was stunned. Then Raph responded.
So the second half was all improvisation. He was very upset about being deceived, speaking with a resentful tone. You should have told me beforehand, at least. You scared me.
Raph manipulates the mind.
You didn't know the saying, if you want to deceive your enemy, you must first deceive your allies?
Thanks to that, even you were fooled. However, El Pa, the most rational one, immediately exposed the act. So, maybe I was wrong to think that your first attack was too emotional. Raph sweat profusely, changing the subject. Come on, now is not the time to talk. We need to hurry up. Seeing she RF still carrying that girl, someone in the group asked, but why are we bringing the woman's body along? He replied, she is still useful. I have to keep my promise with Go. Suddenly, Biru noticed something.
She ran to do her business and shouted confusedly, what is that? So they have reached a very large room with a platform in the center for something. Piru stammered, I found it.
The object emits a golden glow, and Piru's face looks somewhat crazed as he sees the treasure. Kiri nearby doubts, is this the hero's item from the rumors? It's a necklace with a gold pendant in the center, embedded with a glowing purple gemstone. Is someone in the group doubting if this is real? I can't tell just by looking. Biru is certain. It matches the description exactly. This is Phantom's secret vault key. She describes this person. Phantom is the world's greatest thief, M. Before he left, I heard that his secret vault contained all kinds of astonishing treasures. She thought to herself, so this ring is the key to the vault. Biru reached out to take the ring, then looked at the members and said, thank you all. If it weren't for you, where would I be? A small stone hit Piru on the head, startling her with a cry. Then a series of stones, from large to small, fell from the roof. Raph nervously warned, wait, go to the bathroom and stay alert. The falling rocks, more numerous, indicate the collapse is imminent due to Piru taking the ring without permission. But she loudly asked, what is everyone doing? Run quickly. Kiri is running hard beside Han. Damn it, why did she grab it without thinking? Has she still not learned her lesson? Biru quickly apologized and ran desperately, until a tall tower appeared before him.
Biru shouted an order. We need to get into that tower. There's an exit. It must be open already.
Do you want to be sure? But all he got in response was the silent sky, and he grew angry.
Are you not sure about that either?
Suddenly, a group of armored skeletons with weapons appeared in front of them, heading their way. Du couldn't help but curse. Damn it, I forgot about these bastards. Raph rushed forward. My shield, now you skeletons. Saying that, he cast the Angel Tower skill. A holy shield shot at the skeletons, causing them to vanish. Seeing how effective it was, Piru lamented something. Why didn't you use this earlier? Raph grits his teeth in frustration because it consumes a huge amount of mana. I'm charging 500 per person. Even in the heat of battle, he still has some energy left to take advantage. Piru condemns him for always only thinking about money. Be careful or you'll end up with more problems. Just after finishing the skeletons, a huge undead knight on horseback appeared, wielding a sword and charging at them. The creature was incredibly powerful, slicing through a wall with a single strike. Luckily, no one was hit. Piru was shocked and shouted, what now? Raph, do that again. Of course, RF couldn't, so he advised, stay silent and run away. That was the only time I could use that afternoon. I went to the bathroom feeling helpless. You're really useless. The group argued while the monster was still riding the horse, chasing from behind. Someone ahead trips over a rock and it turns out to be a miner. She is startled. So it turns out there's a waterfall ahead and a chasm below. Everyone is about to fall. Someone shouted angrily, damn it. In the tense moment, Raph summons a talisman to grab his companions and surf down the waterfall on the monster's tail. He cheerfully shouts, all right, this is also my last charm. I have no more left. The joy isn't straightforward. The zombie riding a horse has swimming skills. It decides to charge, and everyone wants to fall back. Wait, that thing, damn it, does it know how to swim? At this moment, El Pa calls out, Kiri, I understand now. She unleashes a powerful move called Falling Moon, Crescent Moon Slash, freezing everything within the radius from the team to the monster. Someone praised, well done, that will keep it here. The monster, no exception, is affected and roars threateningly. Following Kiri, Miner is about to add another move, but she suddenly falls silent. Then a tremendous surge of power carrying heat from her is directly transferred to the monster, causing an explosion so fierce it blows up an entire area, and the others seize the opportunity to escape. After skimming the water for a while, we come to a dead end with a wall in front of us. Piru notices and calls out to Ipa in front of us. Before she finished speaking, the one behind had already taken the stance to respond. I knew he was about to unleash a strike to break the wall. The wall exploded, and everyone rushed through on their magic mounts. Biru reminded them to be careful. If the tower collapsed, it would happen before they finished speaking, and signs of cracks were already visible. After running for a while longer, Miner and Daibo discovered something ahead. They found it. The teleportation point inside the maze. The tower is on the verge of collapsing.
Biru leads the group. There's no time to stop. Just keep running and jump on my signal.
1. 2. Jump now. Everyone leaps into the teleportation point in unison, faces filled with panic, as the tower collapses.
Elsewhere, Spider-Wind senses and says, I can no longer feel BU's energy. Maybe this is yet another failure.
Ivok kneels before it and honestly admits, I have no more excuses. Responsibility? I don't care about that.
I can take your life at any moment, but before that, I pause for a moment and continue. Let me show you this.
The more spectators there are, the better the performance. Seeing something, Yak was stunned. Who are they?
2 followers of the Dark Mage appeared, one of whom was Mudria, Wynn's arrogant rival. It's time to change the players.
On the other side, Franco bows his head, still hopeful. He is speaking to Jack Gondrick, saying, Master of the Merchant Guild,
your young master is still alive because the gate is still functioning. He is surely waiting for the rescue team.
He continued. Luckily, they are not a full team, so there are still 6 more people who can go through the gate. I will form a rescue team with the best ones. Gak, hearing what he least wanted to hear, the shop owner cut him off and repeated. Jack clenched his fists so tightly they trembled, his face tense and a bit angry. It's morning in the town, and someone is suspicious. Huh? That. The sound comes from a room like a warehouse. Cher is talking to a man with his head fully covered by a cloth. He marvels at various personal protection items, just as expected from the son of the richest person in the world. There's no way they would settle for just a C rank. Chero looked a bit tense. She frowned, thinking to herself, so it's because of K. I didn't expect them to dare attack the association. Don't they fear retaliation? Suddenly, footsteps and someone's voice approached the room. It's suspicious. We should contact Goldrick first. This interruption breaks Jero's train of thought, and she remains alert. Damn it, the only one who could be here at this moment must be Trouble. The troublemaker's voice rings out again. No, he's already at the door, opening it with his hand and causing more noise. Damn it, you still don't even know what it is. But anyway, I can't let this go. The sound of that person nearby makes Chero open his eyes wide, and the man in the cloak seems to realize something. Isn't that voice coming from outside the door where Palmi and Piru are still arguing casually? She pouted and said to him, Wait, you still haven't explained why you insist on not giving me that ring. He was straightforward. I refuse because I really can't give it to you. How many times do I have to say it? Hearing Epairo's voice finally made her realize. She thought to herself, Oh, I recognize that voice now. It must be Piru. She smiled, her face so happy she was almost crying. But before she could call out or run to greet her acquaintance, Piru shouted so loudly that her emotions nearly overwhelmed her. Shut up, Piru. Grab Elpa's cloak and accuse him fiercely. No way, return my ring, you thief. And you, still the cold, handsome guy, ignoring her shame, adding a hurtful remark. That idiot is crazy, just as I promised. How could Piru stay calm after hearing that? She muttered in embarrassment and still demanded her stuff. Who's the fool here, Bim? Give it back to me. The witness Chero was now very helpless and could only say, All right, then. In another corner of the town, newspapers with the news flying through the sky, accompanied by someone's voice. Here's the news for everyone. People are talking around about the person listed on the front page of the newspaper, Jack Gondrick. Someone asked if Jack Rick was really trapped in the gate, and there was an unreasonable reply. That team is part of the Third Circle. The strongest group of all, but that's not the issue here. Gondrick will send a rescue team, and whoever succeeds will receive 150 million. Everyone is surprised. 150 million is a huge amount. They really do have a lot of money. Everyone will definitely go crazy over this. With that much money, I want it too. A voice suddenly shatters the dream instantly, but don't get your hopes up. There are only 7 spots left. There's no way they'll accept an unknown like you. The hot news has become such a topic that even Debo, walking around with Raph, took a newspaper and nodded in approval. Well, it's definitely the hot topic in the city. However, unlike the crowd, Raph was not bothered and was now pretending to be in pain, clutching his hand with 2 tears in his eyes, asking where El Pa had gone at a moment like this, while my passion for saving people as a healer was burning fiercely, already used to the indifferent attitude of the bystanders. That's right, it seems like he cares more about saving people than making a lot of money. Moving on from the hot topic, the bathroom break brings us back to the real reason both of them went out this time. He asked, Why are we going to the slum area? I mean, there are plenty of shops at the market. Isn't the boss planning to visit a shop? Raph replied, I have my own plan. The 2 of them stopped in front of a wooden door. Raph looked confident, saying, Just wait and you'll understand. He pushed the door open, revealing someone's legs stretched out on the table, striking a pose. They both walk in. It looks like a pawn shop, but it seems old and worn out. Do you confirm? It's so dusty. This really is the place. Raph didn't answer him, but simply nodded a greeting to the person sitting with arms crossed inside.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Raph calls out to the other.
Hey, Gary, there's a guest. How much longer do you plan to sleep? You take a deep breath and call back to confirm. Raph. He smiled and replied, It's been a while. Seeing this greeting, Doe wondered if he was his friend. There must be a discount.
Hey, it's been a long time. I thought you had killed Quatch somewhere.
He walks over, holding a dagger close to Raph's neck, his face grim, bringing back old memories. This is the first time I've seen you since you betrayed me.
Old friends just like that. Raph ends up sweating and on the back foot, denying it. Did I do that?
Are you serious about this?
You bastard. Do you want me to cut you up and feed you to the pigs?
Raph reassured him. Calm down. The rapid turn of events confused Debo.
What exactly did you do to him? Raph said as he put his hand in his pocket to take out something and explain, I had my reasons back then. I have other matters today.
Hey, look at this. I brought a whole bunch of stuff. Debo recognizes that pile of money as the boss's. But since the attempt at persuasion failed, Gary still looks furious, holding a knife and cursing. That bastard, humans have many emotions and turning face is one of the most important skills everyone should have. A moment ago, Gary was threatening and intimidating. But the next, he hugged RF in tears and said, I miss you so much, brother. Raph was stunned. What? Yeah, me too. Debo sighed upon seeing this scene, saying, These two really are a match made in heaven. After making peace, Gary cheerfully offered his services, asking, What are you looking for? Just say the word, I have everything except what I don't have. Of course I have one. I have it. He quickly pulled back the white cloth covering a box, revealing a pile of scrolls. Seeing them, Debo was amazed. Huh? What are these things?
They're all you.
They're all just normal scrolls, Gary said irritably. What kind of eyes does this guy have?
Raph, as if he knew it all along. That's why I went with him, damn it.
I've never used this before. How am I supposed to tell the difference? Gary confidently explained while holding the scroll. Well, simply put, they are items that can enhance equipment with a certain success rate. Nothing safer than this in dangerous zones. This has a 100% success rate. Old friends are hard to fool. Raph interrupted the introduction scene, holding a disgusting object. He smiled with a dark face and patted Gary's shoulder to reveal the truth. Are you starting to deceive us now? Get out of the way so I can see what's behind you. Gary grits his teeth and sighs.
Doe, you still don't understand. You're being led and keep asking. Hold on and wait a moment.
So? Isn't 100% good? What the hell is so good about Raph's patience? The quality of the enhancement roll depends not on a high or low success rate, but on the lower the rate, the greater the benefit. If you don't use many at once, you need a roll with the lowest possible rate to maximize the enhancement power. After hearing that, Debo realized the problem and saw the angry shop owner thinking, Damn scammer. While Gary calmly explained himself, Otherwise, how would I make a living? I can't sell what I don't have. The situation has changed. High-level spools are now considered military equipment and are banned from sale. Hearing that, Raph pretended to turn away. Too bad. I came here for nothing. Damn it, I really need them. What should I do now? He grins mischievously. I was planning to buy some if they were still available. I thought the price would go up to $1 million. It hit a nerve. Gary grabbed RF's shoulder to stop him, and he also smirked mischievously. Hey, at least let me finish my sentence before you decide. The two old friends are truly a pair of schemers. They returned to the room where Piru and El Pa met Cher, and they were talking about a great figure from the past. The Archmage Freed, the Dragon Sage. The Dragon Mage, he has many titles, but the most special one is the Master of Time Magic. Yet he did not appear on the final day. 800 years ago, before the Black Sorcerer was exiled, he cursed the 6 heroes. The time of all those cursed stopped at that very moment, but Freed, through the sacrifice of Dragon Contract A, was unaffected and remained the only hero left. Freed wandered across the world searching for a way to save his comrades, but he couldn't find an answer and disappeared like the wind. Piru finished and said, That's all I know. She continued, Some ancient documents record that his traces still remain, and what remains is the hero Freed Pa's ring as he looks surprised at the item on his left hand. A moment of silence passes and the three stand still in the room. Piru's words left him confused, unable to find an answer to his question. He recalled the events he had experienced, wondering why his regression could be in him if he could manipulate time. But how could someone from 800 years ago do that? If he's still alive, why didn't he appear with us on the final day? Breaking the silence, Chero spoke up. I don't doubt you because Freed chose you. However, I want to know why you are fighting the believers. Her question made him clench his fists until the veins bulged. He replied to her, I have my own reasons for not revealing my true motives, but let me be clear for a moment. I want to save them at all costs. The image of my comrades appears in his mind. In another place, there is the sound of someone practicing, and that is Kiri. She is swinging her sword, seemingly having trained for quite a while. Suddenly, Daibo approached from behind and asked, Do you not get bored doing this every day? Kiri turned her head to call him. I went to tell his girlfriend. I looked for you earlier but couldn't find you. I went to see my master and I need to tell him something. What are you suspicious about? He stammered. Huh? Actually, I need to ask you for a favor. Can you come with me tomorrow? In the afternoon of the square, Debo checked his watch, waiting for his appointment with Kiri, quietly hoping she hadn't arrived yet. Did I arrive too early? The person he was waiting for has arrived. She approached Daibo from afar and asked, Sorry, have you been waiting long? You're here already. I just arrived too. Before I could finish speaking, Debo fell silent. His eyes seemed to see something that makes him blush. Kiri, feeling a bit shy, explains, Minor kept me talking for too long, so I was late. I said I didn't like this style, but she still kept it. Kiri today has her hair down and is wearing a dress very different from usual. You're acting a bit awkward. Why are you looking at me like that? Does it not suit me? Do you disagree? You don't look very good. Honestly, the compliment surprised her a little. That's good then. Let's go now. He agreed. Suddenly, a watchful gaze flashes from behind. Someone says the target is moving. Get ready to go. Then there was a sigh. So annoying. And that is the LPEARF minor trio. All three are watching Dio. Raph complained resentfully. I don't care about that kid's dating life. Minor should just stay silent. Maintaining the mental health of all team members is very important. Got it? And their targets Debo and Kiri are having a great time out. Going back to before the incident that led to this spying, it seems Kiri told Minor about Daibo inviting her to make Minor cough up water. Minor shouted, What do you mean, Debo? Kiri dodged the water. Yes, she recounted the process. He said it's his sister's birthday this week, so he probably hasn't bought her a gift before due to money issues. He wants me to help pick one. Minor looks excited but skeptical. It's just an excuse. So what? This is really interesting. Kiri is persuading me. I'm not very good at choosing gifts either. It would be great if she could come along, Minor said unexpectedly in a loud voice. What? Are you serious? Why do I have to go with both of you? Kiri responded very normally. Huh? Can't you hear me? I told her we wanted her to help us pick a gift. This reaction left Minor speechless, silently judging. She's really naive. Minor is helpless. You truly are hopeless. Kiri innocently asks, What? Where does a minor go crazy? Shut up now. Back in the present, Debo grabbed a spiked fist and asked Kiri for his opinion. What about this one? He looks cheerful and seems quite useful. I think Denev can protect himself pretty well with this. So, what about that sword? It looks more suitable for a beginner. The two of them kept walking and chatting around different places. Or maybe this. Not bad. This one is also nice. Should I buy them all? After a little walk, Kiri shares her thoughts. I was so nervous because I've never done this before, but it went smoother than I expected. Let's go ask around. Really? She explained. I've been training to become a knight since I was young, so I rarely have time to rest, and I'm not used to strolling around like this. Dom listened quietly and changed the subject, saying, Shall we go check out the shop selling explosives? She replied, Sure. At the same time, the trio sneaking around was still eagerly pursuing. Minor frustrated. Damn these fools. She muttered softly, What are they doing? They can't do anything right. So reckless, they should think about the audience a little. Someone replied, But they still don't know that we're watching. Minor continued. Clearly, the two of them like each other, but there's no progress at all. One of them doesn't even realize anymore. If this continues, they'll be lonely for the rest of their lives, right? Where did she come from? Din, DBO's younger sister, appears beside and answers Minor. That's why everyone calls him a fool, worrying about him too much. The three of them are stunned. Raph sweatfully asked, How do you know we're here? He nervously thought to himself that he couldn't sense her presence. It was her who had complained about the gift situation. But let's put the gifts aside for now. I just hope he doesn't come home tonight. She smiled brightly, making Minor, who had been criticizing all along, think to himself, Hey, that's pretty quick. Looking at the couple chatting in front of them, Minor commented that they looked quite a good match. Raph admitted that they did look really compatible. He closed his eyes, imagining a scene where he was holding a girl, and thought to himself, Was it like this before? I can't stand her and myself, so he waved his hand to dismiss the illusion and said, I don't care about your past. And he shouted in frustration. I was right from the start. Even Aipa, who had been silent all this time because of being forced to follow, finally spoke up. It's really a waste of time. Minor understood and didn't care about this. She hadn't finished speaking when he interrupted. Do I surprise you? Elpas nonchalantly said something shocking. I've just been very busy, but I've dated once or twice before. Minor was very concerned. She turned to ask, can you tell me what happened? Her attitude hurt Raph silently, feeling its unfair treatment. Elpa closed his eyes and said coldly, it's in the past. She isn't even alive anymore. As he finished speaking, he countered himself. No, she might still be alive, but it doesn't matter anymore. He abruptly stopped, making Minor angry. Is it important? Tell me the details. Meanwhile, Dinah was still passionately watching his older brother. The two of them grew closer and closer. Only RF was helpless and sighed. I am so lonely. It's getting dark. Thank you for today. Kiri Debo feels grateful. I think Dinev will like this gift. She smiled gently. I am very happy to have been able to help. She said that and then walked away. Well, I'm off. Are you holding it in? Wait a moment. He blushed and stammered. Oh, it's nothing. Just thank you. See you tomorrow at training. Hearing that, Kiri felt happy. She smiled beautifully and said, if you need help with this again in the future, just tell me. I'll be back. He went back home and called out for his older brother. Inside, the trio was lurking, with Minor and Raph collapsed on the table, panting heavily because they needed to leave quickly. Since there are so many of you, he wondered, what are you all doing here? And his younger sister Denev looked as happy as a flower, so he was confused. Does that mean nothing's wrong? In another place, chaos reigns with corpses and weapons scattered everywhere, and screams of pain. Save me. A wizard trying to stop something. Halt. You monster, I won't let you get past. As soon as he finished speaking, a sinister eye-shaped attack shot forward, and he vanished. The caster was an old man with white hair and a serpent-like creature. He is a follower of the Dark Sorcerer. He enters a room with a pedestal in the center, holding something, and upon seeing it, he looks quite pleased. Finally, the sealing stone of Hero Freed contains the power of time. I have obtained it. With this power, he cast a spell to make the stone fly toward him. Suddenly, the black mage sensed something. The stone in my hand looks like an ordinary rock, and I am stunned. Why can't I sense anything from it? Don't tell me he realized it. His rage erupts, shouting, Who dared to do this? His power spirals out of control, destroying the room. The old man realized someone had reversed time before him. He must find him. His face was full of murderous intent as he clenched the stone and crushed it into pieces. At Gondrick, the Merchant Alliance has gathered many people here. In front of the building, someone is announcing to everyone who registered for the Goldrick Trade Guild selection event. That person shouted, All candidates stand in your positions. The results will be announced in 30 minutes. At this moment, a red-haired girl with a scar near her eye smirked at the person beside her. Why don't you give up? The gap in strength is already clear, isn't it? The scar-faced guy didn't even bother to glance. What are you rambling about? Then let's see who is stronger right here and now. Oh, I like that. That's exactly what I want. Soon, the two began to argue, but don't think you can leave here alive. Mac Ko stood to the side, deep in thought. So this is the world of those in the third tier. The old man's mustache twitched upward. I only have one chance. I must choose carefully. The sound of dragging heavy objects echoes from the main road. Everyone turned to look at the image of the man dragging a very large box as he entered. What is that? What is he carrying? Those guys are Ipa with the big coffin behind. The chubby man with a long mustache reaching his ears is dressed in a magnificent robe. The luxurious owner of the Goldrick Trade Guild. Gondrick, rumored to be the richest person in the mall world, even possesses wealth comparable to a country. In the Alliance corridor of the Trade Guild, hurried footsteps echo as the man raises his hand to open the door, revealing the Goldrick Guildmaster standing before a large water fountain. You? Are you the adventurer from Gafor looking for me? Are you looking down on us? He said, glancing at Pao Mi as he entered. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Elpam. He bowed and introduced himself, saying the reason I want to, but was cut off before he could finish. That's obvious. You want to join the rescue team, right? Listen carefully. When I still have the patience to speak politely, this is not something Gafo should get involved in. Sorry, but I'm not here today as Go's representative. I'm explaining patiently, but Gondrick doesn't seem to care. Then I have nothing to say to you. A reckless fool like you who only belongs to the third tier. Are you crazy? Go away now, I'm not in the mood. He bowed down. I apologize if I have been rude, but first take a look at this. Seeing the person inside, Gondrick was startled. Her face was pale and gaunt, and upon seeing her severe injuries, Gondrick shouted. The flock of eagles froze in shock at the scene before them. Do you realize what you've just done? Bao Mai calmly said, "Of course I know very well." Grek was stunned. Are you planning to start a war? Bao Mai nodded. Maybe so. But you must look him in the eye and say that the Gondrick Trade Guild will also get involved in this. Gondrick broke out in a sweat. What the hell are you talking about? Someone has entered outside. Let me explain. This also concerns you. Are you sure, Gondrick, that you looked straight at the person in front of you and went back to the time before you arrived at the Gondrick Trade Guild? I can't believe it. The man in the golden armor standing with his arms crossed is questioning me. Are you saying those guys are still lingering? Baomi explained. They are not just lingering, they have taken root all over the Cloud Mountain world, even in that person, he slowly asked. Can you be responsible for your words? He silently thought. But if everything you said is true, then all the strange things I've seen so far suddenly make sense, and the other person immediately shared his hypothesis. It's not that I trust you, I just trust Kiri's judgment. That's why I asked Kiri to come with me from the start. Then he asked again, what do you want? Baomi hesitated before revealing her plan. I want to erase Ka from this world. The image of a flag with a skull and 2 horns burning. In 3 days, Maiko explains that this is no longer a matter between merchant guilds. It will be a battle against the followers. Back in the present, the person who just entered says, Captain Cygnus Michael Elpham, while Pa is reaching out, his hand covered in green energy. He touches Bu's forehead, and a deep red tattoo appears. What is it? A tattoo. He calmly explains. This is the mark of the follower. They all have tattoos symbolizing their leader. Gondrick was surprised. Could she really be a follower? He stammered, so Kanya really is Grick after all. I will make you an offer you can't refuse. At the bar, everyone is relaxing and drinking together. Finish your drink. Drink up, everyone is already drunk. Minor wonders. Are you sure? Celebrating like this when tomorrow is such an important day? Is it okay? Baomi says comfortably that a day of rest won't hurt anyone, and that we've prepared as best as we can. All the necessary supplies have been secured, and the training is complete. Resting before the battle is a good idea. Goldrick's guards are now sitting nearby, drinking beer together. We also burst into laughter. What are you two whispering about? Raph slung his beer over Pa's shoulder and said with a smile, Are you two dating? Before I, a love expert, could finish my sentence, he was punched straight in the face. He screams and rolls on the ground, his face expressionless. Don't come any closer, RF. Am I not allowed to joke a little? I only wanted to make the atmosphere more relaxed. He screams, but Pa pinches his nose. All he smells is sweat. Why don't you go take a shower? He was dissatisfied. Damn it, then I won't say anything anymore. He looked away, then looked back. Actually, I want to ask you something. Why did you decide to join Jack Rick's rescue team when you said it was a trap? Minor agrees. That's right, then it would make more sense to join Kanya's raid. Baomi glanced down and said I have something I need to find. The sealed scroll with a red stamp. I don't know if it's trustworthy, but I heard that recently Jack Rick found a map leading to Frien's treasure. At first I didn't think it was very trustworthy, but the fact that those followers approached him means it's real. I can't let them get that map. That treasure is said to be extremely valuable, but he didn't voice that thought. Of course, that's if they haven't taken it yet, just hope everything goes according to plan. In another place, a burning skull speaks. Elpham, a 20-year-old from Lechber, owes Gafor and was a slave for 3 years. The awakening of the first level happened about 2 months ago. It only took 2 days to reach the second level and 2 weeks to reach the third. With this potential, he is likely to continue rising. Looking at the figure in front of him, he ordered to go. A gray-haired man with silver eyes radiating a purple aura that pierces the sky. Everything is now in your hands. The long-haired, white-haired man is blocked by the 2 of them. He shouted, Sir Roy, this is different from what you said. You meant that after saying everything had been decided, you would support our group. Royce raises his hand to stop him. What do you want from me? The order to cancel the recruitment of outsiders was suddenly issued from above. I don't know the reason, but in the end, aren't they expecting me to handle everything on my own? I'm tired now. Everyone is gathering in front of the big stone gate. How can this make any sense? And what about the money I gave you? Mr. Royce, be careful with your words. You can't say things like that here. Step aside. Everyone automatically parted when they saw the group approaching. Hao's group includes Debo, Minor, Kiri, and Marco. The guards, confused, automatically step aside. Yes, Royce stammered. Lord Marco, who are these people? Marco explains. This has been decided. I hope you understand. Yes, Royce wonders. But I don't understand what you're saying. Could it be that today's party is with you, Lord Marco? Still, he looked at the murderous hero with disdain. The others voiced their disapproval. What's wrong with these people? They weren't present at the trial of the feast and scoffed, "Who do they think they are?" But none of them paid attention and proceeded inside. Before Minor sticks out his tongue to provoke, light shines through. At this moment, the columns of the temple appear, broken and scattered across the floor. "Enough already." He looked up at the gloomy ceiling and muttered irritably, "This always happens, isn't it boring? Come up with something more creative." Minor frowned, "Wait a minute, where are Raph and Kiri?" At this point, they notice the other two are missing. "Damn it," Raph screams, "what the hell is going on?" He reached out to the gate that was blocked. Has it reached the limit of people allowed? He turned back and asked, "Weren't they saying that 6 more people could still be admitted? Did anyone get in before us?" "Freeze up. No way. We've already assigned guards to prevent others from entering first. Could it be that Kiri is nervous because this is just a trap?" Inside the temple, the gray-haired man is leading the injured person chained to 2 chains that are pulling. "Anyway, it's good that we got in, but how are we going to meet? Did you hear anything?" "Not Mudra yet," the other one mumbled. "Don't call me by my real name, idiot." "All right, Miss Mudria." He changes his tone. She scolds him. "It seems you're tired of the complaints earlier. If everything goes as planned, they'll be waiting for us on the 2nd floor. In front of them is a giant 2-horned buffalo monster. Looks like I'll need to get things started a bit before the meeting. That monster keeps bleeding nonstop. I wonder if it's really helping at all." Maria suddenly had an idea. "No, I have a better idea. I'll handle that guy." Silver-haired one grimaced. "Don't push yourself too hard." At this moment, the monster roars, charges, and runs toward the 2 people. "Is it coming to greet me?" She throws a green iron ball. "I'll show you." The monster was stunned and couldn't dodge in time. Maria swung her staff down. "You seem surprised, huh?" the silver-haired kid said happily. "This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Quite interesting." The iron ball rolled rapidly across the floor, leaving the writhing monster to die gradually. "I'll handle the rest later. This will only get more and more interesting." Minor was tense. I suspected it. Could it be that the rats from the barrel had sneaked in? Bao Mai put on the blindfold, pretending they had entered. "Not bad. I didn't expect to encounter this, but it is indeed getting more and more interesting." The boy scratched his head, "But isn't it a bit too quiet? There are no signs of any attacks against us." Bao Mi activates the blindfold. "Yes, that's the real issue. You can clearly see all the structures and pathways inside the temple. There are no living creatures at the first gate. No cults, no monsters. What exactly is going on?" He frowns. "What are they plotting?" At the Merchant Guild, the Cygnus Knights are entering when the receptionist notices their presence. A girl among them asks, "Why is Cygnus here? Do you have an appointment with anyone?" Sims smiled brightly. "Sorry for the sudden visit. I hope it's not inconvenient." He raised his hand and the black sorcerer's tattoo appeared. "Did you lose this?" "What?" She didn't have time to understand what was happening, and the 2 men behind were instantly cut into pieces and killed. She screamed loudly as he pointed his bloodied sword at her trembling neck. Kat Zim smiled and said, "If you resist, I will consider you a disciple of the Black Mage." Because of the Dark Sorcerer, screams echoed everywhere as the slaughter unfolded, with many heads falling. The Cygnus Knights slaughtered everyone they saw, blocking the way. The screams and curses echo everywhere. "Damn it, save me." "Caximanoid, you lost track of them. I apologize." A knight kneels and reports that they probably had prior information because they were already there when we arrived. Kaysin glances and immediately pursues. "We must find them to end this, understood?" "Sir, I have given you many chances." The monster slowly said, "Do you resent me? A giant spider is punishing the person in front of it. No, you are frightened. Serving the Dark Sorcerer is the greatest honor." The spider has now fully taken over the body of the person in front of us. We have control of the area near the port. Inside the camp, Abbas and everyone are discussing the terrain on the map. With no escape route left, just a little more time. Just a little more to send the remaining troops to support the fall. Gondrick, angry, thinks, just a little more, just a little more. Outside, flames now engulfed the buildings. At the foot of a staircase inside the house, a monster howled in pain, and in an instant, it was cut in half. The one who cut down that monster is Mai Kon. Seeing the monster fall, Alexis said, "You bastards, have you been raising these things right beneath the port?" She looked a bit scared and continued, "Each of them is a terrifying monster. If the Gondrick Trading Company doesn't deliver the information in time, the casualties will surely be very high. So that's it, they really are extraordinary monsters, but why do I have this strange feeling? Such a huge facility and yet no one is in charge." Mai Kon sighed. "They didn't even give me time to think." Then more monsters appeared, and from another place inside came the sounds of curses and insults. "Damn it, where did those monsters come from?"
If the escort team hadn't sacrificed themselves, Rick would be trembling and crying.
I don't want to die. I want to live. Then a footstep sound appeared, and the one trying to come back to life roared loudly for the whole world to hear. Do you know how far your groans can be heard? It seems you're still capable. That voice turned out to be Pa Rick, who, upon seeing him, panicked, drew his sword and shouted, "Who are you?"
Then he was kicked so hard he was stunned, and his sword flew far away.
Yaomi continued, "You still have some strength left. Don't be so tense, Jack Rick. We're here as rescue team to save you." Debo and Minor now wear a sinister smile. Hearing that, he suddenly questions the rescue team and then pulls out a rope. "This belongs to my father." He clenched his teeth and said, "So it really is just you guys?" Paomai's comment made him a bit unhappy. He coldly replied, "You should be grateful that so many people risked their lives to save someone like you." He angrily cursed, "This is not a place where the three of you can do anything." Seeing him say that, he immediately used his eyes to observe. He silently thought, "No tattoos or any marks at all. Am I overthinking this?" Minor then spoke.
"All right, everything's in order, the target is secured, and now it's time."
Suddenly, Paomai's eyes widened in pain as a sudden burst of light from an unexpected attack revealed a group of people in black clothes with terrifying masks. They make terrifying sounds. Minor, Baomi, and Debo quickly rushed to attack them. Minor spoke. "You're so rude, I almost got hurt." "So you finally appeared," Kan's voice echoes. The ceremony drew the attention of the three of them. Baomi used her eyes to observe him. "What is that guy? This amount of mana is terrifying." He rushes quickly toward the three of them, talking about etiquette, seeming quite composed, not just some insignificant guy, right? Using his powerful energy, he coldly says, "Let's see if Commander Wynn's concerns are justified." He creates a giant spider web and begins to move to another place. A huge explosion occurs, causing everyone to panic. What? What's going on?
As the team entered and successive explosions erupted, a red tornado appeared, surrounding Maikon. He cried out in pain, "Everyone back off, this is a trap!"
That red tornado quickly engulfed him, causing his foot to stumble back a step. Now, everything around him was shrouded in thick smoke. He wondered where he was. A step appeared in the mist, and he asked, "Who are you?" That figure gradually appears, asking who I am. It must be a familiar face, right? His face looks exactly like Michael's. The scene shifts to Abus and everyone, with Ran furious as he slams his hand down on the table. No way. All 3 battalions wiped out completely. And Commander Michael is also missing? Abus gritted his teeth in anger and shouted,
"Check again! What the hell is going on?"
Outside the camp, there is a report of bad news. We just confirmed reinforcements from the fanatics. Damn it. Gondrick sweat beads on his face, frowning as he thinks. No way. They always anticipate my moves by 1 step. This means there is a mole within our ranks. Abis shouted loudly, changing the plan from Team 5 to 6. Vias Ben-Im suddenly appeared at the camp, and the guards, startled, asked, "Who are you?" "Retreat!" It was just a moment later that the guard was eliminated. A scream echoes out. Ran shouts in panic. "What's going on outside?" Mac Ko just calmly said, making such a fuss over just 1 or 2 people. "Don't worry." Then a blood-stained hand reached through the barrier inside the camp. A man in a black cloak and a terrifying mask peeks in, still holding a blood-stained knife, while Mo remains unaware of the danger ahead. He calmly continued, "It will be over soon." Everyone witnessing this scene was terrified, and Glodrick's face turned pale. Marco, a sickle flies at lightning speed, and the next scene is a life-and-death chase with many people overwhelmed from all directions. Screams echo everywhere, and urgent warnings appear behind, creating a sense of encirclement and danger. Everyone was panicked and in pain as they were pushed into a disadvantaged position, and the counterattacks erupted with destructive strikes. The fierce explosions and collisions showcase a desperate struggle of strength and will to break the deadlock. Kiri urgently shouts, "The residents are taking this route." Meanwhile, she keeps urging everyone to get on the vehicle and leave the city immediately. Help from Gappa will arrive soon. Suddenly, a figure flew towards her, countering the incoming figure. She was startled and panicked, and that figure immediately was thrown off her. The one who saved Kiri was Giap. He was stunned, thinking he could finally rest, but now everything has turned out like this. Her expression grew tense. These bastards who saw the figure fall earlier are just a young teenager, not even a child, and they didn't even bother to let him go. Giap's face was just as tense, and she silently thought that this was fanaticism strangled by blind faith. He recounted that when he tried to pull me to his side, they also promised that if we helped lift the seal of the Black Mage, I would achieve what I desired, even if it meant reversing time. She was horrified. Reversing time would be no different from foolishly playing God. Do you believe that? He reminded me of the old story. There's no such thing as everything going according to your wishes in this world. If he's so talented, why is the seal still in place? Who wouldn't see that as just meaningless nonsense? The two look at the child's pain on the ground, but they are just exploiting human weakness. And they reveal one last truth. Who in this world doesn't have a past they'd want to go back and change? Over here! Jack Gondrick grew angry. That bastard in a large camp tent that could hold hundreds of soldiers. 3 leaders saw a bloodied hand holding something. Mar. Ko, in the end, that person is you. Why did you do this? Oh, you want to know the reason? The old man recounted with a mournful tone that my dear daughter had to leave this world too soon due to a tragic accident. They say they will help me bring the girl back. I will do anything as long as I can see her again. The old man has revealed his true nature and started to betray. For a long time, being called your lord was my honor. Lord Gondrick points towards the 3 people over there. Abbas steps forward to protect his master, saying, "Get behind me, quickly." Raka quickly runs away from the tent. I apologize to Ebbis, but Jack Gondrick is still standing there like a mountain. Are you going to give a warning and just stand there watching? Do you plan to leave it like that? The 2 henchmen of the old man charged forward one after the other, but were blocked by a purple beam. Ibis delivered an attack that emitted that light. Where are you going? The power from his furious fist leaves those henchmen stunned, and falls down. He is stunned by that power and looks towards the 2 figures fleeing the scene. Hey fanatics, light up a cigarette. It seems you don't think much of me. Guy smokes and says, I haven't moved in a long time. Let's see if I can get things going. In a dark and mysterious place among ancient ruins, cloaked figures form a circle around 2 central characters, the high-angle perspective making it feel more like a ritual than an ordinary battle. Hearing you talk about rituals, it seems there's still plenty of time left, so you're not just a small fry after all. All right, let me see if Commander Wynn's worries are justified. El Pa arrogantly said, Do you think those boastful words can scare me? Oh, wow. Sorry, I didn't explain clearly. Maria jumped down from the high cliff to get closer to them. Then let me greet her properly with dignity. Behind her is a beast chained by 3 iron balls. It is just waiting for your command to attack and kill the prey. I am Mudria, the one who sacrifices himself. He is shocked. Sacrifice for the greater good? He wondered why that secret army of 100 chosen individuals, whose identities are always hidden behind a mysterious veil, had appeared here. Mudria, feeling superior, thought you've been causing too much chaos lately, even attracting the attention of those you can't handle, and he's annoyed that Mudria's henchmen have already surrounded their ancient relic. Damn it, what are you rambling about? Then the whole group, full of fighting spirit, said, Hurry up and charge. Wow, you're really hot-tempered. Have you never wondered why there are no monsters inside the gate, with the iron ball bouncing and sparking blue sparks? Well then, let me introduce you. The surrounding scene trembles and the sky shakes. Everything is about to break apart. What? Suddenly a tornado appeared, gathering everything together as if forming something. The blue light concentrates in one spot, growing bigger and bigger. The tension is mounting. What is this thing again? Is it some kind of illusion? That light formed a skull like a monster without a body, causing storms and sweeping everything away. Miner's eyes widened in panic and fear. Wait, over there! That monster has fully taken shape, with a pig-like face, 2 horns, and a crescent moon-shaped tongue. It is charging fiercely. Tauramakis. The surrounding rocks and stones from the pillars in the ruins are gradually falling due to the earlier earthquake, as people trapped and facing danger are filled with fear. What the hell? Why are they obeying his orders? Moreover, what is the deal with this many? Tauramakis charged forward like a brainwashed warrior ready to fight. How are these bastards doing it? Everyone rushes forward. Damn it, but the difference in strength is too great. Now, Ipa, speak up and go in. Don't face them head on. These guys? What do you mean? His eyes suddenly widened in shock as he saw the lightning around him. That monster with the scythe unleashes lightning bolts that strike him, the thunder growing louder and causing everything around to explode. Finally, his strength gave out and he collapsed. At this moment, the team members were only then filled with panic. He goes to the bathroom. The monster raises its scythe to deliver the final blow. His body is too weak right now, thinking he's about to reach the heavens. Damn it. What am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, a yellow beam of light struck the monster. It's El Pa! He used his power to save Debo. Everyone get back, I will wipe them out in one strike. His power is like a peacock's feather fan. His strength is comparable to the lightning bolts earlier, able to counterattack the monster, trapping it in the beam of light before it vanishes into the swirling yellow vortex. What the hell? A missile controlled by mental power? Epilogue confirms. That power gradually grew stronger, surrounding the entire fortress of the relic. Minor was worried. Be careful. Pam. The tornado has reached the minions and cannot be stopped anymore. It just keeps destroying everything around it. Just as the rumors said, it's really interesting. The young man breathes a sigh of relief after the battle, as that power gradually shrinks back into the ring he wears around his neck. But suddenly, the ring shone brightly again, and the beams of light continued to destroy everything around. The rocks are falling down. Minor is panicked. How can this be? Pam's magic. Looking at the broken pillars, everything has become desolate. Is it useless? Mutria was also surprised by the strange reaction of the magic power. What was that reaction? Do you really think I will just stand still and take it? Then she suddenly cast a spell.
Not yet. Struggle a little more. That magical power is making the stones fly up.
Palmi is stunned. What kind of girl is this?
That magic is beyond their imagination. Able to manipulate all the broken stones on the ground. Maud. Is it mental power?
Palmi said nothing, deep in thought as Mudria issued a call to war.
All right, it's time for the real battle to begin.
The flames are spreading quickly to the buildings on this side. Rakan and Goldrick run with all their might. The defense line has collapsed, so it's best to retreat completely.
No, I have to hold on a little longer.
Gondrick looked at the watch. There's a secret plan that even Mao doesn't know about.
When Aopa proposed this plan, I thought it was just overreacting.
The minute hand of the clock shifted to 2.
Just one more hour of resistance, not just 30 minutes. Suddenly footsteps approached, and they caught 2 people.
What the hell is going on? Suddenly Zhao Ka looked behind, and there was also an army surrounding them.
Damn it, are they like this on the back too?
He angrily said. Can't we carry out that plan right now? If this keeps going, we can't let it happen. There are still some henchmen ready to attack them.
Damn it, what's the point of that plan if everyone ends up dead? A beam of light flew in, piercing the henchmen and causing their bodies to split apart. They turned around in shock, looking for someone, as a voice echoed.
Oh, what a coincidence. The shop owners, you appeared as Jap and Kiri just in time for the sale. Do you need any help?
Jap smiled and said, You are just some henchmen shouting. There are only 2 of you. Kill them.
Kiri used her glowing sword to cut down the henchmen, while Jiap used his fists to defeat them. One of them threw a series of small swords, but she dodged them by flying up. Is she crazy? At this point, she was completely immersed in the battle and no longer cared about the world around her. I remember now her sword can split them in 2. A swift and devastating strike from Elpa showing Kiri's speed and power, with white light radiating around her and a huge blue energy sphere making the battle even more intense and fierce. They have all been defeated. Only now do the 2 of them smile at their victory. Seeing the crowd of followers gathered, I came here because I saw the situation was extremely urgent.
I allowed you to use the service first and pay later.
Jiap's eyes lit up, and he was very excited about the reward he was about to receive. So, now I will announce today's special discounted price. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden explosion caused a large section of the ground to crack open.
What?
Is there still a survivor? A figure emerges from the smoke.
Tsk, just a bunch of useless henchmen.
Kiri and Jap are tense facing an unknown outsider. Minion, why are you speaking so harshly? Oh, right, I just remembered. To meet 3 noble shop owners at once. What is happening here? Blood drips down his face as he speaks with anger and regret. Unfortunately, a man with long silver hair appears, and that is Vok. He said, I have been looking forward to tearing Pami apart with my own hands. A barrage of rocks flew towards them and unexpectedly hit Debo. He wondered silently, what on earth is happening? Someone wielding spiritual power at this level. Before the regression, I had never heard of anyone so powerful. The young man with white hair appeared to stop the purple magic attack. Could it all just be a false rumor? He quickly stopped the attack from the falling rocks or the preset traps. Everyone below was surprised by something. It couldn't be just like this. The columns suddenly collapsed with a loud crash, followed by a flash of light in the sky. They shot straight down to the ground, and a figure quickly leapt into that beam of light. They all quickly left the danger zone. Goodbye, you fools. Right now it's only the young man with white hair and a few followers. Don't let him escape. Chase after him. Damn it, hurry up. They hurriedly ran away on this side, thinking they had escaped. But now that the ones who needed help are safe, they just keep going. Suddenly, a pair of wings spread wide, and Paumi's waist froze in fear as he looked at what was in front of him. A horned beetle flying towards the group from above. The power of the bug caused an explosion on everyone's transportation, and each person fell from their seats. What is happening? The monster attacked Debo, causing his teeth to bleed. The monster reveals its sharp teeth, ready to swallow everything. Miner falls off the vehicle on this side, shouting, "Go in!" Ipa struggles to shoot arrows to defend him when suddenly a purple light swoops in and cuts through them. The two powers collide, creating an explosion that leaves him utterly stunned. A voice then speaks out, no matter what he thinks. The young man with platinum hair landing right where I am seems to have found the answer. His eyes are staring directly at me. "Are you afraid of me, Ipa?" His power crashes down on a nearby temple. A series of columns collapse, causing a loud earthquake. Miner struggles to stand up amidst the rubble. Ugh, damn it. Suddenly a lightning strike hit her, causing her immense pain. Her body straightens up next to a nearby pillar and the beast claws appear. They say to me, "Don't waste time, deal with him." Maynard struggles to stand up after the fierce collision and says, "Damn these damn followers." The three henchmen all leapt at her at once. Meanwhile, in another place, a calm atmosphere before the approaching storm. Then a barrage of rocks flew straight at the scene, smashing the pillars into pieces. The beast lunged and bit him, causing him to scream in agony. The savage creature's uncontrollable rage and roaring made the atmosphere tense and suffocating in the face of this extremely dangerous situation. Jap uses all his strength to escape. Amidst the burning buildings, a shadow swiftly glides like the wind. It keeps up with his speed. The black shadow from above drops a long whip that strikes the ground, splitting the buildings in two. The rocks cracking from the collapsing buildings fall straight onto Jiap's position. He screams in panic. The whip kept striking him relentlessly, and damn it, it had tightly wrapped around his arm. The power from the whip creates a lightning bolt that strikes directly at him. Vok standing above controlling the whip to threaten. "Don't get cocky with me," he said. "I'll send you to rest soon." The electricity from the whip keeps surging, almost breaking the armor. "You bastard, I'm about to die." Right at this moment, Kiri appears. Why not just let that fool stay dead? She appears in midair, activating opposing powers, one side blazing with fiery energy, the other emanating a cold blue aura. That's usually a high-level finishing move. I speak briefly but with great confidence to emphasize my absolute certainty. He may look like that, but he's actually our recovery mage. The attack is fully unleashed, a swirling golden energy like a giant blade, tearing through space and sweeping away the enemy. The layout is arranged vertically, giving the viewer a sense of incredible speed and overwhelming destructive power that completely knocks the enemy away and strips them of control. Y is furious, and the ground begins to shift as if something is rising, revealing 3 towering rocks that activate to create a glowing spherical energy blast. The armor was furious but helpless. That bastard Kiri nearby was also exhausted and knelt on the ground. I'm still fine. The 2 opposing powers within her are reactivated. She was about to raise her sword to continue the fight, but suddenly she couldn't find something. Where is the buff? Vok has already run up from behind and is now right beside her. At this moment, she finally snapped out of her shock and looked back. Gondrick and Ran witnessed the entire explosion from that direction. "Damn it, when will we finally carry out the plan? We'll all be dead if we keep going like this." Gondrick nervously said, "No, not yet. They will definitely come soon." A foot quietly approaches. "The plan, huh?" The 2 of them kneel before the broken wall, and I'm also curious about what it is. Blood pours out rapidly onto the ground, and the armor struggles to crawl forward. Damn it, Kiri isn't much better, struggling to walk with all her injuries. Can she still move? Thank you. Vok begins to unleash his power. It seems the recovery mage no longer has the ability. His use of ultimate power truly marks the end. The destructive power is fully unleashed. A giant purple energy stream plunges to the ground like a meteorite. The collision causes the ground to crack in dust and rocks to fly everywhere, and from above, the tiny figure of humans against this overwhelming power is evident. Kiri and his armor are utterly terrified as they witness this immense energy, far beyond their control, as if death itself is awaiting them. Suddenly, another overwhelming force collided, twisting the energies together and rushing forward at incredible speed, leaving sharp wind-slicing streaks. Yong stared in confusion, not understanding what was happening. "What?" There's the voice of the young man coming from behind him. "It's not good to greet someone like this on your first meeting." He turned to look behind. "Goodbye." The young man's power has completely subdued his. A sphere of light suddenly appears among the smoky buildings, emitting wind-like sounds that seem to threaten to blow away everyone there. Kiri wondered what on earth was happening. Her eyes suddenly grew tense. At this moment, Yok's body has been torn in half. The young man smirks. I was going to send you off peacefully. Sorry about that." So now his body is torn apart and bleeding continuously. A loyal dog of the queen, perhaps? He collapsed in front of the young man, becoming a corpse in a pool of blood while the young man approached them.
Oh, look who it is. What are you doing here?
Why is your face always everywhere I go?
Kiri panted heavily. Oh, you're here. The face of the young man is even more mysterious. A young man riding a horse appeared before everyone, accompanied by 2 guards, and Gondrick and Raken exclaimed in surprise. The Knight Captain of Cygnus? Ah, I almost died. Sir Kim. The young man appears to be courteous.
I will protect the merchants, and Kiri doesn't look quite right. I think I should go too.
What did she say in response?
My master once told me that if anything happens, I must work together.
With a determined look, I will go with you. Kasim's face turned mysterious. Someone like her. A voice rang out, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Don't worry, all of you here will soon be coming with me. Kasim and Kiri are shocked, and everyone turns to look from behind.
Ivok is still alive. How can you still stand after that blow? He laughs defiantly.
He.
The dark magic gradually transforms into a sword in the atmosphere. That dark magic has taken shape, and a great black mage is controlling the hourglass as if to seize all of humanity's life. Let all of you burn in hell. Kaim grabbed his sword and charged at him. He used all his strength to defeat the dark magic, but it was completely useless due to the overwhelming difference. He laughed arrogantly, saying, "It's too late. Yok is so proud and arrogant, as if preparing a ritual. Come out, my master." He decided to sacrifice himself. "I offer this battered body to you. Please grant me permission." The black spiders appeared, their silk strands descending to envelop Yok's body as a symbol of a part of his master's soul.
The one who is permitted.
His eyes flashed with terrifying red sparks as the spider webs enveloped him, creating a power that caused him immense pain and made him scream. They gradually pierced into his body, and strange horns and wings began to appear on him. His form gradually completed as it merged with its master.
Kiri and the armor are terrified. What is this? Giap is horrified by what is happening. Oh my god, at this moment, Y's entire body has been swallowed and taken over by his master. What on earth is happening that he's completely turned into a giant savage spider monster? A flash of purple light erupted, with overwhelming force destroying the entire layer of earth. Chunks of concrete shattered and flew in all directions, and right in the center of the deep pit was a bowl of instant noodles. The aftershock was so strong that he vomited a mouthful of bright red blood. He gasped for breath, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, I'm exhausted and can't breathe. Seeing the 3 red-eyed enemies rushing toward him with killing intent, he angrily thought, damn it, regardless of the overwhelming number of enemies, he charged straight at them, fighting them one by one and unleashing continuous attacks. He summons the luminous arrows aimed directly at the crystals he threw out during the attack. He angrily shouts, "Do you think I will fall without fighting back?" The 2 techniques collide, creating a massive explosion that reflects the yin and yang. Bao Mi swiftly emerges from the thick smoke of the blast. Suddenly, a sigh came from behind him.
"Ha, really? A man with a glowing ring around his neck appears. How long are you planning to cause trouble?"
What the hell? Bao Mi suddenly found himself surrounded by fragments of rocks, his spiritual power surging.
"Please calm down. The other person is still controlling the surrounding rocks to trap Pao Mi. No one intends to hurt you."
He's walking closer to Pao Mi, trying to persuade him as he goes. I just want to talk nicely. Bao Mi gritted his teeth and struggled, but to no avail. Damn it, I was once called the strongest superpower user. Watching his footsteps gradually approach, only crazy thoughts remained in his mind. Do you think I will lose?
As he gets close enough, Bao Mi strikes back fiercely, knocking the surrounding rocks into him. "All right, let's do this." Without any fear, he gently uses his staff to deflect the fast-moving rocks heading towards him. "Honestly, you never get tired of these pointless things, do you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was startled to see the flames approaching him. "Then let's see." As he said that, Pa charged his fist with energy. His left eye flashes red, followed by a swirling wind punch rushing in. Let's see if this is pointless. His face darkened as he watched the incoming punch. I can't just stand here and watch anymore. Clenching his fist, a flash of purple light burst from his hand. The released power quickly neutralized Pa's punch, leaving him stunned. "I told you it's useless." He reached out his hand, a stream of energy gathering in his palm, while the sphere behind him also condensed, forming a storm. Feeling the immense power from the opponent, Bao Mi trembled with fear. He surprisingly patted your shoulder and said, "I didn't expect you to be this shocked. Are you saying that if I hate you and turn away, in the future you'll be gone and I won't see you anymore?" Bao Mi was stunned, and while he was still in shock, the other guy shot a deadly glare behind him. "Hey, sorry, but please go somewhere else to use that. We're discussing something important here." "Huh?" He let out a rather unpleasant laugh. "Don't you know what's proper? It hasn't been activated yet. What kind of toxic legion is this?"
A wave of mysterious blue liquid rushes out from him, attacking the group behind.
What the hell is this?
The people behind are startled as they are suddenly attacked by him. The ground, meow, sir. How come the toxic wave swept over them so quickly they couldn't react in time? Abao Mi stepped back in fear, shocked by what was happening. What is this? Betrayed, the drowned one struggles to reach out of the toxic water. His eyes widened as he looked at him, wanting to ask why. Why? Why indeed?
Standing in the protective barrier I created, I calmly replied, who knows? I wouldn't call it betrayal. As he said this, his right arm lost control and grabbed his own neck, startling him and causing a moment of panic as a sudden sound rang out. It's surprising. Win's voice now became clearer.
You're playing quite an interesting game. Are you watching? He said, trembling as he tried to control his hand.
The tattoo on your arm appears, glowing with light and sparks of electricity. Lord Win, I know you're angry, but all of this is for the greater good. Are you surprised to analyze what is happening? Win, don't tell me that Commander Win is controlling his body through the tattoo like that.
So that's why the followers can't betray the commander. Then I believe you will understand. The surrounding pressure intensifies, and his voice becomes clearer. The tattoo just appeared. Now cracks are forming, shocking him. That tattoo, I will end this here. Immediately after, he regains control. His left eye flashes, the tattoo on his hand gradually fading away. Bao Mi moving from one surprise to another, his eyes trembling. The tattoo, it's disappearing. It's time for me to return to my place. The tattoo on his arm disappears, replaced by a symbol that becomes clearer in his eyes, as a sudden thread snapping leaves Wind, stunned. How dare you? The anger around it flared up even more.
A pawn like you dares to do this. Is this a declaration of war? You'd better explain yourself properly.
As he spoke, a figure appeared and approached Win.
Commander, an old man with a prominent tattoo on his forehead, holding a staff and a snake coiled around his body.
Again, another tattoo. He stammered and asked, "What are you really?" His mind quickly recalled memories from previous lives.
2 tattoos. I've never heard of that before in any of my past lives.
Hearing you ask him, he calmly replied after breaking his connection with Wind. After all, we are all under the command of the Dark Mage, right?
Hatsu, what should I say? Let's just call it a faction conflict. It sounds reasonable too.
Surrounding them, fumes from poisonous water billowed up thickly. He continued speaking, all sharing the same goal of resurrecting the Dark Sorcerer. But their methods and perspectives differ.
Basically, that's it. Both allies and enemies. Sounds interesting, right?
The tattoo on his eye still glows brightly as he smiles and speaks to him. Hearing that, Bao Mi immediately deduced an internal conflict. He recalled the factions and their high commanders, the followers who had built their own forces long ago. That's why they didn't appear until the last day, the chaos caused by conflicts among the commanders.
But I hesitated and asked him, "What do you want to ask me?"
"The tattoo has been hidden," he continued to reply. "I am actually looking for a hero FR's sealing stone." Hearing about it, Bao Mi was startled and flinched. In the past, Far, the hero celebrated, created the sealing stone to stop the Dark Sorcerer. He spoke while recalling the image of the stone with overwhelming power. Elsewhere, Aquarium was also talking about that very stone. It is a stone containing the purest power from the eternal timeline. It was created to seal the Dark Mage. As he spoke, he moved closer to Win. But if the timeline were reversed, it could revive the dead by going back to their own moment in time. The sealing stone remains the most reliable means to resurrect the Dark Mage. He thought about the power of the stone and the people who had used it before, recalling the days of wandering through many places. He said, "I spent many years searching for the sealing stone and finally found it. But then," Mayo raised his fist and continued,
"The stone I found is just an empty shell, which means someone has already used it.
You used the sealing stone to find that person as your top priority, but it wasn't really that hard. Either way, they stand out," he said. "But the power of the protective circle remains unchanged. It surrounds and blocks the two from the toxic wave, recalling the dungeons they've been through. The 100-door gate, many gates, the Eagle-Eye's tomb, even the hero's item gate." He looks straight at him and continues, "I don't know if you're stupid or just can't control yourself. You're too reckless, making it hard not to recognize who you are." Hearing this, Pa's face darkened. "You're the fake reincarnator, Aopami. The two of you are inside the protective circle." No one said a word. I had never heard of him before the resurrection. Bao Mi's arm clenched the staff tightly, recalling that my attack earlier seemed less about firepower and more about control. I imagine the move as I execute it. I should have been stronger now than before I regressed, but it has no effect on him. My firepower is strong enough to knock others back, but when it comes to him, he's unaffected. Bao Mi remembers when he first appeared.
And if that wasn't even his full strength, then his current superpower is the strongest he's ever had. Thinking of this, he stammers and asks, "Who are you?" He didn't answer and sighed. As expected, even you from the future don't know who I am. It's sad, although I anticipated it, he continued coldly. Will I die soon in the near future? Pao Mai's pupils trembled, but he simply smiled indifferently. I didn't say that to be comforted. The poisonous smoke still billows from the water as we talk. I am suffering from a terminal illness. Witnessing it myself doesn't make me feel any better. But at this point, he grabbed Ba Tong and said, enough nonsense. Let's get to the main point. Actually, the reason I am still alive is thanks to you. Hearing him say that, he hesitated and asked, what do you mean? Lord Tia wants to persuade you. He recalls Win's aquarium during the fight, but thanks to the chaos you caused, the Lord will use all his strength to destroy you. The two leaders didn't actually witness it, so as one of Win's subordinates, I will step in to mediate between them. At that moment, threads as red as Win's blood spiderweb appeared to emerge from his head. At that moment, my body weakened rapidly. You probably noticed, but my eyes have gone blind. To confirm my words, his eyes turned dull and gray. He continued saying, for someone like me, the Lord's secret proposal sounds sweet. He recalled the moment he reached out to the shadow wrapped by the red-eyed serpent. He gave me a new chance. Bao Mi hesitated and asked, don't tell me he healed you. Hearing that, he laughed mockingly. Unfortunately, it wasn't really a cure, but more like a temporary fix. He used time magic to temporarily slow its progression. Hearing that, he was startled. Time magic? He doesn't care and continues to say, the Lord Akarium promised me that as long as I follow him, he will stop my lifespan clock. And when the Dark Mage is resurrected, he will give me a new, healthy body, making my whole body sweat cold. So that's why you betrayed Win. At this moment, he appears overwhelmingly powerful in your eyes, radiating intense, killing intent all around him. This guy is very dangerous, using the resurrection of the Dark Mage as an excuse, but in reality, he would betray anyone to save himself. Suddenly, he said, I don't think it's overthinking. He looked confused and asked again, what do you mean? The poisonous smoke still drifts steadily around the two of them. My role is to save you from Lord Qi Win's plan and leave this message. Join my side. What are you fighting for? Don't tell me it's really for justice. His eyes showed a hint of mockery as he spoke. It's hard to believe. When it comes to the 100-person trial, you've already killed too many others and let others die without doing anything. Looking from one side, it's quite understandable. If they died in your future, then they don't matter to you, right? Is your justice a selective justice? He remembered the times he indifferently watched others die one after another. If that wasn't the case, if what you truly want is something else, then think it over again. He doesn't care and keeps trying to persuade him. The Dark Wizard is more powerful than you think. He is someone close to a god. If you follow him, you'll gain immense power, eternal life, and even the ability to resurrect someone. Do you know how the leaders from 800 years ago are still alive? The Dark Mage granted those who swore loyalty to that time an immortal body. He coldly smiled and continued, that's just an example. Whatever you want, the resurrection of the Dark Sorcerer is the answer. At this point, he suddenly raised a finger, startling him, but with one condition. Kill everyone who knows about your existence and help me carry out my plan. As soon as the words finished, Bao Mi was startled back a step and sweat beaded on his forehead as he asked again, you want me to kill my team members? He didn't think it was important and calmly replied, consider it the beginning for you. Someone like you can become cold to achieve your goals, you'll understand. The fewer people who know about you, the better. I can't tell what kind of medicine he's selling in that jar, so I keep asking. You're not really asking me to come all this way for nothing. What are you planning? He replied indifferently. I don't know either. I just follow the orders of the Lord. One thing's for sure. If you support our plan, the Dark Sorcerer will be resurrected. So what will you do now? Isn't the answer already clear enough? Hearing that, Pa swallowed his dry saliva. He doesn't demand, but forces him to decide. He extends a hand towards Ipa, signaling him to choose. Images from past lives appear one after another. Comrades, enemies, justice, revenge. Even in a shattered world, there are those who shine. I remember the images of my comrades, those who carried everything and still spoke of hope, recalling the proud moments when they smiled together. To me, they are worth more than this world itself. But then cruel memories start to come back one by one. Philip's death, bloody Philip. Jen's dying moment, damn it. Stay with me. Was it Jen or the moment Alexis pushed him away while he rushed into the monster's mouth? No. A tragic ending, I lose everything again. The memories fade, leaving only the image of him fighting amidst the wreckage.
But this time, new memories flood back. A new, powerful team, but without attachments. People I can replace at any moment, willing to sacrifice to take their place. But for some reason, remembering this, his soul was struck hard, causing him to waver. He remembers Jero's bright smile. Something inside him awakens, making his eyes shine with a new light. His steps are steadier than ever. Feeling the change in his aura, he asked again, "What do you mean?" Baomi lowered his stance and struck directly, arrows tearing through the wind toward him.
Haven't I made myself clear? Even though sweat drips down my face, I answer firmly. Justice, revenge, that's right. I don't care about those things. I only protect what I want.
He sighed and accepted his answer. I understand now. There's nothing more I can do. The axe in his hand also begins to emit power. The two rush at each other, and the conversation ends. That person hurriedly ran away down the road. How could they catch me moving so slowly? Bo, holding a large axe, breathless and struggling to run, his face covered in dirt and grime, clenched his teeth as he pushed forward, his large, hairy hands piercing through the stone wall towards Du. The monster forcefully clapped its hands together, then collapsed onto the ground amid a cloud of dust and smoke. It slowly released its grip, with only shattered debris falling around. Du's face darkened as he charged forward, raising the spear high. How can you catch me if you move so slowly? He fiercely aimed his axe at the monster's head and swung it down, eyes wide with shock and gritting his teeth. When the golden light flashed, the axe was knocked back and stuck into nearby rocks, and he clenched his teeth in horror as he saw the monster's fist heading straight for him. It's over. The hairy monster roared fiercely and punched him away. He crashes through several layers of stone walls, collapsing to the ground. He's in pain and struggling with blood rushing to his head. Du kneels on the ground, clenching his fists in doubt. What is that thing made of, for real? It even blocks a spear. I didn't expect that. Bo snatched the cloth from his right hand. Damn it, there's no other way. I still don't know how to use this. He gritted his teeth, the bracelet on his wrist shining, but now wasn't the time to worry about it. The orange gemstone flickered like a flame, and Zhao, grimacing, shouted in surprise, 300 million in gold coins. Are you crazy? How could you afford something so expensive? More importantly, do you still have enough money? Baomi closed her eyes and avoided it. I just needed a little extra, so I borrowed some money. Borrowed? Where did you borrow from? He squinted calmly, but was scolded angrily by the other person. From the Gapo Merchant Guild, about 200 million. I left the debt under the team's name. That's nothing at all. Fool, why did you spend money like that? Doha opened her mouth in shock as she held the jade ring, which was actually another item belonging to a newcomer. Baomi lowered her head, her sharp eyes sneering. Calm down. I don't think I invested recklessly. The image of the man's back holding a spear flashes in his mind. Don't worry, I know that item very well. Once there was a warrior who fought alone, bearing everything on his shoulders. It doesn't seem to have been long. A legendary warrior stronger than anyone who has ever wielded it. Trust me. Debo pursed his lips, a thoughtful expression on his face as he stared intently at the bracelet in his hand. Of course, it all still depended on Du. Without a doubt, it will be the perfect weapon for you. He clenched his fist tightly and roared as he charged forward. Take everything or nothing, the hairy, grumpy monster punches once and flies backward. He tumbled and rolled several times on the ground. Du spun around and jumped up, eyes wide with horror. What is this? It just glows but does nothing. He ran away in fear as the monster charged at him quickly. How could he use this? Bo gritted his teeth, the spear pointed behind him. Damn it, I must be crazy. I think I can fight the unscathed monster with my bare hands, just need something. He runs while avoiding the creature. Suddenly notices a corner nearby, the body of a believer. Yes, go and change direction to run towards the fallen soldier's body. Anything will do, please. He snatched the wooden shield, closed his eyes in fear. Damn it, is it the shield? I said anything, but not this. Du clenched his teeth and crouched behind the shield as the monster's claws pressed close. It wasn't the shield that glowed, but a magic circle appeared. Terrifying, the monster was knocked back, leaving the soldier stunned. Huh? He widened his eyes and gritted his teeth in shock as he looked at the ring on his hand. What is this? The symbol of the shield appears on the bracelet. The 5 gems surrounding the shield circle combine together. The 5 gems and this symbol just appeared. Is the monster rushing in? Manhwa punched towards him, then quickly ducked low and slipped away. He noticed the weapon of the nearby corpse, a sword already in hand. Once again, as he grabs the sword hilt, the bracelet lights up once more. The golden gem with the sword symbol appears, forming a mark, and the sword suddenly jumps out, swinging to attack its face. That's right, as I guessed, he leaps back and forth, attacking the demon from multiple angles perfectly. I see now the warrior's weapon. Dio sneered and rolled his eyes, raising the glowing bracelet, which would activate depending on the weapon used and boost that weapon's power. The sword-shaped gem appeared within a magic circle surrounding it, not to mention the creature's pupils narrowing with hostility as it growled and lunged toward him. Du swung his sword to attack, causing it to scream in pain. The sword-shaped gem shone brightly, and the number of glowing gems would increase during battle, making the user stronger the more there are. He leapt onto the roof tiles, pushed off with his legs to kneel down, then tightened his grip on the sword and charged forward. The monster showed fear, hurriedly spreading its wings to cover itself. I can pierce through even your thick skin. Du charged straight into its chest. 5 magic circles simultaneously appear, each bearing a sword-shaped mark. The monster's body trembles violently, and from behind, Dolo raises his sword and leaps into the air, alertly turning back to breathe out a fireball. Gobo's pupils shrank in shock as the sword shattered by the flames. The fireball pressed him to the ground, and he gritted his teeth, his face pale and eyes wide with pain. Damn it, I made a mistake. His whole body is stuck to the wall as 3 fireballs come at him from different directions. But the monster flaps its wings and coils up, watching the huge explosion it created. It glares fiercely, roars loudly, and suddenly a voice rings out, making the monster's eyes widen in shock. You're a step too late. Debo clenched his iron magic weapon tightly around him, the gem shining again into the shape of an axe. Doku lowered his body, resting the axe on his shoulder with deadly intent, facing the monster. The full form has appeared, his pupils narrowing in anger. Now it's your turn to get hit as the monster rushes forward, opening its mouth to fire 3 fireballs. Daibo bends gracefully to dodge. His shadow rushes through the smoke and fire, the monster growling as it strikes the ground with force. Daibo widened his eyes, gripping the axe handle tightly and shouting. He rushed past him, leaving a long wound along his hairy arm. The gem, shaped like a shining orange axe, along with all the other stones, began to glow and turn. They linked together to form a magic circle, launching a continuous assault. Du frowns in annoyance, his eyes full of deadly intent, raising his axe high. This hit is going to hurt. The Dark Mage's subordinate continues shooting arrows, destroying the ground as Jack Rick quickly dodges. Another arrow flies straight at him, causing him to fall. A distant bullet shot towards the target, catching Jack Rick off guard in an instant. The traitor shouted in panic, "Damn it!" The gunfire echoes through the tense space as the Dark Mage's minions hurriedly retreat, creating distance from the exploding ground bullets. A figure suddenly appears in front of Jack Rick, while Miner glares seriously at the blazing gun with determination.
Hey, cowardly kid, wake up. You have to go meet your father, right?
Jack Rick panicked and ran away, leaving Miner stunned before he could finish speaking. No, we have to go together. The sorcerers are still attacking relentlessly.
Damn it, are you guys the same?
Miner, covered in dirt, sighed softly. Nothing ever seems to be easy.
Over there, Jack Rick desperately runs away. In front of him is the teleportation gate, Jack Rick exclaims happily.
Exit gate!
His smile still on his face, he trips over a stone. That's right, I'm saved, Jack. Rick fell hard to the ground, debris flying everywhere, a yellow potion bottle falling from him. Memories immediately flooded back to the day he received the potion from his father. This is Jack Rick stunned as he realizes the medicine in front of him. Dad, this is such a precious thing. Jack Goldrick's voice remains calm. Hold on. Someday you will definitely need it. Jack Rick once refused. You don't need this. This gate is nothing. Jack Gondrick advises with love. Remember, you are the team leader. If you want everyone to return safely without loss, you must also be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Jack Gondrick's gentle, radiant smile shows that it's the duty of a leader. Back in the present, Jack Rick frowns in disappointment. Dad was wrong. Those fearful memories flood back and Jack Rick is dissatisfied. You are not worthy to be a captain like that.
I'm very scared I could die.
He holds his head in despair, and even with support medicine, with my current strength, I can't do anything. Dad, from afar, the Dark Sorcerer's subordinates continue their relentless attack. Miner grits his teeth and retaliates angrily, while some damn fools seem to be dying, and above, a large foot with claws is watching. Suddenly, a figure swooped down from above and struck Miner, causing her to dodge. The long chain wrapped around her body emitted a chilling blue aura. Fools. A weak girl who can't handle it. Mudria creates some distance and throws a long chain of iron towards Miner, causing the space to shake. Miner, with a determined look, retorts, "What skills do you have to talk so big?" A massive explosion erupts in midair, heading straight for Mudria. The shield only shows a crack. Miner's eyes flicker with a slight shock. The counterattack from the shield repelled with enormous force. Miner was thrown back violently, and she spat blood in horror, thinking, "What the hell?" At this moment, Maria's blurry face and messy hair appear. "Are you scared now?" Miner clenched her left fist and pushed back with all her might. "Shut up and prepare for a close-range attack aimed directly at Maria." The shield flashes again. The bullet ricocheted and hit Miner's leg, causing her intense pain and blood to spray out, demonstrating her strength. The weapon floating in midair glowed with a chilling blue light. "Thentatsin Loi, it seems you're quite shocked. I owe you an explanation." "How does it feel?" Mutria sneers mockingly. "Being hit by her own move, how does that feel?" "My move? What are you talking about?" "No way." The image of the scale appears in the shattered space. "That's right. Counterattacking is a skill bestowed upon me by him. No matter how strong your attack is, all damage will be reflected back to you. As long as I have this move, you can't defeat me." Miner still activates the skill on the gun. Don't get too cocky. Such a useless skill. Realizing something's wrong, Miner panicked desperately just as her mana ran out. A heavy blow straight to Miner made Maria delighted. "Don't tell me you've run out of tricks. I'm really disappointed." Miner was thrown into a pile of shattered rocks, her body collapsing into the dirt and debris. Seizing the opportunity, the monsters charged forward, shouting together, finishing them off. The space suddenly froze as the continuous strikes defeated the long-standing Mudria in stunned silence. "Huh." Jack Rick suddenly appears to block Miner. "What's going on here? Didn't he run away and leave his teammates behind?" Jack Rick trembles, but his eyes remain determined. "Yes, I couldn't protect my team. I admit I am not strong enough." A surprise strike cut straight into Jack Rick, his enemy's eyes full of pleasure. "You're really an idiot. Even knowing that, you still came back just to die." Jack Rick chuckled in response. "Who knows? I don't even know why I did it, but one thing I am sure of." Maria frowned and listened. That's Jack Rick enduring the pain as his body glows. "If I run now, I'll live my whole life as a coward." That guy was startled. "What is it?" "It's clear I hit a vital spot." A fatal stab through his face makes him widen his eyes. The henchmen are panicking. What the hell is going on? Is he hiding his strength? How is he still standing firm? Mudria shouted loudly, "The fools are not like that." Mudria quickly explains that Extreme Gold is a legendary potion that boosts blood and mana for 30 minutes. Jack Rick continued his fierce counterattack. "No way, he really has Kook Kim." I forgot how rich the merchant Goldrick was, but still. Jack Rick gradually tires and takes a heavy hit. "You still recklessly swung your sword," and the subordinate on top of the market suddenly realized, "Wait a minute." Looking closely, Jack Rick holding his sword in a pool of blood, his stamina has increased, but his skills are still the same. Like a pearl on a pig's necklace, gripping the sword tightly, power surging. "Yes, you're right, the dark mages keep charging in. This item is just too good for me, so I decided to share it with others." From afar, blazing attacks cut through the night. Enemies struck down by gunfire. Miner appears, holding a potion bottle and smiling. "Now you're making an impression, young master." Mana surging around Miner creates overwhelming pressure. "Then let's turn the tide." Jack Rick places his trust in her. "I was counting on you. If anyone can do something, it's you." The henchman was panicked by Maria's shout. Just a moment ago, he was about to die. "Wait, don't do that." The henchman swung his hand and shattered the glass. Estias, sending shards flying everywhere. Before he could understand what was happening, his eyes widened as a fierce vortex of fire swept away all the guards. Miner faced the blazing gun barrel with unwavering determination. "Oh my God, the young master's life is in danger. You all underestimate me too much." The gunfire erupts in rapid succession, causing massive explosions as hundreds of subordinates are pushed back, with rocks and debris flying after fierce clashes, setting the battlefield ablaze. Maria witnesses everything in her rage. They are truly fools. The trembling subordinate begs, "Please, Lord Marcia, spare my life." Mutria stomps hard on the one beneath her, removing your filthy hand from her. Blood splattering, signaling death. Maria calmly looks at the Miner group. "Interesting, but nothing has changed. Do you really think you can do anything?" Her terrifying weapon gradually materializes, still in the palm of my hand. Miner yanks off his coat. She bandages the wound tightly, her determined gaze fixed on Maria. "Then let's go to the end together. I will give you a real shock." The battlefield trembles violently with each collision, and the oppressive atmosphere is thick with hostility as Maria's impatient voice echoes through the chaos. "Stop talking nonsense and use your attack skills on them." Luckily, Jack, Rick, and Miner managed to avoid that fierce assault. Maria continuously hurls chain maces at Minor while also retaliating with blazing red missiles. Maria scoffs contemptuously. How stupid can you be at this point? Her round iron head opens, emitting a blue light opposite to Minor. She strikes, and the missiles head toward Mudria, but their trajectories are diverted, causing both sides to be stunned. Mudria steps back and accidentally bumps into the pillar beside her. Did she just miss? A blazing red shot is fired. Mudria wonders, is it intentional? Immediately after, the pillars behind her are shattered, and the earth and rocks collapse. Maria was stunned. Impossible. It can't be like this, but that didn't stop her. She rushed towards Minor. Minor suddenly smiled with a strange expression and suddenly fired a shot to the side of Maria, causing her to stop in the midst of the dust cloud. What the? She coughs. Jack Rick behind her also looks on with curiosity. Is she using the broken stuff to hit him? How is that possible? Minor keeps shooting bullets at Maria. Jack Rick suddenly realizes. So, your guess is that he can counter all direct damage, but that ability only works when he's hit directly. In other words, if she destroys things around him to cause indirect injuries, he will get hurt. The stones continuously hit Maria, causing her pain, while the relentless projectiles indirectly inflicted injuries on her. Mudria gritted her teeth in anger and said, "You filthy bastard." Minor smiled triumphantly. "I told you, I will surprise you. You can't avoid it." Minor's relentless attacks make Maria scream. Coughing softly, Maria took a few steps back, wounds bleeding onto the ground. "So, you use such dirty tricks. Damn it, I need to stay away from the walls." She was not defeated by the recent hits and even shouted out loud. "You're nothing." Minor tripped over a stone and let out a faint cry. Minor stands firm and continues firing at her. This place is now no different from a minefield to you. Damn it, this time I won't be hit in the head. This time Minor aimed straight at the ceiling, causing Mutria to panic just as she was about to counterattack. The ceiling structure above was shot into a large hole, cracks spreading out and collapsing violently, crashing down directly onto Mutria. From afar, Jack Rick finally looked up. The ceiling. Did he think it was over? As soon as she finished speaking, the falling rocks began to shake again. Minor seemed to realize something, quickly ran toward him, signaling that fool. "Get out of the way now. Damn it, how dare they do this to me?" But now I know how she attacks, it won't work a second time. Maria decided to keep hunting, leaving the collapsed area behind, the chain dragging on the ground, leaving deep gouges and long red streaks. "Hey Goat, are you okay?" "Sorry, it's my fault. There's a bleeding red wound on Minor's leg." Jack Rick, panting hurriedly, said, "He will catch up soon, we need to find another way." This time you also try to reassure her, "It's okay." Minor clenched her gun, her eyes determined, struggling to suppress the pain as she continued, "I still have a plan." Mudria pounded on the pillars, shouting loudly, "Where are you hiding? Stop hiding like a rat and come out already. I will find you sooner or later." This time the shot hit its mark, Mudria arrogantly boasted, struggling in vain. The bullet pierced straight through her, causing Mudria to panic, unable to believe it. "What are you guys doing?" I was the one who arrived first. Then I threw my weapon at Minor. Minor's body was enveloped in a faint yellow light, easily dodging. Maria gritted her teeth. "What the hell is going on?" "It can't hit, and it even injures Maria further." Maria grits her teeth in anger and shouts, "What the hell is going on?" Minor calmly said, "You still don't understand yet." Her hair emits a faint golden light, and her whole body radiates that same glow. Maria suddenly realized, "So you used summoning to call in your team?" Mudria thought to herself, "Summoning a team is a rare skill that allows you to call in allies. I thought only Eagle Eye had that ability." Minor didn't say anything else, just aimed the gun at Maria. She carefully considered, "It's too dangerous. It looks just like a real person. But it's not a living creature. I can't counterattack it." The gunshot hitting the unhealed wound causes Maria pain. She mutters, "Damn it, Minor's attacks are very fast." Maria couldn't counterattack. "You're really something," Maria thought to herself. Attacking it would be useless. She stopped, changed direction. "I have to attack the user of the skill." She looks around, searching. "Where are you?" The chain speeds up and attacks around. "Where are you hiding?" Maria analyzes. This skill definitely consumes a lot of mana. She must be nearby. That's definitely it. Maria gently stepped back, a realization flashing through her mind. "Wait. I understand now. The safest place here will be where Maria's gaze stops at the decoy standing in front, using it as a shield. That's right." Mutria's lips curl into a sneering smile as she hides behind her clone, while he pulls the chain fiercely and charges forward. Minor remains calm as the attack heads toward him. Maria is delighted to have caught it. At the moment it seemed like it was rushing toward Minor's face. It suddenly stopped. A familiar voice rang out. If I knew where the attack was coming from, it turns out Jack Rick used his sword to block its trajectory. "If you keep talking, even I could dodge it." Jiak smiled and stood in front of Minor. The gun was raised again, and the clone confidently pointed it at Mudria. Minor says, "I've got you now." Mutria froze for a moment. Damn it, Nung Ying starts firing bullets. A powerful beam of light shoots toward Maria, causing the chains to fall to the ground and hit the rocks with a heavy echo, making Mutria stumble backward. Meanwhile, the two of them and their clones stand there watching, red splashes flying, as Mudria's head crashes onto the ground. In the final moment, she saw Jack Rick's face and sighed. Indeed, he summoned the team. Maria looked at the clone that just attacked her. It was only an unconscious clone. The clone looked at Minor gently and said, "I hope we meet your sister again." Minor looked in that direction, smiling softly. "Thank you." Fragments of stone fell and hit the wall. Lak Kat Jim just used his sword to block the monster's deadly attack, grinding his teeth as he silently calculated his strategy. Damn it, it's fully armored now. That's it. Jim swings his sword to create a flash of blue fire towards the spider monster. He shouts, "How about this move?" It seemed like he had succeeded. Suddenly, the spider spat out a red silk like a raging wave, rushing toward Kat Jim. The silk tightly grips his sword. No matter how hard Kat Jim struggles, he can't move his blade. Suddenly, Kat Jim senses a strange aura, and this feeling is quite cold. Countless large and small ice blocks suddenly appeared, sticking to the silk threads, as Kat Jim looked on in surprise while still trying to pull his weapon free. This skill activates now, in the middle of the battle, as a pair of black boots step forward. Kiri speaks with a smug smile on her face. "I was a bit late because I was helping some merchants evacuate. This one's tricky, let me give you a hand." But as she was speaking, a fist suddenly swung at her, and if we fought together, Kiri would crash into the wall with a loud bang. She looked at Kat Sim with surprise and suspicion. Lord Kat Sim. Kat Sim gritted his teeth and glared fiercely, warning them not to interfere. "I don't need your help, you spoiled brats." Then, before continuing the fight, he only left Kiri a single sentence. "Just sit there and watch carefully." Through the observation screen, the Black Mage's headmaster wondered if he had gone crazy. He looked at an overwhelmingly uneven battlefield and could only say it was crazy. Even he couldn't control himself. His eyes flickered with doubt, so how could he face the Cygnus Knights? Hearing that, Wind could only reassure him, "Don't worry, I have given him a bit of my power." Seeing Kat Sim fighting fiercely, it continued. Even though he was once a Cygnus Knight, he's only at the 7th circle. Then Wynn concluded that before the mutation, they were evenly matched, so that was enough. But suddenly, he reversed the question to the old man. "Wait, isn't there something more important you need to worry about, Bomikobut? Old Tin chuckled softly, caught off guard. "Well, you guessed right. The mark on the old man's body glows as he speaks. Maybe everything has already ended long ago." On the other side, in front of Maiko's stunned gaze, the shield in the ego's hand emitted a blinding red light. Then a series of deafening explosions erupted, bursting like fireworks, knocking Maiko far away as he regained his balance and thought, "It's as if they predicted I would be late. Is this a trap?" Lost in his thoughts, Maiko didn't realize his opponent had been above him for some time. If that's true, then the knights are in danger. You're not focusing at all. A terrifying beam of energy shoots out from the magic circle, causing a devastating explosion. As it attacks, the clone mocks. "Are you worried about your students?" "Worried? It's so obvious, you hypocrite." Immediately after those words, another explosion erupts. Under Maiko's intense gaze, the ego asked the acquaintance, "Is that so?" The words stunned Maiko as if expecting this, and the ego swung his sword in a decisive strike, breaking his weapon. Then he recalled your childhood with your family, especially with your father. Surely your father, the one who loves you more than anyone in this world. You have received unconditional love, trust, and the greatness of a father. He denies everything said above, but it is all just lies. My ego keeps saying that Maiko should realize how evil the father she loved really was. Family, unconditional love. As if it were real, he is just someone who wants to take you away because you carry the blood of the shining knight. Surely, greed has blinded him. He murdered your biological father and kidnapped you. And my ego concludes the story with a confident tone when speaking about the one named At-Han. He is just a demon in disguise. The ego stands there, watching his defeated opponent, still continuing. Maikon, the sole heir of the Knights of Light, because of the noble blood flowing in your veins, you were destined to live among a swarm of filthy flies. Greed. Do you truly expect sincerity from them? Then you're too naive. Maikon is now seriously injured, blood staining his clothes, but he remains silent, unable to escape the endless cycle as his ego keeps rambling. Ask that bloodline to accept it. The ego slowly advised, it's time for you to open your eyes, his eyes becoming sharp and truly mature. You talk so much, what do you mean? In the face of doubt from the ego, he slowly regains his strength. I almost fainted from your attack, and now your nonsense reasoning is giving me a headache. Then Maiko propped her hand on her knee to stand up. I understand now. A faint smile appears on his lips as if everything has become clear. This must be a kind of mental space, right? Are you trying to distract me to buy more time? My true self still tries to persuade. Don't you realize yet? I am the honest part you have buried deep in your heart. Listen to me. Tomorrow, the inner voice will silence the ego's words. No, you're wrong, he said calmly. Naively honest. Do you really think I act for those things? Pathetic. Maiko honestly admits it. That's right. Around me are only filthy scum. They exploit me, and I also exploit them. The ego hardened and asked, do you hear what I'm saying? But Maiko still ignored him. I no longer fight battles I know I will lose or sign agreements that will only make me suffer, just to satisfy their greed. I have learned my lesson. Images of my comrades suddenly appeared in my mind, a way to instill courage into the hearts of the weak. One by one, as a way to forgive those who once hated me. They are also fighting like Maiko, to mend broken relationships and unleash the strength within him, to protect those he loves. Michael smirked, a proud smile paired with Kiri and Sim's determined gazes. That is the true way of living as a human being, something you will never learn with money. On Kiri's side, a huge battlefield is chasing after her. Kiri dodged the attack while swinging her sword to launch sharp ice shards at the monster, but it was unharmed and showed no sign of pain. On the contrary, the monster's counterattack caused her to be thrown back. At this moment, Sim raised his sword again and said to Kiri, do you not understand? The slash came down and Sim also said firmly, I told you I could do it myself. But in the end, everything was in vain. The attack was blocked by a red circle. Cat Sim was stunned to realize it was a barrier, so this wasn't his weakness. Then, when he understood it was a trap, a dark sphere had already condensed above the monster's head. Kiri shouted in panic, Lord Cat Jim! But it was already too late when he looked over. A dark beam of energy unleashed a devastating attack, piercing through countless structures, clearly indicating that Cat Jim had been defeated. He reminisced about the past since becoming a swordsman, the moments he wielded his sword, craving recognition from those he admired. I have trained with all my might and even fainted, but I will not give up. I just want your recognition. Michael, happiness filled Sim's face. But when Michael brought Kiri to introduce her to Mami Himhai, I had a premonition. Cat Sim's eyes grew desperate, feeling abandoned, each strike a way to vent his rage. I couldn't bear it. I refused to accept that. Why? Then the timeline flashes to the moment he defeated Kiri in a training session. Sim secretly thought that she was a useless girl with no talent at all. Seeing her thrown to the ground, he turned his back and walked away. Because that's what truly made me angry. He looked angrily at his scarred, wounded hand, teeth clenched, sweat pouring down, knowing she was more talented than him, trembling in fear, and certain he could never compare. Until now, only the fish lies there crushed under the rocks, bloodied all over, and he wonders, what am I to you? But then a sudden voice rings out and someone moves the stones aside, asking to endure a little longer. Kiri did her best to move the stone and comfort him, saying, I will pull you out of there, Mr. Cat Jim. But Sim calmly replied, No, run away. The figure of the monster gradually emerged from the thick fog before he found her. Shinkat continued to urge her to go to the master, but Kiri cut him off, her eyes closed as she stubbornly kept pushing the stone away. I don't want to do this. Sim stared in shock at the person she had always hated and said, I won't let you give up. You are my target, and do you know how hard I've tried to surpass you? Kiri said with trembling hands, still determined. I want to be recognized by the clan more than by the master. I haven't shown you my true potential yet, so get up. She gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and summoned all her strength, saying, Don't even think about it. In the end, she managed to push the large stone away. Chaos Sim was completely speechless. He thought about how this fool was always like that back in the day. Cat Sim remembers this day they first became apprentices and was brought home by their master. This fool has always been like that. He clenched his teeth and stood up. Kiri saw and said, I will hold them off. You should leave now. But he immediately rebutted, saying no healing magic. Looking at the giant monster before him, he continued, What do you think you can do? So stop talking nonsense. Then, Cat Sim ordered, Stay behind me. He didn't turn his head, his body battered and scarred, but his back remained resolutely determined. This is an order. Kiri looked at him blankly and said, "Support me only when Cat Sim requests it." They swung their swords together, charging forward, each strike creating a dazzling display of color. After dodging the monster's attack, Cat Sim shouted to Kiri on the right. Following his orders, she blocked the spider's attack, "But you idiot, you're too slow. Look down below." Kiri was hit by its claw. Cat Sim continued to maneuver to the upper right, and Kiri also struggled to keep up with his rhythm. On the lower left, the monster roars in anger from the pain. At this moment, the two of them's attack like a net trapping it. Suddenly, the monster opened its eyes wide. It managed to hit Kiri. Sim glared angrily and scolded foolishly. At this moment, the source of dark magic once again gathered. It shot towards Kiri. She was completely caught off guard and couldn't react in time, because Sim flew in to block that attack for her. Kiri shouted, "Master Cat Sim, once again." Old memories come back to him. "Kim, you're leading again." Cat Sim cheerfully pounded his chest with confidence and said, "I can still do better to deserve to be called your disciple." But Michael sighed and said, "On the other hand, your teammates' results are really poor." Seeing his teacher's expression, Sim stammered and explained, "Wait, is it really just CD going alone?" Maiko replied in a serious tone, "Don't you understand my answer yet?" Sim grit his teeth, stubbornly returning to the present before him and the monster's deadly attack, even though Sim is smaller and weaker in size and strength. The monster roared loudly, seemingly victorious, but Cat Sim used his sword to try to cut its power in half. As the blade descended, the sword itself was gradually destroyed. Until the monster's power was contained, his weapon shattered. At the moment the monster was about to attack, Kiri shouted and threw his sword. "Master Cat Sim!" Cat Sim quickly grabbed it and clenched it in his hand. Kiri gritted her teeth and said, "Use this!" Cat Sim smirked, his hand clenched as a beam of light shot out, and a giant sword suddenly appeared, heading toward the monster. Before its stunned gaze, the sword soared like fire, blazing as it struck forward. Cat Sim held the sword tightly. "I don't understand your teachings." He prepares to attack. "Watch and see what I have learned." The monster only managed to scream before its entire body was engulfed in a blinding golden light. "Wow, this is amazing. Is this really your true power, Lord Sim?" Kiri clenched her fist and thought. "I know I am still far from him," a figure approached from behind her. Sim said, "Don't tell me you're proud of yourself." "All right," he affirmed. "I still don't think you're worthy of becoming a knight." Kiri slightly bowed her head and replied slowly, "Okay." But since it was sudden, Cat Sim then said, "Always stay close behind me." Just like today, I couldn't see his face or know how Kiri was feeling. Only their figures moving together, with Kiri's voice ringing out strongly, "Yes!" Abyss was pushed back forcefully and slid across the ground for a while before managing to get up a little. "Damn it!" Franco slowly approaches, with sarcasm hidden behind his praise. "You've lasted quite a while. It seems Jack Khan has a very skilled subordinate." He glances at Ice and signals to his men. "All right, goodbye for now, be quick." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, followed by a punch that knocked out one of Franco's subordinates. Armor stepped between Biss and those people, loudly saying, "El Pam, you handle the trouble that the arriving team brought." As he used his healing ability on him, he shouted, "Stop overdoing it and get up quickly." Franco was terrified to see Abyss's wounds healing so quickly. He healed the fatal wound in just a short time, much more impressive than the rumors suggested. He stood up, comfortably cracking his knuckles, feeling much better. "This is the right moment," Raf Giap seriously said. "You should thank Jiak Khan. He truly cares about his subordinates." He looked at the group of people in front of him and asked, "Are there about 30 of them? Is everyone ready?" Ap BC clenched his fists, confidently replied, then crushed them all. But in the next moment, Jiap directly turned around and headed in the opposite direction, leaving him stunned by this sudden move. After reacting, Abyss quickly chased after him, running and scolding this crazy guy. Meanwhile, Franco's henchmen hurriedly followed. "Chasing after them," Wind shouted angrily. "Useless. He's just complaining about the image in front of him. How could he lose after receiving my power?" Akarim said slowly, "You act as if you didn't see this coming. Are you trying to make me angry?" "If it weren't for that contract, I would have." The old man immediately cut him off. "I told you, it's not time for us to act yet. To revive the Dark Mage, we must preserve our magic." Akarim reached out, red bones swirling around his hand, but ending like this would be a real waste. "Fine. I'll help just a little this time." Over on the other side, gunfire rang out everywhere. Chero anxiously turned to ask Piru, "What's the situation?" She looked at the glowing piece of paper in her hand, reassuring herself. "They are almost there now." Immediately after, a team of people approached casually. It was the Cross Hunter Special Forces. As soon as she looked up, Chero was startled. "What the hell is that?" The masked person stands in the middle while the two faceless individuals are in front. He complains, each word exuding danger. It's chaos. A sudden red barrier appears, isolating those inside from the outside world. A person with a panicked expression keeps pounding on the barrier, which surrounds everything on all sides. Chero looked back in the panic. Was it caused by that guy? The three of them are floating in the air, silently watching the town covered by the barrier. From outside, this barrier looks like a giant triangular tower reaching through the sky. Inside, Kiri, bewildered, asks, "What is going on?" Katseem quickly shouted, "Kiri!" and immediately pulled her back to avoid death as a giant creature landed nearby. "Stay calm." Kaisim angrily glared at Kiri, his eyes bloodshot. "Idiot, can't even take care of yourself." The creature that just landed slowly spoke, but its voice was full of confusion. "What is going on?" I clearly saw him raise his hand to his forehead, stunned by what just happened. "Strange. Why is that?" "That creature has the upper half of a human and the lower half of a giant spider with fangs bared. That's why you are still alive." Ice ran and asked, "What? Is your mana gone?" The irritable armor said, "Do you think I've been free all this time?" "I just had enough mana to heal you all," the guy said irritably. "Damn it, I can't do anything." He chuckled softly, looking proud. "Don't talk like that, I am your savior." "Savior my ass, we're running away together right now." Giap smiled and replied, "Don't worry, everything is part of my plan." Just as he was about to ask, his words were cut off.
What kind of plan is this? Abbas's pupils widened as he hurriedly warned. "It's right in front of you."
Giap barely managed to stop and stared in confusion at the barrier before him. What is this? Abbas and Giap are forced to stop as a wall suddenly rises from the ground, and Franco's henchmen continue to attack relentlessly. Both in front and behind are blocked. He starts to worry. Damn it, are we really doomed? Giap immediately throws something to Abbas. It's a bit early, but I have no other choice. What do you mean? He holds a piece of stone in his hand and smiles confidently. Now, everyone has chased all the way here. Well done, Giap said, then continued and wished you good luck. At that moment, as they stared in amazement at what was in his hand, a Franco henchman raised his sword to deliver a deadly blow, and at that very moment, the stone emitted a blinding light. The light spread out around them, completely obscuring their view, and suddenly the three of them lunged at each other with their knives. Apis and the armor have disappeared. They looked around in surprise. What the hell is going on? Where did they all go? Somewhere else, gold coins suddenly fall to the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. What is happening? As soon as he opened his eyes and recognized the two familiar figures in front of him, Apis joyfully exclaimed, "You're out!" The man asked confusedly, "Where am I?" Just now I saw Jack and immediately interrupted Apis. "You did it?" Then he explained the function of the KHG stone earlier. You used a teleportation stone. That is a type of stone that allows teleportation to a specific person's location within a certain range. However, this teleportation stone is very expensive because each use consumes a significant amount of energy. That's why many people only carry them but don't dare to use them recklessly. Soon after, a confrontation appeared not far away. That's why I try to stall for time. He smirked smugly. Since this is an expensive item, I think it should only be used when truly necessary. They won't find this place anytime soon. But the scene before his eyes made Giap freeze. Everywhere around where he stood was filled with gold heads and other precious items. No way could a place like this really exist. He excitedly jumped into the pile of small gold mountains next to him. Aze hesitated and tried to stop Giap, while Jack anxiously asked Jack, "What should we do now? Isn't it already more than 20 minutes past the plan?" His tone also sounds a bit uncertain. "It seems so, but I'm not entirely sure. It looks like the plan has already gone wrong." In a serious tone, Giak said, "If you can, you should run away now." "What? Are you telling me to leave this pile of gold behind? Or no, to leave you behind?" He clenched the teleportation stone in his hand and said, "I still have a few teleportation stones. They can send the people I placed outside, so you should go now." Ron was still a bit hesitant. "What do you mean, if you still have the teleportation stones, why don't you come with us?" Giak forced a quick smile and made an excuse. "My time isn't up yet, and thinking of those below the ocean," he explained, "at least someone needs to stay and wait for their return." Outside the barrier, shells are continuously fired at the protective shield, but it remains intact with no scratches. A young man with a serious expression holds a gun with a glowing red barrel, reporting that no matter how fierce the attack, it doesn't budge at all. He turned to ask Bastille anxiously, "What should we do now?" "Lord Bastille?" He crossed his arm over his chest, silently calculating in his mind. Such a powerful barrier could only be created by high-level commanders. After a moment, Batu suddenly thought of Akarim.
And among them, it's very likely that he immediately gave the order and commanded the others. Find another way, we have to get into that area. They quickly received the order. Yes, sir. 3. Xiao anxiously looked at the barrier ahead. Just a little longer, Stalin. We will definitely save you.
Chero clenched his teeth and looked up at the 3 people standing in the air. Could it be that he was the one who created this strange barrier? The surrounding scene was extremely desolate. The nearby structures kept breaking apart, and the tide was turning in our favor, with injured and unconscious people everywhere. If we don't get reinforcements from the main force, we will be wiped out. Clenching her gun tightly, her heart was in chaos.
Damn it, I only have 8 bullets left. What should I do? The masked man looked down at the town below and sighed. This is truly a fine city.
Are Willer's henchmen really struggling against these ordinary enemies again? Suddenly, a small explosion erupted right where he was, startling the 2 faceless men nearby. He slightly lifts his mask and coldly asks, "Who's there?" Another bullet whizzes toward him. This time the masked man dodged, ignoring the 2 dimmed ones behind him who were grazed by bullets, and stared intently at the spot where the bullet was fired from, then immediately launched an energy sphere in that direction. As it hit the ground, the sphere exploded, destroying the surrounding structures. Watching the thick smoke below, he usually acts so foolish. Mao suddenly fires another bullet from behind. A useless act, he quickly turned back, "You damn rat." Then, hot bullets were fired at him. "I don't know what game you're playing." The masked man gathers another energy sphere, but it's useless. Just as it drops, it explodes in a massive blast that shakes the ground. And he and the other 2 just stood there, watching calmly. The masked man's voice echoed again, this time with a cold tone. "Found it." Chero confidently grips the gun, his confidence unwavering. "You're really stubborn just like you look. This will be a fierce fight. Where are you hiding?" That cowardly little rat aimed his scope precisely at him. With a sudden squeeze, he was hit before he could react, then steadied himself. The masked man, furious, extends his hand, gathering energy in it. After charging enough energy, he attacks down into the town below. "Stop teasing and come out here." "Damn it, you look stronger than you seem, huh?" Chero's eyes showed deep determination. This is her last chance. As she ran, she cursed inwardly. "That bastard!" he shouted loudly. "Do you think you can run away for how long?" A sinister feeling rose within her. "I'm here, brother." But, while she was distracted, a faceless man quickly approached from behind in the secret chamber corridor, and a series of hurried footsteps echoed. "Hurry up!" "Inside that door. They must be inside," Franco said as he ran after his henchman. "Damn it, I didn't see this coming." A moving stone quickly reached the door and easily opened it. He stared ahead, confident of victory, as the chase finally came to an end. Looking at the person standing on the stairs, Franco's tone becomes even more bitter. "Lord Gondrick." He laughed loudly, as if he had uncovered a shocking secret, and luckily, just as I expected, out of all places you hide in the treasure vault, I am disappointed. Jiak turned back, his face serious as he looked at him. "Disappointed? You have no right to speak that way so easily." Traitor Franco. "All right, I understand. Go ahead and curse me as much as you want. By the way, are you all alone?" It seems even Gappo's dogs have abandoned him. He signals his henchmen to step forward and deal with him. "I will make good use of the treasure you left behind, so don't worry and rest easy." A sarcastic voice echoed. "Gappo's dogs?" Secret mechanisms on the wall suddenly activate, and streams of gold pour down like a waterfall. They gasped in shock. "What?" Seeing the pile of gold rising higher and higher, they hurriedly retreated. But the gold collapsed, and Franco and his henchmen were quickly submerged up to their waist in gold, with disbelief written all over his face. "No way," Rand sneered, brushing aside the mechanism with one hand while still holding it. "What about those dogs? You are the one who needs to be punished for biting your master." Jock calmly stands on the stairs, hands clasped behind his back, feeling a bit embarrassed. "But I will leave the rest to you. Teach him how the Gappo Alliance handles hunting dogs." Seeing the pile of gold rising to his neck, Franco gradually became frightened. Abisin Jiap suddenly appeared, standing on a large gemstone that slipped into the pile of gold. "All right, everything is in place," he shouted, clearly terrified. "Why are Gappo's men here?" Franco's henchmen hadn't even had a chance to react before they were submerged more than half of their bodies. "My body." He and Biss grinned widely as they simultaneously threw punches to help Franco's men escape from the rising pile of gold. "What? You don't like money?" Jiap laughed loudly and said, "This is really exciting." Suddenly Rand shouted in worry, "Raf, watch out!" Just as he turned to look, he saw a henchman rushing toward him with a sword in hand. Jiap quickly kicked the ground, using the stone beneath his foot to make the henchman retreat. Jap smirked provocatively. Do you want to bathe in money before you die? As soon as the henchman swung his sword, Biss darted forward like lightning. I will respect your decision. Franco, buried in this pile of gold, could only watch helplessly as his men were beaten badly. Unable to escape, a hand grabbed and yanked his collar hard, saying, "Let me help." Abiz's eyes flashed with cunning and a teasing smile. Oh my, has our little puppy suddenly curled up and become so scared? Quickly, Franco was tied tightly to the ground. Jack then began to interrogate, asking what his next plan was. He said, "If you cooperate, we will consider reducing your sentence," but Franco just scoffed dismissively.
A loud laugh followed by a declaration, "Don't make me laugh about the charges.
Do you think the law will still exist after today?
Wake up! All of you will die in this lake."
A mocking voice suddenly called out, "Do you hear me?" That voice continued. This is Rand standing beside him, asking curiously, "What is this?" Jack is holding a communication device again.
"I have arrived at the meeting point requesting the use of high-performance teleportation stones," he said into the device. "This is Goldrick. You are authorized to use it immediately."
Huh? What is he talking about? High-level, high-quality what?
Jack now explains that it's like a normal teleportation stone,
but it can cross countries. His face shows clear shock, and they say it can even take you to places never before known. But because it's so rare, it seems priceless. Jack explained further, "I sent one of our reinforcements through someone I trust. It was set to teleport to my location, so I had to stay here."
"What?
Reinforcements?" The guy struggled to loosen the rope around his wrists before shouting at Jack. "You think a few reinforcements can turn the tide?" "Foolish." Without a mercenary team, he quickly cut him off. "It's just for a little coin, isn't it?" Franco, terrified, with a pale face, watches the coins vanish right before his eyes. He said, "Just a little?"
"Franco, have you forgotten who is standing right in front of you?"
Jack sneered, his tone sarcastic. The wealth of merchant Grick. Inside the barrier, that energy beam just swept through and destroyed an entire building. Yuo looked down from above with an arrogant tone. "I will show you what Donzori really means." He continued, "You should be grateful." With one arm supporting Kiri, he said, "Thanks to you, I can use this kind of power." She moans in pain on one side, he reminds her. "Stay calm, you idiot."
Yoke gathers energy for another attack. "Don't try to resist, I will deal with you quickly."
The next second, a heavy drop of water fell on his shoulder, and Wyvok was stunned to realize a rain was pouring down. "Is this rain?" Jack's inside the secret chamber, confidently explaining. "I can pay any amount I want. The gold coins keep disappearing, and I don't even have to think about it. The answer is obvious already." Outside, the nameless man with a dusty body lies collapsed on the ground, while the masked man shifts his attention to the pouring rain. Chero, covered in wounds, still manages a faint smile. "Oh my God, is this the truth?" Inside the barrier, a flood of water is pouring in. He scoops up a handful of the scene, his pupils widening in horror. At the moment Jack revealed this divine command, the water was still pouring relentlessly into the barrier. "I have uncovered the source of all the crises in this world. And that is the sea. Amidst those raging waters, there is a ship. Inside the ship, Kirin coldly speaks. The harbor has been discovered hipuhu. He at ahead of the ship. A person inside the ship speaks. Captain, it's your decision." Her cold gaze remains unchanged in her decision. All resources are ready to fire. On the ship's hull, the guns flash as she orders. Fire! The skull-shaped submarine is diving deep into the ocean. Inside, the operator reports that communication is established. The mission has begun, and they are entering enemy territory. As the countdown echoed, Kirin was focused on a small photo, while the shouted commands continued, but she was still gazing at the picture of her and Minor as the children, both smiling happily. As the countdown reaches 1, the submarine arrives and pushes forward through the water. The submarine suddenly surfaced through the deep water, causing a terrifying noise. The captain has come ashore, and the report is once again being made. The ship has arrived at the dock. Captain, requesting instructions. The dock becomes clearly visible before Kirin's eyes. She immediately closes the photo frame. I calmly ordered the artillery to prepare. As the aiming command was given, a blood-stained heavy sword fell to the ground in the harbor. The Black Wizard's apprentice watched in shock as the engine prepared to unleash its destructive firepower, gathering immense beams of energy, ready to cause a powerful blast that would shake the earth violently. Kirin grabs the watch with the souvenir photo and commands a shot. The submarine immediately obeys, unleashing firepower, with red light emanating from the barrel, destroying everything in its path. The ship continues moving forward, crashing into the mainland and causing Kanglit to shake violently as the engine pushes to its limit and begins to break apart. The submarine is now stranded on the shore, water flooding in rapidly and invading the land.
The port is now submerged underwater. The leader of the cult group, looking around cautiously, asks what? Where is that girl? As he wondered if she was already dead. At that moment, Chero was submerged by the water. Whether alive or already logged out was unclear, while the stubborn believer used his magic to pursue relentlessly. Anyway, I have to be sure. But before he could make his move, he was swallowed up by the blinding red light. The ship's firepower keeps pouring out non-stop towards him. While on the ship, Kieran calmly witnesses everything. A report from the cockpit says the target was hit. The ground is smoking, with a big hole letting water flood in. But through the haze, the fanatic's figure is still faintly visible. He's still stubbornly alive, furious at these rotten bastards. The ship powers up again, the barrel glowing red for a new burst of fire. A voice from the ship announces that the target is still alive and ready to fire again. Under the ocean, a red eye suddenly opens wide, staring at the submarine with red web-like strands tightly wrapping around its engine, pulling it down forcefully. The ship's operator reports to Kieran that the shot missed and something is stuck under the hull. She is stunned. What is it? The red threads have now turned into sticky, slimy stuff covering the engine. The people on the ship are panicking. Stop Gun 3 immediately. That sticky substance tightly grips the engine, preventing it from moving. The panic inside the ship grows louder. The engine is jammed. I can't control the ship. While the crew reports that something is attacking the ship, a humanoid spider-headed monster uses its silk to cling onto the hull. So, it was Vok. He let his hair down, his face filled with hatred and malice as he advanced. In front of the bow, the fanatic has finished gathering his strength and aims a direct attack at the submarine. I will make you pay for this. The ship shook violently from the attack, crew members inside being thrown or struggling to hold on. The submarine on one side was billowing smoke with urgent alarms sounding, the hull severely damaged. Underwater, Vok's red threads continue to attack the unmanned ship without pause. He forcefully drills into the ship's engine to create a hole, the cockpit is reporting, and the underside of the hull is also under attack. Murat nervously looks towards Kieran. Kieran, with this instrument, the leading disciple, continues to wield his power, and he sneers, "This toy is really tough." Then he used all his magic to create a giant vortex, with enough destructive power to destroy everything. He shouted, "Let's see how you handle this." Seeing the situation was getting out of control, Kieran quickly grabbed her sword to rush out and said to Murat, "I have to handle this myself." "Murat, you!" An unexpectedly arrogant voice echoes across the face covered in wounds. "Leave it to me." Then, a powerful golden light burst out from the back of the ship. This yellow light surprises and worries Yok. What is this? What is this light? In that dazzling beam, Michael, the armored captain of the Exness Knights, appears and approaches Evok. The scene shifts to that land, and suddenly the skull in hand splits in two, as a snake slithers over and licks the cracked part. He stared in shock as the half-skull vanished, unable to believe they could withstand that blow. Wind was crawling on blood threads, feeling nostalgic. "That hurts." Akarim's eyes darken. He is dangerous and sinister. He's back. The light from Maiko's mirror sword cuts through, severing the silk strands wherever it touches. After a few swings, no red threads remain attached to the ship. Yok stared in shock and anger as the large strands of his own body fell apart from that sword. Who dares to challenge? Maiko, with unwavering bravery, keeps swinging his sword, his eyes filled with intense suspicion and curiosity. That guy, before he could defend himself, Maiko swung a bright sword straight at him. The force of that strike was so fast and powerful it instantly split Yok in half in an instant. He still couldn't believe his eyes, but his body had been cut apart as Yok went to deliver his meal. The ship has stabilized again. The crew member told Kieran, "Captain, the ship is starting to move again." She immediately ordered to accelerate and keep the distance. The leading disciple had gathered enough power into a large fireball. He can no longer act arrogantly. I have gathered enough energy now. The destructive magic grew closer to the ship, massive as if to swallow it whole and crush it inside. The leading cultist declared, "Now I will wipe you all out of this world." And then he prepared to flick his sleeve, intending to send this fiery tornado towards the submarine. He shouted loudly and disappeared. Suddenly, something streaked past and cut off the leader's hand. It was so fast that no one could see what it was. Until the destructive sphere lost its support and started collapsing onto the leader's elbow, he finally realized his arm had been dislocated, and before he could understand what was happening, the fanatic leader had already swallowed the very thing he created to destroy others. Make him fly several meters away, the disciple was seriously injured, shouting in fury, "You!" In front of him, Chero was still alive. She is holding a sniper rifle, aiming it directly at him with a cold, sharp gaze. He screams helplessly, "You disgusting bug." Kieran was also not to be underestimated, she coldly said. "I hate having to owe others.
The submarine's firing system was already activated. The crew member from the control room reports that the flight path has been calculated, the engine is at full power, the target is locked, and the firepower is rapidly gathering, ready to unleash destructive force with energy limits lifted.
Kirin solemnly raised her hand to command her followers. I will make you pay for what you've done. The fanatic, who hadn't yet recovered from his wound, was already bracing for a second strike. Before being burned by the power of the firepower, he only managed to shout out, Akum. The light of the explosion blasts him into the sky as the red barrier gradually dissolves from the outside. Then with a loud crash, it shattered in midair, and the seawater inside the barrier began to spill out, creating a tsunami that flowed in all directions, submerging nearby areas. The sea rages fiercely, causing small boats to capsize and be swept away, and the buildings are also engulfed by the rising waters. The floodwaters are rising. Under the water, Kiri is unconscious, held tightly by a hand. It turns out Sim is desperately clinging to the sword embedded tightly in the mountain crevice. He struggles to keep both of them, trembling and silently lamenting in pain. This is bad. If this continues, due to exhaustion, Cat Sim will eventually give up and let go. But suddenly, a hand from above the water quickly grabbed his and pulled him onto the ground. After saving both of them to the shore, Cat Sim Ho kept coughing from the water, then looked up to see who had just rescued him. As if disbelief filled her eyes, Maikon stood before him with a serious face and suddenly exclaimed with emotion, Master. Maiko smiled approvingly and said, You've changed, haven't you, before a peaceful blue sea? Tim knelt before Michael and said to him, I've always trusted you.
This is Kieran, captain of the Nautilus.
The scene shifts to the other end of the line, where the person talking to Kieran confirms that the situation has been resolved after hearing her words. Thank you for your help, Captain Kieran. Jack Gondrick smiled happily, his voice like a death sentence. Now it's your turn. In front of him is old Morrow, being restrained, kneeling, trembling with fear. Jack Gondrick calmly interrogates, Tell me everything you know. The scene shifts to a place where a devastating explosion occurs, sending rocks flying all over Ipa. His face is angry, covered in wounds, when suddenly a red shadow flashes past behind him. You're here! Ipa immediately turned around and cast a spell to shoot a magic arrow. The blue light swiftly pierced through the red shadow, tearing apart the illusion and burning it until it vanished. But at this moment he realized something was wrong. A lingering shadow? To answer your question, the Dark Mage's disciple suddenly appeared behind you and ambushed with a scythe. But with his solid defenses, Elpa managed to turn around just in time to block the attack. However, since he was injured, he had to fight with all his might to hold on. The disciple praised him. Oh, as expected. For a three-circle mage, your close combat skills and instincts are truly incredible. No wonder Lord Akium has taken notice of you. The fanatic demands more from Elpa, urging him to show even greater strength. The surprise attack from the magic orb leaves Elpa unable to defend, causing even more serious injuries. Furious, Elpa threw the spear with all his might at the cultist. Damn it! He was angry because the cultist managed to dodge just in time. The believer swings his spear back toward Eopa, leaving him no time to dodge, causing his body to suffer a painful blow. Seeing him fall heavily, the believer sneers, Your ability to adapt is so poor, I wonder how you'll handle losing an arm. Maybe we should try it, Navu. He arrogantly charged forward, intending to use his sickle to take Pami's arm. But he didn't expect that behind him, the cursed dagger was secretly stabbing toward the believer. Even though Ipa was seriously injured, he refused to give up, grit his teeth and muster his last strength to control the cursed dagger. The dagger suddenly pierced the side of the believer, but he dodged just in time, then swung his scythe to knock the dagger away from Pami's waist. A blind person like me can't see clearly. Are you trying to ambush me from behind? The cultist quickly swung his hand towards Epai, the deadly sickle with dark magic rushing to attack him. He criticizes, You're really lacking in creativity. Elpa immediately sits up to defend himself, trying to unleash all his green power. He gathers all the remaining magic in his body to defend himself. A blue light appears around him and then strikes the cultist with Elpa. Two streams of magic collide, creating a deafening sound, shaking the heavens and earth, causing a terrifying earthquake. The disciple calmly dodges the falling rocks while praising him. Impressive. You still have so much mana left? At least you have some endurance. Ipa was surprised by the believer's words, silently wondering to himself, he definitely can't see this. So how could this happen? Even if I save my mana now, I have no choice but to bet everything. Epa immediately activates the Divine Eye, a flash of red light erupts, and he sees all the movements of the believer. Every time he moves, Elpa can analyze it, and he secretly feels pleased. Here it is, a high-frequency wave emanating from his body.
Then El Pa noticed a strange necklace on the believer's neck. What could that be? The frequency emitted from it seems to give the believer an advantage. El Pa sees the waves from the wall of that ring in space, analyzing the high-frequency signals bouncing off objects to map the environment. And he is expanding the range with the mind control magic to a 360-degree view with no blind spots. Now El Pa knows what to do. He channels his magic power and shouts, "Let a green barrier surround the believer and trap him inside." At this moment, the believer is no longer confident. So you plan to block and control space with mind control magic. I see you used the celestial eye to see through my secret. You're quite clever, but what's surprising is that he remains unfazed despite being restricted, while the believer stays calm. Nice strategy. Now I can't move even a step, but Pam, that space barrier will block your attack. A sudden, powerful spell strikes the cultist from behind. He glanced over and said, "As if you had predicted it." Sure enough, it was just like this. The Dark Mage's disciple swings his scythe to break the barrier. The dark spell escapes and strikes at Pa's waist. He's confident. Even in a flash, my reflexes surpass your imagination. The cultist looks proudly at Elpa's torn body and says, "Well, that was a bit dull, but I've cut off one of your arms." Then he looked more closely and realized that what he had just cut was not El Pa, but only his shadow. Another illusion of El Pa darted past the believer's eyes. He was surprised. What is that? El Pa's shadow now surrounds him. The follower is stunned. Suddenly, he appeared everywhere around him. He immediately swung his scythe, swiftly shattering El Pa's illusions. As he swung his sword, the rocks shattered, and the believer was stunned. A stone block? You seem to have figured something out and are now angry. Damn it, I've been tricked. The believer rushes forward. His scythe keeps swinging at the illusionary rocks of El Pa, taunting as he attacks. Not bad, hiding behind puppets to distract me, huh? Then I will keep cutting until your mana runs out. The cultist inside the barrier fought wildly, while outside, El Pa's hands were covered in blood, wounds growing more severe, but he kept casting spells. Even El Pa couldn't hold back and coughed up blood, his hands trembling as his body was exhausted. The disciple, hearing the noise outside the barrier, quickly gathered his strength and cast a powerful spell onto the ground. I can tell just by the sound. Are you in pain? Don't worry, I will finish it soon. With a deafening roar, El Pa, unprepared, was knocked back by the attack. That explosion shattered the barrier that had been holding the Dark Mage prisoner all along. El Pa was stunned beyond belief when the Dark Mage suddenly appeared from his side. He rushes forward quickly, preparing to finish El Pa, and the Dark Mage creates a purple sphere of dark magic. He coldly throws it toward him. El Pa raises his staff to defend, but the dark magic of the cultist is too powerful, knocking him back and sending debris flying everywhere. He seems to be unharmed after this fierce battle. El Pa struggles to get up, sitting against a rock, gasping heavily from his serious injuries. The disciple raises his hand to the sky and casts a spell. A deadly purple magic circle appears again. Are you saying this is the end of our little game of hide-and-seek? It seems you've been mana-shocked. Sorry to disappoint, but I have to say I was quite pleased. It's not a big gift after all. But I want to show you something interesting. Do you see the magic light that the believer is creating? Condensing mana by chanting control magic to the limit. Isn't it amazing? It will be your companion to the other side of the world. But now, the light that the believer just created has disappeared. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell is this? El Pa suddenly casts a spell. In his hand, two streams of magic, blue and purple, blend together and converge into a single sphere. The cunning smile of satisfaction. Thanks for the fruit. I will take it. The purple magic on the believer's body suddenly gets sucked into the sphere, making him furious and to shouting. No way. What did you do? The temple is crazy. But even if he doesn't want to, it's useless. His power is gradually being drained. Damn it, where did this power come from? Did he steal my magic with mind control? The sphere fell into El Pa's trembling, wounded hands as he asked the surprised cultist. As the sphere reaches its limit, he looks at the hateful, despising disciple and says, "Follow me to the Yellow Spring and be my companion." Then he threw the orb at the believer. A blinding light with devastating power left the believer stunned and helpless. An explosion shakes the heavens and earth, destroying everything it touches. Everything seems to be erased in an instant. El Pa, covered in wounds and coughing up blood, was unable to hold on any longer. His body severely affected. El Pa's tired eyes wanted to close, and he thought to himself, this is truly the end. As he collapsed to rest amidst the ruined, smoky scene, the ground trembled violently. The earth cracked open, rocks flew chaotically, and beneath the flickering light, the silhouette of the fanatic stood tall, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe. The believer's eyes widened with malice, his voice echoing from the depths of hell. No, right now, despite his injuries, the believer miraculously escaped death. He approaches the unconscious Paumi. In a cold tone, we must kill him now. Lord Achium was mistaken.
This one will never join our side. We must eliminate him here and now.
From above, a bullet suddenly appeared and sped toward the follower. The follower turned around, causing the bullet to miss, and he looked on in shock. While the smoke from the gunfire still lingers, a mocking voice sneers at the fanatic. Doesn't it feel a bit humiliating to go all out on someone unconscious? Turns out the one holding the gun is a girl, and beside her is a boy ready to attack. She said, "So why not play with us for a bit now?" Up above, Wandrick's son was carrying Minor and Debo. All three are injured, but still ready to fight and challenge the fanatic. The cruel fanatic screams wildly.
You brats up there on Jack Rick Minor's back look down on Mio with contempt and point your guns at him. What's with that scary face?
He immediately reached out to catch the bullet, cursing non-stop. When did such a terrible shot suddenly appear behind Mayo? And what about me? He delivered a powerful strike that sent Mayo flying far away, debris scattering everywhere. Are you okay? Right now, he's unconscious on the ground, signs of life fading. The backlash from the dark magic is unstable.
If no one helps soon, Mayo will rise from the rubble and calmly warn, "You really don't understand what's happening, do you?"
Du stood in front of Aopa, ready to attack again. These guys are really stubborn. Suddenly, the cave shook violently, and Mayo pulled something out of his shirt pocket, looking very uncomfortable. I can't hold back anymore. He takes out a sphere, intending to settle everything. It seems I have no other choice. I will tear them all apart.
Seeing what Mayo just pulled out, Maynor angrily kept firing. What's going on?
A magic circle? But none of the bullets could hit his body. Mio frowns. It's too late, and before Mio can act, a familiar voice rings out. "Stop, Mayo!" His hesitation is caused by Akarim's voice. Mayo turned around. Akarim Nim. He scolded in a deep voice, saying that just turning away for a moment caused chaos. "Were you planning to cast the magic circle without permission?" Mio withdrew the magic circle.
Sorry, I got carried away.
He reminds him that the campaign has failed, and to retreat quickly before the entrance is surrounded. Mio asked back, "Huh?" "But Elpa is still there," Akarim replied coldly. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I will see him again. If he dies in a place like that, then our original choice was wrong." Suddenly, from another corner inside the cave, an unbelievable voice rings out. "What?" Akeem Minor and Jack Rick were stunned, both unable to believe it. It just can't be true anymore. Oh my God. Maria slowly stood up. "So it turns out you are directly under Lord Wynn and are in conflict with Aram." Her voice becomes terrifying. "You betrayed Lord Wynn. Now things are getting interesting." She also pulls out a sphere similar to the one Mio used earlier.
Perfect timing. Might as well wipe you all out while you're at it.
A huge source of energy is emanating from inside her body. Mudria is excited. Not bad, right? Suddenly, the ground where Jack, Rick, and Minor are standing shakes violently, causing both of them to be thrown off. A massive surge of power surrounds the giant pillar. The pillar pierces straight into Marin's body. Jack, Rick, and Minor are thrown back, luckily landing safely on the ground. Minor is stunned by Mio's actions. What? Did he attack his own teammate? As Mayo attacked Marin and muttered to himself. Suddenly, the ghosts slowly rose up from beneath the pillar where Mudria was crushed. Does it mean I arrived a bit late? More and more ghosts are appearing, covering the entire pillar. Mayo stands and observes the chaos he just caused. He realizes he's in real trouble. What's appearing more and more densely is the deadly curse. A series of ghosts kept pouring out. Bo looked confused. What's going on? Seeing that things are beyond what I could have imagined, even for me, this is a bit too much. He left the three of them to deal with the problem he caused.
I'm leaving now. The rest is up to you guys.
Bo is still struggling to fight on. Damn it, what the hell is actually going on? Mio responds with a mischievous smile. Better to be careful. He kindly reminds you. If he wakes up, tell him this, that my offer is still valid. Of course, if you all are still alive then, Maynor wouldn't want to let Mayo go so easily. She fired a shot and asked, "Who gave you permission to go?" He sighed, turned to mock. "I told you not to waste your energy." With just a flick of his hand, the bullet Minor fired was immediately neutralized. She was stunned to realize he was using shrapnel bullets. Mio coldly responds to Minor's attack. "Let me give you a taste of your own medicine." As she finished speaking, the bullet Minor fired immediately reversed direction and sped toward her at terrifying speed. Luckily, she and Jack Rick dodged out of the bullet's range and survived. Minor, unwilling to give up, still struggled to aim her gun at Mayo, wanting to shoot another damn bullet. But before she could act, Daibo's warning siren sounded. Minor, be careful. You're not paying attention to something enormous slowly descending from above. Something heavy crashes down onto the ground where Minor is standing, releasing a powerful shockwave. Minor is still safe. Daibo has been standing in front of her for how long? She hadn't had time to regain her composure. Daibo. He is straining to stop something horrifying. Daibo clenched his teeth and fought to save them. No way. A disgusting creature made up of countless evil spirits is attacking the three of them. Daibo silently curses this guy and the other one. Blood is pouring out from that monstrous creature. Blood keeps pouring out from inside the creature's mouth, covering its sharp teeth as it clenches its head and roars in pain. Daibo stands before the giant creature. Completely powerless. Are they all water gods? He's dead. While Daibo is fighting, Jack Rick is trying to wake Minor up. Hey, wake up, it's dangerous. What are you doing, you idiot? Then he charged at the crazy monster to protect his teammates, attacking Dio while giving orders to Jack Rick. Move now! The monster's arm rushing toward Minor is blocked. Jack Rick quickly hugs her and runs away. Daibo roars again, demanding, Hey you, I will handle everything here, so take everyone outside. In a moment, he glanced briefly at Ipa pleading, Please. Jack Rick saw that the situation was no longer under control, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to carry both Minor and Elpa and run as fast as he could. I'm sorry. Seeing that everyone has left safely, Daibo breathes a sigh of relief, finally able to use all his strength. Now the monster roared loudly in a terrifying way. Do took no hesitation and grabbed the axe, climbing onto its body. Now let's end this. Meanwhile, Jack Rick's footsteps continue to run without slowing down. Minor gradually regained consciousness, slowly opening her eyes with difficulty. Huh? Where are we? What happened to that monster? She went to the bathroom first. Not hearing Jack Rick's response, she grew more tense and kept struggling. Minor still tried to ask, Where is Bo? Did you leave him behind? No. Put me down. How is that possible? Can I go back to Kiri's place if we leave you behind like this? She asked. Act louder and louder. I don't know what you're like, but I will never let it happen. She looked up. Jack Rick is running while crying, his hands still clutching tightly to the two of them, but they are trembling uncontrollably. In front of Minor's fury, he could only whimper, I'm sorry, this is the only thing I can do because I'm not strong. I don't want him to sacrifice in vain. The more Jack Rick speaks, the quieter his voice becomes. I'm sorry, Elpa is unconscious. In his subconscious, a mysterious voice echoes. It seems you are in danger. He was stunned and frozen solid as he opened his eyes again, finding himself in a strange place. Elpa me. I look around in confusion and ask, Where am I? Just a moment ago I was... Frey explained, I invited you into my space for a bit. We are sitting facing each other with a chessboard between us. Frey stares intently at him and cheerfully greets you. Welcome, final adventurer. Elpam, we finally have a chance to talk. Your current body is gradually dying from mana shock, and you might die soon if it continues like this. Freed explained the situation outside while showing the scene. Your body is the same. The gate is beyond human reach. He keeps explaining that outside Banlock is now incredibly brutal with enhanced power because he has been resurrected. And that gate is no longer just a golden gate. Outside, the monster is still attacking wildly. Is it blue? No, maybe it's even more dangerous than a blue gate. The monster unleashed a tremendous burst of power directly at Daibo. Everyone inside would be lucky if Daibo managed to dodge, or he would have been torn to pieces long ago. Looking at the reality before him, Freyeti simply uttered one short word, death. After absorbing the information, Elpa froze for a moment. Seeing that, Frey continued, the battle you started to save everyone is actually pushing them closer to death than in your previous life. If things keep going like this, you won't be able to prevent the end of the world. Do you know that I have been reborn? Who are you? Facing his question, Freed still did not answer. Elpa kept asking, are you the one? Frey didn't let him finish. Who would know? Meanwhile, Jack Rick is still trying to remember the way out, leaving from column 23. He is running with all his might, trying to recall as he goes. In the middle of the three-dimensional corridor, if I go straight, I will end up here. You finally stop, but your face shows no sign of joy. There is no escape in front of you, only a deep pit. Jack Rick is stunned. This must be the right place. He tried to explain himself, saying, wasn't that statue supposed to be the escape? When I arrived here, it was still normal. Jack Rick realizes something that makes his eyes fill with rage. Could it be that he has figured out that the one responsible for everything is Mayo? That bastard destroyed it before leaving. Yeah. Seeing Jack Rick losing control, Minor calms him down and says, stay calm, we don't have time. Even if the escape route is destroyed, A new one will form nearby. That's all?
Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted right behind the three of them. Minor panicked as she realized things were getting worse.
Amidst the explosion of flying debris, a figure was also thrown out. Minor immediately recognized who it was. He finally collapsed from the overwhelming difference in strength. Debo was thrown out by the explosion.
Jack Rick hurriedly carries Minor and Elpa and rushes forward. "Are you okay?"
Calm down. Suddenly, your face turns terrified and panicked when you see the image of your teammate in front of you. Debo's battered body was beyond description, blood staining his entire form. Elpa also suddenly clutched his head. "What was that just now?" Freed asked. "Who caused your rebirth isn't the important issue, right?" He explained to Elpa about the images just now. What you saw was what was happening outside. Elpa worriedly said, "Then let's go." "Don't worry, he's still alive, but he's about to die." He hurriedly made a request. "So please help me." Frey responds, "I cannot intervene directly." Once again, Frey makes a proposal. "If you are the one who reincarnated me. If you did this to fight against the end of the world," he grits his teeth, "then help me." In reality, the monster's attack continues to strike. Freed laughs, truly an arrogant attitude. He casually said, "Do you have any good ideas when you want to ask others for help?" Because outside, everyone is standing at the door of death as the monster prepares to strike the final blow. Frey calmly said, "Even if I help you, Elpa is gradually losing patience. It doesn't matter, but Frey doesn't seem to care. This will be your last chance. The monster's attack has been launched. If you don't arrive in time, this will probably be the end for everyone." Elpa shouts, "I said I don't care." Angrily smashing the chessboard, he ignored Freed's question. Elpa stood up, and the two fell into silence. Freed hesitated to speak, but ultimately accepted. Friedi gently snaps his fingers and then announces,
All right.
Elpa stared in confusion, not understanding what the other person had just done, as time continued to pass, each second outside bringing more danger. He looked at himself again, clearly feeling that some power within him had changed. Frey rearranged the chessboard and explained, "Don't doubt me. Although it's small, I have lent you my power. When the last piece is placed, it will be time for Ipai to wake up. I leave you with my final words. I hope you can withstand the power of my monster, the power to create a great column of fire that will swallow everything. Jack." Rick coughs a few times before crawling to his feet. "I'm still alive?" He trembled, too afraid to open his eyes and face reality. But when he finally opened them, a familiar figure appeared. He woke up and blocked all the damage from the attack. Jack Rick couldn't believe his eyes. "Are we still alive?" In a blinding light, he stands tall as someone calls out to Elpa. He screams loudly into the sky, retreats, then charges forward, throwing himself into danger to save his teammate. "I'll handle it quickly and come back." With just a few spins, Bao Mi was able to make that monster scream in pain. "That's incredible!" Suddenly, Minor shouted, "No, you don't want him to keep rushing out like that. It's very dangerous. Bao Mi." Ignoring everyone's concern, he still rushes toward the monster's mouth, as if nothing happened. Even though Banco has fallen, there's still one last soldier standing firm. I can't believe even a little bit of strength. The scene once again lit up brightly, with loud explosions echoing, yet it was controlled so perfectly. After the battle, he stood there exhausted, with loud explosions and the monster's surprise. "It really is you, Epami." The two of them stared in shock, unable to believe how strong their friend was. There's no way he could have taken down that monster in one hit. Now that the fight is over, everyone finally checks on the injured, but what about the one who went to the bathroom? Although battered, he's still quite okay, and with prompt treatment, he'll be fine. Luckily, he's still breathing. Hurry and take him back to the village. With prompt treatment, he'll be fine. Minor asked Han with concern. "Are you okay?" She doesn't know what happened before you two arrived to make someone who was healthy suddenly so weak. "When we arrived, were you in critical condition?" Then suddenly you ran over and hugged Minor tightly, making her scream in panic. "Elpa, what are you doing? I'm not mentally prepared for this," Thotao said with a gentle voice. "I am very glad that you are all safe. Even though your body is in bad shape, you always care about those around you first. Just like this time. I thought I had lost all my teammates again." Clenching my fist. "I'm glad you're all still alive," Minor shouted out in joy. "Thank you. Still alive and kicking. Why should I hide when there are so many beautiful places to lie down? Of course, I have no intention of dying in a place like this." "Your voice sounds angry. Instead of worrying about us, why don't you worry about her? She doesn't want you to sacrifice in vain. Are you okay yourself?" While she was talking, you suddenly collapsed to the ground. "You are in pain. Ipa, wake up." "Is Ipao okay?" She keeps shaking him, but it seems he's exhausted to the point of collapse. What are you doing? Get up. Ipa looks upset. I told him to wake up. Ipa's voice still echoes, but you don't wake up at all. Elpa's pen has stopped working, lost in frustration. Someone is sitting in the study room trying to write each word on paper, but no matter how hard I try, it never ends. How much longer will it take to finish all of this? He gritted his teeth, showing his frustration. It's already the third day. Even after the battle, everything still can't return to normal. Although the battle with the dark magic cult has ended, labor remains in chaos for a while. The sound of discussion comes from somewhere among the wreckage floating in the sky. The fact that the Merchant Guild, ranked second among the top 10 strongest guilds, is also a cultist is enough to shake not only Low but the entire Maple world. In a small blood-red stream of zero, someone falls in, but no one cares. Chairman Evok, the key figure in the reported battle, has fallen, but his body has never been found in Le Havre, and they are using all their strength to torture those with no voice in this. Instead, they tried to interrogate the traitor Franco to uncover the mastermind, but he was only manipulated by his desire to resurrect his dead daughter and knew nothing about the cult members. The two rivals ended up cooperating closely. And then Mihili from the Seekness Knights and Kieran from Nautilus accelerated the hunt for the remaining dark magic cultists. On that merchant ship, it is believed that the two most trusted characters from the enemy world have taken action, bringing great hope to the people of Elber, and helping to restore peace to Elber. Now, he has been sitting for hours contemplating this matter. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that some followers are still hiding inside. So strict surveillance continues. Right now, loud noises are echoing. Don't move. It will be hard to bandage properly. While cleaning the wound, it seems the girl was too worried and accidentally hurt her friend. Be gentle. You want to reopen the wound that just healed? Don't complain. Be grateful it's only that. On one side is the temple, on the other was the market. And in the same room where the unconscious person can't find peace with those two kids over there, it's the third day already. Are we just going to leave it like this? He has been unconscious for many days and still hasn't woken up, making everyone very worried. There's nothing more they can do. Healing magic is ineffective on him. They can only wait for him to get up on his own. As the worry overwhelmed everyone, Dee happily brought the food. Here's the hot meal. Just when hunger struck, the rice arrived and everyone looked excited. It's mealtime now. I am always grateful to everyone. Thank you. Even in this heated moment, he's still trying to tell an unfinished story. So, is it official now? Huh? What do you mean? The girl with a blushing face hesitated. Was there anything else in his question? I mean the fact that you two are dating to the point where you want to hit him on the head. Dating, what are you talking about? Yet you still keep pestering and questioning with that smile. The two of you so close I thought you had confessed, but I was just worried like a teammate. Only a teammate. You might wonder why, since that person back then was also a teammate, so why didn't anyone worry more? I just don't understand everyone's attitude. Doesn't anyone care at all? A deep voice echoes. Why worry? When someone is tired, they will sleep. It's that simple. Our boss looks like someone who would be defeated just because of a few wounds, right? Take it easy as if you're already too used to this. After all that, you still don't understand? It seems everyone knows the reason, but no one is willing to say anything to her. Even if he wants to die, he can't. That's just who he is. Seeing her look at him with some hesitation, he had to explain, I'm not a monster, okay? She still tried to speak softly. If someone collapses, shouldn't we be a little worried? The muscular guy shouted, I can get hurt too. Narrow your eyes and look. So what? You're not wrong either. Suddenly he stood up, beaming and demanding food. I'm hungry. Is my rice still there? The chair is shaking so much it might break. I can't go on. Rack shouted loudly in the room, frustrated that he couldn't do anything. No matter how hard he tried, it never ends. If I had known everything would turn out like this, I wouldn't have started this mess. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door from outside. Sorry, Ron. I was about to ask my subordinate for help when he spoke up to stop me. Perfect timing. I need your help, but wait a moment first. It's been a while, Ron. Walking lightly, he slowly spoke. Recently, I heard something quite interesting. At this moment, Ron was so frightened he almost fell over trembling. The guy is Elpa. I just woke up and I don't remember anymore. Everyone gathered around the hospital bed, worried that his memory seemed to be confused. Really? You don't remember anything, huh? What? Don't joke with me. Minor recounts how he fought bravely in the recent battle, only for Elpa to defeat him instantly with a mysterious power. The mysterious ability, I mean. She looked at him with suspicion. A power this strong and you don't remember anything? Jackrick said the same thing. Could it be that he has an innate ability like cheating? Minor irritably asks again to confirm an important issue. Wait a minute, are you serious? You really don't remember?
Back then, when you leaned on my shoulder, if it was that, you stammered, as if you were guilty, but couldn't recall what it was. Maybe you don't. I don't know. I don't remember anything. Is something really happening right now? She yelled in anger. So why did you act as if you knew everything back then? I thought I would remember something, but I didn't at all. She was so angry she could tear him apart at any moment if no one stopped her. Are you deliberately teasing me? No matter how hard I try, I can't remember anything. I'm just lost in my thoughts. I think I met someone then, looking serious. Elpa, there's one more thing you need to know. It's not just that, right? You start recounting that experience. It happened at midnight with a sleepy expression. While you were sleeping, we stayed in this house to stay together and protect you when you fainted. This bed is really uncomfortable. Seeing the scene in front of him, he stared in surprise. And then I saw something, huh? Minor was about to do something to Pa but was stopped by him, while a pirate was aiming at him. Just as the tension was building, a loud cry of pain rang out, and Minor suddenly showed concern for the boss. All right. That's enough, everyone. Pa just woke up. Shouldn't he eat something first? Even though it hurt from the beating, I still tried to ask. Huh? Hey, where are you going, buddy? Eat first and then talk. We're heading to Ari. You smiled foolishly, praising him endlessly. You're truly my boss. Even unconscious, you still have a plan. Hold on a second, I feel like something's off here. Even if he's conscious, this place shouldn't be allowed. He said it's Arion, a kingdom in the Nihon Desert. Yes, it's more dangerous than Victory Island. Even the monsters are worse. While eating, I almost spilled my rice and nervously begged to go somewhere else. No way, change the plan. I don't want to go anywhere. No, I can't go. Suddenly, I looked ahead, confused and unable to move anywhere. Who are you? A group of people slowly enters from outside. Why? Speaking in a calm voice. Are they the famous EPA group? The whole group was stunned. Du asked curiously, huh? Who are you? A god, perhaps, Jap shouted. No way. It seems like Minor knows something, but hasn't spoken up to the team. The person who turned the newly established Gappo trade guild into one of the top 10 guilds in just a few years. The leader of Gabo was a bit puzzled because his face looked quite serious, but unexpectedly he slammed the table and shouted loudly, Huh? Raph, do you know who he is? Stay silent and watch your words. A calm expression. That is the leader of Gappo. Lord Gappo. What? Sitting calmly in front of everyone, without any hesitation, he said, Sorry to disturb your meal. Do you know who you're looking for without beating around the bush? You're El Pa, right? I've heard a lot about you, so I'll be direct. Without waiting for their response, he told them to go to a place, Airy Kingdom. The group was stunned, turning back to look at Pa. Boss, we understand there's a reason why Gapor's trading guild has risen so quickly. The alliance was formed to find a sponsor. It's no coincidence that he rose to prominence so quickly. Without support, no one would have known about this trade guild by now. Gapor has been strongly supported by Arion, and with that help, it quickly became one of the top 10 guilds. Gapor has never shown itself publicly because of constant movement between LD and Arion. Gapor and Arion are on the same boat, and now someone has made a request Gapor can't refuse. Who will end up with that floating hat? A battle for the throne, a bloody fight will unfold in Arion. From Gapor's perspective, supported by Arion, this is the moment to step in and help. No more guessing needed. He has spoken. I hear you are very capable. Everything necessary has been prepared. Without delay, I will make a decisive move. I refuse. Even though I can't remember everything, thinking about what my teammates said, I am still determined. Arion, I'm not interested in going to a dangerous place on the verge of civil war. Boss, when he just said that and heard this, he immediately became annoyed and angry, shouting loudly and forcing them to obey. Refusal was not an option. This is a direct order from Gappo Day, a team under the association. Consider this an honor and prepare immediately. Speak frankly, without hesitation, and don't worry about offending anyone. Isn't it an honor that you should fully support this prestigious mission? I'm saying that the risk is too great to be soothed with just a few words of honor. Seeing that negotiation was impossible, he started to look annoyed. It seems I have spoiled you too much, daring to speak that way to Lord Gappo, so the rumors must be true. You're good at bargaining, huh? Fine, I'll give you a higher number. Fine. 5 times. The victorious face thought that with that amount, Bao Mi would submit. I will give you a chance to prove that confidence of yours if you can conquer the 5 gates I designate, and do your best to bring back what benefits him most. Then as a reward for this trip, I will grant you anything within my power. I just hope you can agree, right? Are you interested now? With that face of his, it makes others fear him. I, Gappo, swear on my honor that I will keep my promise. Hearing all that you said, he sneered and smiled, just as expected. You're indeed on a different level. He was pleased. I accept that as a compliment. Hearing this, I feel like myself again. Boss is impressive, but still a bit showy. After all the negotiations, you've finally been convinced.
What is your preferred schedule? Hearing this, you seem somewhat reassured. I'm glad you got started so quickly. We've already wasted a lot of time, so we shouldn't delay any longer. Everyone boards the boat and sets sail right now. On the rocking ship, some can't stand it and end up vomiting so much that miners tease them.
Is he always like that? Does he always get seasick?
If I remember correctly, he was fine on the Nautilus. It's due, you look strong, but so fragile. I don't know anymore.
Did I drink too much yesterday, but you guys are still fine?
Everyone else looked at you with disapproval. Only you are the one who gets like this. Damn it, I don't care.
Forget about me. Going along with it, you tease and keep nagging the one who used to tease you. Just a few sips of alcohol, and you're whining like a child.
Oh, our little baby, have you been through a lot? You keep vomiting. Come on, stop it. Seeing your poor brother like this, even you step forward to tease him a little. Your new, beautiful clothes are about to get dirty. Pushed even harder by the demon lord, but unexpectedly backfired. This is not good. As his father, I gently pat my beloved son's back with love, but as soon as I finish, he vomits everything all over me. This ungrateful and unfilial person was immediately punched so hard he collapsed, and he had to stammer and explain himself to fight.
Avoid being misunderstood.
Don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand.
This is not domestic abuse. My son just looked a bit tired, so I let him sleep for a bit.
Seeing him there, I feel sorry for him, so I have to help him. I need to clean him up. Can you give me a hand? Miner looks down on the guy lying on the floor. I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want and stay away from me. Even though someone is lying here vomiting and drinking, it has brought us closer to our destination. Luckily, it seems we will reach Ariant sooner than I expected. You look really pitiful. That fool also needs to rest a bit.
Luckily, teaming up with that person was the right choice to get the necessary equipment.
Thanks to Greech's trade route, we have equipment far superior to others at our level,
But I still can't shake the feeling that something's strange.
surely only she cares about you.
El Pam, what are you so tense about?
It's nothing. Seeing that drunk look.
That wine glass really is quite shameful. It's obvious.
Your stomach is probably turning upside down from the alcohol.
The alcohol? Stop pretending to be so tough.
Sit down and rest. I'll speak carefully.
You've been standing all this time, but you're not drunk yet. We've arrived.
Are we already here? Such a magnificent palace. Zda is a dry place where sunlight shines everywhere, and in the Nihon Desert there are countless ports. Because crossing the vast desert by land is like seeking death, people prefer to travel by sea, and transportation is mainly done by ships for trading groups. Therefore, the ports of the Nihon Desert naturally became prosperous. As soon as they arrived, the group eagerly analyzed the place, and Jeddah was the best port among them. This seems to be the Palace of Armor, the Child of Wealth, a port filled with the scent of gold, as abundant as the desert. Is this a port? Isn't it almost like a kingdom? Lai can't compare to this place. Kiri shows concern and asks, but he seems annoyed.
Are you feeling any better yet?
Did something happen? We're not here to play, so let's focus on the mission. Just as things were lively, someone must have noticed them. I'm sure it's Apam. He was panting heavily, out of breath.
Phew, luckily I wasn't late.
I am the coordinator of Aryan branch for Merchant Gabo. He seems to be an important person here as well. You can call me Dza. It's a pleasure to meet you. No matter who he is or what kind of person he is, I still happily approached to greet him. Oh, nice to meet you. Step aside. You look really cool, tough, and handsome. You're making me blush. We just met and were happily shaking hands when I suddenly remembered. Hey, did you come here alone? It seems like the place they're going to isn't very safe. The Ari branch currently doesn't have many people. I'll take you to the branch right now. Follow me. You led them to a dilapidated house. We're here. This is Gappo's Ari branch,
and the place you led me to doesn't seem very good.
Huh? This does look a bit disappointing. Hearing their criticism of this place,
You feel quite sad and sit down on the ground, lowering your face. Sorry.
the branch is a bit small. Oh no, it's not because of that. Seeing you like that, they quickly changed the subject to comfort you.
Oh, it's just the heat.
Come on, let's go in quickly. This is the right entrance, right? Just as the curtain was lifted, a tall, muscular man stepped out, surprising Debo. Yeah. He looked annoyed and asked, "Who are you guys?" Gappo means the Aryan branch, and branch manager Sagan, noticing that he is upset, quickly steps in to explain. Only then does Pa come forward.
Mr. Salawan, they are the LPAM team from Victoria Island. Nice to meet you.
I am Salawan, head of the Aryan branch of the Trading Guild. Oh my God, you guys are really weak. Rumors say that after hearing that, CE had to interrupt. But since they were personally chosen by Lord Gappo, it would be better to show some respect. Without a word, he pushed the boy away.
Are you okay? I'm fine. Why are you acting like that and shouting loudly? Even you don't trust your own people. Damn it, it seems even Lord Gappo doesn't know what's going on here.
How can he send these amateurs? I won't show mercy to anyone until I see their true abilities. Even though Lord Gappo recommended you, I won't believe in you until I see your strength with my own eyes. Do you think you can do anything in Aryan with just experience from Victoria Island? New recruits? That comment has officially pissed him off. This damn guy just wants to see how strong we really are. Afraid of the fight, Bao Mi had to step in and talk. So what do you want to say? Get straight to the point. He started setting the rules. I need to test your skills carefully. Listen up. The gold level gate with 3 rips. A maximum of 28 people. Only 1 winner is needed to succeed. Go in and 1 person will finish. Hearing that, even someone who has stayed here for a long time would be terrified, let alone their group.
What? Even if Sir Salagwan from Team Elpam clears that challenge alone, he shouts loudly just to see real strength be quiet.
If they can't even do that, they'll only get in others' way. But Bao Mi doesn't need anyone to speak up for her.
She'll protect her teammates herself and finish alone.
Is that the only condition? Salomon was also surprised.
What? Say that question again.
I'm asking if finishing it alone is the only condition. Oh, you're quite confident, huh? I'll add 1 more, finishing within a week. The captain is already angry. She's quite hot-tempered. He's the one provoking her relaxation, suddenly making us compete again within a week. That's ridiculous. He underestimated them, thinking they couldn't do it.
That's unreasonable. It sounds like you're saying I don't have what it takes to do it.
Are you scared now? It's my turn. But if Bao Mi speaks up, in reality he won't tolerate doing something for nothing. That 10 million in love with numbers will be the reward for this kill.
Unlike Mr. Gappo, this gentleman seems more temperamental. Are you crazy? Is there something wrong with your head?
Do you think you're in a position to bargain?
They only accept his word based on the initial agreement, and everything they do is solely for the reward. Don't misunderstand. Even though we came to Aryan under Gabbo's orders, we don't care about the details of this place. We only act based on the payment we receive.
This trip isn't up for negotiation.
If you don't like it, we'll cancel the mission and go back to use psychological tactics to make the conversation seem more reasonable.
If Aryan's unilateral actions cause the relationship with the Gaypor Trade Guild to be severed, who do you think will bear the consequences? It seems the internal affairs are quite complicated, just as the rumors say. With a humble expression, I will acknowledge this, so please stop. This is really interesting. Seeing this attitude, even an old-timer like me can't stay calm. Do you dare to threaten me? Very bold, insolent, and arrogant. Talking to this kid is more enjoyable than I expected, but he's not stupid. Fine, I like that. Let me offer you a little extra incentive. Wealthy people tend to make more attractive offers than the wages others expect. I'll pay you an extra 5 million mesos for each day you finish a week early. If you complete it in 1 day, you'll get 30 million masos. That's 3 times your 10 million offer. The man smiles mischievously. How is it? The new recruit sounds appealing, right? Hearing what you need to hear, you smile happily and lead the way. The sky is clearing. The sun shines directly on everyone, moving forward through difficulty. It's so hot, I can't take it anymore. Why is the gate right in the middle of the desert? We're almost there. Stop complaining. Get up. You're really cold-hearted. Don't you feel any heat at all? Everyone else is exhausted. Only he still has the strength to care about others. Hey, Kiri, are you okay? Only he seems to notice what you're wearing. She's wearing steel armor in this heat. Just looking at it makes me feel suffocated. I'm fine. You're upset about his question. What? No way. That armor must be getting really hot, right? I'm really okay. I can't believe I touched her. Wearing armor like that in the desert. Are all the sauce knights like her? Truly extraordinary. But suddenly, he couldn't believe that touching her didn't feel hot at all, but instead like being in an extremely cold place. So cool. Not freezing cold, it was like ice. Actually, at this moment, she reveals to everyone that she wore this armor because of the desert. This armor has an integrated temperature regulation device tailored to the environment, a gift of honor from the royal family for our knights. Both Miner and Jap felt it was unfair and unhappy. What is going on? Have you just been feeling cool and comfortable all this time? That's not fair at all. If there's an item like that, it should be shared. She forced a smile. Oh, sorry. Next time then. Suddenly he hugged her tightly. You scared her half to death. Are you peeing? What are you doing? Put me down right now. That trembling voice of yours. Kiri, you crave alcohol so much you can't resist this tempting treat. Oh my God, stay still. Let me enjoy this a little. Why are you holding that cool thing all to yourself? You crazy bastard. Shut up! Your words give her chills. She refuses to let you get close. Just let me cling a little longer. Don't come any closer to me. Let go. Don't do this. I thought we were closer than this.
What are you talking about? Oh my God.
Seeing them hug made her feel embarrassed, too. Are you jealous? She also wants to hold her waist. If you touch her pride, you'll get punched. Annoyed. She has to remind him of the criteria for this agreement.
Come on, remember there's a time limit. We should find the gate quickly.
It's after reviewing everything, I finally see the portal. Even she is surprised.
I didn't expect it to be here. Has it been here all along?
I told you we were close. Fearing she might have some private time with Pao Mi, she hurried everyone along. Let's go, we're in a hurry. Before they could move, a giant monster suddenly burst out of the ground. What? As expected, something happened. The team leader quickly stepped forward to shield her. I knew it. Nothing is ever easy.
A horde of monsters is climbing up from the ground, blocking the gate. They don't seem to intend to let us in. Everyone gather up, get ready, we're going hunting.
At this moment, the scene shifts back to a magnificent palace, where Sir stands there nervously. Salaman.
Yes, Your Highness, what happened to El Pam and his group? He's been worried about the situation ahead for about 2 hours now. They should have found the gate by then. Maybe the appearance of those monsters was arranged. Fried must be around the gate, right?
Yes, Your Highness. Both of them are discussing the people risking themselves in their place.
Yeah, they are third circle adventurers. They should be able to handle it. What I want to know is whether they can pass through the gate within a week.
Salam, what do you think? You still don't trust this young group. It's too early to believe in them, just as the rumors say.
But how about their actual success in saving Jack Rick and hunting Banlock? Rumors are always exaggerated. There's hope if they can overcome those monsters soon.
I think it's too early to trust them, just based on Go's message. Let's observe for a while longer.
Your Highness, I know that if they are still struggling with this gate, then it's all meaningless now. El Pam, please give it your all and fight forward with all your strength. Don't let me down. Everyone focus on defeating these monsters.
I thought the monsters in this desert were really strong. Turns out everyone is just overreacting.
We haven't even started yet. Bao Mi has crushed her teammates' confidence. We've only just entered the gate.
Money-hungry people like Jiap Han are excited and eager. It's best to finish in 1 day to earn 30 million and get the fever, so we will complete it within 12 hours.
From here on, it can't be more intense. What? I really can't believe it. The answer shocked everyone. 12 hours for real?
You're truly an ambitious person. I like that.
So are we going to get paid extra or not?
This needs to be clear. He still tried to negotiate for a little more money at the gate, but with that money-hungry attitude, lower your voice a bit. But boss, the Golden Gate has 3 layers. How can we finish it in 12 hours? A flash of gold, so no need to get paid. What the hell is that? Suddenly, a subordinate ran in. Your Excellency Salaman, he replied irritably. What's going on? I'm busy. It's just that he was caught by you before he could even catch his breath and was yelled at. I told you I was in a hurry. Captain Elpham, not knowing what was going on, spoke up to tease him. What? You're even worse than I thought. Before you could speak, he kept talking.
I guess you haven't entered the gate yet, just look at your face. I can tell. Have you given up? I kept asking, but you didn't answer, and he got annoyed, you damn fools. Did you run away from the free day right before the gate?
Suddenly, something sharp hits next to him. What the hell is this?
Are you kidding? Seeing the item in front of you, is that the R item from the Golden Gate? I knew it. You guys are scammers. You even can't tell right from wrong. I thought this was fake. How dare you bring fake items to deceive me? It's only been half a day since you entered the gate. Don't yell at me. If you're going to lie, at least try a little harder. Do you think you can mock me like that? Enough talk. You claim this is real. 100 million meso. I will give you that amount if it's fake. And if not, you must pay me 100 million meso.
Look me in the eye. What do you think? Do you dare to be that bold? You're as hot-tempered as him. Bringing up these things seems pretty disrespectful. What? 100 million in fake items fool you. Wait a minute. Sir Salaman X-Men approaches the ground where the badge is lying. This is not a red item. The eagle emblem here clearly indicates it is a Royal Knight's Honor badge, confirming it is genuine and earned through their efforts. I remember now. This was awarded to the knights who participated in the gate attack, where no one returned. If he takes this back, it means E.O. Pam has truly looked at the person in front of him. I see you recognize this item. He shifted his gaze as if he knew something, or should reveal the identity of His Highness Z. Seeing this humble appearance, he couldn't stay silent. It seems you are very sure this item belongs to the kingdom. Did you build it, or should I say, I did. No one could possibly be unaware of this person's identity. The third prince of the Aryan kingdom, finally revealing his secret sponsor, Prince Kassan of the Gapo merchant house. It seems he's not very comfortable with you. What nonsense are you spouting now? He grabbed the team leader's person, angrily shouting everywhere.
This damn bastard stops talking nonsense about the betting. Now it's the Crown Prince Kasan, not wanting to believe what he hears just because he knows about the royal military parade, and calls him a prince. If that's the case, then I am the king of this kingdom. This is just ridiculous. What is he even talking about? I'm a prince. Maybe he's trying to hide something, which is why you refuse to admit your identity. I may look like this, but I know a lot of things others don't pay attention to. I've traveled everywhere doing all sorts of odd jobs, so I just happen to know things by chance. I worked hard, so now I get to work there. The compliments make me a bit embarrassed.
You frown in annoyance. Is it just some random information you happen to learn while doing errands? Clenching his hand tightly around his arm.
You want that? I never expected you to bully him so brazenly.
Do you know what is taboo when trying to deceive others? What kind of wizard is this that's so strong? You're angry now, and your hand doesn't want to hear any more. Sorry, maybe you saw something when you grabbed it. A person's hands reflect the life they've lived, the position and shape of their calluses. How do the muscles form? Just by observing carefully, I can partly imagine a person's life, showing a suspicious and annoyed expression, but the hand is clean and intact like that of a servant boy. I noticed something very strange right from the moment I arrived here. Seeing the person in front of you, yourself, the branch manager, a seemingly carefree man, but just from that hand, it's impossible. That hand is not the hand of a merchant who spends all day counting money. Just looking at it reveals the identity he has hidden for many years, and more than that, it resembles the hand of a soldier who has been wielding a sword and training for decades.
I can't hear what you're saying,
he snapped and tried to punch him. This place is full of outlaws. Those bastards don't care if you're a branch manager or not, and there's no need for him to confirm anything. Well, that's true, so I can't be certain just based on the hand. But what makes me sure is that as long as the person is important, that's enough. He looked at them confidently and affirmed. At that moment, both of them acted very naturally, as they argued with each other, making it hard for others not to suspect. A superior officer is furious, and an employee is being oppressed. I've seen this scene many times before here, and finally I understand the main point, but the key lies elsewhere. If he had only been an ordinary soldier for all those years, he would never dare to act against you. Someone unaccustomed to such situations would find it very difficult to fully hide their loyalty. He still insists on defending himself to the end. Low Beach. Why would a prince have to suffer and play such a role? There's no reason at all, so why do I think there are many reasons to do it? For example, they are just one of many reasons for this battle, personally selecting the people they will use in the fight for the throne. Immediately, the sword pointed at him. Hey, what the hell are you talking about?
Enough!
Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted, revealing that their group was more formidable than I had imagined. That's interesting. I see why Gappo recommended you. I had expected this after hearing some rumors about you. The prince has revealed his identity, but you have exceeded my expectations and are no longer hiding. That's right, no more hiding. He took off his hat. I am Prince Khan, and now everything has turned upside down. You are cautious in your questioning. Elpam, when did you find out about this? I suspected from the moment I was sent to Arion, and it was Gapur himself who personally sent us there. I guess he must have a sponsor in Arion. As expected, from the moment I received the mission and first met His Highness, I suspected that Gabo's patron was the Prince of Ari, the famous handsome Prince Khan. This is truly the real test. Not only your exceptional abilities, but also your ability to grasp the situation is excellent. Yes, I need explorers like you. The scene shifts back to that gate, and the prince begins to make an offer. Gold level, up to 99 people. Your team will enter the gate alongside other explorers I personally select. What is in the test is actually the last will. Work with them to retrieve the last will left inside the gate. You have 1 week. If you succeed, I will reward you with 60 million. But it won't be as easy as Gappo. What you receive is my refusal. I refuse. He remains calm. What is the reason? At first, you just wanted to test us. I thought coming here would just be a mission, but it turns out I was just a pawn on the game of fame. I believe it's a necessary step, and I was initially willing to accept if the reward was enticing enough. Money is important, but I can't risk it. So what do you want now? Collect an item within the allotted time to receive an appropriate reward. It seems like a test at first glance, but in reality it's completely different. If we agree to join this time, their group will probably be doomed here. Even if we successfully pass through the city gate, there's still a chance that the kingdom's forces will eliminate us without a trace. Since this mission wasn't assigned by the Aryan branch of the Gappo Trade Guild, but directly by you, Prince Khan,
The moment we accepted this task, we were already on the same boat with you, understanding your main intentions immediately. So are you implying you want extra payment for the risk?
I've been standing for so long I'm exhausted.
Sit down on the ground and calmly raise your question.
The person you are supporting is the Gab Trade Guild,
Not us. We have no reason to risk our lives to help you, especially when the cost is too high.
The last thing he wants is money.
Unless the reward matches the risk. Understanding this person's mindset, tell me what kind of reward you want, and I will decide after hearing your proposal. This gentleman can no longer hold back and speaks up to remind him.
You rude brat, if your group can pass through the gate, I will grant each member an attractive reward, a unique grade equipment based on their ability and divided by rank. All of these items are important, rare, cursed, unique, and legendary, and the power gap between levels is unimaginable.
Immediately, I felt a bit shaken, as the items Prince Kasan just promised, comparable to phoenix feathers or the transparent eye mask I have, each one powerful enough to break the boundaries between magical tiers.
It has been upgraded, but still can't do it. The fact that he announced he would distribute unique equipment to all members, not just one person. That means he sees us as the main force, still wanting more, but not enough to risk everything. You still want to equip your teammates further. We need a legendary item. Salaman couldn't take it anymore. Are you all crazy? A one-of-a-kind item is already too much, and now you want a legendary one too? No more negotiations. I will prepare a legendary item.
Losing something precious is worth it for His Highness, but I will make this clear.
With hope in their eyes, you have no more options left. You must bring back what I desire at all costs. You have 1 week. Turning back will only lead to a tragic end.
If we fail, I will take your lives. Salaman still cannot fully trust their group.
Can you trust that person?
Even after sacrificing so much, you still decide to go ahead.
The dice has been cast, and now everything is no longer decided by you.
Even if I do nothing, in the end I will have to follow the path of other princes. If I don't act first, I will be eliminated.
Someone has all the cards because of that woman,
And they are laughing happily. This is going to be interesting. Maybe this is the person who arranged all the games, but you are already in your mother's hands. Khan, I don't know what you're planning.
She may appear to be a good mother, but raising a child is a mother's duty. No more mercy. This time, I will teach her a lesson carefully. Minor is suddenly stunned. What? Prince Kasan. Even she couldn't believe that someone she just met earlier could be so noble. Is the third prince of the Aryan kingdom really far away? Is he just acting? Is he really Ghafor's sponsor?
Are you serious? Don't say it so loudly.
This is a secret. That Debo guy really is. Is it okay for you to tell us this? We are the ones who will directly participate in the fight to win. You should know because we'll be meeting him often. While Kiri was thinking, that greedy guy still tried to squeeze out a little more. Ghafor's sponsor is a prince. This is bigger than I thought. So a prince only paid us 30 million for the previous mission? Still feeling the reward isn't worth it, isn't that a bit stingy? Now he's finally revealing what he negotiated for the whole team. This time, the reward is a unique item for all of us. The more important thing is that it is a legendary item.
This reward can finally silence the ultimate armor.
He really is the perfect candidate to lead the country. It seems he truly is a prince. Put the beer down on the table. That's why I want to make you guys an offer.
What you want to take is what you risked your life to fight for. I will take the legendary item.
Minor couldn't sit still any longer and slammed the table, standing up. Oh my God. You act like we've already finished, boss, but that's not the deal. You're just making a statement. Strangely, someone as greedy as Jap doesn't seem to care about that item at all.
I can sell you my most unique item if you want. You're right that I could take that precious thing, but I will try my best to compensate my teammates and never let them suffer a loss.
I will make up for that to you. This is quite tempting. I will upgrade the rings for all of you as the bottles of beer clatter along, accompanied by the words of a drunken man.
So have you brought what I asked for? He's so drunk he can't hold the bottle in his hand.
Prince Khan, Abdullah of the 8th Kingdom of Aryan, responds confidently. Of course, your majesty in front of him is a pink gemstone. This is a dragon's heart. With this, you can attain immortality. They are father and son, but the way they address each other feels a bit unnatural. I am proud of you. You truly are my son, so may I ask you for a favor? He answered while drinking, just ask, and he asked a tricky question right away. The dragon's heart is a symbol of longevity, so why don't we hold a week-long festival? Please grant this festival. Lying on the beautiful woman's lap, he muttered about the festival. He thought his plan would succeed, and the king and queen would have to oversee all the festival events as they happened. That will be my chance to reach the gate. Instead of making the decision, he handed the authority to his wife. What do you think? But she calmly replied, I don't know. Perhaps everyone already knows the answer, right? Bringing the items you ordered is just a duty. I feel that responding with a festival is a bit too much. She is determined not to give them a chance. Do we really need to indulge him like that? Arya, the queen of the kingdom of Aryan. So he decided to listen to his wife. She does have a point. Arieta realizes that everything has changed because of the queen. The king has changed since Arita arrived. He relies on her for everything. He's no longer wise, just a shadow of his former self. To overthrow Ara from her position, I have no choice but to take a risk. I need to conquer that gate and try to persuade her one last time.
But Your Majesty, Aryan has always held festivals to celebrate important events. Moreover, this festival is to honor the king's longevity.
I hope to receive this king's approval. Does he really believe that isn't worth celebrating? At this moment, Arita finally spoke to reassure him. My brother is just giving his opinion. You're too emotional. Try to make him think you have no opinion at all, and besides, you could become king in the future. Look at you, complaining about a festival and still continuing to play mind games. Do you think the people will respect you if you act like that? Seeing how uncomfortable you looked, she finally agreed.
All right, I will allow it. I have to agree since you are still here. Even if you're acting like a child, I know you're loyal to the king. I won't deny that. Immediately, she plans to do something grand according to your wishes. And I will organize a big festival in a week as you wish. After spending so much time together, I didn't expect her to agree so easily.
She changed her mind. What is she planning? Smirking with a calculating look, it's quite interesting. Kyan, this time I'll play along with you. Do your best. I'm the one controlling everything in this game. Everything is part of the plan, and in the end, you'll still be in the palm of my hand. While trying to take down the monster, they suddenly remembered they needed to team up with a large group of others.
Weren't we supposed to attack this gate together with the others?
I don't see any other explorers. Their group is the last one Kaysen assigned a mission to. We are the last ones in. The other 94 people have already gone inside.
Huh? Then go after them quickly.
We need to get through this gate within a week. Upgrading your levels is my top priority right now, and it's not too late.
Just hearing this, Miner must be extremely upset. Oh my, if you raise your level within a week and cross the gate, you should be able to do it, right?
Wait, are we sharing the reward with others? Right now, instead of choosing to continue, they are stopping to calculate. I hope all of them die. That's not something a caring sister should say. Only their group was granted a generous reward. We are the only ones promised that prize. Great job, boss. She's already furious. Let's put that aside for now. How are we going to raise the level?
Everyone here is weak. I hope there's a slim chance.
Yeah, and you're only at level 3. Just wait until things get intense. Oh, right. I forgot to mention, the secret is being revealed again. I already advanced to the next round. Du was quite surprised. When was the 4th round? So it was from that moment after the match with the fanatic. Miner, now moping, spoke up.
Because he's the older brother, I'm stuck here. No matter what I do, I can't pass the woman's barrier.
You move forward bravely. Stuck? I will help them break through. Boss, don't worry. I will force you to break that limit. Everyone was stunned. You will fight me. Charge in as if you mean to kill me, as if everyone is facing each other, or else you will die. Immediately, he charged forward. Armor! He laughed like he had gone crazy. What's the use of raising the level if I die halfway through? The leader made a demand. I will give you 100 million mesos if you can hold out for 10 minutes against me. Everyone, charge and attack now. Even Kiri joins the fight. I have to push beyond my limits to become stronger. I will do my best. Miner also does not give up. I agree. I can't go back to Nautilus in this state. Debo shouted passionately.
You guys forget it! Everyone is determined to support you!
If I don't raise the ring, I'll have to pay interest on that 100 million mesos.
There, the battle begins with Pau's responsible and honorable commitment. From being close allies, now they no longer hold back and fight with all their might. What kind of wizard is this to be so fast? Could he have been a thief in his past life? Even that monster only has one body. Everyone, unite and attack him now.
Everyone else gathers all their strength and pushes forward, forcing him back. He stands alone, unwavering, facing them all by himself.
Is that enough to think? A wave of fire rushes toward Debo. It's too hot, Water. The loud shout echoes. Miner rushes forward to confront him.
Everyone step back. I will use my strength to land a powerful move and take him down.
Thinking she had already won, she hurriedly teased her opponent. What do you think? Even you can't stand it anymore, but I didn't expect that's all there is to it.
Young and inexperienced, you step out confidently. Is this all the strength your team has?
Standing there arrogantly without an opponent is truly disappointing. Miner screams in rage. For 4 days now, it's been the same stupid question. What can we do when nothing seems to work?
If we get closer, we'll be burned by hellfire, and our ranged skills can't even penetrate it. How are we supposed to fight against this unreasonable strength?
Kiri couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. He calmly pointed out the mistakes of everyone else. The reason you haven't found a way is because you're wasting your energy. If all you've done so far is divide roles, now you must gather your strength into a solid armor that can't continue. Then explain it clearly to us. That was his outburst of anger. If you still don't understand, there's nothing more we can do. He can only keep getting beaten until he understands. Well, he's not acting yet, damn it. It's hopeless. Fall back. Let's run ahead. Du tries to alert the others. Over here, everyone. He quickly runs toward the front exit. The third gate? She points towards the gate. Hurry up and get in, she said impatiently, glancing at him. This is also our final effort. El Pam. Even now, I still don't understand what he was planning. In the end, they realized I was just muttering to myself while everyone had already crossed the gate, even though I was the one who kindly brought them here from the start. Standing in front of that huge pit, but that was enough reason for me to be late. The space suddenly went quiet. All right, turn around and leave. I don't know what else might be hidden here, so I'll start cleaning up. The whole team finally made it through that gate. He was gasping for air. We're saved. Let's quickly plan our strategy before El Pam arrives. He won't be able to chase us for long since the gate has collapsed. He's already blown zero, yet he's still talking about money. If we can hold out here for 10 minutes, we'll make 100 million mayos. What a greedy person. We've passed 3 trials, but still can't escape this hellish place. But is the third gate also a desert? I'm about to go crazy from this heat. What's that sound? Suddenly, a scorpion crawled out of nowhere. I'm going crazy. It keeps attacking everyone. Damn it. But it didn't even flinch from their attacks. Was it not moving at all? You can even breathe fire. It's too hot. No one can get within 10 steps of that damn fire anymore. If this keeps up, I'll be roasted alive today. It's too hot. I can't get close. At this moment, she finally spoke up. Don't worry. It's just Miner's deadly aura again. A fool like you has no right to be here. If you can't fight from a distance, I'll get close. But it doesn't seem to be much better. Damn it, we barely escaped and the situation is still the same. No matter how strong we are, we can't compare to Pao Mi. The flames can't reach us, the defenses are solid, but it's still nothing compared to the boss. You see this as a challenge to overcome. You truly are the perfect prey for practice. Even in difficult times, she still tries to praise and encourage. It still has a bit more humanity than El, fighting with all its might. All right, Miner's son said. I admit, I thought she would keep bragging, but she realized her own abilities. Even this scorpion, like Elpam, I still can't break through, so I point my gun forward. So stick to the old formula and put all your strength into it. Even after fighting so fiercely, you're still alive? But Du won't give it a chance. You can't die yet. Stay determined to train. We need a punching bag for practice. We finally defeated this stubborn demon after all that fighting. That persistent creature is finally down. It's too hot. I almost got roasted. Miner can't hold on any longer. If this monster doesn't die here, have some water to cool down. Thank you. Seeing you complain like that, going to the bathroom is a kind gesture. No need to thank me. Anyone who can help should just help. The 2 girls couldn't help but get annoyed. What's wrong with him? I don't know. He's been like that for a while. While I was proud of myself, I think he was muttering something about maintaining the dignity of the third-round adventure. Can't hold back, Gia immediately mocked. Just because you just advanced to the 3rd round and you're making such a fuss. It's noisy, just this much, and you're already making a racket. Everyone has already reached the 4th round except for that inexperienced kid who thinks he's better than everyone else. No matter how hard you try, the gap won't close. Maybe this dangerous profession isn't right for you. After some back and forth, the 2 started fighting each other, but no one paid attention to the captain. So let's settle this with a fight, damn it. Hey, ready for me to teach you some manners? Looks like Pa is late. Yeah, it's past the gate time. It should have reappeared. Since no other adventurers are seen, did he meet Apa at the 2nd gate? What are they doing? He shakes his glass of wine and asks, What are you so tense about? Amid the lively atmosphere, he seems quite pensive. Now forget everything and just enjoy. The festival isn't over yet. Something's not right. Turns out, you're still suspicious of Arieta, but in the end, nothing actually happened. I thought the Empress must have had some ulterior motive in approving the festival, but isn't that a good thing? Still a bit naive. That's right. I should be happy that everything went according to plan. Staring intently at the glass of wine, but why do I feel so uneasy? Suddenly a woman's voice rang out. What are you doing here? The Empress has arrived, and you still act sarcastic. A festival is held to honor you. Yet the honored guests seem to enjoy nothing at all. Your Majesty. Seeing this, the 2 of them immediately stood up. What brings you here? Your Majesty, does a mother need a reason to visit her son? I just wanted to congratulate you on this special day with a bit of teasing, thinking I would personally pour you a cup. That voice seemed to think the two of you had parted ways. Oh dear, don't be so tense. You're hurting my feelings. Others might think I put poison in that wine. Suddenly, she became serious about her joke. Oh, right. I heard an interesting rumor. You knew about your negotiations with the captain's group, and the prince befriended a mercenary, right? Everything seems to be part of her plan. If caught in a sandstorm, it would be very dangerous, really concerning. I heard they are from somewhere else, so I had someone go to pick them up in advance. They have strayed far from the plan, and both are constantly surprised. No way. Has the queen really known everything? She not only stayed still, but also acted first. What intelligence did she get and from where, trapped in a mess of thoughts just because of a single message she sent to fetch someone? Could it be that the assassination team once wiped out an entire Aryan city in a single day? I've heard that no one has ever seen them and survived. In the prince's world, everyone knows Arita will use them when she wants someone to disappear. Nothing matters anymore because everything was part of Arita's plan to organize the festival. Just to lure me out, she knows everything and has sent assassins to track the adventurers. From the very beginning, I was already in her grasp. She appeared genuinely surprised. It seems the news just arrived at the right time. Suddenly, another person entered and said, I must leave for a while. And then they left, just as we received word from the escorts, and now the captain was exhausted from fighting. Strange. Looking at the crowd in front of me, I couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. These corpses show no signs of resistance, meaning they were killed before they could realize they were attacked. Who could have done this? Glancing at the blazing red badge. But the real question is, how could someone as clever as you not see through this scheme? I am the only one to survive from the second gate. Looking at the corpse, it's clear that someone wanted to sabotage the prince's plan. It's so hard to believe that I even doubt the impossible. What just happened? Could it be a ghost? Suddenly a beam of light appeared. I couldn't see it, but I was sure there was something right in front of me. Something that couldn't be just a strong hand hitting the ground, creating its own light. It's not just one person. If that's the case, all the effort we've put in so far has finally paid off. All right, I've found you all now. It's time to burn you to ashes. But no matter how long I fight, I can't deal any damage. It's useless. I thought I only knew about you from rumors, but it turns out it's true. Even before going back in time, I only heard rumors. But now I've seen it with my own eyes. An ability called hypnotic suggestion that makes the body vanish and instantly eliminate the target. The strongest assassin team, Aryan Hasten, a masked man, speaks. Standing there is useless. We are well prepared and determined to take you down. Everyone is equipped with fire resistance gear to counter your fire magic. His staff can make Pao Mi's voice echo far away. Without fire, your abilities can't cause any damage. More arrogant words, we have no reason to lose, just struggle and die in despair. But you still stand there tall and firm. You've probably had enough fun. No more playing hide and seek with these people. This game ends here. No matter how strong you are, how can your shadow stealth skill resist fire? Your words make them cautious. It really was tough to deal with back then. I'm just starting to activate my new ability, but you should have come before I reached the 4th stage. They couldn't believe it. How is that possible? You calculated that move a step ahead. What did you break your wine glass over? The Queen Dowager is angry now. Tell me clearly. Say it louder. The frightened subordinate reports that 5 people managed to escape through the gate. They quickly ran forward, all of them being Prince's adventurers, unable to contain themselves. She was so furious she couldn't speak. Truly a bunch of arrogant fools. Another person stepped in and said, "What's wrong, Your Majesty? It seems my friend is making good progress." Seeing this person, she was even angrier, which I truly appreciated. "Your Majesty, I didn't expect you to be so considerate as to care for my friend as well." He happily raises his glass towards the Queen as a gesture of gratitude. "Please allow me to offer you a toast." In the middle of the barren desert, an old, dilapidated structure appears solitary under the moonlight, resembling a secret hideout. Inside the building, near a flickering yellow light, 2 men are talking. The imposing figure standing before them is Prince Kazan of Orion. He asked, "Have you brought that thing with you yet?" Ipa, kneeling opposite, looks dirty as if he just fought a fierce battle and reports the situation to Kazan. "I found a letter inside the gate. In recognition of your achievement," Kazan nodded in praise. "Truly you have made a great contribution? Surely the heavens sent you to help me." But Ipa didn't rush to hand over the letter and said seriously, "I can't just give it away like that." "What do you mean by that?" He calmly continued, "I was attacked by assassins during the raid and there were weapons aimed at me. It seems I got involved in your affairs sooner than I thought." Then he presented the letter to Kazan. "If we want to deal with it, we first need to understand everything. For example, what exactly is this letter?
The letter you are holding is a last will created by me and the other princes. The memories of the brothers who fell, if any of us are marked by her, we must leave evidence in the form of a will. And if the surviving brothers find that evidence, they will use it to overthrow Arita. His voice grew more and more furious. I want to overthrow Arita and rebuild Ariant while she wants to hide the truth.
This letter is very important to both me and Arena. From what I just heard, El Palmi reached a definite conclusion.
So the assassin sender is Arita Kasan.
Also does not deny it. He said, "Yes, I was extremely shocked when I realized it,
But I am glad you returned alive.
Ipa, still kneeling on the cold stone floor, suddenly interrupted. Your Highness Han. His face grew more serious. This letter is completely useless. What did Kasan freeze in surprise at this statement? El Pa immediately stands up straight and throws something forcefully onto the floor.
He said I found something interesting on the assassins heading to Daitak.
At this moment, what lies sprawled on the dirt floor is a severed arm at the wrist, right at the artery, with a strange red symbol clearly visible. Seeing the symbol, Khan's face immediately darkened. This seems to be what El Pa also anticipated. He continued to ask, "Do you recognize it now?" If this mark is on the assassin, sent directly by ADA, there is only one conclusion. Arieta is a follower of the Dark Sorcerer. At the same time, somewhere else, a dark scene filled with black and red glowing webs. Queen ADA respectfully presents Win with a giant black spider. His voice echoed full of disappointment. I am extremely disappointed with how this matter was handled. Ai lowers her head in self-blame, with no words left to defend herself, her face hidden in worry and fear of punishment. I didn't expect Canaan's E group to destroy the Hussein gang. Suddenly, a man with white hair stepped out of the shadows, his voice deep and calm. I know him very well. Are you Vok? You appear battered and torn, with a ruined body and both arms cut off. I was stunned and exclaimed, "You are still alive?" Ivok seemed unfazed by this shock. He stepped forward confidently and said, "I have a sure way to kill him. Give me one more chance." Ada frowned as if mocking. "A chance? That's ridiculous."
You have failed. Your opportunity is gone.
Win's tense voice suddenly interrupted, telling her to turn and apologize to Arena, while Win continued giving instructions for AD to handle this together. Hearing this, Ara's face darkened. She clenched her teeth in anger, but instead of responding, she curled her lips into a sinister smile. "Thank you, Lord Win." From the shadows, the chained demons with glowing red eyes gradually appear. He is full of confidence. This time, we will definitely succeed. Returning to the scene inside the abandoned building in the desert, upon hearing El Pa's revelation, Kasan trembles and exclaims, "The Queen is a follower of the Dark Mage?" El Pa continues to reveal that the Dark Sorcerer's disciple has deeply infiltrated Arian, and that when that letter was used, the one waiting for the Queen is not Arita, but His Highness. In that moment, past memories flood back, the palace engulfed in flames. He recalls that before the rewind, Kasan was waiting for the letter. He used the letter to reveal Arita's true identity at that moment. The follower's true form was exposed, and he ambushed Kasan. He recalls the scene of Kasan collapsing, his chest pierced by a blurry, blood-stained sword spreading across the ground. Back to the present, Kasan grits his teeth. Long here is disappointed. Is it too late? Suddenly, El Pa suggests another way, or maybe to leave this place. Kasan was surprised and asked again, "What?" El Palmi calmly continued speaking. "Once you make Arita, the one backed by the Dark Mage, your enemy, there will be no safe place in Arian. If you stay, all you'll have to look forward to is death. The greatest foolishness is to forget that the letter is a way to survive. If you leave the throne, Arita might no longer pay attention to you." Hearing those words, Kasan quietly clenched his fists, then gradually calmed down and released them. The prince took the letter and burned it under the candlelight, calmly replying, "I understand, I won't use this letter, just as you said. But I can't give up like this. Right now, so many people are still suffering under Arena's cruelty. If this continues, Arian will have no future." Even though the enemy is not just a believer, in the face of Arita's cruelty and the will to save Ari, Kasan shouted with determination, "I will never give up this country. You can step down from now on." Before he could finish, suddenly Salaman, the guard outside, rushed in shouting, "Your Highness!" Kasan immediately asked what's going on. Salaman, panting, reported that the palace is currently opening the prince's tomb gate. Upon hearing that, Kasan was stunned, his eyes wide as he shouted the prince's tomb impossible. The legendary explorer, once called the strongest in Arian, 4th Prince Sleer. Although he is a prince, he shows no fear and conquers countless gates. You admire him, and even I acknowledge S. Lo. He is both powerful and reputable, the closest candidate to the throne. But one day, San Lo entered the gate and never returned. That event shook the entire kingdom, and from then on, that gate was called the Prince's Tomb.
Ka-san suspiciously asked, "So why is it opening now, after being sealed for so long?" "What are they really planning?"
Salomon hesitantly replied, "Yes.
"Your Majesty has personally declared that whoever conquers this gate will become the next heir to the throne."
After hearing this, the person fell silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke up.
"This is Arita's trap. She will disguise it as an accident and eliminate all participating princes. It's too obvious." Salomon also agreed with that reasoning.
"The new recruit is right. Your Highness should temporarily step back for now. But even though I know Arita's scheme,
I won't back down. I must participate.
Otherwise, it would be just like falling into her trap."
Salomon still tried to stop you.
"But, Your Highness, in this situation, I calmly speak up. I will help you." The prince was stunned by you. Damn it. Ignoring the prince's surprise, he continued speaking. "I think we will soon become Arita's target because of this. I believe we are now on the same side. Your Highness was completely surprised by my decision. Kasan is very grateful. Thank you sincerely. You will be a great support. Now my mind is flooded with distant memories. I won't let Kasan wait again like before when we turn back." Before the reversal, the cultists exploited Aryan Port to spread monster corpses from the gate across the region. Ariant was then their main stronghold. Anyway, I'm glad I hurried to Ariant and witnessed the Prince Khan's unexpected moment. Now I have put him at the top, rooting out the cultists completely. You, with a very confident look, stare straight at Prince Kasan and say firmly, "I promise you this, I will make you king." The princes were summoned, each kneeling on one knee on the floor, showing respect to the king before them. In contrast, the king was sprawled comfortably on a long chair, drinking heavily.
Wait until all the princes are gathered, then he with a flushed face full of drink speaks teasingly. "All right, everyone is here. As you know, the court has decided to select the crown prince through the prince's tomb, where each candidate must enter the gate, conquer it, and bring back Sale's remains." Although this event was announced in advance, the princes still couldn't help but feel confused. Immediately, the second Prince Mook spoke up, saying, "But Your Majesty, traditionally the crown prince has been chosen through martial arts, literature, and then a vote from the people. There has never been a precedent for selecting a crown prince by conquering the gate." The eldest Prince Gunsan, kneeling nearby, also added, "That's right. Such a sudden change would provoke fierce opposition from the people," ignoring the words of the two princes. The king calmly sipped his wine and said, Perhaps, but Ai also said the palace needs reform." Hearing this, Prince Kasan immediately questioned whether a single word from the queen could overturn tradition. He spoke very seriously, saying, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. We still have time to change now." Next to Kasan was the fifth Prince Sanj with a worried look about the current situation. Suddenly, in the tense atmosphere, the sixth Prince Asaz voiced an opposing opinion to his older brothers. "If His Majesty has made a decision, then that is the tradition. The king's will is Aryan's will and has become the new tradition. The exalted king seems to only hear what he wants and ignores any opposition to his decision." After hearing the words of Prince Liu, he sat up, unsure if he was sober or drunk. "That's right. My words are the tradition. The battle for the throne will proceed as planned. The date is set for a week from now, and anyone who gives up will forever lose their chance to compete. Are you forming a group or not? That's up to you. I've said what I needed to say." Having said that, he turned and left. "My beautiful wife is waiting, Crown Prince." At saw this and hurriedly followed. "Your Majesty, I am accompanying you." The princes are extremely tense, their faces darkening. What is going on? "Adath, what trick are you up to this time?" At this moment, Khan spoke up. "The princes are all waiting for the signal during the fight at the gate. That is Arita's goal. We must not fight each other. My goal is to overthrow Arita's rule. There's no reason to become enemies. We must unite, Your Majesty Arita, and reclaim Aryan." It seemed the other princes would unite against Arita, but the fifth prince, Sanj, refused. "I cannot side with you," Khan suddenly spoke, and Prince Sanj, the fifth prince, was filled with suspicion. "Don't pretend to want unity. Deep down you only think you're the only one fit to be king, right? That's disgusting. I believe I can do better for Aryan than anyone else." With that, Sanj turned his back and left the palace hall. "Just wait and see. I will become the crown prince and overthrow Al-Waha myself." Kasan was startled and raised his hand to stop him. "Are you shouting? Sanj, if I start killing each other, won't we fall right into Arita's trap?" But he could not stop the fifth prince. He clenched his teeth in anger. However, beside Kasan, there are still two senior brothers, the eldest and second Princes Kasan.
Both placed their hands on his shoulders to comfort him. We will do our best with you. Kasan turned to look at the two of them. Moved. Brothers, Crown Prince Mukit's face is full of trust. We know you've been preparing for a long time to face Arita. This is the opportunity. An opportunity for the one recognized as the Crown Prince to seize power and overthrow Arena. Unlike us who lack courage, you are the wisest and most talented. I am looking for someone who can lead this country. Kason, deeply moved, bowed his head respectfully and thanked the elders everyone. Thank you for your trust in me. The Crown Prince then expressed his trust in Kasan. Yes, Kasan, we will do everything we can to help you, but what about inviting a powerful adventurer? Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. In the middle of the room is a long wooden table crowded with participants in a meeting, surrounded by adventurers with distinct styles and personalities. Kasan, who is chairing the meeting, is the first to speak. That's why I want to hire you for this competition. At this moment, LPM, sitting across from Kasan, spoke up and said, We are ready. That's not an issue, but there is one condition. The third princess and our team are the only ones allowed to enter. Hearing this absurdity, Salomon, standing behind Kasan, immediately shouted, What? Absurd. This is a matter of succession and the Crown Prince. How can you leave the third prince alone with you? The Imperial Guards will accompany us. LPME calmly responds. The third prince is not a daredevil and must always be protected, but if just one member of the team is not strong enough, he will become a burden. Inside, he harbored even more doubts. If Arita learns about Kason's plan, it proves there is a traitor within the palace, and even the Imperial Guards cannot completely trust those inside. We have discussed with Kasan, and will proceed accordingly. Ipa was lost in thought when suddenly someone spoke up. Then let's see if we really are a burden or not. As soon as the words left his mouth, the wooden table was shattered into pieces amidst the thick dust and smoke. Khan suddenly shouted from afar, Salam, what are you trying to do? Salomon stands firmly in front of Khan and says, Your Highness, forgive my rudeness, but I must crush this arrogant brat. Then, two stealthy guards appear from either side of Salomon, rushing forward. On the arm of one of the two rushing figures, a glowing symbol appeared, resembling a thorny vine wrapped around the wrist. Recognizing its meaning, a fellow adventurer exclaimed, No wonder you are confident enough to join the team. Fine, if you defeat Devo, we will let you join. Hearing that, Devo panicked, but we're only at the third round. Before he could finish, the two guys rushed towards him, who was trembling, and he shouted, Wait, wait! He instinctively fought back, but the outcome was shocking. Both of them fell to the ground. Devo stood frozen in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. Seeing that scene, Salomon couldn't help but be surprised and shouted something. Defeated by someone who's only at the third circle, yet responds with confidence as if never afraid of the opponent. Of course, I am that powerful warrior. The adventurers' team members were not surprised by the result. It's not that the Imperial Guards are weak, but that we are too strong. Now you understand the difference in class, right? As if unable to accept defeat. Salomon's anger is far from over. Still not letting him finish. Khan stepped forward, raising his hand to interrupt the guard, and said, El Farm, I follow your advice, so what should I do next? I then approached the four adventurers and designated them to train the Crown Prince. Minor was very surprised and asked again about the training. Are we really allowed to do this? Can we freely fight a prince to train? Unexpectedly, that revered prince bowed his head and begged for your help. Salomon, your highness, I will do whatever it takes to reclaim Arian. Because the people rely on me, because my brothers trust me, I cannot hesitate. If I am to keep my promise, the prince clenched his fist. Long Day was determined. I am willing to do anything. Hearing that, LPME smiled and said, Well then, but remember, this is even more brutal than a real battle. Kason responded with determination, All right, that's exactly what I want. Let's begin now. During the first training session, swords swung wildly, dust filled the air, Kan's sword was knocked out of his hand and he staggered. Chero shouted, raising his sword again, You're not done yet! Kasan, covered in wounds and holding his sword to keep his balance, still replied bravely, Yes, please continue. Prince Khan has undergone numerous trainings from other adventurers and faced many different weapons. At this moment, Kazan was extremely battered, with blood flowing from his wounds. He is unsteady on his feet, but still wants to train one more time. Please be a little worried. She tries to stop him from continuing. If that's the case, don't worry too much. This training is only for emergencies. As long as there is nothing unusual, Raf will always be by your side. Kason asked unexpectedly. Raf, El Farm. I thought you would follow me. Seeing the prince's confusion, I explained further, although Raph doesn't look like it, he's actually the team's medic. Even if you fall into danger in battle, he can instantly heal and create a heavenly shield for you. And Raph not only knows how to treat wounds, but he can also fight, which is quite impressive. What a hassle. Even though Raph is focused on the prince, the others still have no trouble handling things. Raph muttered with a pout, well, quite impressive. What a hassle. After hearing the introduction, Prince Kasan was deeply impressed that such incredible adventurers followed me. And I have nothing to give in return. If possible, please accept this. At least when everything is over, I promise to reward you generously, even more than what was agreed upon. The prince then handed a bag full of shining gold to Raph. Seeing this, Raph, who had been indifferent and aloof earlier when introduced, now kneels on one knee, showing utmost respect and pledging loyalty to serve him. Your Highness, let's start by treating your wounds first. Minor and Devo looked at the scene with disgust, both sharing the same thought. Is he really that stubborn? All right, when you're healed, let's have another match. The sky is gradually darkening as a group of masked people sit around a table and chat. How about the succession war? Finally, the palace has taken action. Then our Cat Shadow clan must also step in and give them a clear warning this time. Let's eliminate Abdullah. Consider it a proper warning. No, if we do that, what's the difference between us and Arena? A harsh voice interrupted the argument. Silence, everyone. Shouting at each other won't accomplish anything. No matter what, our only mission is to overthrow the royal hounds and cleanse Aryan once and for all. Everyone in cloaks and warrior attire strides forward, their muscular figures and flowing hair in the wind creating a sense of solemnity and determination. The first and second princes watch below and talk to each other. So the battle has begun. The battle for the throne. I know I have to retreat this time, but I trust you will do well for us. Of course, Kasan, with his determined expression to win, we will definitely succeed. A person stepped forward and said to him, It's ridiculous. What can a bunch of vagabonds from Victoria Island do? Crown Prince Assassin stepped out with 2 guards. Stop wasting your breath. The victory will be mine because I have hired the strongest explorers of Aryan. Red Scorpion, with a deadly sharp gaze. Judging by this situation, Kasan is basically doomed, and the only one left enjoying the victory. At the same time, Sanj also slowly stepped out. Prince Sanjmukh and Kasa looked towards Sanj, as if he had summoned the strongest warriors of the Kasa kingdom. It seems my brothers also put in quite an effort. Gunsan approached Mooks and Kasan to cheer them on. I know this battle will be tough, but I believe in you. Kasan smirked. You are the only one who can end Queen Arita's reign and restore Aerie to its former glory. Sanj heard their conversation, his face darkening, grinding his teeth, when suddenly a voice rang out. You have waited too long. Who will be the future king? The one daring to enter the prince's tomb and lead Aryan in this battle for the throne. One holding Abdullah's sword, the other pointing at them. Right now, I, Abdullah V, declare war. Is that really Abdullah? What a troublemaker. The maps fluttered in this air, guiding the way. Everyone holding a map should look at it. Show your strength and wisdom on the path to the throne. Does each map only have one person holding a sword and a blazing red flower? Is this a star map? Everyone was puzzled. What does it mean? Does anyone know? Even someone as informed as me can't understand it. Kazan seemed to have discovered something, his eyes widening. Kasan paid attention to the man collapsed before the sword on the map. A bloodied figure and a flower. Could it be a rose? A blood-red flower? A field of roses and something illusionary? That flower only blooms in a few rare places in Ari. The prince's tomb is in the blood-red wasteland, where roses flourish. Kasan looked doubtful. This riddle is too easy, fitting to test the intelligence of a king. Let's go. Kasan turned to the side. Anyway, I consider you my only rival in this challenge. Brother Kasan Sanj, with a fierce look, is glaring at Kasan. So I hope you can reach the gate. Without waiting for Kasan to react, Sanj left, so let's go too. Sanj-do is worried. What should we do now? Could they all be geniuses? Ipa said nothing, only focused on the map in his hand.
Hey, are you listening? It seems someone has arrived at the location. We've found them.
I know for sure it's here. It's the team of Evil Slayer that has arrived. It seems we're the first to arrive, of course. Because I am the smartest and most perceptive among my brothers, the evil assassin looks excited. I will prove that to my father, the Emperor. I am the most worthy of the throne. The assassin uses his hands to take down the people there. Hurry and get through the jeet. A sudden flash of light streaks past the assassin. What is that? What are you doing? Attacking the allies from the same direction? The next frame shows only splashes of blood flying everywhere, with all movements cut off. The dagger drops to the ground, leaving a long scratch, and dust and stones fly up. San holds a bow and arrow and shoots at Seiyan, but the arrow stops right in front of someone.
Our goal is to restore Ari, not to kill indiscriminately.
Don't forget that. Ileska angrily clenched her fist. Ileska scooped up a handful of red, the blood spreading into a distorted shape. This is the most effective way to send a clear warning message to the palace. You know that too. So how are we any different? Ileska angrily said, Do you plan to let them go through the gate? Could it be that this is Arita's plan? No, Ileska. In fact, we have already fallen into Arita's trap. The blade was thrown directly at the gate, causing a loud explosion that shot out sparks, destroying the previously peaceful space. The assassin collapsed onto the sand without a word. Moving the gate, Arita must have prepared in advance. Knowing we would sabotage the conquest of the gate, this is what will destroy both the prince and the sand bandits in one strike. After the explosion, a large pit appeared near the gate, a fake gate. Sedge seriously said, There are probably many other fake gates set with similar traps. Instead of fighting, we need to understand first. That means Ileska suddenly turned around with an angry expression. We need to find the true tomb of the prince. Let's go. I'll take you along in case of emergencies. A hand suddenly reached out towards the assassin. That's not what I meant. I didn't mean switching to Kasan fighting the monster. The monster has already been defeated and fallen to the ground. Nice strike, Prince. We even found the entrance to the gate. Kasan's team has also reached the gate. Thank you all. It's all thanks to your efforts. Kasan, wiping sweat from his brow, looked at Aopa and said, So it turns out the Magu Oasis is the prince's tomb. How did you decode that picture? The map reappears once more, showing only a black sky, fallen warriors, and a red flower. To those who don't know, it might just be a scribbled drawing. The image of a person chained up with hands reaching out, but that dark sky is a sign of the Black Mage's attack on Aryan. The image of people lying scattered in pools of blood. On that day, Ari's warriors risked everything to fight against the Dark Sorcerer. The fallen warriors symbolize the Ari soldiers, and the red flower represents the blood they shed. When combined, the place where the Aryans spilled their blood on the day the other sorcerer appeared is the Magu Oasis, where the prince's tomb exists.
Kasan laughed. I was just lucky. Do you also rely on luck to be alive? You finally look more like a human.
All right, let's get going. Before I go, I have something to say to you. Your Highness. In his dirt-stained appearance, El Pa continued, If you are determined to become king, you must face forward. No matter who your opponent is, not even your brothers are exceptions. Ipa stands before the gate with a golden light shining from it, turning to look at Khan. The moment he steps into this place, it has already been predetermined. Kazan said nothing as the blinding golden light from the gate illuminated everyone, and they stepped onto the stone platform. Yes, we are the first to arrive. They quickly moved forward. Being the first to arrive, what do you mean? It's likely someone who was here before us since we started later. That makes more sense to stay alert. Because this challenge involves the throne, someone sitting on a tree branch is watching their actions. Knowing that the opponent might play tricks, suddenly he picks up a flute and prepares to blow. A deep, prolonged scream echoes, spiraling and tearing through the air as if the atmosphere is being spun and crushed, the sound rippling outward in rapid, tightening waves like a force twisting space itself. Everyone is stunned. What is that sound? A giant eye suddenly appeared on the flute. Something is coming from afar, rushing toward us. A mutated mushroom with a body that splits into a wide, tooth-filled mouth, the deadly fungus going berserk. Bo shouts, Is it that bastard again? Quickly use that move to block the toxic smoke. Don't worry about detoxing. The 3 million magic points will serve immediately. A shadow swiftly flashes by as if hit by a heavy shock. What kind of monsters are these that are quickly approaching? Those things are quickly approaching the cliff. Why are there so many of them? It's like all the monsters from the gate are converging here. Kasan panicked in front. Everyone looked ahead, and they were also coming from the front, with mushroom mouths full of sharp teeth. Everyone is surrounded on all sides. Damn it, what are you standing there for? Stop just standing there. Do something. Go pee somewhere else and shout. Go inside.
Damn it, I don't care anymore.
He slammed his sword into the ground, scattering debris everywhere. But the monster was also thrown into the air. The creature with the giant claw was opening its mouth wide. Khan can't believe it. Is he crazy? Shouts of despair echoed. No way. Just definitely can't. No way. Water splashed everywhere, on this side. Sanjay's team is discussing among themselves. It seems the prince and the escort squad have entered the gate. As expected, now they must be trapped and desperately struggling. Sanj raises both hands to the sword. Wait there, senior brother. That's not the only gift I have prepared for you. With a terrifying expression, I will show you who truly deserves the throne. The sound continues to spiral deep and heavy, sweeping through the space. Do, and everyone quickly ran away from the monsters. Are they crazy? How are they still chasing us? You just took them out and they're already charging again. Are you stupid? You still don't understand. Someone is controlling them with that flute. The man is still sitting on the tree, leisurely playing the flute. El Pa quickly uses his blindfold. El Pam checks his transparent blindfold to see where the sound is coming from. I'm looking for it now. Something appeared. I searched everywhere, but no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find them. Could it be that they are using tricks like those of assassins? Giap shouted, moving forward and looking ahead, with nowhere left to run. Miner strains to pull the cannon in his hand. No big deal. A loud explosion sounded. Trust Captain Miner to handle it. Miner turns back to everyone. Now run away. Bobo wonders. Damn it. What the hell is this? Are there still monsters hot on their trail? Why do we have to? The monsters are quickly catching up to them. Falling into these terrible situations. Over here. I should have finished him off this way. The monster pigs have been killed by Sanja's team. If he doesn't realize who he is, Kasan won't be able to survive. Can't be dragged into his fate. It's a pity I won't see him die with my own eyes. He steps forward gently, but there's no other way. Kasan, if you die? Sanjay turns back and looks. This will be your path to death. The mushroom monster opens its distorted mouth, with jagged, rotten teeth spreading out, emitting a disgusting damp smell. The number of monsters even doesn't decrease. How can that be? Why aren't their numbers decreasing? Is there a mushroom farm or something here? The monsters keep opening their mouths and moving toward them, with no end in sight. If he can't come up with a plan to turn the tide twice, El Pa will think of something. There is a way. It's definitely a Pam. He uses his hands to cast some kind of spell. The only way is to wipe them all out. Just wait for that bastard to call them up. Kaesan was surprised as a loud explosion echoed, the sound of the flute still emanating from the man in the tree. The mushroom monster tilted its head back and roared, its mouth grotesquely wide open, revealing soft flesh and sharp teeth inside like a dark, deep pit. Kiri is holding off of the giant claws. Then there's no other way, right? She shouted that their voices were in their chests. Finish them off quickly. Epam, what is this plan? There's no need for such a prolonged fight. Ipa fires an arrow. There are still many of them. Keep going. The man in the red cloak is still sitting in the tree watching. If we keep fighting, we will definitely have a chance. We have to wait until that bastard shows himself. He's about to start another round of his tricks. A giant beam of light shot straight toward him. He quickly dodged and jumped down from the tree. Miner stands in the foggy ground facing him, finally recognizing the person. She continues to fire her gun, lurking in the shadows. Are you the one? Before the flute could sound, Do stepped forward. Are you the one disturbing me all this time? His eyes widened as he quickly struck, breaking the flute in half and the mushroom on top of Kasan's head. Wait, he panicked. It stopped to watch the monsters disappear, Kiri's face covered in dirt. It's over. It's all over. I'm going inside. The problem is solved. It seems he succeeded. Bo laughs. Even the mushrooms have stopped moving. Is it because I broke the flute? That's good. What? Did you break it? Are you crazy? That could fetch a high price at auction. You keep obsessing over numbers day and night. Do you really want to bring that up right now? Hey, did I say something wrong? I can say it 100 times if you want. Kasan's face was now covered in dirt. It's hard to believe they just escaped death. Is this kind of danger just a part of their daily life? Everyone move closer to the gate. Don't let your guard down. There are still many more gates. We're far from done. We've already reached the second gate. Dip smiled. Don't worry about anything. No matter what lies ahead, I can handle it. Light filters through the trees as they stand on the cliff edge, panicked and running in all directions. The man in red still appears, playing his flute. The sound waves forming a circular shape continued to appear, and Miner, hearing this, clutched his head in pain. Everyone also clutched their heads and sat down on the ground. How is this possible? My ears are about to explode! Epam Kasan shouted in panic. Didn't we already kill him? Those sounds are surrounding everyone. Eopao Midwang raises his bow and aims directly at the red-clad man. It's absurd. I'm also wondering what's going on. One unbelievable thing after another, repeating at the edge like before, repeating in the same area with the same red-clad man sitting on the tree. The enemy is immortal. If I can't kill him this time, what should I do? Suddenly, he looked beside him and saw Mono. The mushroom monsters also appeared again, advancing toward them. Damn it. A terrible stench emanates from the monster's mouth. His face is lowered, hair covering his eyes, sweat and dirt smudged on his skin as he forces a strained smile mixed with pain and determination. Damn it! The sky darkened, and the mushroom monsters continued to bare their teeth.
Whether this is a dream or reality, a loud explosion occurs, and the monster's claws nearly reach Ipa's eyes as he anxiously looks towards him. The monsters start to decay. A blue-white light destroys them. They are gone. Ipa firmly held the bow in his hand, not disappearing. He looked at everyone and said, "They never really existed." Dong looked confused and asked what he meant. His cold eyes showed that we had been fooled like fools. Chuan's red shirt man also gradually disappeared. Are those monsters controlled by magic? They never existed. The monsters disintegrated into pieces, even the second gate we thought we had passed and the mad poisonous mushrooms chasing after us. You pointed to the gate, but even if it was just an illusion created by that thing, it's now nothing but a pile of debris. Kiri stared in confusion. Is it an item? Through the mist of cold bones, a black statue stood silently on the stone basin, its pale blue glowing eyes gazing straight ahead, emanating a dark and chilling aura as if secretly watching the intruder. Yes, a series of item images emit colorless and odorless toxic smoke, creating illusions. Those illusions are the enemies we fought. El Pa continued speaking. In other words, from the moment I entered the gate, I was trapped in the illusion created by that totem. Everyone was stunned, just wandering around in the same spot all this time, as the green smoke enveloped the forest where they stood. He pointed to Mano beside him and said, "Thanks to Mano, I was able to recognize Totung. Mano is the only one unaffected." He aimed his arrow directly at the red spot. Moreover, thanks to the snail's ability to detect objects, it pointed me to its location, which helped us escape the illusion. Do sighed. I thought I was really going to die this time. Thanks, Monoke, Kasan pondered. I don't know if it was my brother or Arita who set this trap, but I never expected them to be so well prepared. We've wasted too much time. At this moment, Sanja's face darkened. Seeing the situation, my brother's team must be standing in front of the gate, with Khan looking serious, saying, "We have to run faster. I entrust you." Their figures quickly move forward, no matter who the opponent is. We absolutely cannot slow down anymore. Everyone, let's leave the forest. So this is the third gate. Only the boss remains. Sanj is talking to a red-clad person, but there's something else we need to find first. Is the speaker the remains of Prince Saleh? No, there's one more item I need to retrieve. Sanj shouted. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't worry, the masked man in red standing among everyone. That doesn't affect the gate's takeover. The clan song scrolls frowned. They really do whatever they want. Everyone started talking about the crown prince and the second prince. Did you hear the news? The crown prince and the second prince have withdrawn from the succession battle. Withdrawing, they were willing to do anything to become king. How can this be? Sanj is sitting alone in a corner of the castle with some wine. Who knows what sudden fear might have overtaken them? He heard those words and got furious. Those two fools gave up just because of Kasan. He seems to have thought of something, but what makes me most angry is recalling the moment Kasan ran towards him. Sanj, lend me some strength. Sanj's face clearly shows his annoyance. Don't make me laugh. I will never accept Kasan as king. Suddenly a face appeared. Arita approached Sanj with a displeased look on his face. Sanj, sitting like that, it's very cold. You'll catch a cold. He frowns and keeps drinking. Empress Arieta, what are you doing in my room? You entered without permission. Get out now. She leaned against the wall and said, It's cold, I just came to boost your spirits in the throne struggle. You should prepare yourself. Sanj snapped in anger, crushing the wine glass, and said, Anyway, it's not you who will become the crown prince. What are you talking about? The image of the battle scene appeared. Crown Prince Kasan seems to have brought the Anpom group from Gu. They are villagers from Victoria, but it's quite impressive to have a strong team supporting the gate. Arita crossed her arms and looked at the red liquid on Sanj's hand, then said, You will become king. It's not you, but Kasan. Sanj suddenly felt surprised, but I don't want that to happen. Sanj, I believe you are more suitable to be king than Kasan, despite being looked down upon for your common origins. In those innocent days, Sanj was despised, but you quietly worked hard for Aryan all this time. Arita looks at Sanj regardless of his background. Your loyalty to Aryan is what makes you the strongest. Isn't that what makes you the only one worthy of the throne? After saying that, she left. She just wanted to find another puppet to control, like my father. Don't say such painful things. I just want to help you. If you ever need some daring, capable people. Sanj's face turns dark. Just come find me. Arita leaves the room, praising and tempting, but her true intentions are crystal clear. Anyway, as long as we stop Kessin from sitting down. His face darkened, eyebrows furrowed, and his eyes burned with anger. Then I will cooperate. Sanj said again to the masked person.
The people her mother sent are strong, just as she said, but arrogant. Now only the boss is left. Don't waste time. Kill it quickly. No, the forest looks really damp and moldy. Retrieving the item is more important than taking the gate.
That item is what my master, Lord Arita, needs.
Sanjay's face darkened, his eyebrows furrowing as he shouted in anger.
Yes, and Arieta assigned this task to you. At least at this gate I am her equal.
He grits his teeth and turns around. Arita's team, led by Kasan, advances toward Sanjay. Sanj turned out to be on her side. His face was tense, his jaw clenched with anger. You really have escaped the trap. The two teams stand facing each other in the dense forest. You're clever to set the trap. Without the Elpam team, we would have fallen into it. He's carrying an axe on his shoulder. They're pretty strong too, huh? There's no other way. The three of you hold on to Elpam, the rest go find what Lord Arita used. The two teams clash. Elpam looked down at Diobo and said, I will chase after that guy. You protect the prince. Yes, sir. Sanjay's face turned sinister. Wait. Elpam retreats. Well then, without him, I have nothing left to fear. I will make you wish you had died in that trap. A hand is lifting a tree. Kasan panicked. Why are you following Arieta Sanj? What if Loy swears with his brothers to get Aryan back? The roots of the tree stretch toward Kasa, a giant trunk with a face drawn on it. Kasan's attitude remains unchanged. Kiri and Minor couldn't believe their eyes. I will also get Aryan back, but in my own way I need Arieta for that plan. A giant tree is being carried towards them, stabbing straight at them. You're the one they don't need. Sanj Day, with a hand restraint, smiled as a massive force threw the tree toward them. Everyone's faces filled with panic, and a flash of gold streaked across the sky, tearing through the darkness. Minor is firing his gun as everyone steps aside. A streak of light appears at terrifying speed, destroying something. The masked person runs swiftly straight toward Kasan, who is holding a sword, as Minor shouts out to Kasan, Your Highness! The footsteps pounding the ground kick up dust and smoke from the earth as the masked figure rushes toward Kasan. Debo is worried. What's going on? What kind of power is that? Suddenly, someone rushed quickly from behind Kieran towards the two of them. Kieran assumes a fighting stance when suddenly someone slashes at his head from behind. No way! Minor keeps firing his gun. Damn it, stay still! Suddenly, someone rushed in from behind Minor. The ground seems to explode as he, with a sinister look, a sharpshooter who's quite fast, lands a blow while Minor's hand trembles from the attack.
He looks at everyone and says, Are you the only one left now?
Suddenly, Sanj rushes from behind at Kasan. Sanjay frantically charges at him, shouting, Give up! The fierce attacks unleash continuous purple light. Sanjay sneers, You only know how to defend. No matter how long you stall, no one will come to save you. In the distance, fierce battles continued as everyone fought for their lives, when suddenly a scream rang out, Quick! It's over! With those words, he forcefully knocked Khan's sword out of his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Sanjay charged forward like an arrow, his voice threatening to crush him. Let's go! Khan was stunned by his determination, so he delivered a straight punch to Sanjay's face, causing Duong Kim to veer off course. With just one physical strike, he was hit so hard he spat blood. But Sanjay calmly prepared to attack again. Yet his movements were unbelievably fast, raising suspicion in his mind. What kind of move is this? This isn't royal martial arts. Is he really charging forward again to give his little brother another punch? The Kasan, we know. Then came a series of super-fast punches hitting Sanjay repeatedly, causing him to spit blood once again. He delivered a final punch to Sanjay, knocking him several meters away. With a smile on his face, Khan picked up his sword and prepared to face the fight. He smiled and said, Sorry, I don't do fancy sword dances. Khan's eyes now looked like a beast full of fighting spirit. He continued, Go ahead, and I will show you my strength as your older brother. Sanjay trembled all over upon hearing those provocative words. He quickly grabbed his sword and charged at Kasan, shouting, Don't be arrogant. She took a deep breath and asked, Isn't it a bit cold here? Suddenly, flames appeared in Laura's eyes as her feet were held firmly by ice pillars, unable to move. Kiri calmly said, Don't tremble like that. Then the fiery sword suddenly slashed through Laura's body. Kiri calmly continued, Everything will be much warmer now. After this battle, her fire, facing him, is something that is unclear whether it's a human or a monster. He shouted, Damn it, this is completely different from what I heard. Even with attack skills, it seems the masked guy is unharmed. He shouted in despair, What kind of monster are you, really? 3 more adventurers appeared from afar. Sanjay's sword falls from his hand and is driven deep into the ground as he kneels there, gasping for breath. He coldly pointed the sword in his hand and said, It's over, Sanjay. Khan coldly said, You're not the person I once knew. He remembers when he was little and he used to take him out to play. I didn't want to hurt you. I still remember you from our childhood. Sanjay gritted his teeth, trembling as he uttered a few words. Memories don't talk nonsense. He shouted, I am just your toy.
Sanjay paused for a moment and then added, Since I was dragged into the palace with my mother.
Every day has been hell for me, all because of the low bloodline I inherited from her. Although no one says it, no one admits it either. A moment that makes Sanai fall silent. And you are the same. His voice was full of hatred. We are just your toys. We have never been accepted, and now it's no different. He hesitated a bit when he heard that, about to explain something. No. Suddenly, the masked man was thrown far away, and he said smugly, a direct hit. A mutated red rose blooms, its mouth wide open, emitting a blazing red energy. Its appearance causes everyone standing to sway, and he, with a panicked face, shouts,
An earthquake? The ground started cracking open with violent tremors.
Kiria and Minor, confused and panicked, ask what is happening as giant vines shoot up from the ground, obscuring the dust and smoke. Then the mutated rose suddenly sprouted, causing a chunk of earth to collapse below. Its terrifying fangs made them scream in fear. What is this? Kai-san grabs his wrist and anxiously calls out Sani's name. He coldly replies, Let me go. Better to die than be saved by you. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and hesitantly said, No Sandai, returning to Kasan's childhood memory. Sanjai's mother's urgent voice echoes, Please, I beg you, take care of my son. Sanjai, he was confused at that time by her plea and asked why you did that. She tearfully replied, I am a bad mother. Sanjai has always been hated because of my blood. That pain gradually eats away at the boy.
She was speaking like that when Kasan interrupted, but she was stunned and looked up, tears still streaming down her face.
He sat down beside her and added, You always treat me like family, but you've never known what it's like to have a mother like me. Kasan smiled warmly, his voice soothing her. I will lead Sanjai down the right path. I am his brother. At the end of that memory, although his hand was clenched around him, his voice trembled. You don't have to believe me, but I still won't let go of your hand. Kya-san paused, then continued. I promised your mother. In the thick smoke and dust, his voice rang out. So have I perhaps chained myself blindly with hatred, as my mother's last words abandoned everything. But now the tone has become cruel. I have gone too far. Then he pulled Mankan down with him, but lost his balance and fell to the ground coughing, as a deadly gaze from the smoke aimed straight at him. Kasan opened his eyes wide, his right leg buckling as he struggled to stand. Sanjai, in a frenzy, said, I was going to end it quickly, but you stubbornly refused to fall. The sharp spear pierced through his palm. He trembled as he said, San Long can continued. Stop. Don't you see that this is what Arita wants? In this state, this country, his eyes full of hatred, he gritted his teeth and said, I don't care about Arita or anyone else. He continued, I will ascend to the throne and take revenge for this rotten country. He was stunned, but still called out his name. Sandai Kasan remembers the moments he played and slept with him. Kasan, in pain, wonders what he should do.
What should I do to keep my promise to my mother? Even though my hand is injured, he still tries to ask if this is really your choice.
Kasan lowered his head and continued speaking. Are you planning to surrender this country to Arita and become a blind king because of hatred? If that's truly what you want, then I won't let that happen. Sanjai, if you continue down this path, you'll become Arita's puppet and bring suffering to countless people, a monster that keeps getting what it wants. If that's the case, I remember her smile and her voice echoes in my mind. Please, Your Highness, Prince, please take Sanjai down the right path. He's holding that shard of knife, and his voice is like a decision to end it all. I will stop you. Khan rushed to attack him, his voice cold because I am your brother. Sanjai's blood splattered on the ground as someone rushed from afar, panicked and saying, You must leave now, Your Highness. The prince calmly said, Don't worry, I've been prepared for this since the moment I wished to sit on the throne. Sanjai now lies motionless on the ground, and San adds, I must protect this kingdom and its people. His entire face was battered, tears streaming down as he painfully continued. Even if I have to stain my hands with my blood brother's blood, that monster still chases after a paw at a very fast speed. According to Naipentis, is that the boss here? This is really troublesome, but right now it seems you don't care about that. The main issue is to find the one hiding. But now is not the time to worry about that. My priority is to run straight into the forest while thinking about El Pa. I can sense a familiar type of mana from the one wielding that piercing aura. Could it be? A furious voice came from the blue glowing ring. What the hell are you guys doing? The red-hooded minions are still discussing with the one behind them. the tracking spell, pointing in that direction.
It seems we found it. The enchanted green ring is being protected by that blue dome.
The ruler of space, the mind control spell. It is a ring that can manipulate space and time, an ancient artifact that can pull objects toward it using immense mental power and the surrounding space. If obtained, Wynn's plan will only be a matter of time to succeed.
The henchmen realize what you must do to get the ring, but it seems to be sealed. A blood magic circle that requires a sacrifice on the altar to open it.
A simple but extremely powerful spell. One of the henchmen came up with something quite cruel.
A sacrifice? Perfect. He's here now. This isn't good. After all, you're a martyr. Do we have no other choice?
They start choosing someone to sacrifice, so why bother with a detour?
Don't look so angry. Instead, be grateful that you're offering yourself for a noble cause.
The chosen sacrifice was already being choked and lifted into the air before he could react. Oh my, he still has some value to exploit. Oh, I see. While struggling and fighting back, he was surprised by how strong the other person was. What? Who are you? In an instant, there's no way an ordinary subordinate of Arita could have such power. Before he could react, he was stabbed by a tree branch. Don't be angry. This was bound to happen sooner or later, so instead, as the protective barrier of the magic ring disappears, he steps forward, takes the ring, and says, "Be grateful that you are offering yourself to a noble cause." The seal is breaking. As soon as the sacrifice is complete, everything will be ready. With this, I can even get a new chapter. Before I could touch it, Kay struck the ring from afar. I suspected it, but now I am sure. You recognized it because of the enormous mana source emanating from him, and he no longer even tries to hide that terrifying evil. Why did you come back? Maodo is helping the prince escape from the giant vines, but she looks exhausted.
Hey, Your Highness, run faster. I want to, but my body won't obey, so I shout.
You really are a burden, not a prince. The prince was at a loss, not knowing what to do, ignoring whatever Devovo said. Sorry, but you are my guards. Leah rushed to cut the giant vine branch to create an opening for the prince and Devo to escape. I'm entrusting the prince to you. He's quite excited about that. Amazing!
Then Minor grabs the necklace and delivers a powerful strike through the giant demon vines.
No need to counterattack like that. It's really big. But with weak defenses and no elemental skills, it's no match for us. Is that the person from Arita being captured by that vine-wielding individual? He screams in fear, but the tree monster bites him in half and chews him up. Save me! Underneath that monster's body are countless people it has devoured, crying out in pain. Minor continues to strike with a massive energy blow to its stomach. Disgusting. Stay away from me, old man. But it opened its mouth and lunged at her with a bite. Huh? Leah managed to rush over and grab Minor and run away. Mineru thanks her. Be careful. This monster and others are starting to use the skills of those it has swallowed. It unleashed a barrage of energy towards everyone. I'm sure of it. It's using the skills of that female warrior. Leah realizes it can copy the abilities of those it has swallowed. Could it be that it can copy the skills of those it swallows? Armor and Debo are lying down to dodge the monster's counterattacks. It's too dangerous. Its attack pattern has completely changed. Damn it! Debo realizes that the prince is being drawn to something about that monster. What are you doing? Your Highness, run away. He has been drawn into a different train of thought.
I heard about it. Are you really planning to join the raid?
Yes. And your brother is giving you the recovery staff. Then take this with you. What is it? That is the Phoenix staff, which allows you to use a healing skill on all wounds. I trust you can control that power. You seem quite surprised by this precious gift. Are you sure it's okay to give such a valuable item to me? Your brother only encouraged you because you are special. You have an excellent character and are supported by the people. I've also been conquered by you. Come back safely. You are the one who will become king. Returning to the prince's forest, I saw the face of my dear brother inside that monster. Saleh, my brother, my king. I thought you had gone. Why are you still here? You can't rest even after dying. Are you still suffering? As he was still pondering that, the monster charged at him. The armor pushed the prince away, but he couldn't escape in time. Damn it! In the end, only his smile remained. I lost in this. Along with everyone's loud shouts, the monster bit through the armor, and the carnivorous flower monster lunged toward him. Luckily, it still hasn't hit you yet. The carnivorous plant continues to lunge forward, and Kiri quickly steps in front of him. Shout loudly, "Calm down. Crown Prince Kassan, do you really want to ruin yourself like this?" Kassan was thrown several meters away, clutching his chest and gasping. He grimaced in pain, muttering, "I'm sorry, it's my fault." She interrupted, saying, "Stop talking nonsense," Kiri said with a serious expression. Rafa is still alive. The carnivorous flowers, though hit, remain unharmed and emit chilling sounds. Minor keeps firing at the monstrous creatures as the tide rises, confirming that Raph does not appear in the form of a monster, just as she said. It means that as the pumpkin strikes down, they conclude he has not yet been digested. With the speed of a shrine, the hero slashes repeatedly toward the body of the carnivorous plant. It painfully attacked him, but he was faster and escaped as the carnivorous flower unleashed a powerful shockwave.
At this moment, Minor seized the opportunity and shouted, "Now's the time, Pumpkin, bring that fool out."
The red pumpkin's axe rushes forward with incredible force toward its mouth, slicing open the monster's belly.
He strikes down hard, the axe blade shining brightly just as a carnivorous flower branch lunges at him.
Zero splattered everywhere. He lost an arm, his eyes wide with shock. Kiri shouted, "Let's go!"
At the same time, another branch of it rushed in, taking her leg. Casa saw everything and was stunned.
Damn it! Mayer is trapped right below it. She immediately realizes that all of its severed legs have healed, revealing horrifying human-shaped figures. They can't believe it. All of its severed legs have healed. It punches the ground with great force, causing a devastating explosion. Everything in the forest becomes desolate. Khan tears up, cursing in helplessness. Damn it! Du still tries to hold the axe with his mouth despite his severe injuries. Kassan stops him, telling him to stop,
while the other also struggles to get up, shouting loudly, "Stop right now!"
Kazan painfully watches those around him fall because of him. He rushes forward to block the front, shouting loudly, "I said stop!" A hand clenches the tendon in front. The carnivorous plant suddenly halts. From inside, Zero kept firing, causing everyone to freeze in shock. Kassan whispered in amazement, "What just happened?" The people it has swallowed are disappearing. The structure inside it is gradually breaking apart. There is something inside it. The carnivorous flower withers and decays, destroying its internal organs as a shadow leaps out of its mouth. The shadow suddenly appeared right in front of Kassan. He quickly covered his face with his hand, stunned. Ra-ar appeared like a miracle. Raph recalled earlier, after being partially swallowed by the carnivorous plant, he clutched his head in anger. Damn it, I thought I was doomed this time. The holy magic shield was supposed to protect me. Who would have guessed I'd end up as food for a monster? Suddenly he widened his eyes. What now? He saw countless strange, dark red lumps right in front of him, wondering what they were. He immediately recognized that it was a daredevil who had been swallowed and that an item had been activated, which explained how this monster could use the skills of the person it swallowed. As R chuckled happily, "This is, interesting. What are you all doing? Did no one come to greet me since I just got home?" I'm about to cry now. Casa realizes that it's Sal. Raph explains, "I have removed all the remains and items from that monster's body. Now it can't use any of their skills anymore thanks to Skew being healed. Even Red's lost arm and Kiri's leg healed miraculously." He kept talking on and on. In other words, the rest time is over, and he collapses from exhaustion. Then, his body appears covered in wounds. He smiled and said, "Maybe we can take a break now? Win this for me." Raph reassured everyone with a smile. "Don't worry, the wounds have disappeared." Everyone saw him smile, and they all soared into the sky. They assured us they would handle this in the blink of an eye. Kassan said, "Sorry, but I leave him to you all. He's begging for your help." Kai begins to unleash his ultimate move amid the prince's anticipation. Destroy that monster. The carnivorous flower is still struggling, and the body of the prince's brother remains inside it. Du swung his axe and freed my brother. A powerful beam of light tore through space, and that body gradually vanished. Kassan stands before his brother, praying, "My kingly brother." Then he recites a spell, and everything begins to restore. "Now you can rest." A loud explosion sounded from the other side as El Pa faced off against a cultist. He smiled and said, "Looks like they're finished, so let's get started." "What are you planning? If you're here to try to change my mind again, it's useless." He smirked and said, "You're mistaken. The situation has changed," he declared. "Now I need you to disappear immediately." He recalled the past, the arrogant bastard. "Who gave you the right to destroy El Pam without asking for my opinion?" He was caught in a snake's grip, and Ariam shouted in his face, "Do you know what you're doing?" He tried to justify himself. "El Pam has no intention of helping us, so I have to eliminate him to prevent him from blocking our way." He grew even angrier. "Stop talking, you know nothing." "What does El Pam think? That's not the issue." He shouted, "He is an important vessel." He was startled as the image container of the spell appeared. Along with Akarima's explanation, "He has been part of the Dark Wizard's plan for 500 years, yet you still try to destroy everything. You have left me no choice. I don't need an unobedient pawn." He reached out his hand and made a decision. "I better eliminate him." He was terrified and begged. Wait a moment. He then accepted tremblingly. I will do it. What did he ask? He immediately begged. If Elpam can do it, then I can too. Please give me one more chance, he shouted. I will become a vessel. He raised his hand, and a purple flame appeared in it. He explained, this is a test. Ipami's eyes notice something different about him as he continues to say, a test to prove that I am more useful than you. The fire in his hand keeps growing larger, and he becomes increasingly frantic. And I can become more special than you. That fire will gradually consume everything, and I will show you who is the better vessel. Ipami appears indifferent. I don't care about those things at all. Two forces collide, causing a massive explosion. The battle continues, with Ipa's shadow flickering in the sky. He uses his skills to observe, proud and foolish, and yet he still relies on puppetry. Why do you keep using the same old tricks as last time? He places his hand on the ground and sneers, not knowing any progress. The people around him shatter instantly. Shockwaves continue to explode, everything gradually disappears, but Paumi's figure is nowhere to be seen. He keeps provoking you. Don't you know those cheap tricks no longer work on me? It's really disappointing. Suddenly Ipa appeared from behind you. I thought so too. You ambushed him. Don't you know I wouldn't use such obvious tricks? A large explosion occurs. Elpa stands safely inside his shield. He was speechless, saying, this really is a waste of time. He asked him, aren't you going to stop? Should I check again? You're still not stopping your energy buildup, talking trash all the while. Sorry if you feel that way. Elpa carefully observes and assesses that you are unharmed. My abilities are useless, as if my power is being drawn in just before the attack hits. He realizes he senses an ominous feeling emanating from that ring. All right. Elpa decides to check for himself. He remains expressionless, raises his finger, and says, very well. Then I will also show you my best. Suddenly, Ipa's attack changed direction and plunged straight into the ground. He gritted his teeth in anger as he began to cast a spell. What's going on? The earth and rocks started to shake and fall. Ipa doubted it was possible. He shouldn't be able to use the skill directly on living beings, but he sneered mockingly and said sarcastically, I'm not controlling you. Ipa realizes it's a spiritual pull, a supreme skill that dominates space itself. You are confident that you can't do anything in this territory. He struggled and said, but after all, it's just the ability to control objects. Elpa uses his skill, and I suspect that if I use the same power to counterattack, the barrier won't hold for long and will start to break. He sneers, are you deaf? He laughed louder and mockingly said, I just told you that you can't do anything in this territory. He absorbs everything while still speaking non-stop. To dominate a region means to control the energy within that space, the magic in the air, and the forces at play. He is proud of himself and others' abilities. With this power, I have perfected myself. He laughed like a fool and said, I am a special being coveted by the dark mage. At the same time, the ring on Paumi's waist shattered, leaving him stunned as that source of power devoured everything. The scene turned chaotic. The followers of the dark mage went berserk. He held his head and laughed loudly, tilting his head back and howling like a mad dog. I did it. The container is the real prize. Suddenly, a sound came from the other side. Celebrating too early, maybe? Elpa stepped forward and said, with my current skills, I can't fight back, but if you use your new power to attack him quickly, speaking with determination, it would be a different story if we used different skills. What's so unreasonable about that? Your elements are fire and controlling objects. He was surprised. How could you use a toxic breath? Is he afraid of Elpa's new move? All mages can only use up to 2 elements. That's the law of this world. No one can break that rule. A sudden beam of light appeared, and then it exploded violently, turning everything into a sea of flames. The ring on your finger glows, and everything is pulled away once again. You speak, your voice high and arrogant, as if a single deadly skill can't change anything. Whether it's 2 or 3 elements, my power still surpasses all. I was about to say more when I suddenly fell speechless at the sight before me. Elpa is badly injured, but continues to cast spells. Who says I only have 3 elements? Lightning bolts shot toward you, jagged and fierce. Ipaumi recalled it as a coincidence. The scenes from his past life flood back along with his imagined narration. Before regression, when he received the second magic circle, he discovered he could use an element other than fire and control objects. A block of ice appears. In the second circle, I gained poison. In the third circle, I gained ice. The higher I go, the more elements I can use. At this moment, his body is fused with 3 elements inside him. He continues to tell that he named this power that breaks the rules the elemental master. Now that I am in the 4th circle, a fully masked man trembling in pain cannot believe his eyes. No, No way. How could this be? Then he fell. The lightning he unleashed so powerful it carved a deep trench into the ground. He looked at the blazing lightning in his hand, wondering why he had this power, or what purpose it served. He is determined, but in this life I will change everything with it. The faith of the Dark Mage's disciple is filled with fear. He shouts, "Disappear!"
I declare that in the future I will create, and in the future I know you do not exist.
He was gradually swallowed by the storm of lightning.
In that look of despair, he tried to grasp that faint ray of light.
You remember the Dark Sorcerer looking at you with a crazed expression, saying, "You will replace the waste." You are controlled by his snake, still begging non-stop.
I can do it. I will prove that I am more useful than El Pam, who is very hard to control. I will become the vessel
For that old man, that's an interesting challenge.
That's an om.
He sneered and said, "Let's see if you can do it. This is a test to prove yourself." He told him the consequences. The loser will become fertilizer for the winner. He understood that clearly. El Pa unleashes his ultimate move with all his strength, but he is desperate. From the very beginning, I was never the one Akiram wanted. El Pa is back. He asked if everyone has finished and is all set.
El Pam boss, are you asking if anyone is injured? Raf chuckles as he lies on the ground.
It's okay,
Except Raf was overwhelmed and fainted. Luckily, let's go.
the strange goosebumps are real.
The way they treat RF. El Pa said, "Follow me, I found an emergency exit on the way here."
Furry one,
Indeed the boss. Light radiates as he steps onto the sandy surface. Raf cheered happily. Finally it's over. Now I just need to reach the palace. I am free.
Suddenly, a sword was pointed directly at his neck. What's going on? Who are those people with sickles? Someone wondered. Giano stepped forward and said, "I am waiting for the third prince, Khan Giano, the gang leader who died." The crown prince suddenly charged forward.
Who are these nameless people?
One of Giano's subordinates rushed forward and said, "Don't move."
She explained, "If you move a finger, the prince's life will be over." Everyone is outraged, Iren. Since when?
Kassan keeps struggling to break free. She tries to hold on tight. If you don't want to get hurt, stay still.
Zhao stands nearby thinking, that was him unexpectedly, Lord Sael Lei's scepter. Even Lord Sael Lei himself didn't return from that gate. Could they have already moved the gate?
Khan questioned, "Who are you? Were you sent by Ariada?" He replied, "On the contrary. He affirmed that I came here to save Arian from the pain Arita caused. I am someone with the same goal." He immediately recognized that symbol. The San X group is famous for fighting against the corrupt monarchy and officials, and is believed to help the people. Kassan said, "I have heard a lot about you, even though our positions are different. Your goal of helping the people is not far from mine. What do you want? If it's for the benefit of the kingdom, I will help. I no longer have any expectations from you." The members of Sans looked grim upon hearing those words. Because of Abdullah, who let Arita manipulate and ignore the government, this country has decayed from the root.
The army is corrupt and the people are exploited, and a monarchy has forgotten its mission.
He declared that it was no longer necessary and that he would wipe out the monarchy, overthrow the court, and create a new nation with his own hands. He spoke of something seemingly impossible, a new country without a king. A has been taken hostage by them. They shouted for him to stand straight, and the crown prince's younger brother was taken by surprise. Asa continued to speak, saying that to eliminate Abdullah, they would need to get past 2,000 royal guards guarding the palace. "I have had the time but cannot." Then he pointed the spear at you and your brother, "So I need the princes. The prince to pass the test, and your team will not be hindered by the royal guards and can enter the palace freely." He offers a way out, just for one person. Whoever obtains the relic of Lord S. Lei and leads me into the palace, I will let that person live in peace forever, away from everything. Then he declares that those who don't need it will perish here. A quickly spoke up and said, "I will help you." He cowardly said, "If I have Sael's relic, it doesn't matter who takes the role, just keep your promise." Oreska scolds him, "You filthy thing." Raf urges Prince Kaysen to say something. "If I miss this chance, Kassan is helpless. I have no other choice." "What?" He explained that letting you into the palace would mean destroying the throne, so I can't cooperate. Yano's subordinate, furious, swung her sword up and said, "Henha, you still won't give up your ambition for the throne?" She ruthlessly added, "Then go to hell right here." Kiri rushes forward to try to save him. Prince El Pomimi also tries to intervene. Suddenly, Siro shot out, her furious eyes asking, "What are you doing?" A man in a blue hooded cloak rushed forward and grabbed the sword. She shouted back, "So why are you interfering with the purge?" He tries to stop him. "Stop. Ereska, this is not right. King Jano, King Abdullah, and Arita, who are corrupt, must be removed. But there's no need to involve the other princes in this." She still argues with those meaningless words. "You are all the same. All those dirty royal blood must be erased. C repeats, dirty blood, he scolds. Ungrateful one. Do you know your words insult Lord Saleh? No, I didn't mean that, he continued. You forgot who gave me this?
The impoverished in the outskirts strive to stand up against injustice. Saleh established the Sand Battle League to give the people a voice and to check the royal family, not to destroy them entirely.
Khan admired Saleh for establishing the Sandcastle faction. Saleh, you truly deserve to be king. Even in darkness, you work for the people.
Sayan begs Yano,
This action goes against Saleh's will. Please reconsider while there is still time. Salejano considers his wishes.
Gano observes that even as a prince, he does not hesitate to support people like us.
He truly has the qualities of a king. He insists that what we are doing now may go against Lord Saleh's wishes, Lord Jano.
Suddenly he widened his eyes and said, But Lord Saleh has passed away. He declared that even the last hope,
Lord Saleh, is gone, and there is only one way to save this country. Cut out the rotten part and build a new nation from scratch. At this moment, El Pa questions whether the person truly has the ability to create a new nation. Everyone is stunned.
So after you kill Abdullah and use a prince as a shield, what then? Do you think 2,000 royal guards will welcome and follow you just because the king has died?
He kept saying, you will die right here. End of story. Raf tries to stop him. The boss pauses and insists that after killing Ida and the royal family members, he will end his own life.
That's not how you make a revolution. That's terrorism. Ereska protests. You're an outsider. What do you know?
If I can overthrow the monarchy and leave, I will gladly accept it. So do as you wish. You come and say if you don't mind dragging all of Orient into a massacre just for yourself, what are you surprised about?
What do you mean?
El Pa sneered. Do you really think killing Arita will solve everything? How naive. The problem isn't someone like A.D. The important one is the person behind her. Suddenly from behind, you say Arita has someone backing her. The scene shifts to a vast sandy desert. Ipa reveals all the clues. Don't you see all the signs? Isn't it too much of a coincidence? When she appeared, every move she made, everything she did seemed aimed at plunging this country into chaos. Aren't you curious about her true purpose? What are you trying to say? You just revealed shocking news.
Queen Arita of Ari is a disciple of the Dark Archmage. All the members of the sect dismissively say, Nonsense, a disciple?
No way.
The image of the Dark Mage with one hand blocking the sky appears.
What if the wind factions that have appeared recently at the port are not only affecting the port but also reaching Arian? They secretly tremble in fear. If what you say is true, then as soon as I destroy Arita and eliminate the center of power myself, we will give them a tempting target. Without an heir to the throne, chaos will spread. Giano continued, saying that in that chaos, if the factions incited civil war, the kingdom's power would collapse and the people would suffer all the hardships. Khan confirmed, that's right. They continue to reason that as long as the throne exists, their goal is still the king. They have carefully manipulated Abdullah because they prefer to hide in the shadows. Kassan warned of the consequences, but if the king dies and the country falls apart, everything will change. Just like at Port El, they will reach the point where the entire kingdom is at risk.
What's coming will be even worse than at Port Lawn. I truly mean it. I sincerely apologize for the royal family disappointing you in leading the nation. I'm not interested in gold and bloodshed either. This land needs a succession, not a revolution.
Zan also understood that Crown Prince Khan is the heir who conquered Prince Mo with his own strength. This is an opportunity to change Orient without much bloodshed. Erica glances at Assad.
If that's really the only way, you're better than those guys over there, Jono asked.
To overthrow Abdul and become king, do you know that such actions will make you a target?
Kaysen asks helplessly.
Abdullah has fallen, but how can I believe you will be any different? Kassan said. You will stand beside me and watch.
If I ever become like you one day, don't hesitate to cut me down, Giano challenged.
You always choose to keep your sword hanging around your neck. Why are you doing all this? For what reason?
Khan asked again. So it's obvious you assert it's the duty of the royal family. Giano was surprised.
Yano recalls his conversation with Saleh, who asked why he was doing this for us, and he replied, What are you talking about now? Yano, I resent the royal family for their prejudice against them. Saleh recounts, and yet you gave me the nickname Shadow and the power to oppose your position, even though the palace knew you would be called a traitor and executed. He doesn't understand why someone like you would risk everything for us. He laughs and says, You're asking why I suddenly became so kind. That's a really funny question. He insisted it was what had to be done because it was the duty of the royal family.
That statement made Giano change his mind, and he extended his hand, saying, All right, maybe I'll trust you one more time. He helped Kasan to stand up and said, "In your duty, the scene shifts inside the palace, where a voice asks, 'Have you found Sali's relics?' Khan confirms, 'Yes, the king has determined, there is no doubt. This is Saleh's item.' The king pondered, 'This is completely different from what Arita said. I don't know what she told me to do in this situation or where she is right now.' He said, 'Very well, you have won the throne dispute, and Prince Kasan will be the crown prince from now on.' He interrupted, 'No, father, I am not the crown prince successor.'
His words stunned him. What? A foot stepped in. You can't even speak.
'You bastard is cursing!' Kasan, the damn fool, declared that from now on I will be king.
The crown has been placed on Kasan's head amid the jubilant cheers of everyone. Long live the new king of Orion. You stand bowed among the flowers and sunlight of the coronation. The cheers never stop. Hooray! King Kasan expresses his desire for those who helped him to stay here at Kasan Palace. Have you changed your mind at all? LPM. I really want everyone to stay here after everything you've done for us. If you wish, I can grant you noble titles. And Pam declined that offer. I'm sorry, but we still have issues with the fanatics that need resolving, so we can't stay here. I hope you understand. Kasan also understood his meaning, but part of him still wanted to meet them. I understand now.
Can I assume that you will come back after everything is over? Greedy kings like me don't like to let talented people like you go easily.
Elba smiled, along with a promise that once everything is over, we will consider it. Kazan suddenly handed them 2 large reward bags.
You're about to leave, but I can't let you go empty-handed.
The 2 attendants handed over the items, which were the small rewards promised earlier. But it seems that for Ma, Kiri, and Debo, this gift looks quite big. Your Majesty, this is not a small thing at all.
Isn't that too much already? And why did you give that miserly old man items from the palace?
It's okay. I believe Sale will be happy to use it to fight the cultists. Jason's face suddenly grew tense. Anyway, the situation has become complicated. Outside the palace, a believer is already present. He stood in the sandstorm's dust and said, "Before we returned from the gate, Arita had already disappeared. We have no clues about the whereabouts of the cultists. Do you have a way to track them down?" Kasan seemed eager to get an answer. Epam continued explaining, "I'm not entirely sure, but I have an idea." Kasan was curious about that. "What is this?"
The black mage disciple lying on the ground with only his upper body remaining, gasping for breath.
"Are you surprised that I am still alive despite this condition?" Epam really wants to get more information from him.
You bastard, what are you plotting?
"What is the thing you call the container?"
The fanatic mocked you? Did you really go ask the villain those questions?
Would you believe me if I said no? He seems to be hinting at a dark future. You must be feeling very desperate. Pam, that's just a natural reaction. Akaram has you all in the palm of his hand. Without knowing his plan, you won't be able to protect your precious little friends. Pam interrupted him. "Shut up and answer me before I blow your head off." The dark disciple still wouldn't reveal anything, no matter what I did. I was doomed. In the end, Akaram also abandoned me, like a witness. The life I extended with my magic is coming to an end, and I have tried my best to stay alive. Go to Magadya, where you will find the truth you seek, and realize that the fanatic's smile is only half a twisted face. It's a shame I won't be able to see your face once you learn the whole truth. Just the mention of Magadya was enough for Elpam to piece together some clues. The city of renowned alchemy scholars is where they are now. Kasan rested his chin in thought. Magadya, not far away, a 3-day walk. However, to get in there, he paused for a moment and then continued to give directions to Elpam. Very well, you can go with them. Elpam still doesn't understand who he should go with. How are they? Thank you for telling me an interesting story. Kim suddenly stepped in. I thought I had taken a boring job, but I guess I was wrong. If you're heading to Magatya, I suppose the cultists are there too, right? Kiri involuntarily froze. You are Lord Katzim. He smiled kindly at her. It's been a while since I last saw Kiri. Kiri wants to know Sim's purpose for coming. What wind brought you here? We received a message from Magadya indicating that someone is conducting illegal experiments at the center. In the blood-stained laboratory, they also found traces of experiments on the human body. If left unchecked, it will surely cause chaos for Mua. Kate Sim suppressed his emotions and continued, saying that Magadya has always handled its own conflicts, but this time it seems they are at their wits' end. They asked the Cuss Knights to investigate secretly, but since it's an unofficial request, I'm wondering how to get in. Kaysen interrupted. That's when I remembered the pass we have. You also mentioned something essential, but Sim still seems surprised by it. What kind of pass is that? Magatya is the destination for alchemy researchers, and the image of the research site that appears there is filled with rare and precious materials. They need all kinds of materials and resources for their research.
Arian is the place that supplies everything they require.
Kaysen pulls out the pass. This is the travel document we use when exporting goods to them.
I prepared it in advance as requested by Knight Cygnus.
It seems that what is happening in Magatia is related to the cultists. Kaysen wants Elpam to join Sim's group for the next journey, so go with them. I believe you will be able to help each other. Your Majesty, is it really okay to let them go like the... They began their journey under the scorching desert sun, with Khan having no choice but to let them go. We have no other choice. You realize this is their assigned mission. There are still many places in need of their help. I believe they will do well in Magatia, just like they did here. Hassan watched them disappear over the sands with hope for their success. All we can do now is trust and wait, hoping that the heroes will return victorious. They finally made it there. Even with the pass in hand, they were still stopped.
Are you from Arian, and here to deliver the minerals?
The gatekeeper is determined not to let them in. Are you leaving? What do you mean? The alchemical city Megadi. Debo still wants to challenge him.
Why can't we get in? Do we have a pass? Look, I still get refused by the gatekeeper. No, I never received any message saying you would come. The annoyed guard said, I'm busy here. If you keep bothering me, I have no choice but for the messenger to rush over.
Wait a moment, I have official documents here. She showed him Jay's pass. They are Janu's guests. Sorry I'm late. The girl just led them in while explaining. Everything has been delayed because we had to take a detour.
Elpam's group still wonders why they were blocked.
Is it true that the leaders of Magatia haven't reached an agreement on this? The other guide replied, no, that's not it. The alchemists in Magatia are divided into two factions. Genuus prioritizes life and the fundamentals of alchemy,
while Ankon emphasizes the integration of life and machinery.
The two factions are very opposed due to conflicting ideals. We on the Genuus side don't want Ankon to know we've invited you, so things are a bit complicated. That means as soon as they finished speaking, they were taken to a giant gate. Yes, we believe Ankon is behind this.
What? Are you planning to investigate us?
No, you can't come in.
Right now we are in a security upgrade phase, and members are allowed in. Doru shouts angrily.
What is this? Uma also wondered. Even an official visit from Genuus Academy isn't allowed. The Ankano soldier shrugged and said, no, unless you're a high-ranking official or the principal.
Is that what Uma said?
Then there's no problem.
The Angkor soldier was surprised when Uma said that and asked, who are you?
I am Uma, the top technology researcher at Genuus Academy.
The group was allowed to pass by the Ankano soldier, who only watched silently.
They started to split up and search, but by the time the evening glow fell, they still found nothing suspicious.
Miner said in frustration, we've checked this place all day long, but there's nothing suspicious at all.
Kiri speaks up. Actually, all the experiments they are conducting are very strange. Kai also said, we don't have anything special either. Uma shared her guess. If it's hidden this well, then it must be there.
Dolly immediately asked, where is the flag? The teammate accompanying Uma shouted loudly. Uma, hearing herself being mentioned, stammered. I'm sorry, but this is classified information, and I am not allowed to discuss it with anyone.
You were the one who asked us to investigate. If that's what we need to know, don't hide it from us. Elpa finally spoke. She means the underground area of this place. Uma was surprised to hear E Pao Mimi. How did you know? He used his ability to look underground.
I can't tell if it's because it's filled with mana, but I know there's something beneath us.
A complex maze of passages unfolds before Elpa, a gigantic and intricate network.
If there is a secret laboratory here, it must be beneath us.
Uma finally reveals the truth.
That place is not an ordinary laboratory. It's a secret facility established by an alchemist researching forbidden things.
The underground passages reveal themselves, like a maze beneath, with remnants of experiments and the spirits of
fallen alchemists. I've never been down there myself, but I've heard that Jinui and Ankan are connected through those tunnels.
Miner hears Uma say that and questions what.
You should have told us about this place from the beginning. We could have come here through that route.
This is information that only a very select few are allowed to know. Most people are not permitted to enter. Uma nervously said, without this license, you guys. Uma panicked, frightened, worried when she couldn't find her license. What do I do now? Losing it like this has ruined everything. I'll be in big trouble, but I need it to be reissued. Is this woman really the top researcher? Jap sighed. Nothing is easy for us, is it? Someone is pounding on the door, angrily shouting, "Come out now!" Doc B, in a mechanical voice, replies, "Stop shouting, I just woke up." What is that? I'm just wondering who it could be. The queen has become so ugly that she is shameless. Queen, now I want the beauty potion. Give me the beauty potion right now. Hearing that, a voice from B's machine calmly replied, I am out of stock and won't be working for a long time. The queen, hearing B say that, became angry. What? This is impossible. I can't live like this. Just go complain to someone else. I'm busy right now. Doc B looked at the monitor and said, I have some uninvited guests. I have to prepare to welcome them while continuing my experiments. I don't have time for that stupid beauty potion of yours. Queen E angrily points at the speaker. Cut the nonsense. I am the one funding your stupid research. Queen E is still angry and pounding on the door. Have you forgotten our contract? I know you still have the goods. I'll deliver them right now.
That's right. The contract you need to supply goods for me.
In exchange, I will make her beautiful. The door slowly opens and Queen E feels a bit uneasy. Beauty, something like a robot with glowing red eyes and large hands reaching toward the queen, responds angrily. Or should I just carve this ugly face away forever? The syrup splattered everywhere, and the crown on the queen's head also fell off. Just get rid of it permanently. Two subordinates come to report from the underground tunnel. Genuists people are checking the streets. The wheelchair moves. Do they realize we're down here? The principal of Acadome, sitting in a wheelchair, angrily orders everyone to keep their mouths shut and not let anyone come in. A pair of figures are watching the three from afar. Uma's teammate, angry, says, Isn't that the principal of Angkor Academy? So they are really plotting something down here. Kai adds, Looks like we have our answer. Uma signals, let's go back. Our only mission is to find out who is behind all of this. As soon as he finished speaking, Uma's leg hit a metal bar on the ground, making a noise. We need to report this to the higher-ups. The principal's group, startled by the noise, quickly turned around and shouted, Who's there? Uma then fell flat on his back, leaving the group speechless. Uma. Sorry. I'm sorry. The two subordinates of Director Matt quickly identified the location of the Elpa group and immediately charged forward. When the Dem saw the outfit of the teammate accompanying Uma, they identified who it was. That outfit. Genius. Seeing this, your teammate Yuma gets angry, pulls out a test tube from his body and says, We have no other choice. But before he can throw the test tube at the enemy, it is shattered by their shot. Don't even think about doing anything. The men of genius, two of Matt's subordinates, seized the opportunity to rush forward. As they were about to catch Uma and his teammate, Cat Sim sighed and easily took down two of his subordinates with a simple move. Cat Jim pointed his sword at Director Matt, causing him to curse.
Damn it!
Itsuki Hien boldly pointed his sword at Principal Matt and said, It's over now, Principal Matt said. Do you have anything to justify? Principal Matt angrily replied, How dare you blame everything on us?
You disgusting Genuist bastards!
Principal Matt shouted loudly. But everything will not go as you want. You filthy scumbag cultists. Cat Sim was quite surprised by what Principal Matt said. What are you talking about? It was you three purple lightning bolts charging in from nowhere. And one of Matt's subordinates, relying on his armor to dodge the lightning, escaped, causing Giap to become furious and give chase. What? The one who just released the purple lightning is arrogantly heading toward them. Good night, you foolish alchemists. That person with blonde hair, dressed elegantly, surrounded by purple lightning. Eopalmai opened his eyes wide in shock. Are you the Thunder Emperor Ka? Have we met before? I remember the previous battle on a rainy day. Eopa looks at the group of Laliet lying on the ground, nearby a man with purple lightning strangling a girl. Under the rain, he smiles maniacally as he chokes her to the point of no breath. Ipaumi, angry, saw him utter the name Lady and Dekke, smirking arrogantly, said, Huh? Have we met before? Kasim drew his sword and approached Kay, saying, Loide, that title sounds impressive, but it seems you're no longer just an alchemist. Kashim pointed his sword at Jay and said, So you're an underling of the Dark Sorcerer, and you're the one conducting the forbidden experiments, right? What is your purpose in coming down here? Decay, smug and foolish, then fires a purple lightning bolt. I don't know how you found out about this. The electric current is following the preset path, but it's already too late. Enter the passages, and then proceed to the symbol tower of Ankado. The ritual has already begun successfully. What? At first, Ankano's subordinates were confused by the scene, but they quickly became frightened. That is the lid of the symbol opening, with smoke escaping, and purple light inside. The train and the bell hanging on it start to shake, causing the minions to clutch their heads in pain. Then their souls are pulled out, many souls being sucked away and flying toward the symbolic ship. Principal Matt was confused as he watched the souls being drawn into the conduit. Isn't he a genius? Wait, what is that? Geikake laughed maniacally and said, Just consider it an honor your souls will be used for a very valuable purpose. The resurrection of the Dark Wizard. Ipa's team looked at the scene in anger, and the principal, Matt, spoke in fear. Soul, then we also tremble and say, We must stop this immediately. Elpa commands, You go and stop this ritual, I will handle the rest. Minor and Kiri said in unison, It's just you. We won't let you finish your sentence. Ipa cut them off. You will only get in my way. Minor silently called out to El Pam. El Pa said to Jeek K, I have been waiting to see you again. Jeek K, feeling annoyed, asked, Who are you? El Pa erupted with anger and unleashed his power.
I am glad you are still alive. I will personally twist your head off and the madman pick up the radio and send this message to all alchemists listening. I am the president of the Unkano Association. Cease all conflicts with Xenimus now. They are not believers. They are not our enemies. The believers are elsewhere, and they have already started attacking on the surface.
Even now, the souls of Magatia's residents are being randomly drawn away by the magic mechanism they activated.
Considering the scale of the spell, those bastards must have modified the underground pentagram, which was originally created to protect Magadia.
We are currently heading to the center of the magic mechanism. We will decode the device they installed and give the order to disable it. So all members move to the designated positions and wait for further orders. I repeat, all Magatia alchemists must protect this town from the cultists.
Yes, as I suspected, we have meddled with this pentagram. One of them exclaimed, President Men, where is this place? And he launched into a lengthy explanation.
A massive source of energy radiates from here. Who would have thought such a place exists beneath the town? Another person asks, Is that the pentagram star you mentioned? Men calmly replied, At this point I can't hide it from you anymore. That is the 5-pointed star protecting Magatia. The Dark Mage's 5-pointed star. Yuma raises a question. What? The Dark Mage's 5-pointed star magic? Why would something like this be in Magatia?
Me nervously said, We don't have time to explain now. We must restore the quintessence and undo the distortion to its original state.
Disperse and find a way to restore the 5 senses crystal. Uma quickly and skillfully moves.
Yes, sir, I will join the search.
He urged both of them to find anything that could give us a clue.
The 5-pointed star created by the Dark Sorcerer far exceeds the understanding of any genius, and there must have been research into its deformation. If I find any records, there will definitely be a way to restore it. The man's brow furrowed and his eyes narrowed.
He stared intently at the 2 pages filled with ancient writing. This is content like diary entries from years, months, and days. It has been 10 years since I discovered this laboratory that the guild has been hiding, and here I learned the truth they desperately wanted to conceal. The origin of alchemy in Magatia comes from the Dark Mage's 5-point magic crystal. I am sure this is the light that will lead me to the truth.
If I complete this research, wouldn't I also get closer to the truth of this world? The biggest obstacle to my research over the years has been energy. To carry out this research, a huge amount of energy is needed. I have tried everything to solve this difficult situation, but there has been no progress.
One day, an idea suddenly came to mind. What would happen to the human soul if it were used as an energy source? Surprisingly, I discovered that the minerals in this laboratory can store souls. Could this be another gift he left behind? Countless research directions are emerging in my mind. I have named this mineral soul E, and here, Men quickly grabs the book right after finishing reading. Hearing the noise, Sim turned back and asked, What's going on? He seems to be lost in his own world. That is truly an irrational act. They didn't just kill him, they meticulously altered the 5-pointed star and transferred his soul into energy. Maybe they are really trying to bring him back to life. The Dark Mage cuts in, looking stunned and frowning. The Dark Mage confirms it. Yes, that's right. But in Magatia, no alchemist can modify the 5-point crystal with such complexity. No one in Magatia, not even myself, can restore the 5-point crystal as it should be. At this moment, Kat Zim suddenly interrupted, causing Menjiat to startle and look at him. What? Kat Zim quickly explained. It might not be possible to immediately recover the absorbed souls, or restore the 5 senses to their original state, but at least we can stop the distortion of the 5 senses. If we can operate the circuit originally installed to distort the 5 senses in the opposite direction. Yuma, covered in sweat after a long and exhausting search, can now participate with a chance. In theory, the circuit is lightly shorted, causing a chaotic burst of light, signaling the impending explosion. Then, the fanatic of the Dark Mage flees in madness, while his opponent only sneers.
What's wrong? Are you just all talk and afraid to fight?
Nothing will change. No matter how long you stall, I will soon send you to the afterlife. Don't worry, your friends will soon reunite with you too. Suddenly, a fierce storm of light swept in. He looked up mockingly when he saw him collapse to the ground. So, you're this weak now? He gritted his teeth. What?
Another voice interjected. I also want to crush you, but I don't have the free time to do it. The followers of the Dark Sorcerer slowly rise. Don't worry about meeting my friends. Unlike before, you will have to go to the underworld alone. Lightning and light combine to create an explosion.
Just as things heated up, Uma urgently picks up the radio to report. Can everyone hear me? I am Uma. I am a senior alchemy researcher at Janu.
I have found a way to stop the pentagram crystal. The key is in circulation and transformation.
You must channel mana into the 3 magic circuits in front of you in the order of humility, honesty, and trust, while simultaneously blocking the flow of the pentagram crystal in the opposite direction and creating a flow in the original direction. The player fighting has to stop, showing a look of shock. What is it? Uma continues. Someone else shows doubt.
To reconstruct the 5-point star, we need the power of life alchemy and mechanical engineering at the same time. Therefore, the alchemists of Janumus and Ankano must work in pairs.
That's not going to happen. A lowly researcher like you doesn't know anything. You want me to cooperate with those damn Ankano who study a completely different field? But just as Uma was confused, someone else took over and gave orders to everyone. Stop whining and do as Uma says.
The terrified listener realizes this voice belongs to Chairman Khan,
president of Zenumist. He snatched the radio and clearly issued the order.
Don't you realize this isn't the time to be picky? Outside right now is a scene of hell. If we hesitate now, our Maiptia town will be destroyed, and I, as the president of the Zenumis Association, order you not to give up.
As long as the success rate isn't at 0%, it's a challenge worth trying. With time running out, we face tough obstacles. Damn it! Wherever we get to, we get to.
Uma returns to the radio. I will guide you. You only have one chance to keep up and not fall behind.
The circuit humbly from 376 to 28. The honest circuit from 884 to 3 and 1 divided by 25. The trust circuit from 3679 to 1. Let the energy flow. Finally, the demon crystal has been purified, and the demon exclaimed in joy, "Wonderful!" The flow direction is changing. Everyone hold on a little longer. Endure a little more. She encourages everyone to hold their position. It's almost over. The hatch has opened, light floods in, and the matrix has been summoned. The golden crystal fragments connected and started to crack, then shattered in an instant. The system returned to normal flow, flooded with light, and the shards gradually emitted a glow. The entire system has been reactivated. The engine roars loudly. Uma gasps for breath, feeling relieved. She collapsed, exhausted. It's a success. Cat Sim cheers her on. You did it? The alchemist. I honestly, truly thought I was definitely going to die. If anyone makes even the smallest mistake, the 5-pointed star will go insane, and everyone's souls will feel a little relief from their burdens. It's a relief that the urgent issue at hand has been resolved. You're right. Many souls have already been absorbed, and the situation isn't looking good. Uma slowly continued. Why would they do something like that? Are they really trying to resurrect the Dark Wizard? At that time, Cat Jim honestly said, I also wonder, I will need to examine the research files more carefully. There might be additional evidence about the cultists or this ritual. The notebook was opened again, and the notes continued to be read aloud. It has been 43 years since I started this research, and I am finally beginning to see its end. Although a long time has passed, I have no regrets at all. However, what I regret most is that I cannot finish this research myself. I need to find a new path. The days and months still show no progress. It's been a long time, but at last I have found a way to complete the research myself. He slammed his hand down on the table, while somewhere else, a faint chuckle escaped. Pao Mi asked sharply, Do you find something funny? Are you crazy? The answer is in an item. I engraved the essence of alchemical life into an object. Although only for a short moment, through the barely perceptible gaps in the user's consciousness, Cat Sim carefully read each word on the bracelet. Suddenly, a giant bullet crashed into the research room from somewhere. It sped through the wall, pierced one, and cut through the Zim it hit, causing pain and coughing up red blood. What the hell is this? It's Uma. She is lowering her head with a creepy smile. Damn it, I didn't expect they could repair that transformation spell. Uma, thanks to that woman, things have become pretty complicated. What are the followers doing, and where are they when the situation is this bad? Useless, useless. They are all completely useless. Whatever, it's fine. This is still within my limits of tolerance. From now on, I will have to act. I will take down the monster in the form of the machine rushing to attack the first sandcastle. Uma is now like a madman, with a wicked grin. Can the trashy ones get lost already? I'm quite busy myself. Her sudden change makes me wary. This is Roy? How can a genomist like you control Roy, who was created by our Anano? Uma spreads her arms and laughs triumphantly, saying, You might as well thank me because I personally upgraded that useless pile of scrap. Meanwhile, Cat Sim struggles to hold up the heavy machine about to crush him. A life specialist suddenly becomes skilled in Anano's mechanical techniques. The research method continued to be documented in the journal, and Uma's bracelet was identical to the design, along with her puzzling actions. Once his thoughts became clear, Cat Sim's fighting spirit surged stronger. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's you." You Spirit's name distorted the magic circle, and You Spirit openly admitted it, even proudly saying, "I guessed it right. Cat Sim is going crazy, creating a huge pressure." Thanks to you, things have become more complicated. Men are still confused about this situation. I didn't expect that little Yuma girl could destroy my magic circle. All right then, I guess I have no choice but to fix it. The Yuma has subordinates clearing the way, so you can just stay there and play. Fools. It started with just one. But gradually Roy's forces grew more and more. Mages panic and warn each other, blocking the way. It's Roy's army. Oh no. No matter what signals we send, they won't stop. A quick-witted person swung the hammer to attack first. What are you doing? Stop standing there blankly and throw something away. The heavy hammer like a weight narrowly hit and took down a Roy. A mischievous laugh could now be heard. Well done. This is the power of traditional alchemy for destructive slaughter. In just a blink, the monsters Roy had burned to ashes in the raging fire. But in reality, they were unharmed. One monster after another enters the battle, and the spellcasters can only run for their lives. Oh no. Run quickly. The Roy are attacking more fiercely and with more deadly techniques. The sorcerers each raised questions of doubt. What's going on? Why did this swarm suddenly gather so densely? Did something happen to Rick while I was dealing with him? Or is this his final desperate attempt to fight back? A flash of panic suddenly appeared in Kai's eyes because her recent attack had no effect on the Droy swarm. On another side, there was a similar question. Why did all her attacks miss? Chep has now discovered the cause and quickly warned everyone. Watch out, the more we fight now, the more they learn our attack patterns. Damn it, what should we do now? At that moment, the radio crackled with a familiar voice. This is I. Can everyone hear me? I found a way to deal with them. First, everyone should focus on defending rather than attacking. They are connected through a single network. If you defeat one of them, the other droid will just learn that skill too. As long as the connection isn't cut, the droid will only get stronger. So, try to hold on a little longer until he destroys the droid network. The connection that links all the droid can be used to destroy the host. Anxiety is taking over Kiri. It's dangerous. Because it's a special individual, it must have something else. If it were just me, someone would definitely tell me to go help right now. Botho-Hugh smiled and asked her, "You're worried, right?" Kiri couldn't bear to see his teammates fight alone. But when Bo cut in and said don't worry about him, he had no intention of losing to these guys, and it was time for him to show what he could do. Hearing that, Kiri ran off feeling reassured. "Thank you, Bo. I'll rely on you from now on." At this moment, Uma is laughing with great pleasure, just as I thought. Indeed, a disciple of Mihai. Your skills are impressive. Blood droplets spill onto the ground as the strained voice pushes the fish to burst with energy once more. It's almost over. The door at the end of the control room is now glowing, and the loud sounds of engines and machinery echo through the underground chamber. Just as the fish was about to be defeated, Kiri arrived just in time, swinging her sword to sweep through, forcing all the droid to retreat. Uma looked on in surprise, raising her eyebrows. What? Kiri slightly curves her lips into a smile. Sorry for being late. Lord Cat Jim. She smiled gently, eyes closed in understanding. It's okay. The next second, he opened his eyes wide, leaning forward to run quickly. Follow me, Kiri. She responded clearly and obediently. That's all. Uma watched the screen in horror. What's going on? It's clear that both sets of data are already available. When fighting together, their movements are completely different. Seeing each of her moves being shattered, Uma grew more and more anxious. No. She screams in silence, not aloud. Meanwhile, Tim and Kiri coordinated their sword techniques seamlessly without leaving any openings. Watching their rapid strikes and the level of slaughter, especially as Cat Sim aimed for the central brain, Uma's hatred immediately surged. I told you not to do that. A slash of the sword shatters the rocks into pieces, and sharp fragments fly everywhere. Cat Sim, startled, turned around and saw Kiri about to be pierced by a giant drill, losing her balance, and Zim shouted her name in panic. At this moment, Kiri was so stunned that her whole body froze, staring blankly as the drill pierced in, blood spurting out in a large volume. Uma watched the scene and commented happily, I didn't expect this Kiri is completely safe with no additional injuries. Uma deduces from that, but could it be? Kiri's eyes are wide and cloudy, fear suddenly filling her pupils. Uma looked at Cat Sim, who had taken the giant drill for her, then chuckled. You're so stupid. After being stabbed with such a fatal blow, Kai just let his body fall on its own. Kiri hurried over. Lord C scoffs. He shows no sign of pain and breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, Kiri is so remorseful she wants to cry. Why did Lord Sim save me? At this moment, Uma, controlling Roy, deliberately said mockingly,
Sorry for interrupting this tearjerker scene. Deep down, I really hate these kinds of moments.
When Quan once again plunged into the ground, Uma realized no one was around anymore. Seeing me had already dragged both of them away. She clicked her tongue and remembered there was still a cowardly rat left. Kiri can't contain his panic.
Lord Cat Sim's eyes are badly injured. We must get to Raf's place right now.
He uses all his strength to promise her I will try. His voice suddenly drops, full of worry.
But first, can we get there? Look at that crowd blocking the way, Kiri shouted in frustration.
Damn it! Kasim tremblingly reached out to touch her, weakly calling out. What kind of thing? Saim sincerely says, Take this. This is the sword I received from my master. If it's you, the power I cannot use, you will be able to unleash its true strength. Kiri looked at Kasim and smiled with a heart as painful as sand. Don't say any more. His wounds probably won't lead to the ending you're thinking of. I should have done this sooner all along. Sorry, Kiri. Sim's trust drives Kiri to not let Uma and her gang get away. She boldly orders, Let me down, and run away with Lord Cat Sim. Leave this place to me to block their way.
Uma chuckled happily. That's impressive, but I've already mastered all your skills, so no matter how you struggle, it's useless.
As she said, Kiri had just launched her first move when she was counterattacked. She crossed her arms in an X shape and landed on her back. Uma calmly stepped forward and said,
This is a special service. I will send you off with the swordsmanship of the knight who died to save you.
Kiri suddenly grew quiet and whispered, I'm sorry, sir. Catchy, please teach me a move. You have had to struggle so much to obtain your master's sword,
shedding sweat, tears, and enduring countless sacrifice. Since you took up that sword, you have always been my target.
Whenever I see your steady back that has never fallen, I have tried so hard just to keep up with your shadow. I have tried so hard to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. The more I think about holding her hand, the tighter I grip my sword. And then one day, not behind you but standing shoulder to shoulder with you, I wanted to learn many skills from the Sims. At that moment, Kiri straightened her back and applied them. When the first sword stroke swept across, Uma couldn't see it coming and was struck by a fatal blow.
She glared. Can't she defeat Roy with just one strike?
So this bastard. I don't know what tricks you've played, but it's useless. Die. Kiri's mind is firmly fixed on one belief, so I will never give up. Even if I shatter and fall, even if it's just a desperate struggle, I will keep moving forward to catch up with you. The space becomes chaotic as hatred and determination ignite within Kiri. Light, electricity, and thunder blend harmoniously to create a scene of victory. The control panel was destroyed with a single blow. A black hole connecting to another dimension opened, and men stood before that gateway. Kiri is brimming with energy.
How do I look? Lord Cat Zim, have I gotten any closer to you than I was yesterday?
He sensed her powerful aura and realized she was taking control of the battle. So at that moment, Thutai smiled proudly.
Following that attack, Droy was seriously wounded, and Uma also realized this.
Droy, I can't hold out much longer than I thought.
She glanced at Dio struggling against Roy and said,
This is bad. I just need a little more time.
Seeing Minor successfully defeat a Roy,
Uma becomes even more worried. If this continues, they will...
She kept reassuring herself to stay calm, while internally thinking that the process of losing control and corruption had basically been completed.
Then Uma looked at the nearby soul crystal chunks and thought to herself that the remaining soul essence was a bit low and that she needed to find an alternative energy source sooner. Where's the source of this power? Suddenly she understood. Taking off her coat and shouting loudly, I've really gone crazy, almost forgot what that minion brought here. Without hesitation, Uma jumps into the large monotank, as Dib runs toward everyone shouting, Kiri, are you okay? Then, seeing Cat Sim lying motionless, everyone exclaims in panic, How is this possible? Cat Sim hesitated for a moment and said, Handle this. Then he urgently asked everyone, What is going on here? The chairman looked sad and began to explain to Dib what had happened.
What the hell? What exactly happened?
I don't know. He didn't finish his sentence before quickly interrupting. The Uma disciple is controlling Roy and seems to be trying to restart the ritual that was halted. Hearing this, with a tense expression, he shouts, What? What do you mean? A wave of ominous energy suddenly spread toward them before he could finish speaking. As soon as he sensed it, he trembled with fear, and when the dark energy grew dense, everyone started to talk. What is that? This terrifying aura is coming from over there. Stop it. Hurry up. As it spreads, everyone is retreating backwards. A few minutes later, the ominous aura took control of the area. Inside the mana container, Uma was surprised again and muttered to herself almost involuntarily, and then she also sarcastically mocked everyone in a loud voice. I just finished the rescue. Thank you for waiting, alchemists. The chairman was so angry he gritted his teeth and accused Uma, who lured his henchmen to this village. Human experiments are forbidden, and now this is the ritual. Could all of this really be your fault? Uma hasn't finished speaking. Ipa quickly interrupted. She is not Uma. You are using your magic eye to check, and then say that she is not one of its minions. Uma in front of them has now become a mutant, and Elpa has confirmed that this is completely different from her. After a moment, she laughed loudly and replied, Yes, this body belongs to Pavant, the greatest alchemist in the world. Now it's Uma's turn to scold you, you bastard. What do you plan to do with the souls of the Magatia people? Are you trying to revive the Dark Mage here? She shouted loudly before smugly declaring, Do you think so? Even my minions believe that, which is why they are helping me. Uma thinks she is stronger than others and mocks without hesitation. You are overestimating your own soul. With that little energy, you can't even revive a finger of the Dark Mage, let alone make a cautious judgment. Then you haven't finished what he was saying. She quickly cast her magic and interrupted. I won't try to summon the Dark Wizard back to this world. I will go meet him. Kiri disagreed and quickly launched the Ling Moon smartphone attack while shouting, We can't let him do this! Stop him! Then everyone was so surprised they couldn't believe it, because the attack just now didn't reach Uma, and was even swallowed by her own magic. What? My skill? With a tense look, Ma shouted loudly to command everyone. Meeting an evil mage is impossible. We must stop him immediately. As her magic grows stronger, he urges everyone to act quickly. We don't know what will happen next. Seeing her so calm, Ma became even more excited. The moment has come. She stood in front of the magic door and spoke with determination. In the end, everyone united to prevent Uma from leaving and collectively shouted, No, we will not let you have your way. Stop him. Uma counterattacked by reciting a spell, and in her heart, she thought it had been a long time. She muttered to herself, I have dedicated my whole life to research until this body is shattered. Thinking of this, Uma sneered and whispered to herself, Even after death, I still force my soul to stay and continue the work. It's all for this moment. Her smile makes everyone suspect that Uma has been possessed by someone else. Is he there? And the suspicion is also confirmed when he sees her casting a spell immediately afterward. So they shouted loudly, Perch, Dark Mage! Then the magic took effect, and a large amount of mana radiated from Uma's location. This energy source blinds Elpa's former allies. A moment later, she approaches the Dark Mage. The closer she gets, Uma laughs louder with excitement. She reaches out her hand and says confidently, At last I found you. You are the Dark Mage I've been searching for all this time. Just a second later, Uma quickly changed her attitude, panic in her voice. You're not him? He was startled and responded. What? What did you say? Next, when the Dark Mage uses magic, she screams in fear with a look of despair. Uma keeps asking, Why? Why did you refuse me? Are you the person I have been seeking all this time? Everyone watching the scene felt both amazed and confused. In a moment of crisis, Ipa used his magic eye to observe. At that moment, the Black Mage's hand reached out to him, and a second later, he destroyed Elpa's eye, causing him to scream in pain. Minor, worried about his teammate, shouted loudly for Elpa. He gasped for breath, clutching his injured eye, silently hoping it wasn't El. Pa tries to look at the Dark Mage and mutters to himself. As he prepares to reach out his hand towards him, doubt arises in Pa's heart. He just called my name, and after a while the building started to collapse, stones falling down. Seeing this, Chairman Khan looked worried and said, It's over. There's no way to stop this ritual from spiraling out of control. Ipa, trembling with pain, hesitated before speaking with determined courage. I will go. Du immediately objected. What? What did Big Brother see?
He allowed to be self?
Chase. He doesn't even know what's inside. Minor advised Elpa to step back, but no matter what they said, he decided not to back down. The Dark Mage was surprised to see Aopa approaching him. He moved forward with a thought, not knowing why, but he felt that he was wanted. After a while, he suddenly raised his voice and said, Perfect. Meanwhile, he spoke with eager anticipation, wanting to see that damn face himself. Seeing Pa's waist walk further away from them, the group all called out to their big brother. The scene turned red with an endless pit, and for some reason, he wanted to meet himself. A seemingly simple request, but very hard to fulfill. Perfect, your words echo in the air. I've wanted to see your face for a long time. In the midst of chaos, at a chessboard, the Dragon Master calmly plays chess with him, as if nothing has happened. That's a dangerous mistake, born of curiosity. EPM said so, and he frowned, looking like it wouldn't be safe to stay here any longer. I don't think we can have a long conversation here. There isn't much time left, so listen carefully. As he spoke, he pointed at the paper in his hand. Maybe the important information is here. Look at the map he received from Jack Rick and go to the marked location. This trip will only have Pa, but while he's talking, suddenly his face lights up. That's when I'll tell you what you need to know. A clawed hand reaching out terrifyingly toward him. Some force here has taken Freddy away. Finally, we meet. I've been waiting for you. He appeared from behind you. That person is El Pam, Dark Mage. With suspicion, he asked. Just. I don't understand why this guy is here. Did you wait for me? You knew I would come here, didn't you? It was only a matter of time before it happened. However, along the way, he encountered some trouble from the Grand Mage, but still arrived here quite easily. Because Frinn's Soul Ring of Fra tried to intervene, it also took some time. But that doesn't matter. Until now, you still can't understand why these people keep bothering you. Why are you interested in me? For someone trying to destroy a cloud world like you, I am just an enemy blocking your plan. It seems that when he came to you this time, he didn't see you as an obstacle, but appears to have a bigger scheme in mind. Blocking me. You overestimate yourself. El Pam, you cannot stop my plan. On the contrary, you are a more essential ingredient. A single sentence could make your eyes widen in disbelief, as if you couldn't believe your ears. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent you back in time, the dark mage who did this to me. That shadow of darkness has finally revealed itself. It seems you don't believe me, but it's the truth. Even if someone else tries to use time magic to bring you back, you only live by the will and thoughts of another person controlling you. Although you have your own thoughts, perhaps sometimes even you don't realize that a great secret lies within your body, and you wouldn't be able to do it without my will. As the one wielding power beyond time, you quietly questioned him. Are you really the one? Why? I am not obliged to answer that question. At this point, he has also given you some hint, but my goal is not the end of the ME world as you think. But it will remain a mystery if he doesn't tell you directly. If I truly wanted that, this world would have disappeared long ago. Faced with this person's blazing anger, you can do nothing but endure. He's not joking. The one standing before you truly is someone like him. Does he really want to let this world go? What I want is not as simple as the collapse of a world, but rather to hear mockery. An evil force capable of destroying the entire world, yet claiming to want to save this place. Saving the cloud world. Saving it. It's truly ridiculous. A cloud world? Isn't one storm enough to shake everything up? Are you talking about that massacre? Bao Mi shouted in anger and despair. So that's how you save someone? Not even angry at your reckless words, he responds slowly. I apologize for making you stand like that. He snapped his fingers, and the scene around him changed back to a plain room with a neatly arranged stone chessboard. Sit down, stay put with that handsome face, but your heart might tell a longer story. In someone's memory, the beginning of the story is yes. The story is led back to before being reborn. Let's go back to the past, long before World M was formed. The world of the initial breath was very different from now, a chaotic, desert-like landscape with a group of people trying to escape. 365 ancient gods constantly conflict to uphold their own rules. It is a world of chaos. The mortals living under their rule endured suffering, and even time itself seemed to flow unevenly. That was when they appeared. The three entities were created by the first deity of the rulers. That power granted humanity a force to fight back. The rulers granted humans the power to stand against the ancient gods, and thus humanity fought to seal them away. After the war ended, they immediately formed a special team to represent them here. Soon after, the Guardians created superhumans to serve as their representatives. They created a new world governed by the rules of light, life, and time. Unsurprisingly, this is the place. Yes, the ME world is one of them. After a long sob story, all that came from it was Bao Mi's questioning. So what if it is? Is this story just to justify your claim of saving the cloud world? You really are so impatient. Don't you like old stories? He squinted his eyes and tried to persuade him to pay attention. I advise you to listen carefully, because it will answer your question. The story continues. A world of order without chaos may sound perfect, but in reality it isn't. Amidst the blazing wreckage, they keep moving forward despite their wounds. Humans' insatiable greed, endless war and suffering. Those who cause pain are simply changing from ancient gods to humans. The weaker ones continue to be hurt, but there is another force taking advantage of the situation to achieve that. Of course, there are also those who have tried to stop it, those who have tried to reach the ultimate truth through research and attempt to fix this flawed world. It seems simple in thought, but is very difficult to accomplish. I am also like that at a world of freedom where no one has to suffer.
I once thought there was a way to guide our world along that path, but in the end, I couldn't find a solution.
However, after countless studies, my conclusion was quite heartbreaking. Despair chained in a dark basement with no light, heavy chains and a lonely heart, unable to steer the world in the right direction.
No, to be precise, it's not necessary to do that. This unstable world is exactly what they had planned. The laws of this world are not like a balance of justice. They can only tip in one direction. If one person gains wealth, another will lose it. The world created by the rulers is inherently designed to make humanity suffer. The world they made is no different from chains. They don't care at all about how the creatures in the world they created feel or think. Imprisoned within the invisible cage they built, they just watch us live in the order they established, like livestock, unable to do anything in that world. If you're banned from breaking the rules, do you really believe the world would rejoice if I disappeared? Even if one person is gone, the cycle continues unchanged for everyone. Nothing will change for a long time. People will continue living their lives under the control of their fate, like puppets screaming in anger under their ruler's command. Both you and I are the same. Once again, he has shut down his ridiculous thoughts. I don't care about fate or my own free will. From the start, a world where everyone is happy is impossible. No more beating around the bush, he directly confronts the issue, using provocation. Even knowing the truth, you're still willing to go so far as to let the rulers make your friends suffer a terrible fate. Hearing this, he could no longer hold back. Is it just to keep this world alive? No matter if you can change it or not. As long as that world still exists, it will continue to operate as it is. Cha, whether you understand or not, doesn't matter. As long as they want it, no matter how much effort it takes, it will become reality. The choices you make, the sacrifices you trade, all of it is meaningless. Lost in his own game of chess, he believed that in this world no life had meaning, and no one could break the game set by others. You asked what it means to be saved, right? What I plan to do is not simple destruction, like a ball in my hand that he keeps wanting again and again, but to destroy the cage created by the rulers for us and create a world where we control our own fate, far from their reach with endless possibilities. It may seem simple, but it is so difficult that no one can do it. What I want is not destruction, but re-establishment. Rebuilding? Even if though the words are very different, the method is still destruction. All existing entities are under the influence of the overseers. That is why everything in this world must disappear. Erase everything to create the new one I desire. And once I finish all this, I won't be able to listen to these nonsense words anymore. Is that the salvation of the dream world? You are truly angry now, so my answer remains the same. I don't care about the rulers or free will at all. The fierce aura always appears alongside Pao Mi's anger. If your plan's outcome is the death of my friends, and you point directly at the black demon, I will do whatever it takes to stop that plan. Unfazed, he still stands tall. Your will doesn't matter. Everything is proceeding as planned. Faced with that hateful, calm expression, I couldn't hold back anymore. Forget your plan. You're no different from the rulers themselves. Smirking, he said, "Maybe so. I won't let you make a move. The ground has already started to shake. It's a pity, but time is running out. Talking to you has been very interesting. Everything will return to that moment. Go back, El Pam. He probably isn't pleased with this trip. I hope that the next time we meet, you will be stronger." The scene shifts back to the chaos of the battle, as your comrades call out to El Pam one by one. He walks out with a girl, her tattered and seriously injured. What just happened? Is that what you're holding in your hand? Calmly reassuring everyone that there's no need to worry because the thing that entered has disappeared? Do quickly praise him, saying, "Big brother, we've been worried all this time. We're so glad you're safe. Is it really over now?" Looking at the time hole, you're planning something. Just wait, Dark Mage. Next time I will definitely. Everything is over now. A magnificent city ahead. 3 days later, I think most of the situation has been smoothly resolved. Kiri pondered, and the cultists inside Magtia had also been dealt with. Among the bustling crowd, Pa is standing and talking to a girl. Is there a sign that he is taking over her body again? Thanks to you, nothing has happened so far. Who would have thought that the interesting item I found by chance actually contained something like this inside? Actually, I also feel like some of my memories have been lost. Touching my injured arm, his voice deepened. Since that bracelet broke, nothing has happened anymore. Maybe his soul has vanished along with that item, so that's a good thing. Moving to a new place, Du kept muttering questions. Where are we now? Is something else happening this time? She quickly replied, "Oh, this is the secret laboratory we found yesterday. Looking at how this place connects to my personal workshop, it seems that Puen, the guy from the bracelet, used this place while I was unconscious. A completely new laboratory. Since it's the hideout of a dangerous person connected to the cult, we should be careful, no matter what. I feel that if I clean up this place alone, I might run into trouble. All members are present in that room just to tidy up, so I want everyone to help me clean this place up. Just hearing that, Greedy John started coming up with all sorts of plans.
So I can loot everything for free? There are so many Magatia items here.
If he sells all this, he'll definitely make a fortune. Bao Mi hurriedly tries to stop him, but it seems she can't quite catch his actions in time. Hey, don't touch other people's stuff without permission. Since you're just going to throw it away anyway, what's the harm in taking a little?
Didn't you hear her say it's dangerous here? Without hesitation, I ran over and pushed him away.
But that strength is really too tough. When someone else is talking, you should listen.
Let go, don't you know whoever grabs it first gets it? Greedy and stingy.
After a struggle, a purple bottle falls to the ground. Kiri hurriedly calls out, "Are you okay? Are you hurt? How could you be okay?"
It's that damn brat's fault that my precious goods got pushed around, and no one admits their mistake.
Why are you blaming others? If you had listened from the start, maybe that chemical bottle caused you two to transform into each other. Both of you look proud and angry at each other, blaming one another.
My masculine face has turned into a child's. How dare you say that, you bastard?
My handsome face has turned into an ugly old man's. How can I live with this appearance? Such a powerful drug, and she changed its name to look silly. Could this be the legendary appearance-changing medicine? The cosmetic surgery drug. Both of them looked at her expectantly, hoping for a reasonable answer. Do you know about this? Is there any way to go back to how I was before?
I'm sorry, but the formula for that kind of medicine has been lost for a long time, so I don't know much about it.
It seems you've disappointed them, and there's no way to change it. Do I have to live my whole life with this face? Why do you seem more annoyed than I am? Why do you hate it more? Bao Mi calmly reads and ponders the paper in her hand. Well, I think you two don't need to worry so much. A document like a wanted notice with detailed information about the transaction. The main customer for this type of drug is the Queen of Arena. It seems she takes it in exchange for providing resources to her followers, and there are records showing she receives it regularly every month. Does that mean this medicine definitely has a time limit? Holding the new bottle, does the medicine change your appearance? It seems like you have some kind of scheme, and in a way, it could actually be quite useful. A figure approaches the building. Are you all leaving now? Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone, we managed to protect Magatia. You quietly ask your teammates, do you have any plans for what's next? Suddenly, everything around me turns dark. I suddenly remember old memories. Countless old memories of that person come to mind. The one who lent me strength to defeat Ban Rock and protect me from the Dark Mage. No one else but him. Hero Freddy, it feels like he wants to tell me something. The one who connected you but was blocked by that guy. Because of that hero, because he was the one who sealed the Dark Wizard 800 years ago. I think he knows how to stop him.
Once again, I have to go there, which means I need to meet Freddy once more.
After saying that, he announced to everyone that he was heading to a place he had been delaying for a long time. The place you've been delaying? I must go there with determination. He pulled out an old piece of paper from his pocket. The treasure map of Frey that made everyone gasp. The treasure map of Friend. Just hearing this, even if it's on someone's face, his eyes light up. Is the treasure rare?
Don't use my face to make that expression.
Miner looked confused and then turned back to question. The Frey Quan map, does that thing really exist? You've never mentioned it before. I received it as a reward for rescuing Jack Rick. Because I was busy with many things, I had to postpone going there. But now the situation has changed.
If you had such a good item, you should have told me earlier.
The two old men over here also want to come along.
Please let me join. As a magic researcher, I am very eager to study Fried's notes.
Me too. Let me go with you.
The two of them argued fiercely just to get a chance to go with Pa. And even someone as useless as you coming along, who are you calling useless?
Aren't these noisy fools already in possession of what needs to be studied? Maybe seeing they have some usefulness, they decided to let them come along. Janumus and Einkano, longtime rivals, have finally united. From now on, a new chapter in the history of both academies will be written together. Isn't that Megatia's biggest research project?
Not hesitating to praise it, it truly is a very valuable study.
Both of us benefit, even if we don't get along. We don't really dislike each other.
Agreed, even though I really don't want to work with that guy.
Baomei looked satisfied, so that's good. She only just now silenced the noise, but it seems she didn't succeed. If we go both days, I'll be stuck alone in this hell of endless overtime. Sorry for talking all this time. I just now remembered the important part.
Did you find the location marked on the map? Relying only on the map, it's definitely not easy to figure out, but no problem.
Looking ahead, I've recruited an expert.
With the surprised and somewhat unfriendly looks from both of them, this might not be someone they welcome easily. It's been a while since I saw everyone. So it's you, a clever kid but also an expert in tracking.
So where's the map? Just trust this hero tracking expert Piru. Hey, I didn't expect to meet you here of all places. Minor cheerfully greeted first. So, since the gate? How do you know that?
El Pam called me. If it's about searching for the hero's relics, how could I possibly ignore it?
In the arid desert, they trudged forward slowly. We've been walking for half a day already. Is the treasure still far away? It even makes Do angry. Just talk about this treasure and that treasure.
Kiri, say something.
Yes.
Seeing that, I also felt uncomfortable, so I had to speak up.
Hey, I wasn't planning to say this, but with that face, touching her might also feel disgusting. Can you stop using that face to groping around? You're making Kiri uncomfortable. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Doe, I didn't mean that. Sorry. As she tried to explain that she didn't mean to criticize, boom, a loud explosion rang out, and then she was gone. The two have been swapped back. They're really back, are they? Gok Kan's face lit up with excitement. Finally free, showing disdain. I thought I'd have to live with that face forever. But unfortunately for him, just one kick from Diobo was enough to make him tumble. His face looks disgusting.
If used correctly, the body shape will also change accordingly. In addition, the effects will last longer.
Your group is still noisy as usual. Just as everyone is joking around enthusiastically, Minor speaks up. So is the trip going smoothly? Probably not yet, right? Piru didn't hesitate to speak up as soon as she heard her.
No need to worry, it's best for everyone to get ready. We can say we've already arrived. Everyone is heading towards an ancient castle.
According to the map, this place is called Abrasas. The Freyade relic is definitely inside. It seems like we're only supposed to be here. We can't go inside anymore. But how do we get in now? Isn't it obvious? These things always follow a pattern, and basic opening methods won't work. It's all about technique. Just need enough power to channel mana. And then they all froze in surprise. These were easy to deal with. What is that? Something huge is emerging from the ground. It's a monster. A monster? Both of them got angry at him.